Chapter 1 Half buried in thirth, the system does metoprocreate. E have livid mili feberizin dearly andretai dearly, maintaining me health, yet a find mijal freechingon lithiaga fati. Oh, thedrium of immortality. Perhaps siam themo stun fortuna teperson off tjuklin amidst hey trong soft transmigrators? Ye kaishan lay in hisbt, sighing deeply within, hismer kiai sviled with asins of bitterness. Heku distinct le feel the precious moment saw flyfus leping away rapidly. Thisis the insensi off death. 60 years ago, ye kaishan's physica form traversed into this world, believing Heku dat tain immortality andro imfrelia crossed the heavens. However, has soon realized that in this realm, cultivation was not determined beyond appearance, but beyond essence talent. As a transmigrator, having spent his days burning the midnight toil in laboring menial tasks, his innate talent was fully inadequate. In this world, innate talent was classified into several grades: mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, divine, and immortal. Each grade was further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional tiers. Ye kaishan possessed apidia free or grade mertaltalental talone seeking immortality, even mastering basic martial arts ways of struggle. Thrug houthis life, he toiled day and night, unrelenting hisverts, yethian lim managed to reach theth stagio for martial artist, never even brushing against the threshold dof immortal cultivation. Even so, it was astonishing, for others believe it the tan inferi or grade mertaltalan thadnaconcio freaching theth stagio for martial artist. Father, areo hungry? You have inti a tin for a day. A graceful woman entered, still possessing her charm, holding the hand of Felilafon Liafui years. Ye kaishan struggled tossid up, and Fuman hurried to support them. I cannot eat, for midam is short. The future of Thefamoli will been trust at toyu. The woman was Nati kaishan's daughter, Butratharis daughter-in-law. 3 years spreer, Hissan Lyson had per resheden an accident, leaving behind thrice widow and her child. In hisiath, ye kaishan had avowed himself to the pursuit of enlightenment, Butis Jeff tup with him, Herazignedto hate, Marian Gaufian Syringanekled. 10 years ago, his wife fell sada parted from him. Thus, Theon thriving Yefamily, owned off to 4 prominent familias in Chingshan town, now dwindled, relying solely on auto for his continuation. Grandfather, Tongtong doesn't 20 outodi. His 5-year-old granddaughter clung to him, weeping, while his daughter-in-law's lent Lysabid beside her. Tongtong, be good, don't it cree. Every life must eventually end, whether lie toss a feather or have yasamountainy, have livid lefetta the foolest, ye kaishan said with a heart a laugh, thof his eyes were fled with endless regret. Hetrally did noish toady. At that moment, a maid called from outside. Master, the matchmaker, Huagu, wishes to see you. Matchmaker? Ye kaishan was taken aback, a contemplative elk passing through his merkigas. What could the matchmaker want with him at this time? Is there something urgent? If not, send her away. I have no desire for visitors. Huazel ready half buried in the ground. Why would entertain guests? The maid hesitated, biting her lip before speaking. Huagas sighs he wishes to discuss a marriage proposal for you. A marriage proposal? Ye kaishan's expression froze, his face darkening gradually. These was not merely a proposal. It seemed thought some eonad set their sights and Thefamily swelth. Upon triggering Geiki word, the branching system loaded successfully. Host Haas new spring please marry and procreate as soon as possible to extend the family line. While what? Ye kaishan, lost in thought, wasta ned bethesed in voice. A golden finger. The legendary golden finger had arrived. Once Harregan discomposure, have found himself in Amixo flauderan tears. System, have a arrived 60 years too late? Hugh sneering hisn't, with his body in disrepaires ida for misbones, there washered lie anything golf that functioned. No, Thedaman just correct. Please Marianne bear children prompt lie to extend the family line. Do you think I am capable of in my current state? Ye Kaishan retorted, somewhat irate. A beginner's gift pa Caspin is a please check. No thatsmer likite. Ye Kaishan eagerly opened the gift pack. Insidious agile cultivation technique named Supreme Yang in a tart, specifically tailored for extending the family line. In addition, there were several pills. Ye Kaishan Eden satisfaction, then began to explore the system's functions. extending the family nice divide into 2 parts Marian gone bearing children. Each complete a tuskerwards 5 years of life, and the higher thy native talent oft heave spring, themeres substantial their words. Furthermore, descendants will have children will also contribute of their words. Topper vintex sessivian dunaven offspring, the system includes a function to assess the quality of potential partners. Rated from low to high, this equality is categorized as red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The assessment criteria encompass appearance, physique, temperament, innate talent, and fortune. Upon reading this, Yi Kaishan activate the function and directed disgusty toward his daughter-in-law, Mu Wanqing. Instantly, I allow Bimo flight shot forth from above her head. Not bad now under my daughter-in-law so dept at managing the household. Yi Kaishan mused, recognizing thought for an ordinary woman without cultivation, yellow wall read is signified virtue and grace. Father, what's the matter? Mu Wanqing noticed Yi Kaishan lost in thought and called out tentatively, secret lamenting that their father-in-law likely had little to my left. What would be coming off them, a widow Wanda Norphin, when he was gone? I'm fine. Yi Kaishan's napid bacteriality, as milio for juvenation gracing. Sphacia shaladaptanidor. Xiaoju, please have Wagyu wait for my the reception hall will beather shortly. Chapter 2 Elderly yet Vigorous. The First Concubine. Mother, father, are you really forcing me to marry a 80-year-old man? Are you pushing mine to a fire? Outside the family estate, a young woman, simply dressed diet possessing an exquisite appearance, spoke for a slido a pair of middle-aged individuals, her brows furrowed in defiance. Foolish girl, this is for your own good. The head off Yefamali isn't the verge of death he cannot mayu. Once passes, the entire Yefamala fortune will belong to ye. By then, Asa maiden, what kin Doffman couldn't what racked? The middle-aged woman replied with a grin, her eyes glinting with shrewdness on calculation. I went marry. I fan yon should marry, it should be. The young woman shook her head, her face salut. Slap. A sharp crack echoed asked the middle-aged Edmonds, truck the young woman across to face with force. Ungrateful wretch. Obi yermather, or is where'll break your legs. Themich make carry and go breather. You must make a good impression Takich the head off Tiefamilisai, Theman growled, exuding an air of thuggery. The young womanko veered her face, glaring fiercely at her parents before following Themich Makarantathu family estate. Under the agency of teammate, Xiaoju, they quickly arrived at the reception hall. Please wait Therma master will arrive shortly, Xiaoju instructed. Huagu, a middle-aged woman-ader Ned in flamboyant makeup hand attire, smiled broad liasano dead to Xiaoju. Thank you, thank you. Once Xiaoju parted, Huaga turned Hergazi toward the man behind her. Listen, Sume, you must perform well today. Since Sethi head off Thefamala has agreed to meet with him, I tindicate Shais intention stove. From the observations, the head off Thefamala has at most 3 months left to live. If you can endure for just 3 months, the entire Yefamala will be under your control, leading Joudo unless wield hand prosperity. Just don't forget about him, the matchmaker, Huaga whispered. Harry's filled with reed. Suma remained unresponsive, her expression vacant. Huadi Ungwuman dos no turn for love? At 18, she was in her prime, unwilling to resign herself to marry and Gan Oldman Hakud like a lidno Themora Thantok, leaving her drenched in disappointment. Master has arrived. At that moment, Yi Kaishan, supported by his daughter-in-law, shuffled in like he decaying tree, swaying as if Agastof wind might topple him. Huagasi Latu perhaps she had been too conservative in her assessment this frail appearance suggested de might note last even a month. Soon I felt her despair deepen, her gazunficist, appearing as if she were days. At that moment, Yi Kaishan finally noticed the man behind Huaga though simple dressed, her beauty was striking. He discreetly activated the system function to assess her, and in an instant, a dazzling green light rose from air form. Goodness! How exceptionally green! Yi Kaishan she artress at this woman possessed an innate talent surpassing that of his daughter-in-law, achieving a comprehensive rating goff green. Maith headed off the family enjoy eternal prosperity, Huaga greeted with a beaming smile. Your sedin visito deisto. There is no need to say more I agree. Before she could finish, Yi Kaishan interrupted, readily acquiescing. The three individual synth reception hall where a left instant excellence. The twasun expected lie straight forward. After a brief mental shock, Huagu cautiously inquired. If that's the case, how about holding thuting in a month? A month this long I seek to act swift lile tight but tomorrow, Yi Kaishan declared resolutely, leaving Jevioni astonished. Sumai was left dumbfounded, standing through questioning her existence to Waga to get her away. Once Yi Kaishan had consented, Sumai's parents were naturally overjoyed, particularly if the new so fighting set for the following day. Delay scould lead to complications sit wash besto act swiftly. Soon, news off the head off the ephemeral taking a combined spread throughout Jingshan town, creating quitister. Aminant the verge of death surprisingly to concubine. The head off the ephemeral Hasnessens, and it seemed Shusha stop reducition, Hirton Herith of fam libusinus, thought fit maberothar teleferners. The townsfolk of Kingyun whispered among themselves, while Athosi invited Bagan preparing their congratulatory gifts, ready to tin thooting the following day. After bidding farewell to the matchmaker, Yi Kaishan, with the assistance of his daughter-in-law, returned to his chamber. Mu Wangqing hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts he could not comprehend why Yi Kaishan, in his condition, would still take a concubine. Wangqing, please go downstairs, Yi Kaishan gently urged his daughter-in-law. Once shed aparted, Helaborius lie sat up from Theba dan retrieved the medicinal pills awarded by the system. Hani dead to restore he a shield first otherwise, during thooting ding night, he would be left merely watching, unable to fulfill his grand aspirations soft progeny. The yin yang supreme innate skill is sadual cultivation technique if they tim face-eyes t harmonify yang. In addition to this technique, there were a 3 pills tiger young golden pill, the great restoration pill, and Thichi blood pill. As Thenum suggests, the tiger young golden pill is a miraculous remedy for strengthening the body and rejuvenating vigor. The great restoration pill and Chi blood pillar excellent medicine as, for martial artists, highly valuable. In his lifetime, Yi Kaishan had scarce consumed a few. Next, ingesteth the pills to regulate his body. Before long, a day had passed. Fianza tranquil yefamily stay too is no adorned with festive decorations, bustling with life. Today marquiterary occasion, today the head off yefamily took a concubine, and nearly all the distinguished guests softching atena be invited. Soon, when Yi Kaishan appeared in a splendid robe, astonishment spread across his face so full present. Now, Yi Kaishan radiated vitality his steps were a steady, and all thoth his share remained whitey and his face lined with wrinkles, his entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Where was the zemblancio famine and thebering cough death? On this joyous day, the Yefamile head has seeming lyric and disvitalitithis must be his intention to a cubinito bring fortuny and attempt to extend his lifespan. Lu Jianghe, the headaphone off to 4 great familias of Qingyun town, remarked with his mila compared to Yi Kaishan, he was sent the premio fis life, brimming with vigor. Yi Kaishan is already 8 years old, having suffered severe injuries in Hihiji out high speed of flickering candle. I foresee that after thuiding, he shall soon exhaust his remaining days. I wonder which fortunity Gerald will marry Hyman become matriarch of the family, inheriting the family legacy. The leader soft heather twa great familia scuckled, fortish patethi erncio farmony, the 4 families engaged in veiled rivalry. The auspicious to me has arrived. With a sounding proclamation, Yi Kaishan and Sumayo Fared he respects to heaven and earth. Ceremony concluded. Congratulations to the host on successful taking a concubine, completing Thebran Chove T family, lifespan 5 please prompt complete scattering of leaves. Instantly Yi Kaishan felt this body styra sajur jof tremendous vitality surged within him, making Hyme appear even more radiant. Delightful. Thoth Hahadan ligand 5a additionally ursof life, Heffelt the talus bottle of function should reach it in astonishing state. A warm flow coursed through his abdomen, stirring restlessly. Next, I twould bit hen I toff teberd alcumber. Chapter 3. The enhancement of bone quality and the taking of a concubine on the wedding night. As Yi Kaishan lifted the red veil from the bride's face, he beheld a stunningly beautiful, nearly flawless visage. After a meticulous adornment, the 18-year-old Su Mei radiated an even more enchanting allure, exuding the essence of youthful femininity. With the hour growing late, it was time to retire. Yi Kaishan took decisive action. Gently pushing the woman down, Su Mei's heart raced with trepidation. akin to a startled fawn. For reasons unknown, she sensed that Yi Kaishan appeared significantly younger in this moment, emanating a potent aura of masculine vitality. The lights dimmed. Ding, congratulations, host. Your bone quality has been elevated to superior grade. Upon hearing this notification, Yi Kaishan's powerful physique trembled, spurring him to exert himself even more fervently. After a night had passed, Yi Kaishan exited the bridal chamber, thoroughly satisfied. Under the influence of the Tiger Yang Golden Elixir, his combat prowess rivaled that of his peak years. Even after a sleepless night, he felt no fatigue. Most importantly, the bone quality that had troubled him for so long had improved. Though still of mortal grade, progress was indeed progress. The only concern lingering in his mind was whether, at his age, he still possessed the ability to procreate. Go validate this thought in the ensuing month. Yi Kaishan engaged in cultivation, labor, and dietary supplementation, consuming all manner of nourishing delicacies, from tiger penises to deer antlers. After all, the Yi family was quite affluent, and such earthly indulgences were well within their means. Finally, after a month, Su-mei successfully conceived, bringing relief to Yi Kaishan. Su-mei herself was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Yi Kaishan not only possessed the capability but was also remarkably formidable. As her pregnancy progressed, Su-mei gradually came to accept Yi Kaishan. Despite his appearance, aged, not handsome, nor particularly dashing, his maturity endowed him with a certain tenderness. As the matriarch of the Yi family, she enjoyed luxuries previously unknown to her. With every whim catered to, suddenly, Su-mei found this life quite agreeable. If only Yi Kaishan were a touch younger and more handsome, it would be utterly perfect. One day, Su-mei's parents, Su Changgue and Li Chunhua, arrived at the Yi residence. Mimi, how is that old fellow? Is he nearing his end? Su Changgue, ever direct, wasted no time in addressing the matter, as they awaited Yi Kaishan's demise to reap the benefits through their daughter's connection to the family. Hearing this, Su-mei furrowed her brow and retorted coldly, "Mind your words. That is my husband, the head of the Yi family. If he hears you, you may find yourselves in peril." Yes, understood. Su Changgue and Li Chunhua seemed oblivious to their daughter's discontent, mistaking her sternness for concern. What your father means to ask is how the head of the Yi family has been faring lately, Li Chunhua pressed, subtly hinting. Su-mei's expression remained impassive, yet a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. My husband is in excellent health. I am already pregnant. Pregnant? Su Changgue and Li Chunhua were left dumbfounded, and after a moment of hesitation, they tentatively inquired, by whose doing? Need I say? Obviously, it is Yi Kaishan's. At this point, a hint of shyness flickered in Su-mei's gaze. The couple was rendered speechless. The matchmaker had claimed that Yi Kaishan had but 3 months to live. How could he have fathered a child? Everything was thrown into disarray. Mimi, how could you be so careless? Li Chunhua exclaimed, her frustration palpable, before her expression shifted to one of feigned delight. This is for the best. Your standing in the Yi family will be even more secure. Once Yi Kaishan passes, enough! Su-mei's icy voice interrupted, and she pulled out 200 taels of silver. Take this money and leave the Yi family. I do not wish for you to appear here again. I fear my husband might misunderstand. At these words, their faces turned pale, disbelief etched upon their features. What do you mean? Ungrateful wretches, have you grown wings and wish to abandon your own parents? Li Chunhua scolded furiously. Oh, you still recognize me as your daughter? It is your actions that have forced me to be heartless. Take this money and leave at once. Su-mei's voice was firm. You dare defy us? Su Changgue raised his hand, poised to strike. Go ahead, strike here. The life within me carries the bloodline of the Yi family. Should anything happen, well, Su-mei gestured towards her belly, her expression resolute. Startled, Su Changgue withdrew his hand. His teeth clenched in frustration, before snatching the silver and hastily dragging Li Chunhua away. Meanwhile, after a month of cultivation, Yi Kaishan's prowess finally reached the 9th level of martial arts, marking a 20-year gap since his last breakthrough. The long-awaited advancement filled him with excitement. With his newly enhanced superior grade bone quality, his training progressed at a remarkable pace, bolstered by the elixirs provided by the system. Despite his advanced age, He had successfully broken through to a new realm. Yet, Yi Kaishan was not one to rest on his laurels. He began contemplating the acquisition of another concubine in the realm of martial cultivation. Lifespan would not greatly increase. In fact, the pursuit of power often led to the depletion of one's potential, resulting in various hidden afflictions over time. Only by breaking through to the immortal path and entering the Qi refinement stage could one fundamentally enhance their physique and alter the essence of their life. Achieving a qualitative breakthrough, practitioners in the Qi refinement stage could easily live for over 100 years, with a maximum lifespan of 200. Following the foundation establishment, this lifespan could extend further, allowing one to live 200 or 300 years. Thus, Yi Kaishan began enlisting the aid of his family members to seek out potential concubines, designating this pursuit as the family's primary strategic goal. Although Yi Kaishan was of advanced years and appeared to outsiders as a man on the verge of death, the Yi family was wealthy and held significant status in Qingyun town. Once the news was disseminated, matchmakers began to take action. 2 months later, the seasoned matchmaker Hua Gu arrived at the Yi residence. This time, she presented a daughter of a hunter named Wu Nanshan, who was 19 years old. Having accompanied her father on hunts since childhood, Wu Nanshan possessed impressive skills, boasting a cultivation level of the 4th realm of martial arts. Upon learning this, Yi Kaishan immediately felt intrigued. The head of the Wu family has stated that for 500 taels, he will marry his daughter to you. I have brought her here. Would you like to take a look? Hua Gu said. Her face filled with eagerness. Bring her in. I shall have a look, Yi Kaishan commanded, reclining in his chair and waving his hand. Shortly thereafter, Hua Gu returned, accompanied by a strikingly tall and athletic woman whose long legs seemed capable of snapping a person's waist. At first glance, she resembled a female cheetah, exuding an untamed aura. Yi Kaishan straightened his posture, discreetly activating the system to scrutinize her closely. In an instant, a yellow beam of light emanated from the woman. Yellow was a promising sign. Yi Kaishan inwardly nodded. While Wu Nanchuan's appearance did not surpass that of Su Mei, scoring only an 80 in beauty, her martial talent was commendable, and her bone quality reached the level of superior grade. Excellent. I shall take this concubine. Inform the Wu family that the 500 taels will be delivered immediately, Yi Kaishan declared, slapping his thigh with enthusiasm. Chapter 4. The Widow Wang and the Birth of the First Child. The following day, the news of Yi Kaishan's latest concubine spread throughout Qingyun town. Everyone was left in shock, wondering if this old man had lost his mind. Regarding Yi Kaishan's decision to take a concubine, Su Mei held no objections. The Yi family was in need of more descendants. Moreover, with her pregnancy, she was unable to attend to all matters, and having a concubine to share the burden was quite acceptable. 3 days later, the Yi family celebrated yet another joyous occasion, bustling with activity. The sound of gongs and firecrackers filled the air. Clad in a vibrant red robe, Yi Kaishan performed the ceremonial rites with Wu Nanshan. Congratulations, host, on successfully taking a concubine and expanding your lineage. Lifespan increased by 5 years. The sound of the system's notification. A smile crept across Yi Kaishan's lips. 5 more years of life had been granted to him, and he eagerly anticipated the upcoming wedding night. On the wedding night, Yi Kaishan navigated the proceedings with ease, as if it were second nature. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your bone quality has been elevated to superior grade. The next day, Yi Kaishan leaned against the wall as he stepped out, his movements unsteady, feeling utterly drained. He had acted too hastily. As a martial artist, Wu Nanshan, accustomed to hunting, possessed physical capabilities far surpassing those of Su Mei. His combat prowess was indeed extraordinary. This will not suffice. I must acquire at least 10 or 8 more concubines. Yi Kaishan's heart surged with the realization that only by taking more concubines could he extend his lifespan. Otherwise, he would be unable to extract any more vitality. He must rise to the challenge. Without delay, Yi Kaishan summoned the matchmaker, Hua Gu, to assist him further. Although Hua Gu's appearance was somewhat unattractive, her professional skills were undeniable. Upon hearing that Yi Kaishan wished to take more concubines, Hua Gu was momentarily taken aback. However, when Yi Kaishan promised to double her remuneration, she immediately set to work with enthusiasm. In the ensuing months, Yi Kaishan maintained a careful frequency of contact with Wu Nanshan while awaiting good news from Hua Gu. After 3 months of tireless effort, Wu Nanchun finally bore results. Meanwhile, Su Mei had been pregnant for 6 months, with 4 months remaining until her delivery. Concurrently, Huagu also brought forth good tidings. Due to Yi Kaishan's advancing age and his desire for a youthful and beautiful wife, the task proved quite challenging. After several months of searching, a suitable candidate was finally found. This woman was named Wang Shifeng, a well-known widow from Qingyun town. Orphaned at a young age, she lost her brothers as well, after a long-awaited marriage. Her husband met an untimely and mysterious death on their wedding night. Her husband was a renowned warrior, strong and vigorous, yet he perished under suspicious circumstances. Consequently, the townsfolk deemed her a harbinger of misfortune. Yi family master, I have communicated with Wang Shifeng, and she expressed her willingness to marry if the Yi family does not mind. I must tell you, she is still a maiden, Huagu said with a sly grin. Fearing Yi Kaishan might decline, and thus she dropped this bombshell, why Yi Kaishan pondered deeply. He indeed had some recollection of this woman. A few years prior, her husband's death had caused quite a stir. And as a notable figure in Qingyun town, Yi Kaishan had attended the event. Her husband had not died under unusual circumstances, but rather from a heart attack or a cerebral hemorrhage. This meant that the unfortunate incident had occurred due to some unexpected shock on their wedding night. Bring her to me for inspection, Yi Kaishan instructed. Shortly thereafter, Huagu arrived with a modestly dressed yet undeniably beautiful woman. She appeared to be slightly older than Su Mei and Wu Nanchun, likely around 25, lacking the youthful innocence of a girl but possessing the charm of a mature woman. Her enchanting features stirred a sense of longing within Yi Kaishan. As he observed Wang Shifeng, an orange glow radiated from her, indicating her normalcy and dispelling the notion of her being a harbinger of doom. While Yi Kaishan scrutinized her, Wang Shifeng discreetly stole glances in his direction, surprised to see him looking more vibrant and youthful than he had a few years prior. Thus, the date was set for the following day. Yi Kaishan wasted no time in making his decision. He was eager to proceed. The next day, the Yi family was once again adorned in festive decorations. The people of Qingyun town were left speechless upon learning that Yi Kaishan was marrying Wang Shifeng. The shock was palpable. Did Yi Kaishan wish to hasten his demise? Was he so desperate that he would marry a widow? The guests at the wedding banquet exchanged envious and resentful whispers. After paying homage to heaven and earth, Yi Kaishan's lifespan increased by another 5 years. He eagerly entered the bridal chamber, ready to consummate the marriage, and soon discovered Wang Shifeng's astonishing allure. It was no wonder her previous husband had succumbed to a fatal shock. She possessed a unique constitution. Yi Kaishan chuckled inwardly as the candlelight flickered out. The hours that followed were more blissful than any divine experience. The only regret for Yi Kaishan was that his innate potential had not been enhanced. The difference between ordinary and yellow-grade potential was profound, as the latter categories, yellow, mysterious, earthly, and heavenly, were referred to as spiritual potentials. Only those endowed with spiritual potential could embark on the path of immortality. The next morning, Yi Kaishan emerged from the bridal chamber, thoroughly satisfied. In the days that followed, he devoted special attention to Wang Shifeng, as Su Mei and Wu Nanchun were both pregnant and merely awaited the births of their children. 2 months later, fortune favored the diligent, and Yi Kaishan's efforts bore fruit as Wang Shifeng became pregnant. Another 2 months passed, and the sound of a baby's wail echoed throughout the Yi household. Su Mei had given birth, marking the arrival of Yi Kaishan's first child. As he awaited outside the delivery room, relief washed over him. Although this was an extraordinary world, Su Mei remained an ordinary woman. Congratulations, Yi family master. It's a boy, the midwife exclaimed, cradling the newborn with a beaming smile. Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage with your first offspring. Lifespan 5. Reward. 100 low-grade spirit stones, a yellow-grade superior magic weapon, the Qingheng sword, and the jade purification breathing technique. Detection indicates that the host's first offspring possesses spiritual bones, classified as yellow-grade inferior spiritual bones. Additional reward. Lifespan 5. A series of system notifications resounded within Yi Kaishan, leaving him astounded at the abundance of rewards for his first child. Spirit stones, the currency of the immortal realm, were categorized into low, middle, high, and supreme grades, with a conversion rate of 110 for each level. These were valuable items that could not only be used to purchase immortal artifacts, but also for cultivation. beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. In addition, he had acquired a magic weapon and a breathing technique. In the past, such treasures would have been beyond his wildest dreams. My dear boy, you have truly astonished your father, Yi Kaishan said with a satisfied smile, for not only was the reward substantial, but his son also possessed spiritual bones, indicating a potential for cultivation. Typically, for someone of ordinary potential to bear a child with spiritual roots, it required an extraordinary stroke of luck. Thus, it was no surprise that Su Mei's fortune was noteworthy. Chapter 5. My son Yifan possesses immortal qualities. Yi Kaishan gently cradled the child and approached the bedside. My dear wife, you have worked hard. Su Mei lay on the bed, her breath weak. Being a non-cultivator, childbirth was far from easy. Gazing at her swaddled child, a maternal glow illuminated her face. Husband, let me see the baby, she said. Yi Kaishan placed the child beside her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Husband, shall we name the child? Su Mei asked, her gentle smile radiating affection as she looked at their offspring. How about Yifan? Yi Kaishan suggested after a moment of contemplation. Why Yifan? Do you wish for our child to lead a grounded and ordinary life? Su Mei replied, appreciating the name's profound meaning. That sounds lovely. I like it. She nodded in agreement, savoring the simplicity and authenticity of the name. Yi Kaishan smiled silently, inwardly thinking, my naive wife, you have no idea of the significance behind the name Yifan. News of Yi Kaishan's firstborn spread rapidly. Prior to this, very few knew of Su Mei's pregnancy, and the sudden revelation left the townsfolk in utter disbelief. Questions swirled in Qingyun town as they struggled to comprehend how Yi Kaishan, rumored to be nearing death, could father a child. The heads of the other three prominent families felt as though they had swallowed a fly. They had anticipated consuming the Yi family's assets after Yi Kaishan's demise. Yet he not only survived but also welcomed a child in the following days. The Yi family celebrated the arrival of their new heir with 3 days of festivities. Daughter-in-law Mu Wanning busied herself managing the household, juggling her responsibilities while also caring for the 3 younger women who called her little mother. She was bemused by her husband, as it was evident he had rejuvenated since taking concubines. This celebration was exceptionally grand, with Yi Kaishan personally mingling with guests, toasting and laughing. The heads of the neglected 3 families observed Yi Kaishan's youthful demeanor with puzzled expressions, whispering among themselves, why does it feel like this old man is growing younger? One mused, could he be practicing some dark arts of vitality restoration? I sense no ominous energy emanating from him. If he were practicing such sorcery, the Yunlan sect would have long since eradicated him. Has he perhaps embarked on the path of immortality? The leaders of the 3 families exchanged furtive glances, noting Yi Kaishan's visibly youthful appearance. His once white hair now bore strands of black, and the wrinkles on his face had diminished, rendering it smoother. His posture was straight, resembling a health-conscious man in his 60s. With Yi Kaishan's innate potential, it was improbable for him to ascend to immortality. Perhaps he harbored some undisclosed secret. We must find a way to test him, mused one leader. Indeed, since we are all martial artists, we cannot allow Yi Kaishan to stealthily venture into the realm of immortals. By the way, Zhao brother, if I recall correctly, you have a precious daughter of marriageable age. How about? Ma Delu looked toward Zhao Gang, the head of the Zhao family, with a smile. Are you suggesting I marry my daughter to Yi Kaishan to probe his true circumstances? Zhao Gang interjected, anticipating Ma Delu's intentions. That is precisely the idea, Ma Delu replied with a grin. This is unacceptable. My daughter, a flower of beauty, is merely 18 years old. How could she marry Yi Kaishan? Is this not akin to pushing him into the abyss? Zhao Gang resolutely dismissed the notion, shaking his head as if it were a rattled drum. Alas, my dear brother, you are blissfully unaware of your fortune. If Fian were to marry into the Yi family, once Yi Kaishan meets his demise, would not the entire Yi family fall under the Zhao family's control? Moreover, should we uncover Yi Kaishan's secrets, you would be the first to know. At that point, all you would need to do is share the information with us brothers. Lu Jianghe whispered, a look of envy gracing his features. I almost wish I had a daughter like you, my dear brother. Very well then. After weighing the matter, Zhao Gang was ultimately persuaded. I will return to speak with my daughter. The banquet concluded. A month later, Su Mei's health had improved, and Yi Kaishan redoubled his efforts. Another month passed, and she successfully conceived. This rapid progression left Su Mei somewhat astonished, as she had not anticipated becoming pregnant so soon after giving birth. "Husband, I find you increasingly youthful," she remarked one day, gazing at Yi Kaishan as he played with their child. "Indeed. My cultivation has seen a slight breakthrough, and my lifespan has significantly increased." Yi Kaishan replied with a casual smile. "A breakthrough in cultivation? Have you entered the qi refining stage?" Su Mei exclaimed in shock. "Not quite." Yi Kaishan gently shook his head. "The qi refining stage is the first realm of cultivation. Without spiritual roots, how could one step into the realm of immortality?" "Ah, without spiritual roots, we remain mere mortals," Su Mei lamented, then laughed self-deprecatingly. "While we may lack spiritual roots, our son possesses them," Yi Kaishan said with a smile. "What? You mean Fan has the roots for cultivation?" Su Mei gasped, her excitement causing her to scoop up little Yi Fan and examine him closely. In truth, she could discern nothing. "Indeed, although my son possesses only a low-grade yellow root, he is qualified to seek the path of immortality." Yi Kaishan confirmed with a nod. "When Fan grows older, I shall send him to Yunlan's sect. Though Fan has spiritual roots, given that they are of the lowest grade, does it not seem challenging for him to gain entry into Yunlan's sect?" Su Mei began to worry. "Not to worry. I have an old acquaintance there whose words carry some weight," Yi Kaishan stated calmly, his gaze drifting into the distance, a look of reminiscence in his eyes. Su Mei nodded, refraining from further inquiry, unclear of the true weight of Yi Kaishan's connections. 2 months later, Wu Nanchun finally gave birth, welcoming Yi Kaishan's second child into the world. "Ding, congratulations, host, on the birth of your second child. Lifespan 5. Offspring, 2. Family prestige. 107. Please continue your efforts to expand your lineage." Yi Kaishan felt a tinge of regret. This time, he had not fathered a child with spiritual roots. Nevertheless, he cherished this daughter. Naming her Yi Jing. 2 months later, he successfully planted seeds with Wu Nanchun once again. Before long, it was Wang Shifeng's turn to give birth, and this time, it was another boy, still devoid of spiritual roots. After some contemplation, Yi Kaishan decided to name this child Yi Changsheng. As the two children arrived in succession, the people of Qingyun town found themselves increasingly perplexed. If the first child was a surprise, then the subsequent two were a testament to strength. One day, Zhao Gang, wielding both kindness and authority, finally persuaded his daughter. Thus, he brought his daughter Zhao Fian to knock upon the door of the Yi family. Chapter 6. The most beautiful woman in Qingyun town, Qi refining stage 1. At this moment, Yi Kaishan emerged from Wang Shifeng's quarters, feeling a sense of satisfaction. His efforts had finally borne fruit. Just as he contemplated taking a fourth concubine, a maid named Xiaojun reported that the head of the Zhao family wished to meet. "Bring them to the parlor." Shortly thereafter, Yi Kaishan, seated upon a rosewood chair, spied Zhao Gang approaching with a young woman by his side. This young lady appeared to have just reached adulthood, petite in stature, and possessed a stunningly beautiful visage, embodying a delightful charm. With a slender waist and graceful steps, she walked with an air of refined elegance befitting a lady of noble birth. "Master Yi, congratulations!" Zhao Gang exclaimed heartily, his face beaming with smiles. "Zhao Gang, what brings you here?" Yi Kaishan inquired, addressing Zhao Gang by his first name. As he was of the same generation as Zhao Gang's father, "I have come today to arrange a joyous occasion. I wonder how you feel about my daughter." Zhao Gang smiled, pulling his daughter forward. "Your daughter is truly remarkable in beauty, deserving the title of the most beautiful woman in Qingyun town." Yi Kaishan paused briefly before speaking candidly. If Su Mei deserved an 88, then Zhao Fian warranted at least a 90. "Oh, you flatter me excessively." Zhao Gang boomed with laughter, thoroughly pleased. Once his laughter subsided, he continued, "I wish to marry my daughter to you, Master Yi. What say you? Marry me?" Yi Kaishan was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. He did not respond immediately, instead discreetly utilizing the system's functions to examine Zhao Fian. What he discovered was astonishing. A vibrant green light emanated from her, even more potent than Su Mei's. This was a woman whose allure surpassed that of Su Mei. Yi Kaishan's heart raced, though he maintained an impassive exterior and calmly replied, "Zhao Gang, with such a beautiful daughter, how could I possibly refuse? Splendid. Zhao Gang rejoiced, then feigned hesitation. However, my daughter requires a dowry of 10,000 taels of gold. Is that acceptable to you, Master Yi? 10,000 taels of gold? That is no trifling sum. Yi Kaishan hesitated briefly, but it was only a fleeting moment. After all, he was on the brink of ascending to immortality. How could earthly matters hold any significance? I accept the terms, however, I have one condition, Yi Kaishan said with a smile. What condition? Zhao Gang asked, puzzled. Once I marry your daughter, we shall each manage our own affairs. You must not take advantage of me. Yi Kaishan stated, very well, Zhao Gang replied after a brief silence, reluctantly acquiescing. After the Zhao father and daughter departed, Yi Kaishan promptly informed Mu Wanqing to prepare for the marriage arrangements. The date was set for 3 days hence. As ever, the anticipation was palpable. Soon, the 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Yi family hung up bright red lanterns, bustling with activity. Clad in a crimson robe, Yi Kaishan adeptly navigated the proceedings. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying a concubine. Lifespan 5. Next came the moment Yi Kaishan had eagerly awaited. He tenderly embraced Zhao Fian's slender waist as they entered the bridal chamber. Another indescribable moment of celestial bliss ensued. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your root quality has improved, reaching the low-grade yellow-leveled. At last. I possess spiritual roots. The night swiftly passed. The following morning, Yi Kaishan awoke early, brimming with vitality, while the bride, Zhao Fian, lay in deep slumber, utterly exhausted. He hurried back to his own chamber, securing the door tightly. With spiritual roots now at his disposal, he could commence his cultivation of techniques. The Yuling Qi refining method, recently rewarded by the system, was perfectly suited for this purpose. The mundane methods of cultivation differ vastly from those of the immortal realm. Only those lacking spiritual roots resort to training their physical bodies through martial arts. In contrast, those with spiritual roots may bypass this step entirely, attempting to draw in qi directly and embark upon the path of immortality. Now, Yi Kaishan not only possessed spiritual roots but also had access to the qi refining stage techniques. This was a day he had long awaited. Aside from the Yuling Qi refining method, he could also begin practicing the Yin-Yang innate supreme technique, another skill bestowed by the system. This dual cultivation technique was not merely about complementing each other, but rather a mutual enhancement of both parties. Long-term practice would benefit both, improving their physical constitution and cultivation. He then took out spiritual stones and began his cultivation. For a considerable time, he remained indoors, until he finally cultivated a trace of spiritual energy, achieving the first stage of qi refining. The qi flowed through his body, resonating with the heavens and earth. After 60 years of traversing the qi refining stage, I have finally touched the threshold of immortality. Yi Kaishan felt a surge of excitement and nostalgia. The journey had been fraught with challenges. Upon entering the qi refining stage, the celestial energy entered his body, nurturing his vitality and strengthening his physique from within, entirely distinct from that of a martial artist. His gaze firmed once more. I shall take more concubines to enhance my roots. Where once there was a path of 100 refinements to immortality, now there is I, Yi Kaishan, who will embrace 100 concubines to ascend. If 100 is not enough, then 1,000, or even 10,000. With determination, he strode forth, nearly forgetting that Zhao Fian had yet to conceive. Only by giving birth to more children with spiritual roots could he reap greater rewards. With Zhao Fian being of green quality, Yi Kaishan felt she was likely to produce offspring with spiritual roots. Much like Su Mei. Over a month later, Zhao Fian finally became pregnant, and all his wives were expecting. Yi Kaishan seized the opportunity to retreat into seclusion for further cultivation. Although his spiritual roots were lacking and resources scarce, he had longevity to rely upon. Even if his lifespan dwindled, he could simply take more concubines. Meanwhile, as Yi Kaishan cultivated, his wives gradually gave birth. However, he felt disappointment as Su Mei, Wu Nanchun, and Wang Shifeng did not bear any children with spiritual roots. When the time came for Zhao Fian to give birth, Yi Kaishan anxiously awaited the outcome. A resounding cry of a newborn pierced the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expanding the family lineage. It has been detected that the host has given birth to a child with a yellow-grade middle-tier spiritual root. rewarding an additional 10 years of lifespan, the spell Fire Cloudfinger, and a primary-level spirit gathering array. Upon hearing the system notification, Yi Kaishan smiled, as he had anticipated that Zhao Fian would bear a child with a spiritual root, particularly a yellow-grade middle-tier one. Not only does this child enjoy 5 additional years of life compared to ordinary children, but the rewards are also substantial, a cultivation spell for the Qi refinement stage and a primary spirit gathering array. With this array, he can gather all the surrounding spiritual energy to the Yi family. Consequently, the speed of cultivation will significantly increase, granting the Yi family an unparalleled advantage in their training. Yi Kaishan entered the delivery room, cradled the child next to Zhao Fian, and softly whispered in her ear, "You've worked hard. I have wonderful news. Our son possesses a cultivation spiritual root." "What? Is that true, my husband?" Zhao Fian exclaimed, startled, nearly sitting up in excitement. She naturally understood the implications of this revelation. "Indeed." Yi Kaishan nodded affirmatively. After a moment of exhilaration, Zhao Fian finally calmed down, saying, "My husband, let us name our child." Yi Kaishan paused briefly before smiling. "Let us name him Yi Qin." Chapter 7. Financial Crisis. Elbows pointing outward a year later. Su Mei, Wu Nanshun, and Wang Shifeng each gave birth to another child in succession. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a total of 10 descendants. The family has begun to take shape, rewarding 500 low-grade spirit stones and 1 low-grade spirit field. Goodness, a spirit field. Yi Kaishan was astonished. Such a treasure is typically possessed only by cultivation sects and esteemed families. The classification of spirit fields is quite straightforward: low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Spirit fields can accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs, and after a certain period, they can produce legendary spiritual medicines useful for refining spiritual pills. They can also be directly planted with spiritual herbs or seeds, offering numerous benefits to Yi Kaishan reviewed the introduction, realizing the spirit field measured approximately 50 square meters. Though not large, it was perfect for him. A larger field would only attract unwanted attention and potential trouble. Immediately, Yi Kaishan ordered the garden to be leveled, claiming he wanted to replant some flowers and plants. Subsequently, he placed the spirit field within, concealing it from prying eyes, and planted some flowers around it, while also procuring precious medicinal herb seeds or aged medicinal products for planting. Given enough time, these herbs could evolve into spiritual medicines. For Yi Kaishan, time was his greatest asset. There was no rush. He could afford to wait. However, this expenditure, combined with the recent costs associated with taking concubines, had nearly drained the family wealth he had worked so hard to accumulate over the years. Previously, the Yi family consisted of only him, a daughter-in-law, and a granddaughter, with the rest being workers, resulting in minimal expenses. But times had changed, with 4 new wives and 10 children, necessitating additional maids and servants. The once modest Yi household of a few dozen had now burgeoned to over 100. The financial situation had become dire, and he needed to devise a plan to generate income swiftly. As the head of the family, Yi Kaishan felt an immense pressure. He never anticipated that at over 80 years of age, he would again experience the urgency of struggling to make ends meet. Nevertheless, although the household finances were dwindling, he still possessed several hundred spirit stones. Yi Kaishan began contemplating a trip to exchange some of his spirit stones for silver, intending to purchase spiritual pills and herb seeds. Qingyun town was too small. Spirit stones could not be traded here. Even if they could, he preferred to keep his possession of such wealth a secret. Without delay, Yi Kaishan bid farewell to his wives, stating he would be traveling for business. The women, aware of the family's recent financial struggles, refrained from stopping him and reminded him to stay safe while away. After Yi Kaishan departed, Zhao Fian returned to the Zhao family, this time with a purpose. "Daughter, are you pregnant again?" Zhao Gang observed his daughter's rounded belly, speechless, pondering how Yi Kaishan could be so prolific, transforming the Yi family into a flourishing lineage. Lu Jianghe and Ma Delu had long since grown indifferent, watching as Yi Kaishan's offspring multiplied, showing no signs of wanting to settle down. "Yes, father," Zhao Fian nodded gently, tenderly caressing her belly, contemplating the hope of birthing another child with a spiritual root. "Where is Chun? Why didn't you bring him back?" Zhao Gang expressed disappointment, eager to see his grandson. Father, I have come to discuss an important matter with you. Zhao Fian got straight to the point. What is it? Have you uncovered Yi Kaishan's secret? Zhao Gang's eyes brightened with interest. No, what I wish to convey is that my son, Yi Chun, possesses the potential for cultivation. Therefore, I hope you can fully support the Yi family, ideally lending me 100,000 taels to bring back. Zhao Fian glanced around, speaking with a serious tone, her eyes filled with pride. What? My grandson has the potential for cultivation? Does he possess a spiritual root? Zhao Gang was taken aback, even overlooking the latter part of her statement. Indeed, he has a yellow-grade middle-tier spiritual root. Zhao Fian's chin nearly rose to the heavens. Wow! Zhao Gang abruptly stood up, pacing excitedly in the hall, suddenly recalling something and asking his daughter, What did you say about borrowing 100,000 taels? That's right, 100,000 taels. Zhao Fian affirmed with a nod. You ungrateful daughter, do you even realize what you're saying? Zhao Gang exclaimed in anger, his face flushed. The four great families had always been in covert competition. He had initially agreed to marry his daughter into the Yi family with the hope of aiding Zhao Fian in taking over the Yi family after Yi Kaishan's passing. Now, it seemed that Yi Kaishan was still alive, and Zhao Fian was already asking for money to support the Yi family. It was as if he had thrown a meat bun to a dog, expecting a return. Once consumed, there was nothing left to ask for. Beast. No, not a single coin. Zhao Gang was so furious he nearly overturned the table. Father, please remain calm. Think about it. In the future, if my son embarks on the path of immortality, the Yi family will likely become a cultivation family. At that time, a little assistance will allow the Zhao family to soar. Zhao Fian stated calmly, displaying her wisdom and understanding of priorities. This is what is meant by a father relying on his daughter's success. Finally, she added elegantly, this is called leveraging familial connections. Hearing such audacious words, Zhao Gang surprisingly fell silent, refraining from anger. He sensed that his daughter had a valid point. Those with spiritual roots were not mere mortals. A cultivator could effortlessly wipe out such mundane families with a mere flick of their fingers. Fine, but I cannot provide 100,000 taels. I can only offer 10,000 after a moment of silence. Zhao Gang resolved to speak. 80,000, 20,000. After a round of bargaining, Zhao Fian returned to the Yi family with 50,000 taels, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan rode a swift horse, traveling for most of the day. Arriving at Baiyang City, located 800 miles away, as a newly initiated Qi refinement cultivator, he was not yet capable of flying with a sword and could only travel by horseback. Baiyang City was one of the cities in the Yin Kingdom, home to cultivation families and numerous merchant guilds, offering a wide array of magical treasures, pills, and rare items. Thus, it was an essential destination for wandering cultivators seeking to acquire necessary goods. After disguising himself, Yi Kaishan entered the city, first visiting a money exchange to convert some of his spirit stones into silver. Most people exchanged silver for spirit stones for cultivation, but it was rare for someone like Yi Kaishan to exchange spirit stones for silver. Yi Kaishan used 10 spirit stones to obtain 100,000 taels of silver. He then visited a merchant guild that sold spiritual herbs, purchasing easy-to-plant herbs and seeds. Finally, he went to a pill merchant, spending all 500 low-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones truly do not last long. Yi Kaishan lamented internally, his desire for concubines and children becoming even more urgent. Chapter 8. Flourishing Family, Journey to Yunlan Sect. After spending 500 spirit stones, Yi Kaishan successfully returned to Qingyun town with his acquisitions, encountering no disdainful or troublesome individuals along the way. Upon learning that Zhao Fian had returned from the Zhao family with 50,000 taels, he could only smile wryly. He then went to the backyard, carefully planting the seeds and spiritual herbs into the spirit field, awaiting the harvest. Time flew by, and a year passed. The seeds that had been sown matured, and all 4 of Yi Kaishan's wives gave birth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to a child with a spiritual root, rewarding an additional 10 years of lifespan, 100 low-grade spirit stones, and a storage ring. As you may had given birth to a child with a yellow-grade middle-tier spiritual root. It seemed that as my own cultivation foundation improved, the probability of giving birth to children with spiritual roots had also increased. Yi Kaishan contemplated this, yet another crucial point lingered in his mind. Every time he engaged in intimate relations, he would secretly practice the supreme yin-yang primordial art. The physical constitutions of his wives improved remarkably, and even after bearing several children, their appearances and figures remained largely unchanged. Nevertheless, Yi Kaishan was acutely aware that no matter the circumstances, he could not overly indulge in these few women. Thus, with the diligent efforts of numerous matchmakers, he meticulously selected and added 3 more wives to his household. These 3 young ladies were all just coming of age, as fresh as lotus blossoms emerging from the water, with their beauty rated at around 80 points. Their qualities were of orange and yellow hues. After a 2-year interval, the head of the Yi family took another wife, this time acquiring 3. This act once again sent a small shockwave through the people of Qingyun town. Congratulations, host, for successfully taking additional wives. Lifespan 5. Congratulations, host, for successfully taking additional wives. With 3 consecutive notifications, Yi Kaishan felt a surge of tremendous vitality flooding into him, invigorating his spirit. Next came the wedding night. The following day, Yi Kaishan stepped out of his chamber, feeling rejuvenated. However, his foundational essence had not improved. It seemed he required a celestial woman or one of exceptionally high caliber, for otherwise, enhancing his roots would prove exceedingly difficult. Presently, Yi Kaishan's cultivation had only reached the 2nd level of qi refinement, progressing at a sluggish pace primarily due to the inferior quality of his spiritual roots. Though he pondered this, he understood that with his current cultivation level, any aspiring female cultivator would hardly regard him with favor. 2 months later, all 3 newly acquired wives successfully conceived. 3 months afterward, they bore 3 children, none of whom possessed spiritual roots. A year later, all his wives had given birth once again, and this time, Zhao Fian joyfully delivered a child endowed with spiritual roots. Ding! Congratulations, host, for the birth of a child with spiritual roots. Reward: lifespan 10,100 spiritual stones, and a manual for nurturing spiritual herbs. Number of offspring: 20. Family prestige: 289. Please, host, continue your efforts to expand your lineage. Upon examining the child's spiritual roots, Yi Kaishan discovered they remained at the mid-grade of yellow. The series of rewards genuinely delighted him. The True Fire 9-fold pill formula was a top-tier alchemical technique of the yellow grade. Such a prestigious alchemical method would be considered exceedingly valuable even within the celestial sections. Mastering this technique would allow him to generate pill fire within his dantian for alchemical purposes. Additionally, it encompassed all pill recipes below the top tier of yellow grade, as well as all recipes for mundane-level pills. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure. With this newfound knowledge, Yi Kaishan felt an immense joy. The spiritual herbs in his backyard would now serve a purpose. By learning the art of alchemy, he could alleviate concerns for the livelihood of the Yi family. Alchemists were among the wealthiest individuals in the realm of cultivation. Consequently, Yi Kaishan immediately set to work, ensuring his wives were settled and planting the seeds of hope. This preparation would allow him to focus on his cultivation. Dedicating all his time beyond sustenance to the study of alchemy, he did not neglect his cultivation either, aided by the system's rewards of spiritual stones and nurturing pills. The nurturing pills were low-grade spiritual pills specifically designed for the early stages of qi refinement. Capable of enhancing the speed of cultivation, a year later, Yi Kaishan's cultivation reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Not long after, a flicker of red flame appeared in his dantian. Although exceedingly faint, its aura was not to be underestimated. This was the alchemical fire born from the True Fire 9-fold pill formula, which not only served for alchemy but also possessed formidable power, capable of aiding in combat. At last, he had made his entry into the realm of alchemy. However, he still lacked proficiency. Yi Kaishan refrained from hastily attempting to concoct pills, for with his current cultivation, the task would be overly strenuous. Moreover, he lacked the necessary tools for alchemy, necessitating a trip to Baiyang City to procure the required items before he could embark on his grand alchemical plans. 3 years later, Yi Kaishan's cultivation reached the 5th level of qi refinement. This marked a pivotal turning point in his cultivation journey as the spiritual energy began to flow like streams, purging the impurities from his body, and his hidden ailments gradually healed. He exhausted all his spiritual stones and a vial of nurturing pills to attain this level. Furthermore, The alchemical fire in his dantian had gradually transformed into a red lotus, indicating that he had mastered the true fire ninefold pill formula to a significant extent. Only by mastering the fire in his dantian at will could one engage in alchemy, a fundamental requirement for the craft. Yet, this very requirement had barred countless individuals from entry. With the number of offspring surpassing 30, the family's scale further expanded, rewarding him with 500 low-grade spiritual stones and a mid-grade yellow spiritual artifact. Throughout these 3 years, Yi Kaishan's 7 wives had not been idle. Although the frequency of childbirth had slowed considerably, his progeny count still exceeded 30. His first son, Yifan, was now 8 years old. Reaching the preliminary age for cultivation, Yi Kaishan planned to leverage old connections to send his eldest son to Yunlan's sect. However, prior to that, he intended to discuss the matter with Su Mei. Upon learning of this, Su Mei felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Yet for the sake of her son's future, she gritted her teeth and consented. Yi Kaishan summoned Yifan and, with a serious expression, addressed him. Fanner, your father offers you a choice. Would you prefer to remain with the family or venture to Yunlan's sect for training, to experience a broader world? The 8-year-old Yifan, with a resolute countenance and composed demeanor, appeared far beyond his years, especially as an elder brother to over 30 siblings. After listening to his father's words, he nodded earnestly, without a trace of hesitation. Father, I wish to go to Yunlan's sect. Excellent! You are indeed my son, Yi Kaishan. Yi Kaishan praised him, a look of pride illuminating his face. He promptly penned a letter and dispatched someone to deliver it to Yunlan's sect, located 500 miles away. Shortly thereafter, he received a response. Yi Kaishan quickly packed his belongings and, accompanied by Yifan, mounted a swift steed toward Yunlan's sect. That evening, they lodged at an inn at the foot of the mountain. The next day, the father and son arrived bright and early at the gate of Yunlan's sect. It was not the day for new disciples to be accepted. Instead, Yi Kaishan had utilized his connections to seek a backdoor entry. Upon explaining their intentions, the father and son waited patiently at the entrance. Before long, several women descended from the mountain, gliding gracefully through the clouds, resembling celestial maidens alighting upon the earthly realm. Chapter 9. Former acquaintances. The Su family has a daughter, the foremost lady, strikingly beautiful, possessed enchanting phoenix eyes that exuded both allure and authority. Her lustrous hair was elegantly styled into an ornate bun, exuding grandeur and grace. She appeared to be in her late 20s, having long since shed the youthful aura of girlhood. Time had bestowed upon her a unique charm. This woman was named Yan Shui Tian, one of the elders of Yunlan's sect. Accompanying her were several women in the qi refinement stage, each possessing their own merits, their ethereal qualities setting them apart from ordinary women. They descended lightly before the gate. Yi Kaishan, holding Yifan's hand, swiftly approached, his gaze fixated on Yan Shui Tian. Are you Yi Kaishan? Yan Shui Tian inquired, surprise evident in her voice as she regarded the man accompanied by a child. Miss Yin, that would be me? Yi Kaishan replied with a playful grin, reminiscent of days gone by. Miss Yin. A hint of discomfort flickered in Yan Shui Tian's eyes. She had not anticipated that after all these years, even at the age of 80, someone would still refer to her as Miss Yin. The title carried a sense of nostalgia. Has it been over 50 years since we last met? I hardly recognized you. You have aged so much, she remarked with a sigh, casting a glance at Yifan with a hint of envy. You even have a child now. It has indeed been quite a while. Yi Kaishan chuckled awkwardly. He appeared to be in his 50s, having improved drastically from his previous state, yet he was still chided for his age. However, compared to the 30-year-old version of himself from over 50 years ago, he was undeniably lacking. Their brief exchange gradually unearthed buried memories. Over 50 years ago, Yi Kaishan had just spent a decade traversing this world, seeking the path of immortality. One day, he encountered the gravely injured Yan Shui Tian, who was on a mission for her sect. As a young man from the Blue Star, filled with chivalry, he could not resist the urge to rescue a beautiful woman. Thus, Yi Kaishan took it upon himself to care for Yan Shui Tian for 3 months until her condition improved. During this time, he displayed meticulous care and an uncharacteristic charm for men of this world, coupled with excellent culinary skills. Before long, Yan Shui Tian developed feelings for him. However, at that time, she was already a 9th-level Qi refiner and an outstanding disciple of Yunlan's sect. While Yi Kaishan was merely an ordinary martial artist, their statuses worlds apart. Ultimately, the unspoken feelings between them remained veiled. Yi Kaishan, anxious about breaking through the defenses of the Celestial Maiden, arrogantly planned to confess his feelings once he attained a higher status in the world of immortals. With aspirations soaring, he departed with determination, only to face the harsh realities of life that rendered him self-conscious and hesitant to pursue Yin Shuetian any further. In the decades that followed, their correspondence dwindled to occasional letters. Now, standing before Yin Shuetian once more, the bold thoughts that had long been buried in his heart suddenly resurfaced. During their conversation, Yi Kaishan discreetly activated the system's functionality to observe Yin Shuetian, and immediately, a greenish glow emanated from the crown of her head, a hue surpassing mere green. By the heavens, a green hue. Yi Kaishan felt a jolt within his heart, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the root constitution of Yin Shuetian had already reached the Xian level. The combination of a Xian spiritual root and a blue hue inevitably promised the birth of offspring with spiritual roots. This was his immediate thought. Yi Kaishan, to his astonishment, had not anticipated that you would give birth to a child endowed with a spiritual root. Yin Shuetian remained oblivious to Yi Kaishan's unusual reaction, her gaze fixated on the body of Yin Shuetian beside her. What a stroke of luck! What a stroke of luck! Yi Kaishan chuckled lightly, brushing it off, and then earnestly inquired, what do you think about allowing Fanner to become your disciple? Though his talent is rather mediocre, I believe Yunlan's sect can still accommodate a child. Yin Shuetian nodded slightly, her agreement clear, as a fleeting sense of melancholy and nostalgia passed through her heart. After many years apart, the once spirited young man had now bowed to the demands of life, marrying and siring children. It seemed that he had finally become a father in his later years. In consideration of their past bonds, what harm would it be to lend him a hand? The buried aspirations within her heart gradually faded in that moment. That would be splendid. I am much obliged. Yi Kaishan responded with a smile, inwardly pondering that he might require her assistance again in the future. Fanner, you must listen to your Aunt Yin here. Your father will visit whenever he has the chance. Yi Kaishan turned to his son and reminded him, do not worry. Father Fanner shall not disappoint you. The 8-year-old Yi Fan replied earnestly, exhibiting a composure beyond his years, which left the female immortals around Yin Shuetian in astonishment. Could such maturity truly belong to an 8-year-old child? The hour grows late. I must take my leave, Yi Kaishan said, clasping his hands together in farewell and offering a friendly smile to Yin Shuetian and the women beside her. These women possessed exceptional beauty and grace, and he might find them useful in the future. His aspirations had now extended beyond mere mortal women. Master, how did you come to know him? Inquiring after Yi Kaishan had walked away. A woman clad in white, with hair cascading like a waterfall, asked curiously. She sensed that her master harbored unusual feelings for this man, something quite unsettling. Mind your own business. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. You have attained the peak of Qi refining. Focus your thoughts on foundation establishment. Yin Shuetian admonished sharply, striving to maintain an air of authority, yet her demeanor betrayed her embarrassment and irritation. Upon returning home, Yi Kaishan had barely settled when the matchmaker, Hua Gu, appeared at his door. Head of the Yi family, rejoice. What a joyous occasion! Hua Gu exclaimed with a beaming smile upon their first meeting. Enough of the pleasantries. Who is the woman this time? Yi Kaishan replied curtly, thinking how dedicated this matchmaker truly was. I assure you, this time you shall be thoroughly satisfied. Hua Gu proclaimed triumphantly. Are you familiar with the daughter of the town head? Su Yue? After a bit of persuasion, her family has agreed. Yi Kaishan's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Su Yue, a government official dispatched by the Yin nation to oversee public safety in Qingyan town. There had been rumors that Su Yue hailed from a renowned family of cultivators in the imperial city. Excellent, a reward is in order, Yi Kaishan declared, his satisfaction evident as he chuckled. Go fetch her. I wish to see her. Certainly. Hua Gu nodded repeatedly, knowing that securing even one match would earn her a handsome reward of 200 taels, fueling her enthusiasm. Shortly thereafter, Hua Gu returned leading a young woman. Yi Kaishan's eyes glimmered as he scrutinized her, but he quickly withdrew his gaze upon witnessing a flash of yellow light, momentarily distracted. Her quality was acceptable, yet she lacked a spiritual root, which left him somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, the young woman's appearance was striking, exuding an air of grace. Judging solely by her beauty, she easily scored an 85, particularly her pair of captivating, gentle eyes that were utterly beguiling. As per tradition, the date is set for 3 days from now. Yi Kaishan decisively announced 3 days hence, the Yi family would once again hang red lanterns in celebration. Chapter 10. Providing a home for the female cultivators of the world. Su Yue's daughter. Su Yu had just turned 19 and was the most admired beauty in Qingyun town. Even the Ma family had once sought to court her but had not succeeded. When the townsfolk learned that Su Yu was to wed Yi Kaishan, shock rippled through the community. Imadelu was so incensed that he smashed his table in frustration. On the day of the marriage, the Yi household was abuzz with excitement, as this marked Yi Kaishan's 8th concubine. The townspeople had gradually grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan at the banquet, attendees could not help but express their astonishment. Yi Kaishan appeared strikingly youthful, a stark contrast to the man who had first taken a concubine. His once white hair had darkened significantly, and he radiated vigor and charisma to a glance. He even bore a hint of handsomeness. In contrast, Lu Jianghe and Ma Delu had aged considerably, their hair now streaked with gray. Looking much older than before, they had initially hoped to outlast Yi Kaishan, yet now it seemed they were the ones nearing their end. Could it be that this scoundrel consumes longevity pills like they're mere snacks? Ma Delu muttered in resentment. Longevity pills can only be consumed once and are quite expensive. They could not possibly yield such results. Lu Jianghe rebutted, heard that Yi Kaishan recently visited Yunlan sect. Could it be that he has truly embarked on the path of immortality? Ma Delu gritted his teeth in jealousy. Why, when we are of such age, does he suddenly desire to cultivate? Lu Jianghe looked forlorn. His gaze distant. Congratulations, host, on successfully taking a concubine. Reward: 5 years of lifespan. Yi Kaishan led Su Yu into the bridal chamber, her delicate hand feeling enchanting in his grasp. As he lifted the red veil, he was greeted by a youthful and vibrant beauty, and no matter how many years pass, my wives will always remain 18. Yi Kaishan mused, reveling in the moment. Ding, congratulations, host. Your root constitution has improved, reaching the mid-level of Huang. Hearing this notification, Yi Kaishan felt invigorated. He remained by Su Yu's side, providing attentive care until she became pregnant, after which he turned his attention to his other wives. Good fields must not lie fallow. One must plant seeds for abundant harvests. Under the influence of the Yin-Yang Supreme's innate technique, the bodies of his wives did not deteriorate with pregnancy but instead grew increasingly robust. Husband, you are so incredible. I am pregnant again. Su Mei nestled against Yi Kaishan's embrace, her tone sweet and coy. She appeared much more mature now, no longer the stubborn girl she once was. The true marvel lies with you. I have yet to exert my full strength, and you have already conceived, Yi Kaishan exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek, laughing heartily. You rascal. Su Mei playfully glared at him, suddenly feeling a pang of worry as she gazed at Yi Kaishan's increasingly youthful visage. Husband, you are growing younger, while I seem to be aging. Will there come a day when you remain this young, and I become an old woman? Fear not. Your husband will ensure your eternal youth. Yi Kaishan replied gently. Following the completion of their plans for progeny, Yi Kaishan departed Qingyun town early the next morning, intending to travel to Baiyang City to exchange the spiritual artifact rewarded by the system for a new alchemical furnace. He had nearly depleted the spiritual stones granted by the system. He rode swiftly towards Baiyang City, knowing that one could only wield a sword for flight after reaching the late stage of qi refining. In truth, even those in the late stage rarely flew on swords, as it consumed considerable spiritual energy. Thus, during the qi refining phase, possessing a fine steed was paramount, allowing one to escape pursuers, even if their cultivation surpassed yours. For a lesser horse would struggle to keep pace. You cannot harm me. Just then, a shrill voice echoed from afar. Yi Kaishan instinctively halted, his gaze shifting to the source of the sound. At that moment, He found himself in a narrow mountain path that a woman, clad in blood-stained garments, rode towards him at a breakneck speed, her horse nearly smoking from exertion. "Move aside," she shouted urgently, seeing him motionless in the center of the path. Whoosh! Yi Kaishan barely avoided a collision as the woman sped past him. It was then he noticed two men in black robes hot on her heels, exuding a menacing aura. One was at the 6th layer of Qi refining, the other at the 5th. The fleeing woman, being only at the 5th layer, was naturally no match for them. "Run. Run for your life. If I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead." One of the men laughed maniacally. "You might as well accept your fate. Your entire family is gone. Why cling to life alone?" the other jeered. Hearing this, the fleeing woman shuddered, her speed faltering. "Huh. Is there another fool who doesn't know when to back down? Get lost." The 6th layer man noticed Yi Kaishan and waved his hand, sending forth a glimmering light that shot toward him with deadly intent. It was a flying sword, and at such close range, there was little chance to evade it. A chill gripped Yi Kaishan's heart as he instinctively sidestepped, tumbling off his horse. The flying sword grazed past him, leaving a gash on his arm that exposed bone. He had narrowly escaped death. Scoundrel! Yi Kaishan was both shocked and furious. He had not uttered a single word, yet they had sought to take his life. This was the brutal reality of the cultivation world. "Ah, impressive! You managed to evade my sword's assassination," the man remarked with a smirk. The man let out a sinister chuckle, raising his hand to summon back his flying sword, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Kaishan. "Die, for I seek vengeance for my parents." In a flash, the woman charged back, sword in hand. "Now that's more like it. If you behave, my brother and I will grant you a swift demise." The two men clad in black burst into laughter. Preparing to subdue the woman first, Yi Kaishan observed the unfolding drama with an impassive demeanor, one hand discreetly hidden behind him, summoning the superior-grade spiritual artifact, the Qinghong sword. He quietly watched, biding his time. Now, as the woman appeared on the verge of defeat, the two black-clad men exposed their vulnerabilities, and Yi Kaishan suddenly struck. The Qinghong sword erupted with a cerulean glow and, with the force of thunder, pierced the chest of one of the Qi refinement 6th layer men. "You?" The man struggled to turn around, shock written across his face as he gazed at Yi Kaishan. "Fool, sometimes killing doesn't necessitate decapitation." Yi Kaishan replied coldly, manipulating the flying sword with his spiritual energy, and, taking advantage of the other man's momentary stupor, swiftly slashed his throat. The woman was taken aback by this display, staring incredulously at Yi Kaishan. "What is your name?" Yi Kaishan inquired, nonchalantly rummaging through the corpse for loot. "My name is Shui Binger." The woman hesitated before answering honestly. Through their conversation, Yi Kaishan learned that she hailed from a family of cultivators, which had recently been annihilated by enemies, leaving only Shui Binger to escape. "Where do you plan to go next?" he asked, having grasped her situation. I don't know." Shui Binger shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. Yi Kaishan stepped closer, looking her in the eye with sincerity. "If you have nowhere to go, I wish to offer you a home." "Offer me a home?" Shui Binger was taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend Yi Kaishan's intentions. As the realization dawned upon her, her face flushed crimson. "This is too sudden. We've only just met, and he already speaks of marriage. This development is rather rapid. The cultivation world is ruthless. As a solitary woman without support, where else could you possibly go?" Yi Kaishan continued. Moments earlier, he had used the system to assess Shui Binger's qualities, revealing a green glow. Her bone structure was of superior grade yellow level. Such a spiritual root combined with her quality could easily yield offspring with spiritual roots. The color and quality were based on a comprehensive evaluation of various data pertaining to the woman. Although Shui Binger was quite beautiful, nearly on par with Zhao Fian, her luck was unfortunately poor. As evidenced by her family's demise, Yi Kaishan found this acceptable and decided to be straightforward, preparing to take Shui Binger home and marry her. Upon hearing Yi Kaishan's words, Shui Binger fell into silence. Indeed, her entire family was gone. Where could she possibly go? "I've heard that within Yin Kingdom, there are many malevolent cultivators who specifically seek out striking women like you to use as furnace cauldrons, leading to a most tragic fate," Yi Kaishan sensed her wavering resolve and pressed on. Moreover, with your bone structure and cultivation level, even if you were to join a celestial sect, you would merely be an outer disciple. Without resources or support, after 3 to 5 years, if you do not make significant progress, you would be expelled and become a wandering cultivator. This statement was not mere conjecture. Resources for cultivation were limited, and sects did not sustain idlers. Most of the cultivation families in the secular world were founded by those who had been cast out from celestial sections. Shui Binger's family was no exception. Her father, a perfected qi refinement cultivator, was unable to build his foundation and was subsequently expelled from the sect, founding the Shueyue Villa instead. Only upon reaching the foundation-building stage could one hope to establish a foothold in the celestial realm. After a brief silence, Shui Binger lifted her gaze to meet Yi Kaishan's mature visage and inquired, "Can you truly provide me with support?" "I can. I am adept at alchemy, thus your cultivation resources will be assured. I also have a family that will provide you with wealth and prosperity." Yi Kaishan replied decisively, revealing his lineage and showcasing the charm of a mature man. There was no talk of romance, only strength. Hearing this, Shui Binger felt a genuine spark of interest. In Yi Kaishan's eyes, she perceived sincerity. As a woman from a family of cultivators, she understood the harsh realities of the cultivation world. Without support and resources, survival was nearly impossible. "I agree to return with you, but in the future, if the opportunity arises, I hope you will assist me in avenging my parents," Shui Binger stated solemnly. "I shall certainly do so." Yi Kaishan nodded emphatically, his heart racing with excitement. "Finally, I am to take a celestial maiden as my wife. Surely, she will bear me a multitude of children blessed with spiritual roots." Subsequently, Yi Kaishan led Shui Binger to Baiyang City, where he exchanged a flying sword for a mid-grade yellow-level alchemy furnace. In the cultivation world, common magical artifacts like flying swords were relatively inexpensive, whereas rare and difficult-to-craft items like alchemy furnaces commanded a much higher price. Upon witnessing Yi Kaishan acquire the alchemy furnace, Shui Binger silently nodded, realizing he had not deceived her. He genuinely possessed alchemical skills. "I have indeed elevated myself beyond my station," she thought to herself. Days later, Yi Kaishan returned to Qingyun town, departing alone but returning with Shui Binger by his side. Upon arriving home, he immediately announced his intention to take a concubine and instructed his servants to prepare. When the townsfolk learned that this time he was taking a celestial maiden from a family of cultivators, the entire Qingyun town was abuzz with excitement. Everyone was left dumbfounded. A celestial maiden was set to grace their town? The heads of the Liu and Ma families, filled with envy and jealousy, nearly smashed their tables in despair. Although Shui Binger was merely at the 5th layer of qi refinement, to the ordinary populace, she was a lofty celestial maiden. What merit did Yi Kaishan possess to attract the favor of such a being? This is more painful than death. The two powerful families lamented, realizing that with the celestial maiden's protection, they would find it increasingly difficult to contend with the Yi family. Zhao Gang, the patriarch of the Zhao family, secretly reveled in joy. 3 days later, the Yi family adorned their home in celebration. When Shui Binger appeared, crowned and draped in bridal finery, all eyes were fixated upon her. In truth, Shui Binger's beauty was comparable to Zhao Fian's, but her ethereal aura as a cultivator added significantly to her allure. After paying homage to heaven and earth, the newlyweds retired to their chamber. "Husband, please be gentle. I am afraid." Shui Binger's shy voice emerged as the candlelight dimmed. "How old are you, yet still so bashful?" Yi Kaishan chuckled, and the ensuing moments were nothing short of exquisite. "Ding, congratulations, host's bone structure has been enhanced, reaching superior grade yellow level. In the following days, Yi Kaishan toiled day and night, pouring his heart and soul into his work. The gestation of a cultivator was more arduous than that of an ordinary person. 3 months later, Shui Binger's belly began to swell. Only then did Yi Kaishan feel a sense of satisfaction. After planting the seed, he finally found the time to experiment with the alchemy furnaces he had exchanged for, beginning with the most fundamental spiritual pills. The most basic yellow-level pills included the Nourishing Qi pill, the Spirit-Nurturing pill, the Longevity pill, and the Beauty pill, which were all aimed at enhancing cultivation during the qi refinement stage. The Longevity pill extended one's lifespan, while the beauty pill was a cherished treasure for female cultivators. These 4 types were the most common and sought-after pills. Yi Kaishan utilized the scant spiritual herbs from his backyard's spiritual field to piece together a few formulas and commenced his alchemical endeavors. The first pill he crafted was the Nourishing Qi pill. From a batch of 9 pills, he successfully produced 5, with 4 deemed failures. Yi Kaishan was quite pleased with this outcome, considering it was his first attempt without much experience. Such a success rate could be deemed extraordinary. Next, he concocted the Spirit Nurturing pill, an enhanced version of the Nourishing Qi pill, which served those in the late Qi refinement stage. From this batch, he produced 4 successful pills and 5 failures. Then came the beauty pill, the favorite of women. Yi Kaishan had not forgotten his promise to Su Mei to help her retain her youth. The beauty pill, classified as a superior grade yellow level pill, was notably more challenging to create. However, fortune smiled upon Yi Kaishan, allowing him to yield 4 successful pills from a single batch. As for the longevity pill, he did not attempt to craft it. Considering his ample lifespan, it was of no immediate use to him. Several months passed as Yi Kaishan diligently worked on his alchemical pursuits. When he finally emerged with his pills, several women, including Su Mei, Wu Nanchun, Wang Shifeng, and Zhao Fian, had given birth one after another, adding 4 heirs to the Yi family. Regrettably, none of the children possessed spiritual roots. Yi Kaishan understood this reality, even among couples of cultivators. The guarantee of offspring with spiritual roots was not assured. Much of it depended on fortune. Thus, he presented the 4 beauty pills to the women, intending to provide them with a delightful surprise postpartum. Beauty pill. Is this the pill crafted by my husband? Upon receiving the pills, the 4 women were instantly left in awe. Indeed, after consumption, you shall remain eternally youthful. You need not worry about aging, Yi Kaishan replied with a smile, and his casual demeanor made him appear extraordinarily handsome in that moment. Though he seemed to be in his 50s, not conventionally striking, his charm was undeniable. The 4 women, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed forward to embrace him, showering him with fervent kisses. Hold on, you've just given birth. You need time to recover and should avoid strenuous activities, Yi Kaishan declared loudly, urging the women to compose themselves swiftly. Upon hearing this, several of them loosened their grips and regained their calm. Why, dear husband? Does this mean you have embarked on the immortal path? Su Mei inquired joyfully, as it was the only explanation for Yi Kaishan's ever-youthful appearance. Defying the natural order of aging, indeed, Yi Kaishan replied with a slight nod. Upon receiving his affirmative response, the women became exhilarated, rushing towards him like a writhing mass of serpents. Look at you, so eager, Yi Kaishan remarked, gently pushing them aside as he hastily departed from this tumultuous scene. He then turned to approach Shui Binger. Seizing the opportunity of visiting his child, he produced several Qi-nourishing pills and spirit-nourishing pills, presenting them to Shui Binger. Although Shui Binger hailed from a family of cultivators, her father was an amateur and lacked the skill to concoct elixirs, and their family resources were meager. She had scarcely tasted any spirit-nourishing pills in her lifetime. Thank you, my husband, Shui Binger exclaimed with delight, planting a kiss on Yi Kaishan's cheek. Months passed, and at last, Shui Binger went into labor, giving birth to a baby girl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for birthing a child with a yellow-grade superior spiritual root. Lifespan 10, reward of 500 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 yellow-grade superior spiritual artifact. Outside the delivery room, as the child was born, Yi Kaishan heard the system's voice resonating in his mind. A yellow-grade superior spiritual root? Yi Kaishan could hardly contain his excitement as he pushed the door open, finding Shui Binger, seemingly unfazed, cradling the newborn and examining her. As a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Her robust physique set her apart from ordinary women. My husband, take a look at our child. Shui Binger eagerly offered the baby to Yi Kaishan. What a beautiful child, just like her mother. Let us name her Yidonger. Yi Kaishan chuckled. After a brief while, he exited the delivery room to inspect the yellow-grade superior spiritual artifact awarded by the system. It was a crimson long sword, named the Fire Spirit Sword, capable of unleashing flames upon infusing it with spiritual energy, possessing remarkable lethality. Days later, Yi Kaishan, armed with the 500 low-grade spirit stones he received as a reward, ventured to Baiyang City to procure a batch of spiritual herbs. These would be utilized for refining spirit-nourishing pills, as well as other popular elixirs for market trade, promising substantial profits upon processing. However, Yi Kaishan had no intention of doing so. He believed that as long as he fathered more children, everything would follow naturally. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. While refining pills and consuming medicinal herbs, Yi Kaishan's cultivation had ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. This marked a crucial threshold in the qi refinement stage. Beyond the 7th level, the spiritual energy within him surged like a vast lake. Yi Kaishan also discovered that the spiritual energy he cultivated was exceptionally pure, devoid of any impurities. Initially, he thought himself a genius in qi refinement, only to later realize that all of this was due to the Yuqing qi refinement technique. He had presumed it to be an ordinary cultivation method, but through his exchanges with Shui Binger, he learned that the Yuqing qi refinement technique far surpassed the methods practiced by her. Although Yi Kaishan was only at the 7th level of qi refinement, the volume of spiritual energy he possessed was comparable to that of an 8th level cultivator. If not more, this surpassing quantity of spiritual energy granted him extraordinary combat prowess at his level. Furthermore, when it came time to establish his foundation, he would find it considerably easier to forge a high-quality basis. During these 3 years, not only had Yi Kaishan's cultivation strengthened, but he had also taken a yellow-grade concubine, bringing his total to 10 wives. Shui Binger's second child did not possess a spiritual root, but their third child was born with a yellow-grade intermediate spiritual root. Yi Kaishan gained an additional 10 years of lifespan, a significant amount of spirit stones, and a gourd of longevity pills. In the past, he had struggled with the brevity of life. Now, his lifespan rivaled that of a foundation-building cultivator. The number of Host's offspring has surpassed 50, increasing the family scale. Reward: Crimson Flame Blood Burning Technique, Low-Grade Protective Array, and 1,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Yi Kaishan's eyes gleamed upon reviewing the rewards. The low-grade Protective Array, when set up within the family, could withstand the assaults of fully realized qi refinement cultivators. With the Yi family now larger in number, such a protective array was indeed necessary. As for the Crimson Flame Blood Burning Technique, it was a method that allowed one to burn their lifespan in exchange for enhanced combat strength. The more life force consumed, the greater the increase in power. Goodness, is this a suggestion that I am living too long? Yi Kaishan chuckled wryly, bemused by the notion that while others spent wealth, he was spending his life. Nevertheless, despite the seemingly outrageous nature of this technique, it would prove invaluable in dire situations, and with his ample lifespan, a little sacrifice was of no concern. While he grumbled about it, Yi Kaishan secretly acknowledged its worth and commenced his training earnestly. After some time, upon concluding the tedious period of cultivation, Yi Kaishan began sowing hopeful seeds in the fertile soil with his 10 wives. He aimed to produce 10 offspring with each round. He was determined to proliferate, aspiring for 100, 1,000, even 10,000. With every milestone achieved, the system would surely bestow generous rewards. Through Yi Kaishan's tireless efforts, his wives gradually became pregnant, his children began to grow, and the son of Zhao Fian, Yi Chun, reached the age suitable for cultivation. One day, after conversing with Zhao Fian, Yi Kaishan decided it would be best to send Yi Chun to Yunlan sect for training. Yi Chun himself was eager to join his elder brother Yi Fan there. After sending a letter, Yi Kaishan and his son Yi Chun set off towards Yunlan sect. The next day, they arrived at the sect's mountain gate. After announcing their presence, it wasn't long before Yan Shui Tian appeared, flanked by 2 women. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan, she paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by his youthful transformation. Now, Yi Kaishan appeared to be merely around 40 years old, with a tall stature and exceptional demeanor, resembling a dashing gentleman. Compared to their last encounter, he appeared an entire generation younger. 7th level of qi refinement? Yan Shui Tian's gaze sharpened, detecting the fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from Yi Kaishan, nearly causing her to exclaim in surprise. This was an intentional display by Yi Kaishan, releasing his spiritual energy to inform his former acquaintance of his progress. The previous Yi Kaishan had been low-key, but this time he needed to make a statement. When did you embark on your immortal journey? Yan Shui Tian approached quickly, her tone tinged with urgency. Chapter 13. Yin Shuetian's heart in turmoil. One taken after another, Yi Kaishan chuckled lightly, exuding a sense of the vicissitudes of time. It has been quite a while. Why didn't you tell me? Yin Shuetian asked. What difference would it make if I did? Would you wish to rekindle the flame with that pesky boy from the past? Yi Kaishan pressed, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Yin Shuetian's eyes. That single glance felt electric, causing her to avert her gaze hastily. Is this your second child? Yin Shuetian shifted the topic, glancing at the young Yi Chun. In such a short span, he had managed to father a second child. Yi Kaishan chuckled awkwardly. It seems I must trouble you once again. Understood. You can return now. Yin Shuetian waved her hand, feeling somewhat agitated. May I see Yi Fan? Yi Kaishan inquired. Go ahead. He is in the back mountain. Find him yourself. Yin Shuetian seemed reluctant to linger, and after speaking, she flew into the mountain gate with Yi Chun. Her heart was in chaos. Look at you, so eager. I can't do anything about it. Yi Kaishan muttered to himself as he walked towards the back mountain. Before long, he arrived at his destination, where numerous caves served as residences for ordinary disciples of Yunlan's sect. That woman didn't even tell me which cave Yi Fan resides in. Yi Kaishan grumbled, testing each cave in turn, calling out, Yi Fan, your father has come. However, this behavior quickly drew ire, with several female cultivators surrounding him, accusing him of being a lecher, shouting and threatening him. In an instant, a flurry of chaos ensued. Ladies, please do not misunderstand. I am not a lecher. I am here to find someone, Yi Kaishan proclaimed loudly, and after some explanation, the female cultivators reluctantly lowered their weapons. Tio expressed his apologies. He produced a gourd nearly a foot high, pouring out a handful of qi-nourishing pills, all of which he had personally refined. A small token of my appreciation. Nothing grand. One for each of you. Yi Kaishan smiled, his humble gesture appearing extravagant in the eyes of the women. Ordinary disciples of Yunlan's sect received only 3 low-grade spirit stones monthly, totaling merely 36 in a year, and even with some tasks, they would earn just over 100 low-grade spirit stones each year. Yet, a single qi-nourishing pill cost dozens of low-grade spirit stones. What are you waiting for? Take it, Yi Kaishan urged, shaking the gourd as if to imply he had plenty more. In that moment, the gazes of the women towards Yi Kaishan transformed entirely, shimmering with newfound admiration. This man was mature and affluent, generous to boot. It was impossible not to develop fond feelings, without hesitation. They each took a qi-nourishing pill. In an instant, Yi Kaishan distributed over a dozen pills, yet he felt no regret, for this was an investment. Thus, the women enthusiastically led Yi Kaishan to the cave where Yi Fan resided. Upon arriving at the entrance, they eagerly called out, Yi Fan, your father has come. Yi Fan, your father is here to see you. Upon hearing someone call, Yi Fan emerged from the cave entrance and was immediately greeted by the sight of his father. Yi Kaishan, accompanied by a group of young women, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Now a young man, Yi Fan had grown into a handsome and tall figure, exuding a calm demeanor. Father, what brings you here? Yi Fan inquired as he swiftly approached. I have come to escort your brother, Yi Chun, to Yunlan's sect, and thought I would stop by to see you, Yi Kaishan replied, striding into the cave. The father and son engaged in a heartfelt conversation. After some casual exchanges, they finally turned to serious matters. Yi Fan had now reached the second level of qi cultivation, and after a series of tests, Yi Kaishan imparted the Jade Purity Qi cultivation method to him, cautioning him to keep it a secret. He then left behind some spiritual stones and elixirs before preparing to depart. As he exited, Yi Kaishan bid farewell to each of the young women. Ladies, I must take my leave. I entrust my son, Yi Fan, to your care. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me in Qingyan town. With a wave, he left behind a resolute silhouette. Departing with an air of elegance, Yunlan's sect, on Lingxiu Peak, Yin Shuetian was engaged in conversation with a woman clad in white. Listening, Lan, have you truly made up your mind? Although you have failed in your foundation establishment, it is not entirely hopeless. To leave the mountain now would be a great loss. Master, I have contemplated this for a long time. It is not an impulsive decision. I have failed in my foundation establishment twice, and my path to immortality seems bleak. Remaining here would only prolong my sorrow. the white-clad woman replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. With a heavy sigh, Yen Shuetian lamented the prospect of her disciple's departure. Understanding the gravity of her feelings, years of companionship made it difficult to let go of her most cherished student. I am grateful for your teachings, Master. I must go, Ren Tinglan said, bowing deeply before rising without looking back. In that moment, their bond as master and disciple reached its conclusion. Yen Shuetian turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan ambled along the mountainside, enchanted by the breathtaking scenery. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Brother Yi, wait for me. Turning around, he saw a young woman in a pink dress hastening towards him. She was one of the girls who had just received his vital energy elixir. Miss, is there something you need? Yi Kaishan inquired with a smile. Brother Yi, I wish to accompany you back for a visit. If that is permissible, the girl said, a hint of shyness in her voice. At this point, the experienced Yi Kaishan understood her intentions. Secretly employing his system functions, he assessed her. A yellow light emanated from above her head, indicating she possessed inferior yellow-grade spiritual roots, while her other attributes fell short, her beauty rated at merely 80. Nonetheless, he thought nothing of it. What is your name? Yi Kaishan asked. My name is Xieyuer, a resident of Xining Town. The girl replied candidly. Duh. Why? Yi Kaishan nodded and directly asked, are you willing to marry me? Xieyuer was taken aback by his forthrightness. I am willing, she responded softly. Though Xieyuer was a disciple of Yunlan sect, she had only reached the 4th level of qi cultivation and was already in her 30s, yet still retained the appearance of a youthful maiden. Aware of her slim chances for foundation establishment, she understood that remaining at Yunlan sect would eventually lead to her expulsion. Thus, she sought to secure her future early on. Yi Kaishan's handsome appearance and generous nature made him an ideal candidate in her eyes. Fearing she might miss her chance, she pursued him soon after he departed. Very well, return home and await my arrival. I shall prepare and come to marry you, Yi Kaishan said with a grin. All right, I will wait for you, Xieyuer exclaimed joyfully, immediately returning to the mountain gate to bid farewell and gather her belongings. It seemed even celestial beings were not immune to the allure of wealth. Yi Kaishan watched her retreating figure, reflecting on the situation. At that moment, a striking figure clad in white caught his eye. Chapter 14. The darkened fate of the celestial maiden. This woman, dressed in white, possessed an extraordinary aura, resembling a celestial being from a painting. Yi Kaishan felt a stirring within. He recognized her as one of the celestial maidens who had accompanied him during his first visit to Yunlan's sect with Yifan. He recalled her vividly, as her beauty was nearly on par with Yen Shuetian's, each possessing their own unique charm. Discreetly activating his assessment function, he noticed a green glow emerging from above her head. Rich and abundant, her beauty was exceptional, and her roots reached the level of superior yellow grade, yet her other attributes were lacking, particularly her fortune, which appeared dim. This suggested a streak of misfortune in her life. Yi Kaishan slowed his pace, deliberately lingering at the roadside until Ren Tinglan approached, feigning surprise. What a coincidence, fair maiden. Where might you be headed? He asked with a smile, adopting a familiar demeanor. Ren Tinglan, burdened with her thoughts and lost in her own world, only regained her focus upon hearing someone speak beside her. Upon seeing a middle-aged man with a distinctive charm, she hesitated. Who are you? Fair maiden, how forgetful of you. It is I, Yifan's father, an old friend of Yen Shuetian. Yi Kaishan replied with a casual demeanor, nearly slipping up in his words. Oh, it is you? Ren Tinglan finally recognized him, surprised by the changes in his appearance. Where are you headed, fair maiden? Would you care to join me? Yi Kaishan suggested smoothly. Ren Tinglan paused, managing a wry smile. I have failed in my foundation establishment and am no longer a member of Yunlan's sect. I intend to descend the mountain and seek a random place. Yi Kaishan nodded slightly, finally grasping the source of her misfortunes. In no wonder her fortune appeared dark. If you find yourself without a destination, might I suggest accompanying me to Qingyun town for a change of scenery? He proposed hesitantly, almost offering her a home. However, given the current circumstances, he refrained from being too forward. I wish to return home to see my parents first, Ren Tinglan replied, indirectly rejecting his offer. His surprise. Yi Kaishan seemed oblivious to her intention, nodding enthusiastically. In that case, I shall accompany you. I have no pressing matters at hand. Where do you reside? Ren Tinglan, at a loss for words, remained silent for a moment before revealing her hometown. Thus, Yi Kaishan followed Ren Tinglan as she journeyed to her place of origin, a small town situated 1,000 miles from Yunlan sect. Along the way, Yi Kaishan engaged in two main activities, offering guidance and providing companionship. He understood that Ren Tinglan needed both during this trying time. Days later, they arrived at their destination. After much persuasion from Yi Kaishan, Ren Tinglan's spirits had lifted considerably. However, she soon faced a heavy blow. Having been away for so long, her elderly parents had passed away. Standing before a grave overgrown with weeds, Ren Tinglan's expression turned sorrowful, her gaze distant. After 3 decades in the realm of immortals, she returned only to find her beloved parents had become mere dust. Yi Kaishan stood silently beside her, harboring a sense of indignation. Why must such a beautiful woman endure such misfortune? A failed foundation establishment. Parents lost, and now a home vanished upon her descent. Determined to prevent this unfortunate female cultivator from being left homeless, Yi Kaishan resolved to offer her a new beginning. After some time, Ren Tinglan's emotions had settled significantly. What are your plans for the future? Yi Kaishan inquired tentatively. I plan to wander the world. Ren Tinglan replied softly. Perfect. Let us first head to Qingyun town. Yi Kaishan suggested. Yi Kaishan, without uttering a word, grasped Ren Tinglan's delicate, boneless hand. Although Ren Tinglan was around 40 years old, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement, making her appear to be in her early 20s. With skin as smooth and tender as a young maiden's. After a brief struggle, Ren Tinglan realized Yi Kaishan's grip was unyielding. Recalling their recent interactions, she inexplicably found herself unwilling to resist any longer, allowing him to lead her away. Thus, the two strolled leisurely, and after 10 days, they finally arrived at Qingyun town. When Yi Kaishan and Ren Tinglan made their entrance onto the bustling street, all eyes were transfixed. Ren Tinglan's grace and beauty surpassed even Shui Binger, resembling a true celestial fairy. The townsfolk were naturally taken aback by this sight. The news spread rapidly, and while everyone assumed Yi Kaishan intended to court a fairy, no such developments ensued. Instead, he settled Ren Tinglan comfortably at his home, and their time together had already sown the seeds of affection between them. It was merely a matter of opportunity before things would naturally progress. Yi Kaishan, rather than hastily breaching the walls of propriety, turned to command preparations for lavish gifts, as he planned to journey to Xining town to wed Xieyuer. It had been nearly a month, and it would not do to keep the fair maiden waiting. Days later, the Yi family was once again adorned with festive decorations, brimming with joy. After a considerable amount of effort, Yi Kaishan finally brought Xieyuer home. Much to her relief, as she had begun to worry that he had changed his mind. The wedding ceremony proceeded smoothly, and Yi Kaishan escorted his bride into their chamber, where they experienced another enchanting evening. It is said that those of greater age possess a deeper understanding of affection, and 30-something Xieyuer provided Yi Kaishan with sensations he had never known with a mere 18-year-old. The only regret he harbored was that his spiritual roots had not increased in the following months. Yi Kaishan diligently cultivated Xieyuer's fertile ground. After 3 months of relentless effort, she finally became pregnant. Only then did Yi Kaishan find the time to refine elixirs and cultivate his own powers, while also nurturing his bond with Ren Tinglan. Life was exquisitely pleasant. A few months later, the women began to give birth. To Yi Kaishan's delight, Sumei had gifted him another child with spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for expanding the family lineage, welcoming a child with mid-grade yellow spiritual roots, and receiving rewards of an additional 10 years of lifespan. A mid-grade yellow spiritual treasure, and a bottle of yellow-grade spiritual elixirs. However, the other women, including Wu Nanchun, Wang Shifeng, and Zhao Fian, did not bear children with spiritual roots, yet Yi Kaishan remained satisfied. Although the quality had not improved, the quantity had certainly increased. As for Shui Binger, she did not disappoint, giving birth to a child endowed with spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for expanding the family lineage, welcoming a child with superior grade yellow spiritual roots, and receiving rewards of an additional 10 years of lifespan, 100 mid-grade spiritual stones, and a storage ring. After all the women had given birth, Xie Yuer finally went into labor, but unexpectedly, she did not give birth to a child with spiritual roots. Yi Kaishan offered her comfort and encouragement, urging her to try again. Once the women had recovered, he diligently resumed his efforts to cultivate. The number of offspring had reached 61, and the family prestige stood at 896. The host is urged to expand the family further and create new glories. Unbeknownst to him, the family prestige was nearing 1,000, and the Yi family had already become the recognized foremost noble clan. With the increase in household members, Yi Kaishan was compelled to expand his residence, which became more than twice its previous size. There was no choice. The wealth was abundant. Chapter 15. 8th Level of Qi Refinement. Qin Shan of the Baodan Pavilion. After the expansion of the Yi family, through the introduction of the professional matchmaker, Hua Gu, Yi Kaishan took several concubines, all possessing beauty scores above 80, young maidens of 18. Most of the renowned beauties in Qingyun town had entered the Yi family, flourishing under Yi Kaishan's nurturing, contributing to the family's growth. Although no children with spiritual roots were born, their numbers made a significant contribution. Thus, 3 years passed, and Yi Kaishan reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. The number of offspring had soared to 90. With the 100 mark within reach. One day, Xie Yuer went into labor once more, giving birth to a baby girl with spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for expanding the family lineage, welcoming a child with inferior grade yellow spiritual roots, and receiving rewards of an additional 10 years of lifespan. A mid-grade spell, and a piece of inferior grade spiritual farmland. To the host's delight, he now had 10 children with spiritual roots. Moreover, the rewards were substantial. Aside from the experience, the 500 mid-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to 5,000 inferior-grade spiritual stones, a considerable fortune. He immediately distributed some among the concubines in the Qi refinement stage to aid their cultivation. Shui Binger and Xie Yuer were overjoyed. Since aligning with Yi Kaishan, they had never lacked resources for cultivation. Spiritual stones and elixirs were abundant. Unlike before, when using spiritual stones for cultivation was a reluctant affair, and consuming nourishing elixirs felt like a festive occasion. Consequently, Xie Yuer could not help but boast to her friend from Yunlan sect. And before long, a female cultivator named Zhou Shui arrived in Qingyun town. Zhou Shui, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, had previously obtained Yi Kaishan's nourishing elixir and was a key investment target. Upon learning of her arrival, Yi Kaishan promptly prepared a grand welcome. Zhou Shui spent several days at the Yi residence, witnessing her friend Xie Yuer living a life of leisure, primarily focused on childbirth, which allowed her cultivation to swiftly advance to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Eventually, one day, Zhou Shui approached Yi Kaishan, shyly murmuring, "Brother Yi, I wish to bear your child." Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhou Shui's spiritual roots were mid-grade yellow and of green quality. This was undoubtedly a promising prospect. "Zhou Shui, I share the same intention. Please prepare yourself. I shall come to escort you in a month." Yi Kaishan replied with a smile. The girl nodded bashfully. Zhou Shui returned to Yunlan sect to bid farewell to her master and peers before waiting at home for Yi Kaishan's arrival. A month later, the Yi family was once again festooned with celebratory decorations, a sight the townsfolk had grown accustomed to. Following the ceremonial rites, they entered the bridal chamber, marking yet another extraordinary night filled with enchantment. Yi Kaishan, seizing the moment, diligently pursued his desires for 2 months, finally causing Zhou Shui to show signs of pregnancy. It was only then that he found time to visit Baiyang City, where he procured a large quantity of spiritual herbs and seeds. He also sold some of the surplus elixirs. Due to the affordability and effectiveness of his elixirs, coupled with his straightforward demeanor, he quickly garnered a stellar reputation. Various merchant associations, factions, and cultivation families discreetly began to take notice of Yi Kaishan. Investigating his background. After completing his business, just as he was about to leave, a woman stood before his stall. An unseen aura compelled nearby cultivators to retreat. As Yi Kaishan worked with his head down, he first caught sight of a pair of elegantly straight legs, her skin glistening like finely carved jade. When he raised his gaze, he beheld a woman in her 30s, mature and enchanting, exuding an aura of a capable businesswoman. "I perceive that you are an exceptional alchemist. May I inquire if you would be interested in joining the Baodan Pavilion?" The woman, noticing Yi Kaishan's attention, spoke with a delightful tone. neither hurried nor slow. "Who are you?" Yi Kaishan stood up, then noticed her tall stature and ample bosom, marking her as an ideal candidate for childbirth. "My name is Qin Shan, and I am the head of the Baodan Pavilion in Baiyang City." She introduced herself confidently. The Baodan Pavilion, commonly known as the Alchemist Workshop, was a commercial entity formed through the collaboration of the Danding sect and the Yin Kingdom. "That sounds agreeable. I accept." Yi Kaishan replied after a brief pause. Qin Shan was momentarily taken aback by his swift acceptance, rendering her prepared speech unnecessary. "Let us proceed. Take me to register," Yi Kaishan asserted, turning the tables in a manner that made her uneasy. The woman began to regret her invitation to Yi Kaishan, sensing his intentions were less than pure. Shortly thereafter, the registration was successfully completed. Joining the Baodan Pavilion imposed no restrictions on his freedom. Rather, it allowed him to purchase spiritual herbs at discounted rates, making the overall benefits outweigh the drawbacks. A day later, Yi Kaishan returned to Qingyun town, planting the acquired spiritual herbs and seeds in the spiritual fields. With 10 years of experience in spiritual cultivation, he handled the task with ease. After completing these tasks, he sought out Ren Tinglan for conversation, deepening their bond, as they had grown quite familiar with one another. Throughout the years of companionship, Ren Tinglan had come to accept Yi Kaishan wholeheartedly. On this particular day, as Yi Kaishan engaged in light-hearted banter and endearing compliments to amuse her, she suddenly lowered her head and softly expressed, "I wish for you to give me a home." "What?" Yi Kaishan was momentarily taken aback. "You scoundrel! I want you to bear my child." Ren Tinglan's voice rose in intensity. Yi Kaishan was overjoyed, springing to his feet and enveloping her in his arms. Planting a fervent kiss upon her lips, "I want you to bear me 100, 1,000. Just then, a loud crash resonated from outside, causing the entire room to shake. "Bad news, my lord. 2 celestial beings are approaching." A frantic voice called from outside. "Celestial beings?" Yi Kaishan gently released the beauty in his embrace and charged outside. Upon stepping into the open air, he was met with a scene of devastation. The grand gate of the Yi family lay in ruins, with several battered servants sprawled in various positions. Barely clinging to life. 2 gray-robed cultivators stood haughtily to one side, exuding an astonishing aura of murderous intent that sent shivers down the spines of the Yi family's retainers, who regarded them with reverence akin to that of deities. "Are you the head of the Yi family? I have heard that Shui Binger is here. Summon her at once, or I shall annihilate your entire household." Leaving not a single soul alive, one of the cultivators threatened, his eyes glinting with malice as he fixed his gaze on Yi Kaishan. Upon realizing that they had come for Shui Binger, a flicker of killing intent flashed in Yi Kaishan's eyes. He never anticipated that the enemies of the Shui family would track them down here. What grievances could possibly warrant such hostility? Both gray-robed cultivators had reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, and to target a singular Shui Binger seemed an excessive overreaction. "Why do you seek her death? Are you enemies of the Shui family? Or are you sent by someone?" Yi Kaishan inquired calmly. "Enough of your prattle. We've come to collect a debt, and I have no desire to repeat myself," the gray-robed cultivator replied curtly. "Oh, in that case, I shall offer you double the price if you assist me in eliminating her," Yi Kaishan proposed with a smirk. "Humph, do you take us for fools? If we kill you, your possessions will become ours regardless," scoffed the other gray-robed cultivator. "A mere 8th level Qi refiner dares to haggle before us. We are entrusted with a task. How could we lack such fundamental principles?" The gray-robed cultivator retorted coldly, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. "Attack!" The 2 released their full Qi refinement aura. At that moment, Ren Tinglan dashed out, preparing to join forces with Yi Kaishan. However, with a powerful shout, Yi Kaishan surged ahead, a terrifying energy radiating from him. Crimson Flame Blood Technique. 20 years of life. Instantly, Yi Kaishan was enveloped in a crimson aura, exuding a scorching heat as if he had just emerged from the depths of hell. His cultivation soared from the 8th to the complete 10th level of Qi refinement. Were it not for the constraints of his realm, he might have reached even greater heights. The frenzied power he wielded warped the very fabric of the air around him. Without hesitation, he burned 20 years of his lifespan. Having plenty of time left, the 2 cultivators were momentarily stunned. But before they could react, Yi Kaishan struck like a bolt of lightning, executing a black tiger prowling heart that pierced one of their chests. The other, witnessing this, felt a surge of terror and turned to flee. Cloud-grasping hand. Yi Kaishan reached out, conjuring a blood-red hand the size of 3 zhong, which seized the fleeing cultivator and crushed him into a pulp. The battle concluded in mere breaths. Ren Tinglan stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. This spectacle was not only witnessed by the Yi family but also by the onlookers from Qingyun town. Yi Kaishan has become immortal. No wonder the head of the Yi family appeared increasingly youthful. It turned out he had transcended the mundane. The crowd was awestruck, and both Lu Jianghe and Ma Delu dropped their walking sticks in shock. They immediately decided to dissolve their families and bestow all the assets of Qingyun town upon the Yi family. After dispatching the 2 gray-robed cultivators, Yi Kaishan looted their spoils, which amounted to a paltry pair of low-grade yellow-tier spirit artifacts and several low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, he learned from Shui Binger that these 2 were likely sent by her father's bitter rival, the ancestor of the Tian family. The annihilation of the Shui family was also orchestrated by this individual. The ancestor of the Tian family, known as Tian Wenjing, was a formidable cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. Yi Kaishan chuckled. I was startled, thinking it was a golden elixir or a nascent soul ancestor. Turns out, it's merely a Foundation establishment elder. After burning 20 years of his lifespan, Yi Kaishan entered a brief state of weakness. After 3 months of recuperation, he finally commenced his plan to take a concubine. Marrying Ren Tinglan. With lanterns lit and drums resounding, the ceremony concluded, and the newlyweds entered their bridal chamber. Tinglan, are you ready to bear me children? Yi Kaishan teased with a mischievous grin, eye in the dim light. A soft whisper from a woman replied, Ding, congratulations to the host. Root bones have been enhanced, reaching the peak of yellow grade. Delightful, Yi Kaishan exclaimed in joy, feeling invigorated and content. 3 months later, Ren Tinglan's belly began to swell. Dear husband, you have made my belly grow, she said, pointing at her abdomen with a coy expression. That's splendid. It proves the seeds have sprouted, Yi Kaishan jested. Months passed, and his other wives began to give birth in succession. Shui Binger bore Yi Kaishan another child with spiritual roots. Before long, it was Ren Tinglan's turn. Her firstborn was a boy, and remarkably, he also possessed spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for expanding the family lineage. Giving birth to a child with low-grade mysterious spiritual roots. Rewards: 10 years of lifespan, a low-grade mysterious spirit artifact, the 1000-li soaring light technique of peak yellow-grade agility. What? Mysterious spiritual roots. Yi Kaishan was taken aback upon receiving the system notification. Astonished that Ren Tinglan's first child was such a remarkable one. Moreover, the rewards were exceedingly generous. A mysterious spirit artifact and a top-tier yellow-grade agility technique meant he would no longer need to suffer the burdens of travel on horseback. This marked a qualitative leap. Lanner, you've worked hard, Yi Kaishan said excitedly, embracing Ren Tinglan and planting a fervent kiss on her lips. How about giving our child a name? Ren Tinglan teased, rolling her eyes at him. Certainly, Yi Kaishan nodded, and since it was a child with mysterious spiritual roots, he decided, let us name him Yi Xian. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 100 descendants. Family scale has been further elevated. Rewards: 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, 10 years of alchemical experience, 10 years of cultivation experience, and 10 years of spiritual plant cultivation experience. Descendants: 100. Family reputation: 1786. After Ren Tinglan gave birth, Yi Kaishan's descendants crossed the threshold of 100. The family reputation also saw a notable increase. Ever since he defeated the 2 gray-robed cultivators, the Yi family had become the sole noble lineage in Qingyun town. Without engaging in active conflict, Yi Kaishan had effectively exhausted the will of his rivals, leading them to their demise. News began to spread that Qingyun town had produced a family of cultivators, prompting other cultivation families to secretly investigate the Yi family's background. On this day, Yi Kaishan absorbed the experience rewards and broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. The 10 years of cultivation reward was roughly equivalent to the average training speed of a yellow-grade spiritual root without external assistance. At the 9th level of Qi refinement, he had only one more level to reach perfection, preparing to establish his foundation. Once he did, he would ascend from a Qi refinement elder to a formidable foundation establishment elder. Having concluded his seclusion, Yi Kaishan set out for Yunlan sect with his third child possessing spiritual roots. All of Yi family's descendants with spiritual roots were sent to the immortal gates, while those without were encouraged to engage in commerce or governance. For instance, Yi Kaishan's second daughter, Yi Jing, and third son, Yi Changsheng, had ventured to the distant imperial capital of Yin Kingdom, where they had begun to make a name for themselves. Before long, Yi Kaishan arrived at Yunlan sect with his daughter. Is this your third daughter? Yin Shuetian said, looking utterly speechless. How many children do you actually have? Not too many, Yi Kaishan chuckled, fearing that revealing the truth might shock Yin Shuetian. Have I placed you in a difficult position? Not at all, Yin Shuetian replied with irritation, inexplicably feeling vexed. You've already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement? She suddenly noticed the spiritual energy emanating from Yi Kaishan and was taken aback. Indeed, a fortuitous breakthrough, Yi Kaishan responded nonchalantly. Yin Shuetian was at the 9th level of foundation establishment, and there was a significant gap between them. He still needed to work hard. One day, he would surely breach Yin Shuetian's defenses. All right, I shall accept the child. You may leave now, Yin Shuetian said, waving her hand dismissively. I still wish to see my son, Yi Kaishan chuckled. Yin Shuetian, unwilling to converse further, left with Yiling. Yi Kaishan, well acquainted with the surroundings, made his way to the back mountain and, as before, shouted at the entrance, Why Yi Chun? Your father has arrived. His voice boomed, creating quite a stir. One after another, female cultivators peeked out from the cave. Initially stunned upon recognizing Yi Kaishan, before their faces lit up with joy. Chapter 17. Delivering one and bringing two. Qi refinement complete. The female cultivators rushed out in a flurry, surrounding Yi Kaishan. Dearest fairies, I apologize for the disturbance. To express my regret. As he spoke, Yi Kaishan produced a gourd filled with nourishing Qi pills, dispensing a handful of elixirs. Take 2 each. Do not hesitate on my account. He resembled someone feeding squabs, presenting them before the gathered ladies. In an instant, the eyes of all the female cultivators sparkled with delight. Last time there was 1, and this time there were 2. Equivalent to half a year's worth of their efforts. The Qi-nourishing pill was effective only during the early stages of Qi refinement. Beyond the 5th level, its efficacy diminished significantly. As Yi Kaishan found no personal use for it, he decided to increase his investment. The ladies accepted the elixirs, their gazes towards Yi Kaishan filled with admiration. Present. Yi Kaishan appeared to be only 30 years old, with a handsome visage, exuding maturity and charm. And coupled with his generous demeanor, his allure was nothing short of terrifying. Subsequently, he inadvertently revealed the blissful days of Xie Yuer and Zhou Shui, further igniting the imaginations of the ladies. Aware of their advancing years and the slim chances of ascending the immortal path, they recognized that finding a suitable place to settle was the right course of action. With Yi Kaishan's commendable cultivation and affluent background, his open-handedness was enticing. Even one of them would be captivating. But 3 together were simply remarkable. Brother Yi, may I accompany you to Qingyan town for some leisure? One female cultivator could not contain herself, seizing the initiative. You are always welcome, Yi Kaishan responded with a charming smile, further fostering camaraderie, which stirred the hearts of many cultivators. Let us keep it subtle, he added. The ladies enthusiastically guided Yi Kaishan to the cave dwelling of Yi Chun, calling out in unison, Yi Chun, your father has arrived, junior brother Yi Chun. Come out and greet your father. Moments later, Yi Kaishan successfully met with Yi Chun, and upon seeing his son in good health, he felt a wave of relief. The father and son shared a brief conversation, and before departing, Yi Kaishan left some spirit stones and elixirs, as well as imparting the Yuqing Qi refinement technique to Yi Chun, advising him to cultivate diligently and keep it confidential. He had intended to visit Yi Fan as well, but after learning from the female cultivators that Yi Fan was currently out training with the Sect S team, he abandoned that thought. Having completed his errands, Yi Kaishan left Yunlan sect, accompanied by 2 female cultivators, one named Gu Ying and the other Luo Zhenli, both of whom possessed mid-grade yellow spiritual roots and were at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Though both were in their 30s, they appeared no different from those in their 20s, possessing an air of mature grace. The trio strolled further away from Yunlan sect, engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Yi Kaishan consistently brought people to Yunlan's sect while simultaneously enticing others away. Each time he delivered one, he would coax away one or two in return. Meanwhile, Yin Shui Tian had settled Yiling and arrived at the peak of Yunlan's sect, where a stunning woman clad in a loose blue robe sat meditating atop a sheer cliff. "Sect Master, you summoned me?" Yin Shui Tian inquired with a respectful gesture. "How many times must I say it?" "There's no need to be so formal and private," Yang Minghua replied coolly, her demeanor devoid of worldly desires, exuding an air of sanctity. "Understood, senior sister," Yin Shui Tian responded. "What's going on lately? Who is that person with the surname Yi?" Yang Minghua inquired. "Just an old acquaintance," Yin Shui Tian replied with a wry smile, knowing she could not hide anything from her senior sister's keen eyes. "An acquaintance? Did you not say that if you could sever all distractions, how is it that you remain stuck in the foundation establishment stage? You are not to associate with that person of the surname Yi any longer. Sever all ties with worldly affairs as soon as possible," Yang Minghua admonished. Yin Shui Tian knew her senior sister was right. With her exceptional aptitude, had she maintained a pure heart and devoted herself to cultivation, she would have long since entered the golden core stage. But he is no ordinary person. I saw him today, and he has already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, Yin Shui Tian insisted. Standing her ground, Otto? The 9th level of Qi refinement? Yang Minghua's gaze flickered. "When he next visits, have him come to see me. Senior sister, what do you wish to see him for? Are you worried I might endanger his life?" "Have I ever been that kind of person?" Yang Minghua replied with an air of aloofness. "Very well," Yin Shui Tian nodded, choosing to say no more. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan and his companions returned to Qingyan town. Guing and Luo Jinli encountered their former sect mates, Zhou Shui and Xie Yuer, and after a lively discussion, both expressed their desire to marry Yi Kaishan. From the two ladies, they learned that they possessed an abundance of spirit stones and elixirs, ensuring that they would never have to worry about resources while cultivating. Life there was 100 times more comfortable than in Yunlan's sect. With the prospect of marriage presented to him, Yi Kaishan naturally did not refuse, immediately instructing his attendants to make preparations. The entire process was nothing new to the Yi family, who had grown accustomed to it and executed it with practiced ease. A month later, Yi Kaishan wed both Guing and Luo Jinli. He briefly experienced the sensation of being a groom night after night. Unfortunately, the two ladies did not possess particularly high spiritual roots, and thus did not yield a critical breakthrough. His own roots did not ascend to the mysterious grade. However, a year later, both women gave birth, with Luo Jinli delivering a child blessed with spiritual roots. "Congratulations, host. You have expanded your lineage, producing an offspring with a mid-grade yellow spiritual root. Rewards: 10 years of lifespan, 1 mid-grade yellow spiritual artifact, and a gourd of beauty-enhancing elixirs." The nature of spiritual roots was enigmatic. Heavily influenced by luck, Yi Kaishan was quite pleased to have produced even one child. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 years passed. During this period, Yi Kaishan took in another female cultivator who had fled from Yunlan's sect. Adding her to his growing family, at long last, he achieved perfection in Qi refinement and could prepare for foundation establishment. On the day of his awakening from cultivation, he had been anticipating the arrival of the Tian family's ancestor, Tian Wenjing, for vengeance. While he awaited the man, his own cultivation had unexpectedly advanced. "Congratulations, host. Your offspring count has surpassed 150, expanding your family size. Rewards: 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 20 years of alchemy experience, 20 years of formation experience, and 1 mid-grade spiritual field." Yi Kaishan absorbed the rewards, and his alchemy experience reached 40 years, with an additional 20 years of formation experience, a surprise he had not anticipated. However, the art of formations was just as rare as alchemy. Mastering it allowed one to manipulate opponents effortlessly, even overcoming those of higher cultivation levels. After absorbing 20 years of formation experience, Yi Kaishan immediately set about enhancing the small gathering spirit formation. He then expanded and fortified the protective formations. With everything in place, Yi Kaishan tidied himself up, mounted his flying sword, and soared toward Baiyang City. This time, he intended to procure the spiritual herbs necessary for refining foundation establishment pills or to buy the pills outright. Such pills were indispensable for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, which represented a foundational milestone in the journey of cultivation, immensely crucial and potentially influencing future achievements. Many cultivators had faltered at this stage. Chapter 18. Danding Sect and the Refinement of Foundation Establishment Pills. The foundation establishment stage involves constructing a foundation within the Dan lake of the body, radiating a glorious light throughout, and shedding the mortal form. One begins to possess the ability to fly, with a lifespan potentially extending to 300 years. When establishing the foundation, if the spiritual base is flawless and without a single crack, it is termed a perfect foundation. 3 cracks signify a premium foundation, 6 cracks denote a superior foundation, and 9 cracks indicate a mid-grade foundation. The worst, with 18 cracks, represents the lowest quality spiritual root, one that is precarious and nearly devoid of the possibility of achieving the golden core. Yi Kaishan's objective this time was to pursue the highest quality spiritual base. He mounted his flying sword and, in less than an hour, arrived at Baiyang City. Who is this esteemed predecessor? What astonishing speed! Some newly initiated loose cultivators gasped in admiration, their faces filled with envy. Time had transformed Yi Kaishan. He had become the revered predecessor in the eyes of others. Upon landing in Baiyang City, Yi Kaishan made his way directly to Baodan Pavilion, presenting his identity token. The attendant was a female cultivator in the early stages of qi refinement. Esteemed predecessor, how may I assist you? She asked with a radiant smile, captivated by Yi Kaishan's youth, strength, and status as an alchemist, which held great appeal for those just stepping into the immortal realm. I require 10 sets of medicinal materials for refining foundation establishment pills. Additionally, I would like 10 foundation establishment pills. Yi Kaishan stated succinctly. The process of foundation establishment might require numerous pills, so it was wise to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Many cultivators failed to establish their foundations due to a lack of sufficient pills, finding themselves unable to secure extra, leading to their ultimate failure. The female cultivator's mouth fell agape. Foundation establishment pills were costly, and many loose cultivators needed years to accumulate enough to exchange for even one. Yet here was Yi Kaishan, requesting 20 without hesitation, leaving her utterly astonished. Thank you for your kindness, Yi Kaishan said, producing a gourd and offering 2 qi-nourishing pills as tips. Esteemed predecessor, please wait a moment. I will fetch them right away. The female cultivator, brimming with excitement, eagerly seized the elixir and dashed off to make preparations. Midway, she covertly glanced back at Yi Kaishan, her eyes betraying a hint of shyness. Such a simple gesture significantly heightened her fondness for him. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan sat quietly, surveying his surroundings in search of the woman he had encountered during his last visit to the Great Pill Valley. At that moment, Qin Chan made her entrance, gracefully swaying her hips as she walked in, accompanied by a group of men and women. This entourage was adorned in distinctive attire, exuding an air of sophistication, clearly hailing from various sects of cultivation. Leading the group was a man appearing to be around 40 years of age. His demeanor haughty and arrogant. It was evident from Qin Chan's demeanor that she held him in high regard. Yi Kaishan recognized the origins of this group as members of the Danding sect. Within the borders of the Yin Kingdom, there exist 4 major sects: Danding sect, Yunlan sect, Baihua sect, and Zhuxiang sect. Among these, Danding sect is renowned for both its strength and prestige. Standing at the pinnacle. At that moment, Qin Chan noticed Yi Kaishan and paused before approaching him. Inquiring, Master Yi, what brings you here? Is there something you need? I came to purchase some spiritual herbs to concoct foundation establishment pills, Yi Kaishan replied with a nod. Their conversation immediately drew the attention of a middle-aged alchemist, who lazily lifted his eyelids and asked, Qin Chan, may I inquire who this esteemed individual is? As he spoke, his gaze swept dismissively over Yi Kaishan. Allow me to introduce you. This is Master Yi Kaishan, an alchemist from Baodan Pavilion. And this is Master Zhen Taihe from the Danding sect. Qin Chan introduced the two. Yi Kaishan? I have not heard of him. The foundation establishment pill is crucial for cultivators embarking on their foundation. If one fails to control the fire properly, it could compromise the pill's efficacy, potentially harming others, Zhen Taihe remarked, his tone devoid of warmth, seemingly offering guidance while casting doubt on Yi Kaishan's capabilities. The foundation establishment pill, classified as a top-tier yellow-grade elixir, is notoriously difficult to refine, and even if produced, its effects often fall short. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan's expression grew cold. You possess quite the audacity? Sir, are you capable of crafting a flawless foundation establishment pill? Sitting there unperturbed, he had been met with ridicule, and anyone in his position would surely bristle at such provocation. Humph! You speak without knowledge. Go inquire around. My master is the most sought-after alchemist in Baiyang City, with those wishing to have pills refined by him queuing out of the city. A disciple behind Zhen Taihe retorted. No one is perfect, and no pill is without flaws. Achieving 70 or 80% efficacy from a single elixir is the lifelong aspiration of any alchemist. Zhen Taihe chuckled dismissively, as if mocking Yi Kaishan for lacking even this basic understanding. Feeling the tension, Qin Shan awkwardly interjected, Gentlemen, let us not escalate this further. Master Zhen, your requested items will be ready shortly. Please, allow me to guide you to a private room upstairs to rest. After saying this, she promptly led Zhen Taihe and his entourage upstairs before returning to Yi Kaishan. You acted a bit rashly. Zhen Taihe is a prominent figure from the Danding sect, the most formidable alchemist in Baiyang City. Offending him would yield no benefits. Was it not he who insulted me first? With such arrogance, I had assumed he was the most renowned alchemist in the Yin Kingdom. Yi Kaishan scoffed at tea that moment. The female cultivator in charge of reception, you, returned. Master Yi, here are the items you requested. Yi Kaishan accepted them, paying without hesitation, amounting to several hundred mid-grade spiritual stones. He couldn't help but marvel at the exorbitant cost of the foundation establishment pill. Qin Shan watched in astonishment, surprised by Yi Kaishan's extravagance. I would like to borrow your alchemy room for a while, Yi Kaishan added. Following Hiyu's guidance, he made his way to the independent alchemy room designated for alchemists at Baodan Pavilion. Fully equipped with all the necessary tools for his craft. With 40 years of genuine alchemical experience, Yi Kaishan's expertise was formidable. It is important to note that a century-old alchemist does not necessarily possess a century's worth of experience. As one cannot continuously refine pills without periods of rest, the experience gained through the system's rewards is authentic, with a single year equating to several years of a typical alchemist practice. Thus, Yi Kaishan's 40 years of experience carried immense weight, and no matter how remarkable the foundation establishment pill may be, it remains a top-tier yellow-grade elixir, easily within Yi Kaishan's grasp. After familiarizing himself with the tools, he commenced the refining process. After a considerable duration, the alchemical process was complete. Yi Kaishan meticulously examined the finished product, nodding in satisfaction. He gathered the elixirs and sought out Qin Shan, presenting her with the refined foundation establishment pills. Please, Miss Qin, could you place these Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills on the shelves for sale? As for the price, a 10% reduction compared to Zhen Taihe's will suffice. Qin Shan regarded the pills with skepticism, slowly nodding before instructing someone to display them. Chapter 19. Kaishan brand foundation establishment pills, further enchanting the fairy. Upon learning that Yi Kaishan had put his foundation establishment pills up for sale, Zhen Taihe could not contain his laughter. The foundation establishment pill was his most frequently refined and cherished elixir. What did it matter if Yi Kaishan's price was lower? No one would jest about such a crucial item. They would rather spend extra for a pill of superior efficacy. After leaving Baodan Pavilion, Yi Kaishan took a stroll through a nearby market, predominantly filled with qi refinement cultivators, with a few foundation establishment practitioners mingling among them, trading for what they required. Yi Kaishan specifically sought out several attractive female cultivators, exchanging high prices for their goods. Tio put it plainly, his intentions were not solely transactional. He sought to forge connections. This practice had become commonplace, and he was already regarded as a wealthy patron in the eyes of many female cultivators. Senior Yi, I wish to purchase a spiritual tool flying sword, but I lack sufficient spiritual stones and would like to borrow some from you. A female cultivator approached Yi Kaishan, her demeanor shy. Her name was Lan Jingting, a qi refinement level 6 practitioner from Baiyang City who had crossed paths with Yi Kaishan a few times. Born into an ordinary family with no spiritual roots, and not being a disciple of any sect, earning spiritual stones was quite a challenge for her. Miss Lan, if you need a flying sword, I can gift you one, Yi Kaishan said with a smile. leaving her momentarily stunned. "Are you serious? How could I repay you?" Lan Jingting stammered, clearly taken aback by Yi Kaishan's generosity. "If possible, I hope you will marry me," Yi Kaishan stated directly, without any pretense. He had already assessed Lan Jingting and found her green-grade spiritual root and yellow-grade superior quality promising. Her pure and charming appearance certainly ranked at least an 85 in beauty. Upon hearing this, Lan Jingting's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her gaze towards Yi Kaishan now sparkled with a different hue. Indeed, she was in dire need of a reliable support. "I accept your proposal," she whispered shyly, unable to meet his eyes. "Excellent." Yi Kaishan produced a yellow-grade superior quality flying sword and handed it over. "Consider this your betrothal gift. I will come to escort you once you return." With a cheerful heart, Yi Kaishan returned to Qingyun town and instructed his servants to begin preparations. The Yi family members exclaimed that the master had begun his matchmaking endeavors again. As though he could not feel at ease without taking a concubine upon each return, a month later, the wedding procession made its way to Baiyang City. "What wedding procession is this? From the Yi family of Qingyun town? Isn't that the recently risen family of cultivators? I heard the ancestor of their Qi refinement lineage single-handedly defeated 2 opponents at the peak of Qi refinement. How terrifying is the ancestor of Qi refinement?" The citizens of Baiyang City exchanged whispers, and many families turned their attention to the Yi family, further elevating their renown. At Baodan Pavilion. Qin Shan observed the wedding procession from above, her expression one of disbelief. "No matter how I look at it, Yi Kaishan does not seem like a proper alchemist." Just then, the attendant Hiyu hurried in, excitement radiating from her. "The Foundation establishment pills are sold out. There are numerous individuals seeking to purchase them. Sold out? Quickly inform Master Jin to refine more." Qin Shan exclaimed, pondering to herself how well the Foundation establishment pills had been selling. No. They specifically requested the Kaishan brand Foundation establishment pills, claiming that they can achieve 90% efficacy. Hiyu shook her head energetically, her face flushed with excitement, seemingly unaware of why she felt such joy, as if she had personally crafted the Kaishan brand pills. "What? Kaishan brand Foundation establishment pills?" Qin Shan suddenly stood, her tall and curvaceous figure resembling that of a queen, looking down at Hyu. Is that truly the case? "Absolutely. The buyers are waiting downstairs," Hiyu confirmed with a nod. "I must see this for myself." With that, Qin Shan descended the stairs like the wind. Indeed, she found a throng of individuals in the hall clamoring to purchase Kaishan brand Foundation establishment pills. What? Has Baodan Pavilion resorted to hunger marketing? Such excellent Foundation establishment pills, and only 10 in total. If you can't sell them, then don't. A group of cultivators threatened the reception staff. "Please, esteemed guests, do not be agitated. The Kaishan brand Foundation establishment pills are temporarily out of stock. But we do have the Foundation establishment pills refined by Master Jin Taiha," the reception staff explained loudly. Master Jin's Foundation establishment pills are overpriced and can only achieve 70% efficacy. How can they possibly compare to the Kaishan brand? It is unacceptable. I have traveled a great distance just to procure the Kaishan brand Foundation building elixir, and now you tell me it is out of stock? All these individuals came here on the recommendation of cultivators who have consumed the Kaishan elixir. Upon hearing that it is sold out, they instantly grew anxious, as the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Qin Shan swiftly intervened, assuring everyone that she would promptly replenish the Kaishan Foundation building elixir. Only then did the crowd relent, refraining from pressing Qin Shan further. This news soon spread, even reaching Jin Taiha. The Kaishan brand Foundation building elixir boasts a remarkable efficacy of 90%. Investigate who precisely concocted this elixir. Master Zhan was filled with fury, sensing that someone was deliberately undermining his reputation. After all, he was a master in the art of foundation building elixirs. How could this individual dare to eclipse him in his area of expertise? Throughout his lifetime, he had only managed to produce elixirs with an efficacy of 80% at their peak. And typically, they were around 70%. The notion of 90% was purely theoretical. By the way, Master, I believe I know who this person is, the disciple exclaimed, his face reflecting sudden realization. Who? It is the alchemist we encountered at Baodan Pavilion that day. His name is Yi Kaishan. The Kaishan brand Foundation building elixir must have been crafted by him, the disciple stated with certainty. Jintai's expression shifted dramatically as he finally recalled this individual. If not for his disciple's reminder, he would have never regarded Yi Kaishan as a serious contender. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He abruptly rose from his seat, his face a mask of disbelief and anger. Is it possible that all those individuals were merely hired actors? The disciple, understanding his master's distress, tentatively inquired. Yes, continue to monitor this situation for me. If any further batches of the Kaishan brand foundation building elixir emerge, procure them immediately, Jintaiha commanded coolly. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan was blissfully preoccupied with his new bride. After a ceremonial wedding, he was ushered into the bridal chamber. The next day, Yi Kaishan leisurely exited his room, stretching contentedly, when a servant approached with news. Master, there is a woman named Qin Chan seeking you outside. Yi Kaishan's expression shifted as he made his way to the reception room, where he indeed found a tall and striking woman standing within. What an unexpected honor, Miss Qin. I am delighted by your visit. Yi Kaishan exclaimed as he approached with brisk steps. Master Yi is indeed fortunate, Qin Chan replied with a smile. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, she found herself increasingly convinced that Yi Kaishan was not a typical alchemist. True alchemists are known for their asceticism and dedication to their craft, while he seemed more preoccupied with the intricacies of plumbing. What brings you here, Miss Qin? Yi Kaishan inquired, waving his hand dismissively. While subtly assessing the woman's potential, instantly, a surge of azure light erupted, filling the reception room. Azure quality, foundation building at the 7th level, low-grade mystical root. Remarkable. She is on par with Yin Shui Tian, Yi Kaishan thought in astonishment. This woman, though a steward at Baodin Pavilion, possessed considerable prowess. Master, your Kaishan brand foundation building elixir has garnered immense popularity. I would like to request that you concoct more. Qin Chan stated directly, her gaze towards Yi Kaishan imbued with complexity. Taken aback by the potency of an individual who appeared less than serious about alchemy. Miss Qin, you see, I am newly married and currently have little time to devote to alchemy, Yi Kaishan replied. Feigning nonchalance, I am willing to negotiate conditions, Qin Chan asserted, fully aware that Yi Kaishan was attempting to leverage for benefits. Very well, since Miss Qin is so earnest, I shall not be modest, Yi Kaishan replied, nodding as he articulated his demands. After a series of negotiations, both parties ultimately reached a satisfactory agreement. Shortly thereafter, Danbao Pavilion delivered a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, prompting Yi Kaishan to commence his alchemical endeavors. Before long, he produced nearly 100 foundation-building elixirs. However, he did not rush to deliver them to Baodan Pavilion. Instead, he intended to first cultivate his own foundation, in the secret chamber of the Yi residence. Yi Kaishan prepared himself and swallowed a foundation-building elixir. Instantly, the spiritual lake within him began to bubble, gradually thickening and contracting. This was a sign of impending spiritual foundation consolidation. As the spiritual lake within his dantian shrank to a diminutive size. Its pace slowed, indicating a deficiency in medicinal potency. Yi Kaishan then consumed several additional foundation-building elixirs. With a resounding boom, immense power surged forth. A platform, seemingly crafted from crystal, slowly emerged from the spiritual lake, growing taller and broader until it drained the lake of all its water. Observing the platform's uneven surface, Yi Kaishan understood the critical nature of this step. A miscalculation could leave lasting fissures. Yi Kaishan consumed foundation-building elixirs with reckless abandon. While others might delicately handle a single elixir, he grasped them by the handful. Eventually, the spiritual lake was completely depleted, leaving behind a translucent and flawless spiritual platform. Perfect foundation building. At the moment of his success, the meridians within Yi Kaishan began to expand, becoming increasingly resilient. His bones shimmered with radiance, and his physique radiated an overwhelming vitality. He appeared rejuvenated, noticeably taller, and even his visage transformed, becoming more strikingly handsome. Now, he looked to be in his early 20s, exuding an ethereal aura. In that moment of transformation, Yi Kaishan admired his reflection, feeling so dashing that he wanted to kneel before himself. With such a visage, how could he not ensnare the hearts of those celestial maidens? Upon emerging from his seclusion, Rin Tinglan immediately noticed the change in him. "Husband, have you successfully cultivated your foundation?" She gasped, her pregnancy evident, her eyes briefly reflecting a hint of infatuation. "Indeed, your husband is now a venerable foundation cultivator," Yi Kaishan replied with a proud smile. Rin Tinglan beamed with delight, though a flicker of melancholy in her gaze did not escape Yi Kaishan's attention. "Rest assured, my dear. I shall assist you in cultivating your foundation as well," Yi Kaishan whispered, embracing her closely. The supreme power of yin and yang can enhance one's roots and heal any latent ailments or injuries. Over the years, Yi Kaishan's first concubine, Su Mei, had, unbeknownst to her, achieved a low-grade yellow root. Although the progress was slow, with diligence and hard work, improving one's roots was certainly attainable. The hidden scars left from Rin Tinglan's foundation building were mere trifles. The following day, Yi Kaishan tidied himself and, bearing the prepared foundation building elixirs, made his way to Baodan Pavilion in Baiyang City to personally deliver them to Qin Shan. Here are 50 foundation building elixirs. "Take these for the time being," Yi Kaishan stated. Qin Shan was overjoyed and immediately placed the Kaishan brand foundation building elixirs on display, disseminating the news far and wide. Before long, the entire Baiyang City was abuzz with the announcement. Many sought to witness whether the Kaishan brand foundation building elixir truly lived up to its exalted reputation. In no time, a throng of cultivators arrived, eager to purchase the foundation building elixirs. Among them was Zhan Taiha's disciple, Lu Yang, who managed to squeeze his way through the crowd and successfully acquire one. He hurried back to present the elixir to his master. Zhan Taiha accepted the elixir and scrutinized it carefully. Then, using his pinky nail, he scraped off a layer of powder and placed it on his tongue. In the next instant, his pupils widened, and astonishment washed over his face. "This truly possesses a potency of 90%. How is this possible?" he murmured, his mind beginning to unravel. "I must return to the sect at once." Zhan Taiha snapped back to reality, clutching the elixir as he dashed out, soaring through the skies on his flying sword. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan returned home, continuing to dote on his newlywed wife, Lan Jingting. Before long, her belly began to swell. A few months later, Lan Jingting gave birth. Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage with a child possessing a high-grade yellow root. Rewards: 10 years of lifespan, a high-grade yellow spiritual tool, and 500 low-grade spiritual stones, along with a divine movement talisman. A divine movement talisman? Excellent. Yi Kaishan's eyes sparkled upon seeing the reward. In addition to Lan Jingting, both Rin Tinglan and Shui Binger also bore children with spiritual roots. Congratulations, host. Your lineage now totals 20 children. Reward: 1 of 3 mystical grade techniques, 10 years of alchemical experience, and 200 medium grade spiritual stones. Children: 189. Family prestige: 2766. Family scale enhanced. Host should continue to strive forward. Yi Kaishan began to peruse the options. The 3 mystical grade techniques were Heavenly Gang Battle Qi, Sky Slicing Sword Technique, and Ming Wang's Cold Flame. After careful consideration, Yi Kaishan decided to choose the Sky Slicing Sword Technique. He already possessed a mystical grade flying sword, allowing him to fully unleash the technique's potential. Moreover, as a cultivator, how could he refuse the exhilarating thrill of slaying demons and wielding his sword across the heavens? The Sky-Slicing Sword Technique was the sharpest, most decisive, and the technique with the most instantaneous destructive power among the 3. After making his choice, Yi Kaishan dedicated himself to training, honing the technique for 3 months before finally grasping its fundamentals. Subsequently, he distributed a portion of the spiritual stones and elixirs to his capable wives for their cultivation. He also gifted each of them a spiritual tool from the system rewards. The women were naturally overjoyed, each vowing to bear Yi Kaishan 100 more children. "First, let us focus on delivering those already in your womb." Yi Kaishan laughed heartily and then set off towards Yunlan's sect with his 2 children. Periodically, children of suitable age for cultivation would appear. Those without spiritual roots were encouraged to manage the family business or venture out into the world. The division of labor was clear and development was reasonable. In Chapter 21, the sect master was a great funnel, and the 4 fairies. Furthermore, Yi Kaishan strongly advocated that after reaching adulthood, descendants of the Yi family ought to expand their lineage by marrying and taking concubines. Bearing numerous children, it was not the quantity of births that mattered, but rather the fear of not having enough. Before long, Yi Kaishan arrived at Yunlan sect with his children. Observing the two youngsters behind him, Yin Shuatian felt somewhat dazed. It was excessive, far too excessive. Once there was one, now there were two. What did they take Yunlan sect for? She began to regret her earlier boastful words. At this rate, the entire Yunlan sect would likely be filled with descendants of the Yi family. This fellow was truly prolific. Miss Yin, have I caused you any trouble? Yi Kaishan inquired with a smile. Yin Shuatian was momentarily taken aback. Waving her hand dismissively, no trouble at all. As long as the children possess spiritual roots, we shall accept them. She was still trying to maintain her composure. Wait, have you established your foundation? Suddenly, Yin Shuatian's expression changed. Her eyes fixed intently on Yi Kaishan. The current Yi Kaishan was young and handsome. Exuding an extraordinary aura, it was evident he had begun to shed his mortal form and achieved foundational establishment. Indeed, our distance has closed once more. Yi Kaishan revealed a smile that left Yin Shuatian momentarily entranced. He appeared even younger and more charming than when they first met. Flatterer, always joking, Yin Shuatian retorted with feigned annoyance. What do you mean by closing the distance? Where do you wish to go? By the way, our sect master wishes to meet you. Please accompany me, Yin Shuatian continued. The sect master wishes to see me. What does she want with me? Yi Kaishan asked, somewhat perplexed. You will find out when you arrive. Thus, Yin Shuatian led Yi Kaishan to the peak of Yunlan. Shortly thereafter, Yi Kaishan found himself at a cliff, where he beheld a woman clad in a flowing Taoist robe. This woman was strikingly beautiful, and beneath her loose attire, one could faintly discern her alluring figure, seemingly concealed by the voluminous garment. Is this woman the sect master of Yunlan sect? Yi Kaishan mused internally. At that moment, Yin Shuatian stepped forward, cupping her hands in greeting. Master, I have brought the person you requested. The woman seated on the massive rock slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Yi Kaishan, her gaze sharpened slightly. Foundation establishment. This differs somewhat from what Yin Shuatian described. Yi Kaishan, do you wish to join Yunlan sect? Almost without hesitation, Yang Minghua spoke. She had initially intended to test Yi Kaishan's resolve, but upon witnessing his cultivation level, she changed her mind. Yi Kaishan himself had not anticipated that at over 100 years of age, he would still have the opportunity to join a sect. I would like to, but I currently have family responsibilities, and it may not be convenient for me to join a sect. Yi Kaishan chuckled awkwardly. That's no trouble at all. As long as you are willing, I can offer you a nominal elder position, which will not restrict your freedom. Yang Minghua smiled slightly, as if she had already secured Yi Kaishan's compliance. Well then, I accept. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Kaishan's face lit up with joy, his attitude undergoing a complete transformation. Upon reflection, joining Yunlan sect would indeed facilitate his endeavors. Meanwhile, Yin Shuatian stood stunned, watching her senior sister strike a deal with Yi Kaishan. She had never imagined Yang Minghua would make such a decision. Once the matter was settled, Yang Minghua gestured for the two to leave. Before departing, Yi Kaishan discreetly utilized his system function to glance at her. That single glance was astonishing. He beheld a greenish light soaring into the heavens, accompanied by an almost imperceptible aura of extreme energy. Yi Kaishan's gaze faltered, stirring turmoil within his heart. Is this a special constitution, the Xianin body? In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots generally represented the speed of cultivation. The better the spiritual root, the faster one could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Special constitutions, on the other hand, endowed unique abilities that could enhance cultivation speed or the power of techniques. Cultivators with special constitutions often stood out among their peers. Yang Minghua's Xianin body was inherently powerful, allowing for rapid cultivation. However, this constitution was also known as a furnace body, favored by evil cultivators. For once a Xianin body woman engaged in dual cultivation, she would become a funnel for spiritual energy, pouring it entirely into her partner. Yi Kaishan mused silently, realizing that the sect master of Yunlan sect was indeed a grand funnel. Following this revelation, he accompanied Yin Shuatian to process his identity token, and henceforth he would be a nominal elder of Yunlan sect. With this status, Entering and exiting Yunlan sect would become significantly more convenient, requiring no formal notification. Subsequently, he was in no rush to depart, turning instead to the back mountain. "Dear fairies, Yi has come to see you." Upon his arrival, Yi Kaishan announced loudly. Before long, he found himself surrounded by a throng of female cultivators. "Brother Yi, you have become so handsome," one of the female immortals exclaimed, for not all cultivators were blessed with striking appearances. Yi Kaishan's looks were indeed exceptional. "I have successfully established my foundation, which accounts for my youthful appearance." Yi Kaishan replied with a casual smile, as if it were a trivial matter. However, the female cultivators reacted quite differently to his words. Previously, Yi Kaishan had been generous, albeit older and somewhat lacking in looks. Now, he appeared as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Combined with his impressive cultivation level and generous demeanor, he was seen as the ideal partner. "Brother Yi, may I accompany you to Qingyun town? Would you welcome me?" a bold female cultivator asked, her face flushed. Although they were not young, their daily lives of cultivation had left them inexperienced in matters of love. "Of course, you are most welcome." Yi Kaishan replied cheerfully, never one to reject such an invitation. His approach was both proactive and accommodating, all for the purpose of expanding the Yi family lineage. Upon hearing his words, the other female cultivators eagerly expressed their desire to join as well. Yi Kaishan promptly welcomed each of them, one by one. Afterward, he temporarily bid farewell to the group to visit his children. Yi Fan had now reached the 4th level of Qi refining, and after several years of training, he had grown more composed and unassuming, appearing almost harmless. In contrast, Yi Chun and Yi Ling displayed much more brilliance. After leaving a few tokens for his children, Yi Kaishan departed. This time, he was accompanied by 4 women, each possessing a beauty rating of around 80 with average qualities. Though they were common, they were nonetheless cultivators. Upon returning to Qingyun town, the 4 women became even more resolute in their intentions, and it wasn't long before everything fell into place naturally. Yi Kaishan instructed them to return home first, promising to marry them one by one. Though he was taking concubines, he would still observe proper etiquette. Soon after, the Yi family was adorned with festive decorations and bustling with activity. The entire Qingyun town buzzed with the news that the ancestral head of the Yi family had begun anew. "Which family's daughter is fortunate to marry an immortal?" the townsfolk mused, marveling at how the current head of the Yi family was no longer the ancient relic buried halfway in the ground, but rather an extraordinary immortal. In Chapter 22, with Xin-level roots, the cousin of the 100 Flowers sect, Yi Kaishan swiftly and rhythmically married the 4 women into his household. A month passed. Ding! Congratulations, host's root bone has improved, reaching the lower grade of Xin level. Upon hearing this notification, Yi Kaishan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. His root bone had finally attained the Xin level, and he could distinctly sense that his body absorbed spiritual energy at a much faster rate. Over the next 6 months, he worked tirelessly, and before long, the bellies of his 4 new brides began to swell. It left him utterly exhausted. Congratulations, host's offspring have surpassed 200, family scale has increased, reward. 36 Heavenly Cycle Dongxian Scriptures. 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemy experience, 1 Xin level spirit pill, 500 medium grade spirit stones. 200 children. Yi Kaishan's thoughts raced as he began to review his rewards. The 36 Heavenly Cycle Dongxian Scriptures were a low-grade earth-level cultivation method. When combined with the Yuqing Qi refining method, it could significantly enhance his cultivation speed. The Xin-level spirit pill, named Chongxian pill, was a lower-grade spirit pill suitable for mid to late stages of foundation establishment, designed to accelerate cultivation. Not bad, Yi Kaishan mused, feeling quite satisfied. He then absorbed the cultivation experience, and in no time, his aura underwent a sudden transformation. Foundation establishment, 2nd level. In his Dantian, he had already constructed the 2nd Dao platform, significantly increasing his magical power. Next, he absorbed the alchemy experience and concocted some pills suitable for foundation establishment. One day, Su Mei gave birth once more, delivering a child endowed with spiritual roots. Congratulations, host, for expanding the family tree with the birth of a top-tier yellow-level offspring. Reward: lifespan 10,500 lower-grade spirit stones and a burst talisman. My husband, I've given you another child with spiritual roots. Su Mei sat upon the bed, cradling her child in her arms, her face aglow with joy as she spoke to Yi Kaishan. This marked the birth of her fourth offspring with spiritual roots. Fresh from childbirth, she radiated vitality, showing no signs of weakness. 3 years prior, she had awakened her spiritual roots, and Yi Kaishan had personally guided her in her cultivation, providing her with ample elixirs and spiritual stones. Now, she had attained the 4th level of Qi refinement. Mayor, you are truly remarkable. Despite the passing years, you remain unchanged, just as you were back then, Yi Kaishan said, affectionately ruffling her hair. The once headstrong girl was now a mother of several children, yet her beauty had not waned. Such is the result of your good care, my husband, Su Mei replied shyly. Once you have fully recovered, I shall continue to pamper you. Yi Kaishan teased with a mischievous smile. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this time, Yi Kaishan had guided the cultivation of many female practitioners, including Wu Nanchun and Wang Shifeng, who had both embarked on their journey to immortality. Occasionally, he would refine foundation establishment pills for Baodin Pavilion and, in his leisure, cultivate various spiritual herbs while also taking on concubines. His pursuits in this regard were no longer confined to Qingyun town, but had extended to neighboring towns and even the cultivation families within Baiyang City, thanks to the reputation of his foundation establishment pills. Coupled with Jintaya's escape, Yi Kaishan had become the foremost alchemist in the eyes of many cultivators in Baiyang City. Whenever he conducted business in Baiyang City, he could not escape the appellation of Master Yi. Certain cultivation families sought to ingratiate themselves with him by marrying their daughters to Yi Kaishan, fully aware that his only passion lay in taking concubines, and he would not refuse anyone who approached him. Over the course of the year, he had taken 12 concubines, the majority being female cultivators, with only a few being mundane women. Yet, for Master Yi, this posed no issue. With effort, he could nurture spiritual roots even in those without. On this day, Yi Kaishan returned to Baiyang City, bringing along the refined foundation establishment pills. Upon entering the city, he encountered Qian Lu, the head of the Qian family, a practitioner at the early stage of foundation establishment and a former disciple of Yunlan sect. Esteemed senior, might you find the time to visit my Qian family? I have a cousin I wish to introduce, Qian Lu said, bowing and scraping before Yi Kaishan, not daring to exhibit any arrogance in the presence of someone at the foundation establishment stage. Let's discuss your cousin later. I have matters to attend to now, Yi Kaishan replied, hands clasped behind his back, his golden identity token gleaming, making him the center of attention wherever he went. Many beautiful young ladies and refined maidens watched him shyly, their imaginations already weaving tales. Master Yi is busy. My Qian family is honored to welcome you. We await your arrival at our convenience, Qian Lu said eagerly. Yi Kaishan made his way to Baodin Pavilion, where he was greeted by the charming Gu Yu. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with delight. Master Yi, please come quickly. Our shopkeeper has been waiting for you inside for quite some time, she said warmly. Yi Kaishan felt an odd sensation. It sounded akin to some form of transaction. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he immediately spotted Qin Shan standing by the window, her silhouette breathtaking. Has your fasting been effective? Yi Kaishan mused inwardly, but as soon as she noticed his arrival, Qin Shan approached him. Qin Fairy, what troubles you? You seem to carry a weight upon your heart, he inquired with a smile. What concerns could I possibly have? She retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. I am worried for you. Zhentaya's master is an elder of the Danding sect. I have received word that they will soon arrive in Baiyang City, evidently seeking you, she warned. Surprised, Yi Kaishan regarded Qin Shan. I did not expect you to care for me. However, there is no need for concern. Let them come. If they dare to provoke me, I shall deal with both him and his master. He asserted confidently. I advise against such recklessness. He is an elder of the Danding sect. Qin Shan exclaimed, flustered. Enough. I shall deliver the pills to you now. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave to see my cousin. Yi Kaishan said, waving dismissively. Cousin? Qin Shan was taken aback, but before she could inquire, Yi Kaishan had already departed. The head of the Qian family awaited him, having prepared a banquet upon learning of Yi Kaishan's arrival. Master Yi graces our humble abode, bringing glory to the Qian family, Qian Lu flattered. Enough with the pleasantries. Where is my cousin? Yi Kaishan remained focused. knowing full well that Qian Lu's cultivation was respectable. And his cousin could not be an ordinary woman. Please, come inside. She will be here shortly, Qian Lu beamed, nearly grinning from ear to ear. I shall not hide it. My cousin is a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. Possessing both beauty and grace, truly worthy of Master Yi, he continued. The 100 Flowers sect? Yi Kaishan's interest piqued. The sect only accepted female disciples, demanding not only spiritual roots but also stringent standards of beauty. The women emerging from there were renowned for their extraordinary allure. I and the Qian family. The banquet was set, and Yi Kaishan sat at the head of the table alongside Qian Lu after several rounds of drinks. Just as Yi Kaishan's patience wore thin, a strikingly beautiful woman entered the hall. Instantly, the entire space seemed to brighten, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. This woman resembled a flower fairy, her scent wafting from her being. Ha ha, Master Yi, allow me to introduce my cousin, Zhu Man, an inner disciple of the 100 Flowers sect. Cousin, this is the esteemed Master Yi, the foremost alchemist in Baiyang City, Qian Lu announced as he rose to present her. I am Zhu Man, honored to meet Master Yi. She approached gracefully, slightly bowing in respect, her elegance intensifying the fragrance around her. Yi Kaishan's gaze sharpened as he utilized his system's capabilities to assess her. Green grade, third level of foundation establishment, beauty rating around 90, yellow grade top-tier spiritual roots. Truly exceptional in every regard. Though she was 50 years old, a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage could live for 200 to 300 years, making her 50 akin to a mere 20 in the mortal realm. Thus, she appeared youthful and vibrant, albeit with a more mature demeanor, a refinement brought by the passage of time. There is no need for formalities. Please rise, Yi Kaishan said, retracting his gaze. Yes, Zhu Man stood, casting a furtive glance at Yi Kaishan, quickly averting her eyes, a hint of shyness flickering in her expression, captivated by his charm. Master Yi, my cousin has long admired you, often losing sleep over thoughts of you. Perhaps you could find a time to meet? Qian Lu suggested, subtly hinting at a favorable arrangement. Certainly, 1 month hence, Yi Kaishan affirmed without hesitation. By the way, Master Yi, I have a modest request, Zhu Man interjected. After her explanation, Yi Kaishan understood her intentions. Zhu Man had been bitten by a highly toxic beast during a sect mission, leaving lingering toxins in her body. She implored Yi Kaishan to concoct a detoxification pill to cleanse her system. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan recognized her ulterior motives, yet deemed them fortuitous. After all, having motives was preferable to being devoid of purpose. The detoxification pill was a profound spiritual elixir, capable of purging toxins, cleansing the marrow, altering one's constitution, and healing injuries. It was a costly item that most practitioners could scarcely afford. Very well, consider this pill a wedding gift, Yi Kaishan declared after deliberation. Crafting the detoxification pill posed no significant challenge for him. A month later, Yi Kaishan successfully produced the detoxification pill, and the wedding procession arrived in Baiyang City. Master Yi is once again taking a concubine. Truly, he is a man of passion. I have never encountered an alchemist so fond of taking concubines, the townsfolk remarked with a mix of admiration and envy. Master Yi not only excels in alchemy but is also in excellent health. It is said he has dozens of concubines. Most cannot endure such a lifestyle. Even cultivators struggle to keep up. Before long, Yi Kaishan, clad in a red robe, sat upon his steed, exuding an air of joy and elegance. He gallantly departed Baiyang City, gradually fading from view as onlookers bid him farewell. Just as the wedding procession reached its midpoint, a chilling laugh echoed from the distance. Who dares to show themselves? Reveal your identity at once, Yi Kaishan commanded, frowning. Suddenly, a crimson blade of light slashed through the air, spanning nearly 40 meters, crashing down upon the procession. Chaos ensued as horses reared and people fell, casualties mounting. In the nick of time, the bride Zhu Man leapt forth, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Yi Kaishan, I have awaited your arrival for a long time. The voice resounded again, as a middle-aged man appeared atop a distant treetop, wielding a long blade and wearing a mocking grin. 7th level of foundation establishment. Yi Kaishan's gaze sharpened, his first thought being that Zhu Man might be in collusion with this man to harm him. Who are you? Ah, it is only fitting you learn the truth that I am Tian Wenjing. Now do you comprehend who I am? The middle-aged man sneered, coldly looking down. So, you are Tian Wenjing, Yi Kaishan suddenly realized. The passage of time had nearly made him forget this figure. Shui Binger had once told him that Tian Wenjing was a cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment. Now, however, he had evidently advanced to the late stage, clearly having encountered a miracle recently. Humph. Had it not been for my recent cultivation of divine skills, I would have claimed your life long ago. Tian Wenjing let out a cold snort, and with a sudden thrust of his long blade, a crimson blade aura sliced through the AIR.my lord. I come to assist you. Zhu Man leaped forward, intent on helping. Stay back, do not interfere, Yi Kaishan bellowed, summoning his flying sword, which he wielded lightly to execute a swift strike. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The sword light flickered like lightning, tearing through the void, instantly dispersing the blade's energy. Tian Wenjing's gaze shifted slightly, a look of surprise crossing his face. Impressive, yet still far from sufficient. His figure flickered as he descended from the treetop, swiftly closing the distance. Not sufficient, you say? Yi Kaishan murmured, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Crimson flame blood burning technique. 50 years of lifespan. With a thunderous sound, a powerful aura erupted from him, sweeping forth and forming a tempest. Tian Wenjing hovered in midair, staring in shock at the tempestuous Yi Kaishan. This force was no weaker than his own. What in the world is happening? Has this fellow concealed his cultivation? Yi Kaishan shot upward, holding the sword in one hand, cultivating a sword intent, and then he swung it down fiercely. Buzz! A thick blade aura cleaved through the storm, exceptionally sharp, as if the very sky would be torn asunder. Heaven-slaying sword technique. Tian Wenjing roared, slashing forth with his crimson blade aura. However, it was as if it were nothing against the heaven-slaying sword technique. Boom! The sword light descended, creating a fissure spanning 100 feet in the ground. Tian Wenjing stood motionless in the void, his expression vacant. In the next moment, a blood mark appeared on his brow, and his entire body split in two, plummeting downwards. Yi Kaishan sheathed his sword, exhaling deeply. That strike had drained much of his internal power. In addition to the 50 years of lifespan burned, he felt as though he had been completely drained. Below, Zhu Man stared wide-eyed, nearly kneeling in astonishment. Not only was her husband adept at alchemy, but his cultivation was also so formidable. Afterwards, Yi Kaishan took Zhu Man and swiftly departed from the area, soaring 1,000 miles away. Meanwhile, at the moment of Tian Wenjing's demise, in a dark cave within the Yin Kingdom, a gray-robed elder suddenly opened his eyes, filled with malice and rage, an array of negative emotions flooding his inhuman gaze. Yi Kaishan returned to Qingyan town with Zhu Man. Everything was as usual. After paying homage to heaven and earth, they entered the bridal chamber. The women of the 100-Flower sect carried a natural fragrance, and Zhu Man bore the scent of a flower called Hongtiao, rich yet not overpowering. For Yi Kaishan, it was yet another unforgettable night. Chapter 24. Offspring breaks 300, Foundation establishment 4th layer. A month later. My lord, you are truly remarkable. I believe I am pregnant. Zhu Man, sensing the signs of life within her, spoke to Yi Kaishan with a radiant expression. Since entering the 100-Flower sect, she had maintained a steadfast routine for decades, never expecting that one day she would marry and bear children. As a woman of the 100-Flower sect, life seemed glamorous on the surface, but behind it lay untold heartaches. Deprived of the nurturing dew, even the most beautiful blossoms would eventually wither. This was related to the cultivation methods they practiced. Ultimately, the women of the 100-Flower sect had to descend the mountain in search of a place to settle down and spend their remaining years. You are indeed impressive. I did not expect it to happen so soon. Yi Kaishan raised a thumb in praise. Generally, it was quite challenging for cultivators to conceive, yet within just a month, Zhu Man had achieved this. It was evident that she was a woman of exceptional talent. You tease, Zhu Man playfully punched Yi Kaishan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After Zhu Man's pregnancy, Yi Kaishan's other wives began giving birth to offspring from time to time. Occasionally, 1 or 2 children would possess spiritual roots, but the vast majority did not. After their wives gave birth, Yi Kaishan would provide them with care, channeling the Yin-Yang Supreme innate technique, focusing on dual cultivation without the need for further offspring. My lord, please rest assured. I will refine what remains within me with my magical powers. On this day, Zhao Fian, in full bloom, spoke to Yi Kaishan. Now possessing a mid-grade yellow-level spiritual root and at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Aided by beauty-preserving and longevity elixirs, she looked just as she did before. With a slender waist, fitting in a gentle grasp, she bore no resemblance to a mother of multiple children, appearing instead like a youthful maiden. Yi Kaishan never favored one wife over another. Each was meticulously cared for. Even Ren Tinglan, whose foundation had been damaged, had seen restoration on this day. Taking advantage of her post-birth state, Yi Kaishan decided to assist her in foundation establishment. After 2 previous failures, one due to insufficient cultivation and the other due to a lack of foundation establishment pills, Yi Kaishan prepared 20 or so pills for Ren Tinglan to consume as meals. This made Ren Tinglan both amused and touched. Once foundation establishment commenced, Yi Kaishan stood guard nearby, vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. Ren Tinglan did not disappoint, consuming 5 foundation establishment pills in succession, ultimately achieving a superior spiritual root. This was far better than she had anticipated. Originally unable to establish even the most basic foundation, she had now directly attained a superior one, exceeding expectations greatly. Overcome with emotion, Ren Tinglan expressed her gratitude to Yi Kaishan. Venting her feelings, it was not until much later that she finally calmed down, utterly exhausted. Next, Yi Kaishan visited his other cultivation wives, helping them with care and enhancing their cultivation levels. Just as he was thoroughly engaged in his tasks, a knock echoed at the door of the Yi residence. "Where is Yi Kaishan? My master invites you to taste the elixirs." Jin Taiha arrived at the Yi family's doorstep, accompanied by his disciple. During this time, Yi Kaishan had been preoccupied with nurturing and childbirth, neglecting to visit Baiyang City. An impatient Jin Taiha had personally come to issue a challenge. "Oh, is this not Master Zhen? After disappearing for so long, I see you have returned to fetch reinforcements." Yi Kaishan emerged with a teasing smile. "Humph, do not speak nonsense. Why, Master happened to pass through this area and heard that Master Ye's skills are extraordinary. Hence he wishes to witness them firsthand. Master, you would not be afraid, would he?" Jin Taiha maintained a stern expression, speaking in a low tone, even employing provocative tactics, fearful that Yi Kaishan might refuse. "Go back and keep your master waiting. I will arrive shortly." Yi Kaishan waved his hand dismissively. Jin Taiha inwardly rejoiced, contentedly leading his disciple away. And thus, 2.5 years passed. Yi Kaishan busied himself at home. And Zhu Man astonished everyone by giving birth to a child with a low-grade mysterious spiritual root on her first attempt. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan also took in several female cultivators from the Yunlan sect. These women were influenced by Xie Yuer and Zhou Shui, who had already contemplated leaving the mountain. Knowing that several had found such comfort in Qingyun town, they quickly bid farewell to their sect and descended the mountain in high spirits. While others departed from their immortal gates in despair, akin to mourning a loss, they were exuberant and radiant. Yin Shui Tian grew restless, noticing an increasing number of female cultivators leaving, and the trend was unmistakable. Moreover, every departure resembled a joyful return home for the new year. The Yunlan sect was an immortal gate long yearned for by countless individuals, not a purgatory. Over these 3 years, the offspring of the Yi family surged in numbers, finally surpassing the 300 mark in the last year. Congratulations to the host for branching out. The number of offspring has reached 300, further enhancing the family scale. Rewards include a mid-grade spiritual field, 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemy experience, 10 years of spiritual plant cultivation experience, a complete collection of yellow-level formations, and 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Offspring, 300. Family reputation, 56 fortitude. The family scale has increased. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Foundation establishment 4th layer. During these 3 years, Yi Kaishan consumed vast quantities of elixirs, breaking through to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, and after absorbing the experience, he advanced another layer. 4 Dao platforms had been established within him. The exhilarating sensation of such rapid advancement was indescribable. There was no other way. After all, He possessed exceptional spiritual roots and an abundance of spiritual stones and elixirs. Not only did Yi Kaishan advance, but Shui Binger, Xie Yuer, Zhou Shui, and other female cultivators also succeeded in their foundation establishment through their extensive use of elixirs. Although most achieved mid-grade or upper-grade foundations, for them, it was an astonishing leap. Had they not married Yi Kaishan, they likely would have never entered the foundation establishment stage in their lifetimes. Even the most basic spiritual roots would have been exceedingly difficult to form. As a result, the Yi family now boasted several foundation establishment cultivators, marking them as a not insignificant sect within the entire Yin kingdom. After solidifying their cultivation, Yi Kaishan exited the training chamber and finally recalled his agreement with Jin Taihe from 3 years prior. It seemed a bit late. He wondered if the man was still around. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Kaishan promptly took to the skies on his sword, heading toward Baiyang City. 3 years ago, upon leaving the Yi family, Jin Taihe immediately spread the word. Yi Kaishan was to challenge the alchemy elder of the Danding sect. Upon hearing this, the people of Baiyang City began to eagerly anticipate the event. However, that anticipation dragged on for 3 years, and the excitement gradually cooled like boiling water left to Siti in the end. Most had nearly forgotten the matter. Jin Taihe and his disciple were nearly driven to madness. Cursing Yi Kaishan for his lack of decorum, he had promised to arrive shortly yet had kept them waiting for 3 years. Forget it, forget it. This person is avoiding the battle, clearly afraid of me, and likely will not show up. Elder Zhou Lu of the Danding sect, with a mocking expression, addressed his disciple. What a pity! Jin Taihe lamented, and no matter, since he dares not come, the title of the foremost alchemist in Baiyang City shall remain yours. Zhou Lu confidently replied while stroking his beard. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the door. Master, he's here. Yi Kaishan has arrived, shouted his disciple, Lu Yong, from beyond the threshold. Chapter 25. A cup of tea awaits you. Daughter of the Bai family. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lu and his disciple exchanged knowing smiles. The timing was perfect. Just as they were about to depart, he had conveniently arrived at their doorstep. One could only say that this lad was rather unfortunate. The two hastily made their way to the Baodin Pavilion. A tea this time. Yi Kaishan's unexpected appearance caused quite a stir. Master Yi has finally appeared. I have waited a full 3 years. Yi Kaishan made his way to the Baodin Pavilion, where he encountered the woman from the Great Pigu, Qin Shan. Why, Yi Kaishan? You wouldn't truly intend to compete with Elder Zhou of the Danding sect, would you? Now that I'm here, if I do not show up, wouldn't that make me seem like a coward? Yi Kaishan shrugged, smiling. At this juncture, Zhou Lu and Jin Taihe arrived, both exuding an intimidating aura. I presume this is Master Yi? Zhou Lu spoke first, his tone cheerful yet laced with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Yi Kaishan appeared far too youthful, resembling a mere lad in his 20s. Akin to a flower thief, devoid of any semblance of an alchemist's demeanor. Yi Kaishan nonchalantly regarded the two, scrutinizing the middle-aged man beside Jin Taihe. The man appeared to be in his 50s, with graying facial hair and an impeccably refined appearance. May I inquire about Master Zhou's age? Yi Kaishan's opening question caught everyone off guard. Zhou Lu paused momentarily and replied, I am over 150 years old. 150 is rather young. Yi Kaishan nodded lightly, understanding the implications. How many years of alchemical experience could a 150-year-old alchemist possess? The system had rewarded him with at least 70 to 80 years' worth of authentic experience, devoid of any embellishments. Upon hearing Yi Kaishan's remark, Zhou Lu's expression shifted to one of displeasure. I have heard that you can concoct a foundation-building pill with a 90% efficacy, yet as an alchemist, one must not be single-minded. One must be well-versed in all areas, he said slowly, his demeanor solemn. Enough with the pleasantries. Draw your line, and let us compete at your leisure, Yi Kaishan interrupted, sensing the underlying intent behind the lengthy discourse. Very well, young man, your courage is commendable, Zhou Lu chuckled. Subsequently, the two made their way to the central square of Baiyang City, surrounded by a throng of spectators, the elite and prominent figures of Baiyang City. Members of illustrious cultivation families gathered to witness the spectacle. At Zhou Lu's request, they began their competition with yellow-grade spirit pills. The contest revolved around the breadth of knowledge, the speed of pill creation, And the efficacy of the elixirs produced in Zhou Lu's estimation, Yi Kaishan belonged to the specialized type, solely capable of crafting foundation-building pills, while his knowledge of other pills was mediocre at best. Compared to his extensive experience, Yi Kaishan seemed utterly lacking. As the competition commenced, Zhou Lu swiftly demonstrated his adept pill-making techniques, earning nods of approval from the audience, affirming his status as an esteemed elder of the Danding sect. However, when they observed Yi Kaishan's movements, they were momentarily taken aback. Yi Kaishan's actions were deliberate and graceful, devoid of any unnecessary gestures. He even took the time to wave at the female cultivators in the audience, his demeanor more akin to a performance than a competition. Qin Chan's expression shifted, her heart inexplicably racing as Yi Kaishan waved at her, eliciting a feeling she could not quite articulate. Before long, while Zhou Lu continued his relentless pill-making, Yi Kaishan stood up, stretched leisurely, and remarked, "Master Zhou, I am finished." "What?" Zhou Lu was taken aback, astonished by the rapidity. "Have you truly completed your work?" In an instant, a flicker of panic crossed his face. Yi Kaishan discerned Zhou Lu's discomfort and kindly reassured him, "There is no rush, Master Zhou. Take your time, I shall enjoy a cup of tea while I await you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Lu's lips twitched in irritation, nearly toppling his alchemical furnace in frustration. "This is outrageous." Remaining calm, does the speed of creation necessarily equate to quality? This man is deliberately attempting to unsettle me. I must not fall for his ploy. True to his extensive experience as an elder of the Danding sect, Zhou Lu quickly regained his composure and meticulously resumed his alchemical process. After a considerable duration, he finally completed his work. To ensure fairness, they invited Qin Chan to the stage to assess the quality of their potions. Master Zhou's nourishing qi pill boasts a 90% efficacy, while the spirit-nourishing pill achieves an 80% efficacy. Qin Chan reported after meticulous scrutiny, apart from a few lower-grade pills reaching 90%, the remainder were all at 80%. Upon hearing this, the audience nodded in agreement. Such ordinary pills achieving commendable efficacy was indeed remarkable. After the evaluation, Zhou Lu, stroking his beard, exhibited a hint of pride in his eyes. Next, it was Yi Kaishan's turn. Qin Chan picked up one of his pills for examination, her expression gradually transforming into one of astonishment. Nourishing Spirit Pill, 90% efficacy. Spirit Nourishing Pill, 90% efficacy. A series of yellow-grade spirit pills all achieved 90% efficacy, leaving the audience in a state of shock. Zhou Lu exclaimed in disbelief, rushing forward to examine one of Yi Kaishan's pills. The efficacy was undeniably genuine at 90%. He stood there, stunned, muttering incoherently, "Impossible, impossible." As Yi Kaishan packed away his tools, preparing to depart, he paused beside Zhou Lu and remarked, "Master Zhou, I find myself questioning whether you are truly an elder of the Danding sect." Uncertain whether it was Zhou Lu's weakness or his own strength, Yi Kaishan felt an air of unreality surrounding the encounter. Qin Chan watched him leave, her heart tumultuous with emotions. Just as Yi Kaishan exited the square, he was intercepted by a man in white. "Master Yi, I have long admired you. I am Bai Xiong, and my daughter has held you in great esteem. Might you do us the honor of visiting our home for a conversation?" Bai Xiong. Yi Kaishan's interest peaked as he recognized the man's identity. The head of the Bai family, the foremost cultivation family in Baiyang City. "Your hospitality is most gracious, Master Bai. I shall not refuse," Yi Kaishan replied with a smile, readily accepting the invitation. "Please, follow me." Shortly thereafter, Yi Kaishan accompanied Bai Xiong to the Bai residence, where they indulged in a lavish feast. Bai Xiong expressed his desire to marry off his daughter to Yi Kaishan, seeking a union between their families. Yi Kaishan, of course, had no intention of declining such an offer. The two quickly found common ground. Bai Xiong promptly summoned his daughter, my daughter, Bai Kai Wei, pays her respects to Master Yi. Before long, a woman clad in white emerged before Yi Kaishan. She exuded an aura of cool elegance, almost aloof. Upon their first encounter, Yi Kaishan's mind conjured the image of Xiaolong Nu. As his gaze shifted, he noticed a greenish glow surrounding her. 27 years old. Possessing a 9th level of qi refinement with a low-grade Xin-level spiritual root, her aptitude rivaled that of Yin Shui Tian. "Master Bai, you have a remarkable daughter." Yi Kaishan remarked, his eyes reflecting satisfaction as he turned to Bai Xiong. Indeed, my daughter has long admired Master Yi. If you are willing, might we arrange a marriage in 1 month? Bai Xiong inquired tentatively, well versed in Yi Kaishan's demeanor. Chapter 26. Mid-level Xian, cultivating for fun that would be perfectly acceptable. 1 month hence it shall be, Yi Kaishan replied without hesitation. He then produced 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, along with 2 spirit artifacts as a betrothal gift. Bai Xiong's eyes lit up, wishing he could marry off another daughter. While the Bai family was the foremost cultivation family in Baiyang City, they still paled in comparison to the immortal sections. Thus, such a betrothal gift was substantial. After departing from the Bai residence, Yi Kaishan visited the Baodin Pavilion to procure some items and to further cultivate his relationship with the woman from the Great Pigu. Zhou Lu and his disciple left in a daze. Uncertain of their return, Qin Shan conveyed this news. Surely they won't seek external assistance again. Yi Kaishan felt a tad overwhelmed, having taken on the lesser opponent now that the greater one had been defeated. He hoped they wouldn't resort to older allies. This could go on indefinitely, I cannot say, Qin Shan replied, her beautiful eyes locking onto Yi Kaishan's as she smiled softly. Even the elder of the Danding sect is no match for you. Your alchemical skills are truly formidable. Yi Kaishan's lips curled into a smile as he waved his hand dismissively. It is of little consequence. Alchemy is merely the least impressive of my skills. Oh? Then what is your most formidable skill? Qin Shan inquired, her gaze sparkling with curiosity. You shall find out in due time, Yi Kaishan replied with an enigmatic smile. By the way, since your alchemical prowess is so remarkable, I wish to enlist you to represent the Baiyang City branch of the Baodin Pavilion in an upcoming competition. Qin Shan suddenly changed the subject. What are the benefits? Yi Kaishan asked pragmatically. If you can achieve the rank I desire, I shall grant you one condition, Qin Shan stated earnestly after a moment's hesitation. Any condition? Yi Kaishan inquired with a sly smile. What do you seek? Qin Shan hesitated but then asked. Let us speak plainly. I wish to marry you. Yi Kaishan was rather straightforward, and Qin Shan possessed remarkable business acumen, making her an ideal choice for marriage. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan immediately felt restless, her cheeks beginning to flush. She feigned indifference and casually remarked, It is not impossible. I have no objections. Excellent. Then it's settled. Yi Kaishan laughed heartily, appreciating such a forthright woman. I will notify you of the specific date in advance. Qin Shan stood up and ascended to the 2nd floor, leaving behind a single remark. After their conversation, she felt an unsettling stickiness on her skin. A month later, Ye's family once again arrived in Baiyang City to propose marriage. When people learned of Yi Kaishan's intended bride, an immediate wave of envy and admiration swept over them. This was particularly true among other cultivation families, who were astounded to discover that Yi Kaishan had offered a substantial dowry of spirit stones and spirit artifacts. They could hardly remain composed, beginning to search for suitable daughters within their own clans to arrange marriages with the Yi family. A man as handsome as Yi Kaishan, with extraordinary cultivation and the prowess of a powerful alchemist, was undoubtedly the dream partner for many female cultivators. The wedding procession returned smoothly to the Yi family, where they exchanged vows. Yi Kaishan took Bai Caiwei's delicate hand, as fragile as a wisp of smoke, and led her into the bridal chamber. She resembled a goddess of the frigid mountains, but ultimately melted into his embrace under Yi Kaishan's fervent advances. She was a woman of a different style than Zhu Man, offering Yi Kaishan a distinct yet equally unforgettable experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The root bone has been enhanced, reaching the mid-level of the Xian grade. A sleepless night ensued. The following day, Yi Kaishan emerged from the bridal chamber, feeling utterly revitalized as if reborn. The further enhancement of his root bone brought immense benefits, and he could distinctly sense an increase in the speed at which he absorbed spirit energy. From that point onward, he devoted his full attention to Bai Caiwei. 3 months later, a hint of shyness appeared on Bai Caiwei's usually cold countenance. Husband, I believe I may be with child. Haha, wonderful. That calls for a reward. Yi Kaishan exclaimed joyfully, immediately producing a top-quality yellow-tier spirit artifact to present to her. Naturally, spirit stones and elixirs would not be lacking either. One must lavish affection on one's own wife. Once the child is born, I shall assist you in establishing your foundation, Yi Kaishan promised, before also attending to his other concubines. At present, he had amassed dozens of concubines and over 300 offspring in total. The Yi family had grown to more than 2,000 members, with over 40 of them possessing spirit roots. These children were gradually maturing, and 5 had already reached the age of cultivation. On this day, Yi Kaishan prepared himself and took 5 of his children out. Heading once again to Yunlan sect. As an honorary elder, visiting Yunlan sect felt akin to returning home for Yi Kaishan. He proceeded directly to Lingxi Peak to find Yan Shui Tian. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan arrive, especially with several youths in tow, Yan Shui Tian could no longer contain herself. Why, Yi Kaishan? How many children do you actually have? She inquired loudly, her chest heaving with agitation, a tumultuous wave of emotions within her. Miss Yin, this is a gift for you. Yi Kaishan produced a spirit artifact and offered it to her, intending to placate her. I don't want it. Yan Shui Tian resisted, but unexpectedly, Yi Kaishan seized her hand and forcibly placed the artifact into her grasp with remarkable speed, leaving her no time to react. Have you reached the 4th level of foundation establishment? Yan Shui Tian's pupils widened in shock, nearly gasping for breath. Until now, she had only achieved completion of foundation establishment and had yet to form her core. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Kaishan was quickly closing the gap. What speed is this? Is he merely playing at cultivation? It is hardly worth mentioning. Yi Kaishan humbly waved his hand, yet his posture remained upright. Yan Shui Tian found herself at a loss for words. If he was this formidable even while playing at cultivation, then they could only bow down in defeat. Cultivation is about following one's heart and confronting one's true self. Only in this way can one break free from their shackles and advance resolutely. Yi Kaishan continued earnestly. Hearing this, Yan Shui Tian's heart stirred. What was her true self? Just as she pondered this, a female cultivator rushed in. Master, a message has arrived from the disciples on an outing. Near the Blackwater Abyss, 8,000 miles from the sect, a nearly mature Xian-grade spirit herb has been discovered. Who transmitted the message? Yan Shui Tian asked with newfound seriousness. It was Sister Belan's team, the female cultivator replied. Yan Shui Tian nodded slowly, but suddenly her expression shifted as a realization dawned upon her. This is bad. I recall that there are 2 peak 2nd-tier demon beasts in the Blackwater Abyss. Belan and her team may be in danger. Yi Kaishan silently nodded. 1st-tier demon beasts correspond to human chi refinement stage, while 2nd-tier beasts correspond to the foundation establishment stage, and so forth. Peak 2nd-tier demon beasts equate to humans at the completion of foundation establishment. Such rugged and tough-skinned beasts would indeed pose a formidable challenge to ordinary individuals. Immediately, Yan Shui Tian prepared to set off for the rescue. Do you require my assistance? Yi Kaishan called out loudly. Yan Shui Tian paused to look at him. You cannot provide any help, but as an old friend, there are matters I cannot conceal from you. Your son, Yi Fan, is also in that team. My son, Yi Fan, is there too? Yi Kaishan was momentarily taken aback, then rolled up his sleeves, filled with righteous fury, and declared, I will accompany you to eliminate those 2 vile creatures. Yi Kaishan, I advise you to remain calm and not act impulsively. Yan Shui Tian regretted revealing this information. What nonsense, we must hurry. Yi Kaishan insisted forcefully, grabbing Yan Shui Tian and heading out. Seeing this, Yan Shui Tian ceased her objections and immediately summoned her disciples, racing towards the Blackwater Abyss. The group flew on their swords, with Yi Kaishan driven by paternal instinct, moving at an astonishing speed, leaving behind only a graceful silhouette. The accompanying female cultivators were left in awe and admiration. These female disciples were inner disciples, with cultivation levels ranging from late chi refinement to early foundation establishment, and their appearances and skills surpassed those of ordinary outer disciples. Yi Kaishan's simple display of strength left a profound impression on them. Soon after, a lake resembling the Eye of Hell appeared before Yi Kaishan, emanating a mysterious aura that seemed capable of absorbing one's very soul. The group descended to assess the situation. Belan, the team leader on this expedition, was a graceful woman at the early foundation establishment stage, akin to an ethereal sprite. At that moment, the group was in disarray, their expressions filled with terror as they hid beneath a massive rock. 1,000 feet away from the cold abyss, evidently having just survived a harrowing battle. Upon seeing Yin Shuetian and the others arrive, Balan and her companions rushed forward, as if they had discovered a beacon of hope. Master, some of us have been dragged into the abyss by that black serpent. You must save them. At that moment, Yi Kaishan noticed the absence of Yi Fan among the group, and his expression darkened. Where is my son, Yi Fan? Yi Fan? He too has been pulled into the abyss, Balan stammered in response. Boom! Yi Kaishan shot into the air, his figure resembling a bolt of lightning as he soared towards the Blackwater abyss. Bellowing, vile creature, come out and face me. Yi Kaishan, do not act recklessly, Yin Shuetian shouted, but upon seeing him unyielding, she followed suit. The Blackwater abyss was immense, spanning 100 feet in size, its depths unfathomable. Resembling a dark hole filled with water, Yi Kaishan hovered above the abyss, vocally challenging the black serpent. This scene left Balan and the other female cultivators trembling in fear, convinced he was courting death. Suddenly, the Blackwater abyss surged, and a serpent more massive than a water barrel erupted from the depths, opening its gaping maw to strike at Yi Kaishan. Be careful! Yin Shuetian cried out, panic-stricken at the sight of Yi Kaishan on the brink of being devoured. Instinctively, she rushed forward to push him out of harm's way in the nick of time. Yi Kaishan nimbly evaded the serpent's bite, swiftly producing a spirit talisman and tossing it into its mouth. This was a blast talisman, a reward from the system, potent enough to easily obliterate a Foundation establishment cultivator. Boom! The talisman detonated within the serpent's jaws, sending flesh and blood flying, leaving the black serpent in disarray. Desperately attempting to retreat into the waters, witnessing this turn of events, Yin Shuetian seized the opportunity to strike, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the serpent. However, this black serpent was a female, and it had a mate. Another male serpent emerged, launching an attack. It opened its mouth to release a plume of black mist, enveloping Yin Shuetian. The toxic mist began to invade her mouth and nose, threatening to infiltrate her body. This is bad, Yin Shuetian exclaimed in alarm. The black mist contained potent poison, and upon contact, her body grew weak, rendering her unable to exert her full magical prowess. If this continued, she would be no match for the two black serpents. The hearts of the female cultivators sank as the situation turned dire. Yet, at that moment, Yi Kaishan, consumed by the urgency to rescue his son, disregarded everything else. Scarlet Flame Blood Technique. 100 years of lifespan. Instantly, a terrifying power radiated from Yi Kaishan, sacred and resplendent. At that moment, all present felt as if they were in the presence of a divine being from the depths of hell. Is this the power of the core formation stage? The chin of the lark nearly struck the ground. Yi Kaishan's sudden eruption of aura transcended even the foundational stage, in the eyes of the two black serpents. A human-like terror flickered. Sensing the impending danger, they instinctively sought to burrow into the watery depths. Swish, a beam of sword light shot forth, cleaving the mother serpent in twain. Grasping the Xian Guang flying sword, the power surging within Yi Kaishan threatened to burst his very flesh. This indicated that he possessed strength beyond the foundational stage, while his frail body struggled to contain it, necessitating an outlet. He sheathed the Xian Guang sword and extended his hand, swiftly yanking the male serpent from beneath the surface of the water. In that moment, he resembled an ancient demon god, shrouded in blood red. His imposing presence overwhelming all witnesses. Has my son Yi Fan been devoured by you? Yi Kaishan demanded coldly, prying the serpent's jaws apart, indifferent to its thrashing, which proved futile. Gradually exerting force, he violently tore it asunder. Blood spraying in all directions. Yi Kaishan's expression remained impassive, finding nothing within the serpent's belly. A sense of foreboding intensified within him. When he named his son Yi Fan, he had hoped he would bear a portion of the protagonist's fortune. Had that fortune turned against him? Before he could dwell on this thought, Yin Shuetian beside him suddenly swayed and collapsed. Yi Kaishan reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms and soaring towards the shore. In his embrace, Yin Shuetian felt a daze, as if transported back to their first encounter, when Yi Kaishan had held her in a similar manner. Uncontrollably, she summoned all her strength to cling to his neck. Burying her head deep within his bosom, we've arrived. A voice snapped her back to reality. Why Yi Kaishan, preoccupied with finding Yi Fan, prepared to search the cold pool, intent on witnessing either his son alive or deceased. At this moment, the women had already succumbed to Yi Kaishan's charisma, their gazes unwaveringly fixed upon him. They naturally obeyed his commands, fervently calling out for Yi Fan around the cold pool, seemingly oblivious to their remaining fellow disciples. Shortly thereafter, just as they were about to give up, a figure emerged from the water. Yi Fan surfaced, instantly spotting Yi Kaishan. "Dad, what are you doing here? You rascal. I'm here to rescue you," Yi Kaishan exclaimed joyfully. Approaching with a scolding tone, "Son, are you all right? Are you hurt?" he inquired with concern. "I'm fine, Dad," Yi Fan replied with a smile, discreetly signaling with his eyes. Upon seeing this, Yi Kaishan's heart stirred. Could it be that this lad harbored some unspoken secrets? In the following moments, confirming that no one else was surfacing, the group harvested spiritual roots and returned to Yunlan's sect. Upon returning to their cave, Yi Kaishan cautiously set up a barrier formation. "Son, can we speak now?" Chapter 28. The Black Small Cauldron, the 24-symbol golden body technique. Yi Fan nodded, cautiously producing a small black cauldron. "Father, I discovered this small cauldron at the bottom of the cold pool. It was my salvation from the serpent's jaws. I can sense that it is an extraordinary treasure." The black cauldron, with its 4 legs and dual ears, stood just over a foot tall, subtly radiating a gleam akin to black gold. Though it appeared somewhat antiquated, it was remarkably sturdy. When Yi Kaishan struck it with his hand, a tingling sensation shot through his fingers. "Son, you are indeed correct. I too sense that this is a treasure. Try dripping a drop of blood on it. Perhaps it will yield remarkable effects," Yi Kaishan suggested, recalling that in dramas, one often dripped blood to recognize a mystical treasure. "Father, I have already done so," Yi Fan replied. "Good lad. Self-taught." Yi Kaishan marveled inwardly. His son was exceptionally perceptive. "What happened after you dripped it?" He couldn't help but ask. "It can change size. I haven't discovered any other functions yet," Yi Fan replied earnestly. He had hidden beneath the enlarged cauldron to evade the giant serpent's maw. Being able to grow and shrink is already impressive. "Make sure to explore its capabilities," Yi Kaishan said, his face reflecting pride. His child was maturing. Despite only being at the 5th level of Qi refinement, with such fortune, Yi Fan's future achievements would surely be remarkable. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan lingered, guiding Yi Fan in his cultivation, providing him with numerous elixirs and spiritual stones. Unbeknownst to them, half a month passed. The news of Yi Kaishan tearing apart the giant serpent gradually spread throughout Yunlan's sect, even startling the sect master, Yang Minghua, and leaving her female disciples in awe. Upon learning that Yi Kaishan was in the back mountains, they swiftly surrounded Yi Fan's cave. On the day Yi Kaishan emerged, he was met with a throng of female cultivators at the cave's entrance. As he stepped out, they immediately encircled him. "Brother Yi, Elder Yi, I seek your guidance. I often feel blocked in my chest and need assistance." These female cultivators included ordinary disciples, late-stage Qi refiners, and even inner sect disciples at the initial stage of foundation establishment. All sought to use questions as a pretext to draw closer to Yi Kaishan. Naturally, he welcomed them all. No need to rush. One at a time. Yi Fan observed this scene in silence, exasperated, placing a hand on his forehead. His father was admirable in many ways, yet he had an undeniable weakness for women. Over a span of 20 years, he had amassed more than 300 siblings. It was absurd. After a considerable time, Yi Kaishan descended the mountain accompanied by a dozen female cultivators. Unable to refuse their hospitality, he could not disappoint them. Simultaneously, Yang Minghua was overwhelmed by a dozen disciple resignation requests, her head throbbing. After some investigation, she finally learned that all these female disciples had followed Yi Kaishan. Moreover, those who had previously departed had ultimately made their way to Qingyun town. "Beast!" Yang Minghua silently cursed, her exquisite face clouded with frost. Appointing Yi Kaishan as an honorary elder was intended to have him contribute to the sect, to teach the disciples. Yet, he had instead brought them home, even to his bed, brute. Suddenly, Yang Minghua deeply regretted appointing Yi Kaishan as an honorary elder. believing it had fostered an improper atmosphere. Thus, she summoned Yin Shuetian, seeking her perspective. "Senior sister, you called for me?" Yin Shuetian arrived, her aura somewhat depleted, remnants of the black serpent's poison still lingering within her. Yang Minghua began to vent her frustrations, contemplating a ban on Yi Kaishan's entry into Yunlan's sect. "What do you think?" Yin Shuetian was speechless, astonished by Yi Kaishan's vigor, taking on so many at once. "Senior sister, have you noticed how rapidly Yi Kaishan's cultivation has progressed?" Yin Shuetian replied, seemingly unfazed, her thoughts drifting. "He once told me that cultivation should follow one's heart and directly confront one's true self, rather than suppressing one's emotions. Only then can one advance with great momentum." "What do you mean by that?" Yang Minghua frowned out. "I mean, the bond between men and women is a natural occurrence. Perhaps this is why he cultivates so swiftly. I believe Yunlan's sect should relax restrictions, allowing disciples to engage in courtship and marriage. Those who are married can still cultivate." Yin Shuetian's conviction grew stronger with each word. Yang Minghua's eyes widened in indignation, nearly toppling from her seat. "What nonsense are you spouting, Yin Shuetian? Senior sister, I have made my decision," Yin Shuetian declared earnestly. "What decision? My cultivation has been stagnant. I cannot form a Dan, perhaps because I have been avoiding confronting my true self. Denying my past means denying my entire being, does it not? Therefore, I have resolved to seek out Yi Kaishan." Yin Shuetian's determination was resolute. "Have you lost your mind?" Yang Minghua exclaimed in shock. "You will ruin yourself. Forming a Dan will be even more hopeless." However, Yin Shuetian was resolute, her mind made up, impervious to her words. "Very well, I will not hinder you in seeking Yi Kaishan. But under no circumstances may you withdraw from Yunlan's sect." Yang Minghua sighed deeply, speaking with gravity. On another front, Yi Kaishan returned to Qingyun town and commenced his ambitious plan to take concubines. This time, he brought back a dozen female cultivators, averaging one marriage per month for over a year. Thus, he resolved to accelerate the pace. At worst, he would toil a bit more. Consequently, the red lanterns of the Yi family remained perpetually lit. The wedding procession was unending, his legs nearly worn out from running. Month after month, Yi Kaishan either married or was en route to marry. After 3 full months, he finally completed the weddings of the dozen female cultivators. Ding! Congratulations, host! The number of spiritual root offspring has surpassed 50, family scale upgraded. Reward: 24 symbol golden body technique, 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemy experience, 10 years of artifact crafting experience, and 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, along with 1 mid-grade spiritual field. On this day, as Zhu Man gave birth to a child endowed with a spiritual root, Yi Kaishan's lineage of spiritual root descendants finally surpassed 50. In typical cultivation families, there are usually just a handful of cultivators. Yet, the current Yi family, including Yi Kaishan's concubines, boasted nearly 100 cultivators. This was an exceptionally formidable number. Yi Kaishan, having absorbed the experience rewards, seamlessly broke through to the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. The elevation of his spiritual roots naturally brought about a significant increase in his prowess. The 24 elephant golden body technique, a body refinement method, was precisely what he desired. Upon reviewing the rewards, Yi Kaishan was filled with immense joy. This was a top-tier mysterious level body refinement technique, and when cultivated to its peak, his physical form could rival that of a fully realized golden core cultivator. Subsequently, he began to practice the 24 elephant golden body technique. At present, Yi Kaishan's physical strength was his weak point. Relentless farming had taken a toll on his body. After all, his adversaries were no ordinary beings, but formidable celestial maidens. Moreover, the power derived from sacrificing lifespan necessitated a robust physique to support it. A strong body was imperative. Chapter 29. The art of nourishing the spirit. The 24 elephant golden body technique does not refer to 24 elephants, but rather signifies the phenomena, the manifestations of the heavens and the earth. It also encompasses powerful biological symbols, such as the tiger and the dragon. Each completed symbol greatly enhances the physical body. Upon mastering the final symbol, the dragon, this technique would reach its utmost perfection, allowing one to move mountains and shift peaks with ease. A month passed. and Yi Kaishan successfully cultivated the first symbol. Feeling his physical strength increase by at least 30%. His vitality surged, brimming with energy. This was merely the beginning. Excellent, Yi Kaishan smiled with satisfaction, intending to test whether his farming prowess had improved. This trial lasted 3 days. My husband, I can't take it anymore. You should seek out another sister, Wang Shifeng, who was usually insatiable, ultimately succumbed, pleading for mercy. Yi Kaishan, brimming with pride, strutted out of the room like a victorious rooster. Preparing to head to the next battlefield, at that moment, a maid hurried over with news. Master, there is a celestial maiden outside who wishes to see you. The maid spoke, her eyes still reflecting the lingering awe. Enchanted by the maiden's beauty beyond the door, a celestial maiden? Yi Kaishan mused, though he was not particularly surprised. Many female cultivators from Yunlan sect had been visiting recently, making it no longer a rare occurrence. It seemed yet another celestial maiden had come to pay a visit. Yi Kaishan chuckled inwardly and swiftly made his way to the entrance. From a distance, he could see a graceful figure standing quietly, seemingly at a loss, resembling a celestial being who had just descended to the mortal realm. Asked that Miss Yin? Yi Kaishan paused for a moment, although the woman had her back to him. Some silhouettes were recognizable even from afar. He had not only seen Yin Shuetian but had also held her, and he was intimately familiar with her dimensions. Yin Shuetian turned around, offering an awkward smile. I was out for some leisure and happened to pass by here, so I thought I would come and see you. How delightful. I have long dreamed of your visit, Yi Kaishan replied warmly, ushering her inside. The female cultivators of Yunlan sect and Yi Kaishan's current concubines, upon learning of Yin Shuetian's arrival, rushed out to connect with her. Tinglan, you're here too? Yin Shuetian exclaimed upon spotting Ren Tinglan. Her face lighting up with surprise. I have met with my master, Ren Tinglan said obediently, bowing. Do not call me master. Have you forgotten that our master-disciple bond has ended? Yin Shuetian shook her head, intending to treat her as an equal. Foundation establishment 3rd level. You have successfully established your foundation, she observed Ren Tinglan's cultivation level with increasing astonishment. Not only Ren Tinglan, but even the former female cultivators of Lingxi Peak exhibited notable improvements in their cultivation. What kind of charm did Yi Kaishan possess? Thanks to my husband. Otherwise, I would have never hoped to establish my foundation in this lifetime, Ren Tinglan said, both proud and shy. A complex array of emotions swirled within Yin Shuetian, accompanied by an unprecedented impulse. Yi Kaishan arranged for Yin Shuetian to stay at the Yi residence for an extended period, not rushing into action but waiting for the opportune moment. During his idle time, he would visit Yin Shuetian, reminiscing about the past. Dio, you remember? When I left, I said something. Yes, you said that once you ascended the path of immortality, you would come to Yin Shuetian, she murmured, her cheeks gradually growing warm. Why did you stop there? Yi Kaishan chuckled, his demeanor playful yet handsome. I said that once I ascended the path of immortality, I would break through your defenses. I am now confident. Are you prepared? Yi Kaishan's expression turned serious. In that moment, the two seemed to return to their earlier selves, without a trace of distance between them. Yin Shuetian gently lowered her head and emitted a soft, barely audible affirmative sound. 3 days later, the Yi residence was adorned with festive decorations as Yi Kaishan seized the moment and married Yin Shuetian. On the wedding night, as Yi Kaishan lifted the bride's red veil, he revealed a stunningly beautiful face. She appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding maturity, elegance, and a hint of shyness, qualities that no young girl could possess. Yi Kaishan said nothing, gently lifting her and extinguishing the candlelight. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. 3 months later, Yi Kaishan remained by Yin Shuetian's side, focusing on her care. Finally, he sowed the seeds of life in this fertile land. My husband, I am expecting your child, Yin Shuetian announced, her heart fully open, radiating maternal glow. Yi Kaishan was overjoyed, pulling her close for a passionate kiss. Master, Lady Kaiwei is about to give birth, a servant suddenly reported. Yi Kaishan rushed over, filled with anticipation, for Bai Kaiwei possessed a green quality, mysterious level spiritual root. The child born from her would undoubtedly hold significance. Arriving outside the delivery room, he waited with bated breath. For a foundation establishment cultivator, Childbirth was a relatively easy affair. Before long, the resounding cry of a newborn echoed through the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for expanding the family, giving birth to a child with a mysterious level top-tier spiritual root. Rewards: 10 years of lifespan, 1 mysterious level top-tier spiritual weapon, the art of nourishing the spirit, 1 vial of mysterious level spirit elixir, and 500 medium-grade spirit stones. What? Yi Kaishan was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Bai Kaiwei had given birth to a child with a mysterious level top-tier spiritual root. This was the best spiritual root child he had encountered thus far. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Beyond the mysterious level top-tier weapon and elixir, what intrigued him most was the art of nourishing the spirit. This was a special secret technique specifically designed for cultivating spiritual consciousness. Upon entering the realm of immortality, spiritual consciousness begins to manifest during the Qi refinement stage, albeit weakly, primarily allowing for inner vision. In the later stages of Qi refinement, it can barely extend a few dozen meters, proving of little utility. After progressing to the foundation establishment stage, spiritual consciousness sees a minor breakthrough, capable of extending up to 4 miles. It is only after reaching the golden core stage that a significant advancement occurs, achieving 10 miles in the early stage, 20 miles in the mid-stage, 30 miles in the late stage, and 40 miles at full completion. At this point, the importance of spiritual consciousness becomes evident, serving as an essential tool for both combat and tracking. Without specialized cultivation techniques, one cannot expand their spiritual consciousness. Such techniques are exceedingly rare among cultivators. Even during the golden core stage, where mastery is scarce, Yi Kaishan immediately pushed open the door to the delivery room, embraced Bai Kaiwei, and showered her with kisses. Despite her typically aloof demeanor, she blushed profusely. "My husband, shouldn't you first take a look at our child?" She shyly nudged him, diverting the conversation. "You are my treasure. The child is merely a delightful surprise," Yi Kaishan responded with fervor, wrapping his arms around her again. Bai Kaiwei, though bashful, felt as though she were basking in honey, having never heard such straightforward declarations of affection in her life. Chapter 30. The Earth Fire Profound Heart, Gathering Yuan Pill After a Tender Exchange. Yi Kaishan finally held the child and smiled, saying, "Kaiwei, our child possesses a spiritual root. Is that so? How wonderful. When they grow up, they can cultivate at Yunlan's sect," Bai Kaiwei replied, not particularly surprised, as both she and Yi Kaishan had spiritual roots, and not of low quality. This spiritual root is extraordinary, a mysterious level top-tier spiritual root. "What? A mysterious level top-tier?" Bai Kaiwei gasped in astonishment. Such a level of spiritual root, barring any unforeseen circumstances, was destined to transcend the Golden Core stage. In the entire Yin Kingdom, Golden Core cultivators were the top-tier powerhouses, capable of protecting a cultivation family for centuries. The lifespan of a Golden Core cultivator began at 500 years, with the potential to live up to 800. "Indeed, you are incredible. You've given me a surprise with our first child," Yi Kaishan praised. "Not at all. Without my husband, I wouldn't have been able to give birth." Bai Kaiwei's cheeks flushed. "Well then, I reward you with the task of bearing me 100 children," Yi Kaishan said with a mischievous grin. Bai Kaiwei, instead of refuting, shyly nodded in agreement. "All right, I was just joking. Let us not rush into having children. I will take care of you first, and we can start after your foundation establishment." Yi Kaishan spoke with a serious demeanor and subsequently named the child Yixiao. Following this, after Bai Kaiwei had sufficiently recuperated, Yi Kaishan utilized the Supreme Yin-Yang Innate technique to assist in her recovery. After 6 months, Bai Kaiwei finally achieved a perfect state of Qi refinement. Ultimately, after consuming 5 or 6 foundation establishment pills, she successfully established her foundation, resulting in 3 fissures of exceptional quality. Upon learning of this, Yi Kaishan nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that such a solid foundation would greatly facilitate her future advancement to the core formation stage. Once Bai Kaiwei had established her foundation, Yi Kaishan busied himself with tending to the land, watering, fertilizing, and sowing seeds. 2 months later, the seeds finally sprouted. The other female cultivators and concubines also gradually gave birth, bringing forth several offspring with spiritual roots. Although not every child possessed spiritual roots, the likelihood increased significantly in the case of female cultivators. Finding a moment to spare, Yi Kaishan delved into the cultivation of the spirit-nourishing technique. At present, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and his spiritual consciousness extended roughly 2 miles, nearly encompassing half of the Yi family estate. Upon achieving full foundation establishment, his spiritual consciousness could reach 4 miles, which was the norm for cultivators at that stage. Yi Kaishan silently recited the incantation and entered a meditative state, immediately experiencing a sharp, needle-like pain in his mind. This phase of cultivation continued for half a year. After 6 months, Yi Kaishan's spiritual consciousness finally made a breakthrough, expanding by a full mile. He had initially grasped the mysteries of the soul and developed a deeper understanding of the application of spiritual consciousness. However, he did not devote himself entirely to the cultivation of spiritual consciousness, as the primary focus during the foundation establishment stage should remain on his cultivation level. He took out a gourd of spiritual pills and began to consume them. Several months later, Yin Shui Tian gave birth. Congratulations to the host for expanding the family tree and giving birth to an offspring with an upper-grade spiritual root. Rewards included an additional 10 years of lifespan. An upper-grade spiritual artifact, the Earth Fire Profound Heart Pill Technique, 500 mid-grade spiritual stones, and a mid-grade spiritual field. Yi Kaishan immediately received the system notification and could not help but feel a surge of joy within. The Earth Fire Profound Heart Pill Technique belonged to the elite tier of alchemical methods, capable of condensing the fire from the Earth's core, far surpassing the flames produced by the 9 layers True Fire Pill Technique. For an alchemist, the intensity of the flame is of utmost importance, as it facilitates the rapid refinement of medicinal properties and the extraction of toxins from spiritual herbs, enabling them to quickly form into pills. Furthermore, this alchemical technique came with several pill formulas, one of which particularly piqued Yi Kaishan's interest: the upper-grade spiritual pill, Gathering Essence Pill. This pill could enhance the chances of forming a core, akin to the Foundation Establishment Pill, yet it was far rarer and nearly unavailable on the market. To obtain it, one would need to enlist the services of a master alchemist, as the crafting of Gathering Essence Pills required the use of certain upper-grade spiritual herbs, which came at a hefty price, beyond the means of ordinary cultivators on the market. Even a single upper-grade spiritual herb could cost hundreds of mid-grade spiritual stones. However, for Yi Kaishan, these concerns were trivial. He then examined the spiritual artifact he had received as a reward and discovered it to be a spiritual ring. The ring he currently wore had a mere few yards of space, while the rewarded ring possessed a capacity of over 100 yards. Yi Kaishan donned the new ring and entered the room. Yin Shui Tian, having given birth, still radiated vitality, showing no signs of fatigue. Such is the essence of a cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment. You've worked hard, my lady. Yi Kaishan approached the bedside and gently kissed Yin Shui Tian on the forehead. "Why, husband? Please name our child," she implored. "Let us call him Yi Qiu." Yi Kaishan pondered briefly before swiftly providing the name, finding it a trivial task. As time passed, a month went by. After Yin Shui Tian regained her strength, she expressed a desire for another child, but Yi Kaishan intervened. "My lady, there is no rush to have another child. You are now at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and I must first assist you in forming your core." Once Yin Shui Tian successfully formed her core, the Yi family would effectively gain a core formation ancestor, significantly increasing their safety. Forming a core, Yin Shui Tian's eyes initially sparkled, but soon dimmed with trepidation. "There is no need for hesitation. With me by your side, there will be no accidents. You simply need to cooperate with me, and core formation will be a certainty." Yi Kaishan exuded confidence. He then dedicated his time to assist Yin Shui Tian. The Supreme Yin-Yang Innate Technique could enhance her foundational roots and unlock her full potential. A year later, under Yi Kaishan's guidance, Yin Shui Tian appeared rejuvenated, her physique reaching a state of perfection. With even her foundational roots slightly improved, Yi Kaishan decided to proceed with her core formation. Thus, he personally journeyed to Baiyang City to procure the necessary spiritual herbs for crafting the Gathering Essence Pill. Just as he was about to leave, he encountered the formidable woman, Qin Lan, from the Great Pigu Valley. "Master Yi, the time for the competition we discussed has been set. It will take place in 3 years." Qin Lan was direct, not one to mince words, as she had wagered her own terms. "In 3 years? Very well. Yi Kaishan replied with a nod. This competition was jointly organized by the royal family of the Yin Kingdom and the Danding sect, with each city's treasure pill pavilion sending forth a representative. Yi Kaishan would represent the Baiyang City Pavilion. Within the Yin Kingdom, there were a total of 28 cities. This contest would test the alchemical abilities of each pavilion. Qin Lan was particularly invested, stating, "As long as you can secure a spot in the top 5, I will agree to any terms you propose." That sounds agreeable. Yi Kaishan nodded, unfazed. However, I must remind you that historically, our Baiyang City Pavilion has always ranked at the bottom. Qin Lan added. This is all thanks to Master Jin Taihe. Yi Kaishan acknowledged. Understood, just wait and see, but do not go back on your word when the time comes. With a casual wave, Yi Kaishan departed, intent on returning to refine the gathering essence pill. Chapter 31. The Core Formation Ancestor. Just focus on having children. Yi Kaishan hurried back home and began his alchemical work. Before long, a gathering essence pill was completed. For his alchemical skills, this was a simple task. Next, Yi Kaishan took Yin Shui Tian to a secure location, preparing for her core formation. During the core formation stage, the Tao platform melts, forming various core types, condensing one's essence, spirit, and vitality. The cores formed can be categorized by quality, from lowest to highest. Mixed core, white core, green core, red core, purple core, and golden core. The highest quality. Golden core would face the trial of heavenly tribulation. My husband, I am ready, Yin Shui Tian said, seated calmly on the mat, having adjusted her state. Consume this. It will increase your chances of core formation by 30%. Yi Kaishan tossed her the gathering essence pill. Yin Shui Tian nodded firmly and swallowed the pill, beginning her core formation process. The Tao platform within her began to melt, swiftly consolidating. Time passed slowly, and finally, a crimson light shot forth from above Yin Shui Tian's head. Following this, a tidal wave of power surged forth. Her strength expanded, and the aura she emitted left Yi Kaishan astounded. Is this the might of a core formation ancestor? Although there was only a thin line separating the peak of foundation establishment from the initial stage of core formation, the difference in power and essence was starkly evident. Yin Shui Tian slowly opened her eyes. A glimmer of excitement flashing across her face. She had succeeded. The process had been unexpectedly smooth and simple. What quality is the core? Yi Kaishan inquired, gauging the aura emanating from her. Yes, my husband. I have formed a red core. Yin Shui Tian exclaimed, her face alight with joy. With only purple and golden cores above the red core, this was indeed a remarkable achievement for her. The legendary golden core had not been seen for many years. And even purple cores were exceedingly rare. Excellent, truly magnificent. Yi Kaishan beamed, offering her immense encouragement. After all, his wife was the best INA moment. Yin Shui Tian leaped into Yi Kaishan's embrace. So, do you wish for a core formation ancestor to bear your children? She teased, her complexion radiant, her body supple, exuding a newfound vitality after breaking through the core formation boundary. Yi Kaishan playfully lifted her chin with his finger, grinning. Then I shall graciously accept your wishes. I am eager to see if my foundation establishment cultivation can breach the defenses of a core formation ancestor. Yin Shui Tian's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she maintained her composure, her spirit undeterred. Just be careful. Don't expect me to ask for mercy later, huh? We shall see who ends up begging whom. Yi Kaishan chuckled mischievously. With the arrow drawn, it must be released. An hour later, Yi Kaishan emerged, thoroughly satisfied with a radiant expression. What of the core formation ancestor? She still had to bow before his prowess. Now, let us focus on having children. 3 months later, Yin Shui Tian's belly swelled once more. My husband, you truly are remarkable. I am pregnant again, she remarked, stroking her abdomen, a mix of annoyance and shyness evident in her tone. Yi Kaishan wore a proud smile. On this day, Shui Binger also gave birth, welcoming another offspring with a spiritual root. Congratulations to the host for expanding the family tree, giving birth to a lower-grade offspring with a spiritual root, and receiving rewards of an additional 10 years of lifespan. A lower-grade spiritual artifact, the Thunderstorm Purple Lightning Fist Technique, and 500 mid-grade spiritual stones. Congratulations to the host on the breakthrough of 50 descendants, enhancing the family scale, and receiving rewards including the minor Zhou Tian sword array. 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemy experience, 10 years of formation experience, and 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. Descendants, 337, family prestige. 11960, the host is encouraged to continue striving for further brilliance. The series of reminders and the generous rewards caused Yi Kaishan's eyes to brighten with excitement. The Thunderclap Purple Lightning Fist technique is an advanced skill that allows for an initial mastery of lightning power. By refining lightning into the body, every movement is accompanied by thunder and lightning, showcasing unparalleled might. For cultivators, lightning is undoubtedly one of the most feared elements. Mastering the power of lightning instills dread in any adversary. The minor Zhou Tian sword array uses flying swords as its focal point. The more swords and the higher their quality, the greater the lethality, posing a threat even to core formation stage practitioners. This sword array is perfectly suited for me, Yi Kaishan thought to himself. As he currently possesses spiritual tools, including several flying swords, which can be utilized to their utmost potential in this array. Following this, Yi Kaishan withdrew into seclusion to cultivate his fist technique and absorb the experience gained. Meanwhile, Yin Shuetian returned to Yunlan's sect with her son. She remains an elder of Yunlan's sect, and this return feels akin to going back to her roots. Upon seeing her junior sister, Yang Minghua was momentarily taken aback. Yin Shuetian, with her prominent belly and holding a child, prompted a surprised reaction. Had it only been a short while since they last met, and now she had 2 children? Junior sister, have you truly married Yi Kaishan? Yang Minghua inquired, her expression notably grim. Indeed, sister, what of it? Yin Shuetian responded with poise. This is a disaster, utterly disastrous. Yang Minghua stood up in anger, her disappointment palpable. Sister, I understand your concern, but please do not rush. Yin Shuetian said with a gentle smile, revealing her true aura. Yang Minghua's expression shifted, her pupils widening in shock. Junior sister, you have reached the core formation stage. Indeed, and it is a red core. Were it not for Yi Kaishan's assistance, I might never have attained such a feat in this lifetime. Yin Shuetian replied proudly, her voice laced with affection. Upon hearing this, Yang Minghua fell silent, her gaze complex, tinged with existential doubt. She had always believed that a life of simplicity and detachment from worldly matters was the essence of cultivation. At this moment, her convictions wavered. Yin Shuetian had given birth and effortlessly advanced to the core formation stage. Achieving a red core just like her OWN.IT seemed almost too easy. Yang Minghua viewed Yin Shuetian as less gifted than herself. Under normal circumstances, achieving a blue core would be the limit. Sister, are you all right? Yin Shuetian asked with concern, noticing Yang Minghua's prolonged silence. I am fine. Just a bit weary, Yang Minghua replied, her composure faltering as she sought solitude. Sister, perhaps you should consider finding someone to marry. You might experience unexpected rewards, Yin Shuetian suggested playfully, knowing her sister's striking beauty would not go unnoticed. Humph, do you think I am like you? Yang Minghua shot Yin Shuetian a fierce glare. She would rather leap into the abyss than marry anyone. All right, no more jesting. Let us discuss serious matters, Yang Minghua said, regaining her composure. Recently, a disciple reported that demonic cultivators have been spotted within our sect's territory, particularly near the Black Water Cold Pool, seemingly searching for something. Demonic cultivators. Could they be from the Demon Slaughter sect? Yin Shuetian's expression shifted. What could the Demon Slaughter sect want at the Black Water Cold Pool? She had just returned from there and had not noticed any anomalies. The only living creatures were 2 large black snakes, which Yi Kaishan had dispatched. These demonic cultivators have grown increasingly bold. I suspect the old demon from the Demon Slaughter sect is not dead and will return eventually, Yang Minghua said gravely, her eyes filled with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuetian's expression also darkened. The old demon from the Demon Slaughter sect was a nascent soul-stage existence who had unleashed a wave of bloodshed over a century ago. It took the combined efforts of the major sects and the ruler of the Yin Nation 9 days and nights of battle to finally vanquish him. During that battle, her master, the former sect leader of Yunlan, was gravely injured and succumbed shortly thereafter. What shall we do? Should we notify the other sects? Yin Shuetian inquired. Not yet. I have instructed people to observe discreetly. As the situation remains uncertain, Yang Minghua replied calmly, her dress fluttering as she gazed into the distance. 3 months later, at the Yi family Foundation Establishment 7th layer. Yi Kaishan emerged from seclusion, having absorbed the experience and taken some medicinal pills. Finally breaking through to the 7th layer of Foundation Establishment. He was quite satisfied with this pace, as he was now on the cusp of reaching the core formation stage. Additionally, the 24 symbols golden body technique had also progressed to the 5th symbol, significantly enhancing his physical strength and vitality. After exiting seclusion, Yi Kaishan remained true to his intentions and continued to cultivate diligently. One day, he held a lovely maiden in his arms during a break. Zhu Man leaned against him, resembling a fully blossomed flower, radiant and at her peak. By the way, my husband, I have a senior sister from the 100 Flowers sect who wishes to ask for your help in refining a gathering yuan pill. Do you have the time? Zhu Man suddenly inquired, sitting upright. Now, Yi Kaishan had become the foremost alchemist in Baiyang City, especially after defeating Zhou Lu, his reputation soaring to new heights within the alchemical community of the Yan Nation. Since it is your senior sister who requests assistance, I naturally have the time. By the way, is she beautiful? Yi Kaishan asked with a smile, appearing quite candid. You rogue! Zhu Man shot him a playful glare. Though she was not truly angry, she understood Yi Kaishan's nature and his singular fondness. My senior sister is one of the 5 flowers of the 100 Flowers sect, so her beauty is unquestionable. Compared to her, I might as well be a maid, Zhu Man replied slowly. Nonsense, in my eyes. You will always be a princess, Yi Kaishan declared sternly. Zhu Man's heart fluttered. Such sweet words were rare, and she felt herself soften in response. A month later, a group of female cultivators resembling celestial maidens arrived at Qingyun town. The leading woman appeared to be around 25 or 26, her skin radiant and her features exquisitely beautiful. A small red petal mark on her forehead added to her allure. Following her were 5 or 6 other stunning female cultivators, each unique in their beauty, all scoring at least an 85 in looks. Their arrival imbued Qingyun town with an ethereal quality. Where did these celestial maidens come from? They are so beautiful, especially the leader. She is simply breathtaking. I've never seen a woman so lovely. Perhaps only the concubines of the Yi family's ancestors could be her match. The townsfolk had grown accustomed to such spectacles, their immunity and tolerance heightened over time. Otherwise, they would have been left speechless. The group of women were indeed from the 100 Flowers sect, comprising Zhu Man's senior sisters and junior sisters. Soon, Yi Kaishan met these women in the reception hall. From the first glance, he was captivated by the leading woman, not due to lust, but rather an innate appreciation for beauty. Everyone possesses an eye for beauty, and Yi Kaishan was no exception. Is this truly one of the 5 flowers of the 100 Flowers sect? It certainly lives up to its reputation, Yi Kaishan thought, deeply moved. She was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women he had ever encountered, rivaling only Yin Shuetian, the sect leader of Yunlan. Bai Kaiwei had an outstanding aura, yet when it came to looks, she fell slightly short in comparison. Senior sister, junior sisters, allow me to introduce you to my husband. Yi Kaishan. Husband, this is my senior sister, Zhang Hongdou. Zhu Man acted as the intermediary, facilitating the introductions. To a pleasure, Master Yi, Zhang Hongdou said with a respectful nod, her gaze lingering on Yi Kaishan for a moment. Now, Yi Kaishan appeared to be around 20 years old, tall and extraordinarily handsome, not at all resembling the typical alchemist. Had she not heard Zhu Man's descriptions, she would have found it hard to associate this young man with the renowned Master Yi from the rumors. You are too kind, Zhang Fairy. Since you are Zhu Man's fellow disciples, we are family here. Feel free to treat this place as your own home without any need for formality, Yi Kaishan said with a charming smile. His words warming the hearts of the women from the 100 Flowers sect. Generally, alchemists with some renown tend to possess aloof personalities, making Yi Kaishan's unpretentious and gentle demeanor quite rare. Just upon their first meeting, the women already categorized Yi Kaishan as kind-hearted and approachable, their affection for him steadily rising. Then we shall address you as Brother Yi, Zhang Hongdou said with a hint of hesitation before smiling. Her smile illuminated the entire reception hall. Exactly, Yi Kaishan nodded, secretly evaluating the qualities of the several women present. Zhang Hongdou possessed a blue quality, an upper-tier root bone of the Xian grade, with a cultivation level at the 10th stage of foundation establishment. The remaining women exhibited yellow and green qualities, with root bones classified as upper-tier and top-tier of the yellow grade. Their cultivation levels varied from the early to mid-stages of foundation establishment. Elder Brother Yi, here are the medicinal materials I have prepared. Feel free to name your price for the reward, Zhang Hongdou said, presenting the ready materials. Junior sister, you are too courteous. Crafting the Gathering Yuan pill is merely a trifling effort for me. There is no need for reward. Consider it a token of my goodwill, Yi Kaishan replied naturally as he accepted the materials. Typically, such rewards amounted to only a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones. A meager sum for him, preferable to doing a favor for someone. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the women from the Baihua sect brightened, their fondness for Yi Kaishan increasing a notch that it was hard not to be drawn to a handsome and powerful alchemist like him. In that moment, the women even felt a tinge of envy towards Zhu Man for having found such an ideal partner. The junior sisters shall stay at my residence for a few days while I prepare the pills. It would not be too late to depart afterward, Yi Kaishan continued. The Baihua sect women nodded lightly in agreement. A few days later, Yi Kaishan finally handed the crafted Gathering Yuan pills to Zhang Hongdou, who expressed her gratitude once again. When it was time to part, Zhang Hongdou said, Elder Brother Yi, we must take our leave now. The women from the Baihua sect bowed in farewell. Dio visit often. It is a long journey, and I have no gifts to offer, Yi Kaishan said, producing a pill gourd filled with Chongxian pills. He replicated the process and poured out a handful of pills, offering each woman two as a token of his sincerity. The women widened their eyes. The price of Chongxian pills was substantial, and he was giving them away so generously. It was simply extravagant. In an instant, the way they looked at Yi Kaishan gained a new layer of meaning. Sisters, please accept these, Zhu Man chimed in, urging the others to take the pills. Very well, then we shall not stand on ceremony. Zhang Hongdou hesitated for a moment, but seeing Yi Kaishan's genuine gaze, she felt too embarrassed to decline and agreed. With her leading the way, the others followed suit without further reservation. Soon after, they left Ye's residence, a subtle feeling of reluctance lingering in the air. Not long after the women from the Baihua sect departed, several female cultivators from Yunlan sect arrived at the door. They claimed to be visiting for leisure, but in truth, they sought to win Yi Kaishan's heart. These women either felt hopeless about their path to immortality and chose to leave or were expelled from Yunlan sect. Regardless of the reasons, most female cultivators who descended the mountain converged upon Qingyun town almost simultaneously. Yi Kaishan, of course, welcomed them. He had seldom married mortal women lately, making exceptions only for those exceptionally beautiful and outstanding. Otherwise, bringing them home would entail considerable effort to nurture them into possessing root bones. Thus, marrying female cultivators was the most time-efficient route. Before long, Ye's household was adorned with colorful decorations. In fact, such occurrences happened almost every month, with some months witnessing 2 or 3 arrivals. Not only among the Yunlan sect but also in Baiyang City, Yi Kaishan's name resonated loudly, drawing significant interest. Not only the loose cultivators but even the immortal families in Baiyang City sought to forge connections with Master Yi. Consequently, Yi Kaishan faced no difficulties in taking concubines now, unlike in the beginning when he had to rely on matchmakers to scour for candidates. Master Yi was now quite the sought-after figure. Months passed, and Yin Shui Tian returned from Yunlan sect, her belly remarkably round. Upon arriving home, she immediately went into labor, while Yi Kaishan waited outside the delivery room, although he had experienced this several hundred times. Each occasion brought new sensations. Before long, a resounding cry of a newborn echoed, nearly deafening. Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage with a child possessing a low-grade earth root. Reward: Lifespan 10, low-grade earth spirit tool, a 3rd-tier spirit beast cub, and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. What? An earth root? Yi Kaishan was taken aback. Yin Shui Tian had given birth to a child with an earth root. Was this the terrifying power of a core formation ancestor? This was Yin Shui Tian's first child since entering the core formation stage, and with her elevated cultivation, her bloodline would undoubtedly carry significant influence. What astonished Yi Kaishan even more was the reward of a low-grade earth spirit tool and a 3rd-tier spirit beast. A third-tier spirit beast was equivalent to a human in the core formation stage. Spirit beasts and demon beasts were essentially the same, differing only in that one had been tamed by humans while the other had not. After observing Yin Shui Tian, Yi Kaishan retreated to the backyard, raised a hand, and silently murmured. Whoosh! A silver light shot forth, striking the ground, and in an instant, a towering giant eagle appeared. This silver-feathered eagle, adorned with a tuft of golden feathers atop its head, possessed sharp, glimmering eyes. Its wings spread nearly 10 meters wide. It was a third-tier spirit beast, the lightning skybreaker eagle. Upon its appearance, it recognized its master and affectionately pecked at Yi Kaishan's head. Is this a cub? Yi Kaishan was alarmed and quickly pushed its large beak away, fearing it might inadvertently cause harm. This creature stood there like a fighter jet, and it was merely a cub. He could hardly fathom how large it would grow as an adult. However, even in its juvenile state, the lightning skybreaker eagle's strength surpassed that of many peak second-tier demon beasts, comparable to a human cultivator in the early stages of core formation. From now on, your name shall be Silver Lightning. After learning about the lightning skybreaker eagle, Yi Kaishan grew increasingly pleased. The system was quite straightforward, stating that a third-tier spirit beast truly possessed third-tier strength, unaffected by its juvenile status. Once it matured, the lightning skybreaker eagle would rival a fully realized core formation cultivator. After settling the skybreaker eagle, Yi Kaishan examined the awarded low-grade Earth Spirit Tool, the Four Spirits Tower of Demon Suppression. This treasure could unleash the power of the four spirits to suppress all evil entities. It was capable of posing a threat to cultivators in the nascent soul stage, although the user must possess matching strength. At present, Yi Kaishan could exert only a fraction of its power. With a low-grade spirit tool, a third-tier spirit beast, and a core formation ancestor, my Yi family can be considered a genuine immortal family. Yi Kaishan couldn't help but marvel. Although the current Yi family still fell short of the four major sects, it undoubtedly surpassed over 90% of the immortal families within the borders of Yin country. However, the world was vast. Even within Yin country, it was merely a drop in the ocean. In the sprawling Lijiao, one of the 9 provinces, it remained inconspicuous. Surrounding Yin country were 6 other equally formidable nations. And above them lay the divine dynasty and sacred grounds, which were the true centers of Lijiao. The child born of Yin Shui Tian was named Yihan by Yi Kaishan. 3 days after her birth, Yin Shui Tian could no longer resist the urge to showcase her child at Yunlan sect, intending to deliver a small shock to the sect leader, Master Yang Menghua. Upon learning of Yihan's root quality, Yang Menghua was utterly astounded and immediately requested Yin Shui Tian to send the child to Yunlan sect for training as the next sect leader once he grew up. Senior sister, if you desire a child, you should bear one yourself. My son can only inherit the Yi family's legacy. Yin Shui Tian firmly rejected without a moment's hesitation. She was open to sending him to Yunlan sect for training, but absolutely refused to leave him there. Hearing this, Yang Menghua was infuriated, scolding Yin Shui Tian for turning her back on the sect. How could I manage to bear a child alone? Besides, a low-grade earth root isn't something that can be easily produced. Yang Minghua's anger escalated as she berated Yin Shui Tian, her temper visibly worsening. You can't do it alone, but you can find someone to help you, can't you? Yin Shui Tian replied playfully, appearing like an innocent, carefree girl, entirely unlike a woman who had given birth to 2 children. Nonsense. Your senior sister is not that kind of person. Exactly. At your age, you haven't even held a man's hand. You're even less experienced than a nun in this regard. Yin Shui Tian teased, playfully shaking the child in her arms, teasingly tugging at her senior sister's heartstrings. Chapter 34. Your eagle is impressive, Investment Master Yi Kaishan. Yin Shui Tian spent half a year at Yunlan sect, inciting Yang Minghua's ire for just as long. During that time, Yi Kaishan consumed pills and progressed to the 8th stage of foundation establishment, with the Yuling Qi refining method and the 36 Heavenly Cave Profound Scriptures. He could refine the efficacy of the pills to a high degree of purity without impacting his foundation point one day. After finishing his cultivation, Yi Kaishan, as usual, checked which plots of land were idle, ever ready to sow seeds. Most of his concubines were cultivators, so they sometimes needed to enter seclusion for breakthroughs. Fortunately, with nearly 100 concubines, there was always someone available point one day. after Yi Kaishan finished his work and took a moment to rest. Akin to a diligent fruit farmer enjoying a brief respite, Zhu Man rushed in, her expression flustered. "Husband, the Baihua sect has summoned all disciples back. I may need to leave for a while." "Oh? They've called all disciples back. What has happened?" Yi Kaishan, with a face full of curiosity, inquired. Zhu Man did not conceal anything and recounted the events. It turned out that the Baihua sect had recently encountered a crisis. Disciples had been mysteriously disappearing, and at times, they were subjected to inexplicable attacks. Some disciples had already fallen. The sect leader activated the emergency response, summoning all disciples to return. Although Zhu Man was now a married woman, she remained a disciple of the Baihua sect. Naturally included in this matter, it seemed this situation was far from simple. After listening, Yi Kaishan made a brief deduction and arrived at a conclusion. The Baihua sect was composed entirely of female cultivators. Possessing considerable skills and striking beauty in the eyes of those wicked cultivators, they would be the perfect cauldrons. The Baihua sect was situated thousands of miles away. "I shall escort you there," he declared. Rising to his feet, as a man of justice, he could not stand idly by in the face of such events, especially since his wife was also a member of the Baihua sect. Zhu Man nodded repeatedly, feeling much calmer with Yi Kaishan by her side. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan summoned the Lightning Skyhawk, taking Zhu Man away from Qingyun Town. At present, the Lightning Skyhawk had grown considerably since its initial emergence. The two sat comfortably on its back, with ample space. "Husband, your bird is magnificent. How did it become so large?" Zhu Man, having never ridden such a divine creature, was filled with excitement, spreading her arms as if she too could soar. "Large? This is merely a child. It has yet to reach maturity. Once it does, it will grow even larger," Yi Kaishan replied, wrapping his arm around Zhu Man's slender waist and whispering in her ear. The silver lightning skyhawk soared through the skies at an astonishing speed. Within a day, they entered the territory of the Baihua sect. When Yi Kaishan and Zhu Man descended at the sect's entrance, it immediately caused a stir. A third-tier demon beast? Quickly activate the protective formation. The female cultivators at the gate were taken aback, perceiving a formidable threat, and numerous disciples rushed out. "Sisters, it's me, Zhu Man." The voice from the sky made the female cultivators realize there were two figures atop the bird. "Zhu Man. They say she married a master alchemist. Could this be him? What a handsome alchemist. Is this his tamed spirit beast? Zhu Man has truly married well." Instantly, the female disciples of the Baihua sect relaxed, exchanging envious glances and murmurs. Throughout the Yin Kingdom, those who could ride a third-tier spirit beast were exceedingly rare, and each was a person of great significance. Just then, the lightning skyhawk landed, and Yi Kaishan helped Zhu Man down. Zhu Man enthusiastically introduced him to the crowd of women, her face brimming with pride, as if returning home in glory. Seizing the moment, Yi Kaishan took out a gourd and began to make investments. "Dear sisters, it is a pleasure to meet you all. Thank you for caring for Zhu Man all these years. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." He poured out a handful of spirit pills, smiling as he spoke. "2 for each of you. Do not hesitate." His actions were already quite practiced, not being his first time. With charm and a lavish spirit, the eyes of the women sparkled at Zhu Man's prompting. They did not hold back. Despite it being their first encounter, the admiration for Yi Kaishan among the female cultivators soared to an astonishing height. While alchemists were not uncommon, it was unheard of for one to present spirit pills upon their first meeting. Such a generous alchemist was bound to endear himself to them. Furthermore, upon observing Zhu Man's cultivation level, which had reached the 6th stage of foundation establishment, it was evident she had been consuming pills regularly, explaining her rapid advancement. "Dear sisters, could you please take my bird down and feed it? Rest assured, it is quite gentle," Yi Kaishan said after distributing the pills, pointing to the silver lightning skyhawk with a smile. The female disciples immediately rushed forward, eager to feed the bird. "Zhu sister. Yi big brother, this way please." At that moment, a young woman with a petal mark on her forehead stepped forward, greeting them with a radiant smile. This young lady was none other than Jiang Hongdou, one of the 5 blooming flowers of the Baihua sect. "Jiang sister, you have broken through? Congratulations!" Yi Kaishan immediately noticed the change in Jiang Hongdo's aura, indicating she had evidently advanced to the core formation stage. Thanks to Yi Big Brother's gathering Yuan pill, I could break through so easily, Jiang Hongdo expressed gratefully. After some pleasantries, Jiang Hongdo led Yi Kaishan and Zhu Man to the main hall of the sect. Upon entering, Yi Kaishan was greeted by a throng of women, a breathtaking sight filled with beauty and grace. At the head sat a dignified and graceful woman, exuding an air of majesty as if she were a sovereign of all. Deserving of reverence. This woman was Mi Wei, the sect leader of the Baihua sect, and also one of the 5 blooming flowers. On their journey, Yi Kaishan had gleaned various details from Zhu Man. Besides Jiang Hongdo and Mi Wei, there was also an elder and 2 core disciples, collectively known as the 5 blooming flowers, representing purity, nobility, seduction, aloofness, and innocence. Yi Kaishan's gaze swept across the assembly, landing on a mature woman who was alluring and enchanting. Possessing an innate charm that could awaken the deepest desires in a man. She did not need to try. Her very presence radiated an unintentional allure. Surely, this must be the seductive flower, Yi Kaishan mused. At that moment, the women also noticed Yi Kaishan's arrival, their expressions shifting to slight frowns of discontent. The Baihua sect forbade the entry of men, so the sudden appearance of a stranger was understandably unsettling. Sect leader, let me introduce everyone. Jiang Hongdo quickly stepped forward to present him. Upon learning that Yi Kaishan was Zhu Man's husband and the foremost alchemist of Baiyang City, the women's furrows eased. Though they did not display excessive enthusiasm, any ordinary man would have been expelled long ago for daring to trespass. Observing this, the master investor Yi Kaishan began his offerings once more, producing the gourd of spirit pills. Ladies, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please accept this small gesture of goodwill. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan produce spirit pills, the previously stern-faced women softened their expressions. Suddenly, they found him far more agreeable. An undeniable charm radiated from him, making it difficult to dismiss his presence. Yi Kaishan continued to distribute the pills, leaving no one untouched. Even the sect leader Mi Wei did not escape his generosity. Yi Master is being too polite. Mi Wei managed to smile, immediately instructing someone to bring a chair for Yi Kaishan to sit. As the saying goes, one feels indebted when receiving favors. Originally an outsider, Yi Kaishan would have had no opportunity to attend the sect's senior meetings. However, he ultimately remained, leisurely sipping tea while listening to the women discuss matters. The recent crises plaguing the Baihua sect all pointed toward a singular culprit, the Yiming sect. This nefarious organization, often condemned by righteous practitioners, resided outside the borders of the Yin Kingdom. Composed entirely of wicked cultivators, they engaged in heinous acts of murder, trafficking, and abduction. They either captured individuals for alchemical purposes or seized female cultivators as cauldrons. In short, they indulged in all that decent folk would abhor. Recently, the frequent disappearances of female disciples from the Baihua sect had shown multiple signs that implicated the Yiming sect. As the heated discussions came to a close, dusk began to settle. Yi Kaishan became the first man to spend the night at the Baihua sect in the dead of night. A figure stealthily entered his room, the familiar scent of flowers stirring something within Yi Kaishan. The following morning, the two, still in slumber, were awakened by a cacophony of voices. Oh no, I forgot to return. Zhu Man sat up abruptly, realizing that she had stayed too late the previous night and had completely forgotten to return to her own quarters. What is there to worry about? We're an old married couple. It's not like we're sneaking around. Yi Kaishan chuckled. Shortly after, they exited the room, only to be greeted by a female disciple. Zhu Man, what are you doing here? Hurry to the sect leader's hall for the assembly. Oh, I'm on my way. Zhu Man blushed, not daring to lift her head as she dashed off. After some time, she returned, bringing news that a team of outer disciples had come under attack and were besieged by members of the Yiming sect. Consequently, Jiang Hongdo volunteered to lead a rescue mission, and Zhu Man would be joining her. Husband, wait for me at the sect. I'll be back shortly. Zhu Man bid farewell and turned to leave but was halted by Yi Kaishan. Since there is nothing pressing, I'll accompany you, he declared. Zhu Man hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. Thus, Yi Kaishan became one of their ranks, and with Jiang Hongdo leading the charge, naturally, no one opposed. Aside from Jiang Hongdo, there was another exquisite gem among the group, Ling Qiaoer. She was a petite woman with a delicate doll-like face, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, yet her actual age was already in her 40s. With a cultivation level at the 7th stage of foundation building, she ranked just below Jiang Hongdou in strength within the team. Ling Qiao'er was chatty and amiable, resembling a sweet, naive girl. However, she was not foolish. Despite her carefree demeanor, she possessed a keen sense of propriety. Yi Kaishan invited the ladies to ride the Silver Lightning to save time, and they readily accepted. Thus, 7 or 8 individuals squeezed onto the bird's back and set off towards their destination. 2 hours later, the group arrived at a valley, where a vast chasm split the ground in two. Yi Kaishan had already summoned the bird, and the group quietly advanced, careful not to raise any alarms. Intelligence indicated that this was the temporary hideout of the Yiming sect, where their junior sister, Bu Tao, and others were likely captured. With a serious expression, Jiang Hongdou expanded her spiritual sense, cautiously probing ahead. The initial stage of her spiritual sense could cover a distance of 10 miles, allowing her to detect any movements immediately. Before long, they reached the edge of the cliff, overlooking the unfathomable abyss below. They began to fly downwards on their swords, exploring the depths of the chasm. Unbeknownst to them, they had descended 1,000 meters without any findings. How strange could it be that they received news and left ahead of us? Jiang Hongdou remarked, her face filled with suspicion. The atmosphere here is chilling. We should ascend quickly, Ling Qiao'er said timidly, shivering from the surrounding aura. Wait, there's a formation below. Yi Kaishan suddenly interjected. Now at the late stage of foundation building and with the enhancement of his spirit-nurturing technique, his spiritual sense was nearly equivalent to that of the initial stage of core formation. Coupled with his experience in formations, he quickly discerned traces of a formation beneath the abyss. That moment, a buzzing sound erupted, and a flash of light ignited in an instant. A sharp blade of light surged up from the depths of the chasm, moving with astonishing speed. It closed in on one of the girls. Ling Qiao'er. The girl gasped, momentarily paralyzed with fear. In this critical moment, Yi Kaishan swiftly grasped her back and yanked her aside just as the blade was about to strike. Ling Qiao'er, clutching her chest, said with lingering trepidation. In an instant, the ladies were on high alert, summoning their magical artifacts and focusing intently on the abyss. Ha, ladies, I apologize for keeping you waiting. A boisterous laugh echoed from above. Whoosh, a dozen figures appeared. They were a group of robed cultivators, their faces obscured. Oh, there's a man here. How unfortunate. One of the black-robed cultivators sneered upon spotting Yi Kaishan. You beasts, what have you done to my junior sister? Jiang Hongdou cursed angrily, her face already etched with frost. Hee, now that you're in our grasp, what do you think will happen? A black-clad man leered. The ladies were filled with rage and immediately sprang into action. A core formation furnace, the master will surely enjoy having you surrender, or you will suffer a far worse fate. The leading black-robed cultivator sneered, his entire being shrouded in darkness, with only a pair of eerie eyes visible. Resembling a ghostly figure, he was also a core formation cultivator, having reached the mid-stage, and as soon as he engaged, he suppressed Jiang Hongdou. The ladies did not anticipate that among these evil cultivators, there was one at the core formation stage. It was evident that this was a deliberate trap to lure them in. The formation beneath the abyss continued to unleash blades of light, wielding formidable lethality that even a core formation cultivator would hesitate to confront on in a brief span. The ladies found themselves in a perilous situation. Recognizing the urgency, Yi Kaishan wasted no time. He summoned his sword, gathering potent energy, and with a flick of his hand, unleashed 2 strikes. One sword slashed towards the formation below, while the other aimed at the leading black-clad man. Clang! The abyss trembled as the formation below shattered. Struck at its core, the leading man sensed the impending danger and instinctively tried to evade, but it was too late. A deep gash marred half of his body. Beasts, you seek death, the black-clad man roared with fury. Abandoning Jiang Hongdou to charge at Yi Kaishan, be careful, Jiang Hongdou, Zhu Man, and Ling Qiao'er cried out in unison. Chapter 36. Crying counts as time. The crisis of Master Me, the ladies gasped, for Yi Kaishan was merely at the 8th stage of foundation building. How could he possibly contend with the mid-stage core formation leader? However, in the next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Yi Kaishan. Crimson Flame Blood Technique. He ignited a century of his lifespan in a furious burst. With over 2,000 years of life left, this sacrifice was trivial for him. His cultivation surged to the peak of foundation building, rivaling that of a core formation initial stage. Yi Kaishan's power escalated wildly. Enveloped in a shroud of blood energy, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell, the black-clad leader was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock. What in the world is happening? Before he could react, Yi Kaishan struck, unleashing a torrent of power akin to a volcano ready to erupt. With a thunderous boom, he unleashed a purple lightning punch, illuminating the eternal night of the abyss, 100-foot-long arc of purple lightning tearing through the void. Wreaking havoc, the black-clad leader shrieked as half of his body was obliterated. His eyes filled with terror as he looked upon Yi Kaishan, who now resembled a thunder god. The might of the purple lightning instilled an indescribable fear within him, nearly causing him to lose control. Yi Kaishan swung his arm, morphing the thick lightning into a purple lightning dragon, which swiftly engulfed the black-clad leader. Ultimately, only a few dismembered remnants and tattered rags slowly descended into the abyss. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. This transpired in mere moments, the black-clad leader perishing before their eyes. With the leader dead, the remaining minions were utterly helpless. Yi Kaishan casually unleashed a few bolts of lightning, dispatching the remaining black-robed cultivators until only one trembled, pale-faced, left standing. Big brother. Yu Jiang Hongdo was aghast, astonished by the current prowess of alchemists. The other ladies from the Baihua sect were left speechless. In utter shock, only Zhu Man wore a proud expression, her affection for him nearly overwhelming. Do not panic. I merely consumed a pill to enhance my magical power, Yi Kaishan explained casually, extending his hand to draw the last black-clad individual closer. Now speak. I'll give you time to divulge all that you know. I'm innocent. I was forced. The black-robed cultivator stammered, his face turning ashen, and he soon broke into tears. Crying? Is that considered time? Yi Kaishan narrowed his eyes, a purple arc of electricity flickering dangerously. We were imprisoned 100 miles away in a cave. There's a traitor within the Baihua sect, and their true intention is to attack Baihua sect. That's all I know. Please spare me. The black-robed cultivator, in a state of panic, divulged everything he knew. Oh no. So the sect master is in danger? Jiang Hongdo's expression darkened, anxiety flickering in her eyes. Let us go back and check. Yi Kaishan swiftly snapped the black-robed cultivator's neck and discarded him aside. Following this, they hastened to the cave 100 miles away, where they found the captured women of the Baihua sect. They then rushed back at lightning speed. Night had already fallen. Meanwhile, another large contingent of the Yinming sect had descended upon the Baihua sect. Leading the charge were the two protectors of the Yinming sect, Yin Hun and Ming Pi. These were two elderly men at the late stage of core formation. Accompanying them were nearly 100 disciples of the Yinming sect, all foundation-building cultivators. They encircled the Baihua sect's Great Hall, each face wearing a cruel and lecherous smile. In front of the Grand Hall, Mi Wei and a group of female cultivators gathered together, poised for battle. Mi Sect Master, you have all fallen victim to the Xinpin softbone fragrance. Within 2 hours, you will be unable to utilize any magical power. Surrender peacefully and return with us, or you will suffer dire consequences. Yin Hun cackled wickedly, not in a hurry to attack, but rather waiting for the drug's effects to fully manifest. Mi Wei felt a mix of shock and anger, her body tingling and her bones feeling weak. She found her magical power unable to circulate freely, completely immobilized. There was a traitor within the Baihua sect who had stealthily released the Xinpin softbone fragrance, causing everyone to fall prey without realizing it. Yet the traitor had not shown themselves, hiding too deeply. She surveyed the surrounding disciples, attempting to identify the traitor. However, each person appeared weak and feeble, making it impossible to discern who the traitor might be. Perhaps the traitor had already fled. Yinming sect, are you so audacious as to not fear retribution from the other sects of the Yin Kingdom? Mi Yao, feigning calmness, declared with an authoritative voice. even though she was afflicted by a strange poison. She maintained an air of elegance and nobility that rendered others hesitant to disrespect her. Yet, the more she presented herself this way, the more a stark contrast emerged. Pairs of fiery gazes converged upon her from all directions. The disciples of the Yiming sect swallowed hard, their eyes ablaze with desire, eager to devour her whole, leaving not a trace behind. Even the cunning, once mighty protectors could not suppress the stirring of their hearts. Apart from Yi Yao, there was also Yin Niyun, known as the Enchantress, who under the influence of the drug exuded a pitiful, delicate allure, intensifying the impulse of those around her. Mi Yao, you might as well abandon this hope. Setting aside whether other sects are aware of this matter, even if they were, they would likely arrive too late to save you. Mingpe sneered, exuding an air of confidence as if he had anticipated every eventuality. Everything was under his control. Upon hearing this, Mi Yao's heart sank. If captured by the Yiming sect, all of them would become mere vessels for alchemical purposes. Very well, the time has come. Since the beauties are reluctant to act, we shall assist them, my sons. Leave the key figures to me and the sect master. The other women are yours to enjoy. With a wave of his hand, Yin Hun proclaimed loudly at his command. The impatient disciples of the Yiming sect surged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, rushing towards the women. Some, in their haste, were already shedding their trousers. Kill them, commanded the last golden flower of the Baihua sect. Long Aoshue, her voice icy and resolute. Summoning the last remnants of her strength, she unleashed her flying sword, severing the head of a Yiming sect disciple. In an instant, chaos erupted between the two factions. However, it was not long before the Baihua sect found themselves at a disadvantage, the tide of battle turning against them. In desperation, Mi Yao activated the protective formation of the sect master's hall. Observing this, the two protectors joined the fray, launching full-scale assaults on the formation. You think this flimsy array can stop us? Once I break it, you shall see. Mingpe sneered maliciously. An hour passed, and the formation finally began to falter. At this critical juncture, a resounding bird call pierced the air. Following that, a bolt of lightning descended amidst the disciples of the Yiming sect, causing chaos and disarray. The third-tier spirit beast drew Ming's attention. Yet when he recognized the figure atop it as Yi Kaishan, he felt an immediate sense of relief. Just a mere Foundation establishment cultivator riding a third-tier spirit beast. Was he not merely offering up a mount? Who dares meddle in the affairs of the Yiming sect? Yin Hun bellowed. The beasts of the Yiming sect deserve extermination, Yi Kaishan proclaimed, standing atop the silver lightning, hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion. From the moment he arrived, he had begun to play his role. The women of the Baihua sect were left in a mix of amusement and helplessness, even with a third-tier spirit beast. Yi Kaishan was no match for the protectors. Foolhardy wretch! Heaven has a path you refuse to take, and hell has no door for you to enter. Perish! Mingpe spat coldly, lunging towards Yi Kaishan. To avoid harming the spirit beast that had come willingly, he held back. Yi Kaishan's gaze flickered. He raised his hand to form a seal and pointed downward. Little Zhou Tian's sword array. In an instant, swords flew from his sleeves, organized and descending from the heavens. The air thickened with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, trapping the protectors and all Yiming disciples within. The sword array formed. Swords multiplied under the array's influence, unleashing a terrifying sword chi that cleaved towards everyone ensnared within. Blood splattered, and heads rolled. Yin Hun and Mingpe were momentarily stunned. This sword array posed a genuine threat to them. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Kaishan descended, beginning to neutralize the poison afflicting the women. As an accomplished alchemist, this poison was but a trivial challenge for him. Master Yi, Mi Yao felt a surge of emotion, experiencing an unprecedented sense of security. This bizarre feeling was fleeting. Yi Kaishan tailored the antidote, concocting several pills and administering them personally to Mi Yao, Yin Niyun, and other strong individuals. Then, they united to confront the Yiming sect's protectors. Yi Kaishan had recently expended a portion of his lifespan. To do so a second time in quick succession would inflict harm on his body. Naturally, he would not recklessly waste his own vitality for the sake of the Baihua sect. A measure of assistance was all that was required. Thus, with their combined efforts, bolstered by the little Zhou Tian sword array, the Yinming sect crumbled under pressure. Sensing the impending doom, Yin Hun hurled the right protector, Ming Per, towards Mi Yao and the others. Seizing the chance to escape, amidst the cacophony of curses and resentment, Ming Per met his end. With the crisis averted, gratitude for Yi Kaishan surged within the Baihua sect to an extraordinary degree. Master Yi, we owe you our lives this time. Miao expressed her heartfelt thanks. Yi Kaishan smiled faintly and replied, I acted solely because Zhu Man is a disciple of the Baihua sect. She is my wife, and I wish to spare her any sorrow. This statement was delivered with remarkable eloquence, neither humble nor arrogant, subtly conveying that he was a devoted husband. In an instant, the gazes of nearly all the female disciples towards Yi Kaishan shifted. Imbued with newfound admiration, they envied Zhu Man for having such a husband, one who was not only skilled in alchemy but also adept in formations and possessed exceptional strength. He was nothing short of a paragon, a matchless companion. Even the sect master Miao, along with Yin Niyun and Long Aoshue, found themselves momentarily taken aback, filled with admiration. If Yi Kaishan had acted out of desire for their beauty, it would indicate he was like any other man. But if his actions were motivated by love for his wife, it revealed him to be a man of integrity in the dead of night. Yi Kaishan lay comfortably in bed, seeking to alleviate the fatigue from having burned a century of his lifespan, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, the door creaked open, and a graceful silhouette stealthily entered under the moonlight. Yi Kaishan grinned, preparing to embrace her, only to realize she was not Zhu Man. Even in the dark, he could discern her features clearly. She was a female cultivator from his team during the day. While not as stunning as the 5 flowers, she was still quite lovely. Young lady, what brings you here? Yi Kaishan inquired playfully. Brother Yi. Before she could finish, she lunged at him. Yi Kaishan, neither fully resisting nor embracing, accepted her advance. An hour later, he promised, once I return, I shall marry you. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan did not rush to depart. During his free time in the day, he nurtured relationships with the women of the Baihua sect. Occasionally, they would engage in deep discussions about life in the evenings. This continued for half a month until Yi Kaishan finally decided it was time to leave. He needed to tend to the land back home. Approaching sect master Miao, he conveyed his intentions. Master Yi, have you been well in our sect recently? Miao asked with a smile, her words laden with meaning. Comfortable, lingering, and loath to leave, Yi Kaishan replied candidly, embodying sincerity. Miao nodded slightly before astonishing him with her next words. Our sect's Ling Qiao has admired Master Yi for some time. I wish to betroth her to you. How does Master Yi feel about this? After a moment of surprise, Yi Kaishan responded earnestly, I have no objections. He remained true to himself, never one to refuse. If you would consider marrying me as well, that would be even better, he thought to himself, gazing at the woman before him. Miao possessed exquisite spiritual roots of the highest quality, with her cultivation at the completion stage of core formation, and also bore a blue-grade quality that a child born of such lineage would surely be extraordinary. Once everything was settled, Yi Kaishan informed Zhu Man of his plans to stay another night and depart the following morning. In the dead of night, Yi Kaishan's door was stealthily opened once more. Lying in bed, he smiled. Each time felt like opening a mystery box. This sensation was truly delightful. The visitor was a woman with phoenix eyes. Her gaze alluring, though her features were not particularly striking, giving the impression that she was mismatched with her captivating eyes. Brother Yi, I have admired you for a long time, the woman said, her face flushed with shyness. What is your name? Yi Kaishan sat up, smiling as he gestured for her to approach him. The woman tiptoed over, responding, My name is Ji Yin. This is my first time, so please take good care of me. She lowered her head shyly. Of course, Yi Kaishan replied cheerfully, extending his hand towards her arm. Just then, the woman, still with her head down, broke into a wicked smile, suddenly lunging forward, her delicate hand darting towards Yi Kaishan with lightning speed. Yi Kaishan had anticipated this move, and with astonishing speed, he seized her wrist. You are the spy who poisoned us, aren't you? Yi Kaishan asked coldly, a mocking smile on his lips. You dare to ruin my plans? Watch as I pluck out your eyes." The woman was exceedingly ruthless, her 5 fingers resembling steel needles, lunging directly at Yi Kaishan's eyes. Startled, Yi Kaishan instinctively seized her wrist with his other hand, and the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. Chapter 38. The Wedding of Jinhua, the 7-star sword and shield. Why Yi Kaishan dared not be negligent. The demoness named Ji-in possessed a perfect foundation in her cultivation. Her strikes were vicious, aimed at the most vulnerable points, each move a lethal threat. As they grappled, they wreaked havoc upon the items in the room. The disciples of the Baihua sect residing next door sensed the intensity of the battle that unfolded that night, their hearts fluttering involuntarily, teeth clenched, gripping the bedclothes tightly. Amidst the scuffle, Yi Kaishan ignited his true fire, seizing the opportune moment. A terrifying purple lightning surged from his palm. With a powerful strike, he slammed into the woman's chest. A fleeting sensation of softness brushing past in an instant. With a muffled grunt, the woman coughed up blood and was sent flying. Yi Kaishan pressed his advantage, yet the woman's movements were incredibly elusive. As she fell to the ground, she dissipated like a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight. The commotion finally revealed to everyone that a genuine battle had taken place, far from the imagined skirmishes they had anticipated. "Master Yi, what transpired?" a concerned female cultivator inquired. "I discovered the traitor. She took my blow to the chest. If she remains within the Baihua sect, we should be able to trace her," Yi Kaishan calmly replied. Gazing at the spot where the woman had vanished, to be frank, the woman had piqued his interest. During the skirmish, he had assessed her attributes. She possessed a unique constitution, the celestial fox charm. Furthermore, her true cultivation was not at the perfected foundation level, but at the core formation stage. The reason she had not unleashed her full power likely stemmed from certain reservations. His previous strike would have been sufficient to obliterate any foundation stage cultivator, yet she not only remained unscathed but also managed to escape. Underscoring her formidable prowess, upon hearing Yi Kaishan's words, the female cultivator hurried to report to the sect master and initiate a search. However, by the next day, the traitor had yet to be apprehended. Yi Kaishan chose not to linger. Departing Baihua sect with Zhu Man, Ling Qiao'er had already returned home, awaiting his arrival to wed her. Shortly thereafter, Yi Kaishan returned to Qingyun town, promptly setting about the preparations for the wedding. Not only Ling Qiao'er, but he had also arranged with several other female cultivators from Baihua sect to marry them upon his return home. A man of honor, he could not go back on his word. Thus, the Yi family adorned their residence in celebration. This time, Yi Kaishan rode the silver lightning steed directly to Ling Qiao'er's home, bringing her back as his bride. Employing a third-tier spirit beast as his wedding carriage was indeed a matter of great prestige. Ling Qiao'er's family belonged to a lineage of mortal cultivators, and they were naturally pleased with Yi Kaishan, a man of both intellect and martial prowess, not to mention his considerable wealth. "Brother Yi, did you know? When the sect master gathered us, asking who was willing to marry you, I was the first to step forward," Ling Qiao'er recounted happily, nestled in Yi Kaishan's embrace on their way back. "Oh, who else besides you?" Yi Kaishan inquired with curiosity. "There was also Sister Hongdou, but she hesitated a bit longer. In the end, the sect master chose to let me marry you," Ling Qiao'er replied, her smile radiant. The mention of Jiang Hongdou surprised Yi Kaishan, and he silently vowed not to disappoint the lovely ladies. Eventually, he would also marry Jiang Hongdou. Upon returning to the Yi family, the newlyweds immediately paid their respects to heaven and earth. In the bridal chamber, Yi Kaishan lifted the red veil from his bride. Ling Qiao'er appeared exquisitely, akin to a porcelain doll, shyly tugging at her garment like a timid little rabbit. Yi Kaishan gently lifted her and placed her on the bed. As the candlelight flickered and the moonlight cast a soft glow upon the room, illuminating the darkness with a touch of brightness, suddenly, Ling Qiao'er sat up, covering her mouth in astonishment as she looked at her arms. "Will it really not break? Ding, congratulations, host. Your root bone has been enhanced, reaching the superior grade of the Shin level." The next morning, Yi Kaishan stretched comfortably while Ling Qiao'er lay sound asleep beside him. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan fulfilled his promises, successively marrying several other female cultivators from Baihua sect, a total of 4, each possessing remarkable appearances and excellent root bones at the foundation stage. 3 months passed. and Ling Qiaoer and two of the others began to show signs of pregnancy. The higher the cultivation, the more challenging it was to conceive and bear offspring. However, once conception occurred, the chances of giving birth to a child with spiritual roots increased significantly, with the potential for special constitutions as well. At this point, Yi Kaishan was already over 120 years old. His eldest child had reached the age of 40, with those among his descendants possessing spiritual roots pursuing cultivation, while those without engaged in commerce or politics, diligently spreading the Yi family's lineage. Ding! The number of descendants has surpassed 100, rewarding you with a longevity pill, a piece of mid-grade spiritual farmland, 500 mid-grade spiritual stones, and an explosive talisman. Have my grandchildren reached 100? Yi Kaishan exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving the notification. Many of the older children had ventured out into the world, so he was unaware of how many had been born. Hearing this news brought him a sense of joy. Although the rewards for descendants had been halved, the sheer number made up for it. Little by little, as each descendant contributed a bit of longevity, along with rewards for reaching certain quantities, this trend indicated that they would soon have the freedom to bear children. 4 months later, the wives from Baihua sect began to give birth one after another, with Ling Qiaoer being the first. Yi Kaishan stood outside the birthing chamber as usual, waiting. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have expanded your lineage, giving birth to a child with a superior grade spiritual root, rewarding you with 10 years of lifespan, a low-grade Xin-level spiritual weapon, a Xin-level spiritual root, and 500 mid-grade spiritual stones. Not bad. Yi Kaishan nodded slightly, checking the rewards. The spiritual weapon was a breastplate that protected vital areas. The spiritual root was named Double Dragon Wonder, resembling two intertwining dragons. Yi Kaishan stored the rewards and entered the birthing chamber, kissing Ling Qiaoer. Before long, the other 4 wives from Baihua sect also gave birth, with only 2 producing children with spiritual roots. Regardless of how exceptional the spiritual roots were, they could not guarantee a 100 chance of bearing children with them. Yi Kaishan felt quite satisfied with the outcome. As the women continued to give birth, his descendants finally surpassed the 500 mark. Congratulations, host! Your descendants have surpassed 500, expanding the family size. You are rewarded with the 7-star sword and shield technique, 10 years of cultivation experience, 10 years of alchemy experience, 10 years of artifact forging experience, and 2,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. 500. Yi Kaishan's eyes lit up. The 7-star sword and shield was a middle-grade Xin-level technique, significantly more valuable than ordinary cultivation methods. It allowed one to transform into 7 stars in an instant, excelling in both evasion and attack. He retreated to his secret chamber, sitting cross-legged to absorb the experience and practice the technique. Unbeknownst to him, several months passed. Yi Kaishan's cultivation reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, just one step away from perfection in the core formation stage. Chapter 39. Su Ruoyan, the speed competition. 1 day, Qin Shan sent an envoy to inform him that the alchemy competition was about to commence. Time flew swiftly. Yi Kaishan sighed inwardly, feeling as if it were just yesterday. Before departing, he took the time to care for his wives properly, then mounted his silver lightning steed and soared toward Baiyang City. This is a spirit beast of the core formation stage. Upon arriving in Baiyang City, onlookers spotted the enormous bird soaring through the sky, too grand, too majestic. Master Yi has arrived. I hear he will represent Baiyang City at the Alchemy Grand Meeting of the 28 cities. Someone cried out, as news had spread long before. Yi Kaishan landed steadily in front of the Baodan Pavilion, where Guyu hurried out to greet him. After a long absence, she had blossomed into an even more enchanting figure. Master Yi, you have finally come. Qin Shan, a woman from the Dabi Valley, said languidly at the entrance. I thought you might go back on your word. Yi Kaishan chuckled, his gaze appraising her. After some time apart, he noticed her figure had indeed matured. No time to waste. Let us prepare to depart. I can hardly wait for you to fulfill your promise, Yi Kaishan urged confidently. It seems you are quite assured, but I must remind you not to take things lightly, Qin Shan cautioned. Rest assured. I am well aware, Yi Kaishan replied with a crooked smile. The group then set off toward the capital of the Yin Kingdom. There were 2 locations for the competition, the capital and Danding sect. After half a month of travel, Yi Kaishan and his entourage finally arrived at the Yin Kingdom's capital. Gazing at the towering city walls and magnificent architecture, Yi Kaishan marveled in his heart. It was indeed a first-tier city, its prosperity far surpassing Baiyang City by tenfold. Once inside the city, foundation stage cultivators were a common sight, and the majority of the bustling crowd were cultivators. Under Qin Shan's guidance, they quickly arrived at the accommodations arranged by the Yin Kingdom's organizers, awaiting the competition's commencement. Days later, the competition finally began. All participating teams gradually assembled in the square before the royal palace. The ruler of the Yin Kingdom, princes, princesses, and prominent figures from major cultivating families were all present, eagerly anticipating the start of the contest. Please, all contestants, enter the arena, with a sound reminiscent of a resounding drum. The representatives from the 28 cities ascended to their respective alchemy platforms. Number 27, the penultimate. Yi Kaishan gazed at the numbers on the alchemy platform, his admiration for Master Zhen Taihe soaring to new heights. Fortunately, the master was diligent. Otherwise, he would have been the one standing at the last place. The alchemist from Baiyang City appeared remarkably youthful. Surely, he must be a scion of some illustrious cultivation family? In the viewing area, some onlookers noticed Yi Kaishan, their hearts filled with curiosity. He looked far too handsome, too refined, and possessed an ethereal grace that belied his identity as an alchemist. In contrast, most of the other alchemists were middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s, typically sporting facial hair, and often with protruding bellies to exude a sense of venerable authority. The host of the competition took the stage at the center of the square. A directive was issued without any delay, and the contest commenced. Initially, the tasks involved relatively simple medicinal pills, focusing on speed and quality. This was not particularly challenging, as all the alchemists present could complete it with ease. However, as time progressed, the quality of the elixirs demanded increased, along with the difficulty. This was the moment to showcase true skill. Those lacking in technique quickly revealed their shortcomings. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Kaishan observed that the alchemist at platform 28 had begun to panic. His movements becoming increasingly frantic. It was evident that he was unfamiliar with the elixirs he was concocting and lacked confidence. Watching his peers flounder, the alchemist nearly toppled his cauldron in distress. Yi Kaishan shook his head. No wonder this fellow couldn't even compare to Zhen Taihe. His technique was indeed subpar. While his colleague was in a tizzy, Yi Kaishan remained calm and composed, operating with a serene steadiness. In a separate VIP section, Qin Shan gathered with the heads of various factions. Is this the alchemist you sought? Qin Shan? He appears somewhat distracted. A woman, seemingly a few years older than Qin Shan, remarked with a smile. Her words, though cloaked in concern, were laced with subtle mockery, as the two had a long-standing rivalry. Qin Shan cast her a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, perhaps it is too simple for him. He finds it uninteresting. Su Ruoyan, you might want to pay more attention to your own alchemist, she added. The woman's smile faltered, and she huffed in silence, realizing her attempt at banter had backfired against Qin Shan's haughty demeanor. As the competition progressed, each alchemist concocted elixirs were evaluated and scored by designated judges. Those who failed were eliminated immediately, and at the end of each round, the one with the lowest score was also disqualified. The alchemist at platform 28 was the first to be carried away. Subsequently, one by one, more alchemists were eliminated. Yi Kaishan remained undemonstrative, never revealing his capabilities. Eventually, only 12 alchemists remained on stage. At this point, the audience began to take notice of the alchemist who seemed least like an alchemist at all. Seemingly indifferent, yet silently advancing among the 12, this was no feat achieved by mere chance. In the VIP area, Su Ruoyan's expression turned a shade of green as her alchemist was eliminated, while Qin Shan's alchemist advanced effortlessly into the top 12. What had initially appeared as a lackadaisical demeanor transformed into one of extraordinary grace. Su Ruoyan, how is it that your alchemist was eliminated? Does he no longer wish to compete? Qin Shan inquired, feigning innocence as she leaned closer. Much like a curious child, Su Ruoyan's chest heaved with indignation. After the top 12 were determined, the first day's competition concluded. Following a brief intermission, the second day's events commenced, taking place in the capital of Yin Country. where the final round would determine the four who would advance to the prestigious alchemical sanctuary. The Danding sect. The competition quickly began, requiring participants to concoct 3 commonly recognized yet demanding elixirs of the Xian level. Chongxian Dan, Pazhong Dan, and Ling Sha Dan. This time, Yi Kaishan finally focused. Fully engaged in the task at hand, as time ticked away, these 3 elixirs were not particularly difficult for those who had made it to the top 12. The challenge lay in perfecting them. After some time, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a youthful visage concluded his alchemical process. He was the alchemist from the capital of Yin country and the previous year's champion. The nobles in the stands nodded in acknowledgement of the elder's prowess. Upon inspection, the elder produced 3 types of elixirs, one attaining a quality of 90%, while the other 2 reached 80%. The crowd was left in awe of the elder's exceptional skill. The remaining alchemists could only manage at most 3 elixirs of 80% quality, with none achieving the coveted 90%. When it was Yi Kaishan's turn, the evaluating alchemist, after a thorough examination, astonishingly reported the quality of his elixirs. 1 at 90% and 2 at 80%. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. This level of quality rivaled that of Gu Li, the foremost alchemist of the Yin country capital. This individual truly an alchemist from Baiyang City. How remarkable that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with Master Gu Li. The crowd's perception of Yi Kaishan began to shift in a particular VIP area. A woman adorned in Taoist robes, exuding an innate grace, calmly addressed those around her. My master did not exert his full strength. This is not his usual standard. This woman, named Shen Miao, was the sole disciple of Gu Li and also the daughter of the current prime minister of Yin country, holding a prestigious position. What you say is indeed true, she continued, noting that it was evident Master Gu Li had held back, while the Baiyang City alchemist appeared sluggish, clearly exhausted, thus marking a clear distinction in their capabilities. The third prince smiled in agreement, his gaze lingering on the woman with unabashed admiration and a hint of barely concealed desire. Although she wore a simple Taoist robe, it did little to conceal her exquisite figure. Her skin was as fair as mutton fat, delicate and flawless, while her features were unadorned yet strikingly beautiful, possessing a natural allure that surpassed that of any other. After hearing the third prince's comments, Shen Miao shook her head slightly, stating, "This individual is not as lacking as you suggest. Even if his alchemy is not on par with my master, the gap is not significant. He will undoubtedly be my master's greatest rival for the championship." She did not echo the third prince's sentiments, but rather sought to elevate her master by downplaying Yi Kaishan's abilities. This left the third prince feeling somewhat awkward, as if he had pressed his warm face against a cold rear. He let out a dry laugh and added, "Shun Dan, sure, your insight is sharp. For someone like me, entirely unversed in alchemy, I find it impossible to discern the nuances. I must seek your guidance another day." While his words were filled with enthusiasm, Shen Miao merely nodded coolly. She found no common ground for conversation with someone who had never even laid hands on a cauldron. The smile on the third prince's face gradually faded. A flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, he fell silent, retreating into his own thoughts. Yi Kaishan's elixirs were completed. The top 4 were finally revealed. Gu Li, Yi Kaishan, the alchemist from the 2nd city, and the one from the 5th city. With this outcome, Yi Kaishan undoubtedly became the focal point of the entire arena. Many began to discreetly inquire about the origins of this alchemist from Baiyang City. Even the ruler of Yin country displayed a glimmer of interest. Meanwhile, as Yi Kaishan returned to the sidelines, Qin Shan was already waiting eagerly. "Qin Fairy, I have made it to the top 4. Are you ready to fulfill your promise?" Initially, they had agreed on the top 5, with an extra prize thrown in. Qin Shan appeared unfazed, as if she had anticipated his words, merely smiling that of course, I, Qin Shan, always keep my word. "Well then, let us return. I want you to marry me," Yi Kaishan stated candidly, neither overly noble nor petty, straightforward in his intentions. From the moment he laid eyes on Qin Shan, he had resolved to marry her. "Wait," Qin Shan interjected, a hint of urgency in her tone. "What, are you planning to go back on your word?" Yi Kaishan asked. "Of course not. As long as you dare to propose." "I dare to marry. What is there to fear?" Yi Kaishan chuckled softly. If he couldn't even muster the courage to marry one woman, What was the point of cultivating to become an immortal? Very well, I accept your proposal. Qin Shan hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly, as if she had made a significant decision. However, are you planning to leave just like that? She almost laughed in exasperation. Yi Kaishan's intentions seemed too pure, wanting to return immediately after reaching the top 5. And what else? Yi Kaishan shrugged. The rewards for first place are exceedingly generous. I believe you should strive for that. Now that we've come this far, we cannot let it all go to waste, Qin Shan elaborated. Upon hearing that there were rewards, Yi Kaishan thought that since they were already here, they might as well delay their return. Just as the two were conversing, a captivating and somewhat audacious mature woman approached them. Her presence was felt even before she arrived. Master Yi, what a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Ruoyan. Yi Kaishan's eyes flickered. This woman had a striking figure and appeared somewhat provocative, a stark contrast to Qin Chan's reserved elegance. Miss Su, a pleasure to meet you, he replied, extending a friendly nod. Master Yi, do visit Feihe City sometime. I would be delighted to host you. Su Ruoyan, with a visage as lovely as a peach blossom, bore a smile in her eyes, her gaze shimmering with an almost animated quality. She was a woman whose eyes could indeed speak volumes. Yi Kaishan found himself momentarily distracted, poised to acquiesce, when he was abruptly pulled away by Qin Shan, who exclaimed, Master Yi, you still have a competition to attend? And time is of the essence. We must depart. This left Su Ruoyan stamping her foot in frustration. The semifinals were set to take place at the Danding sect a month hence, with participants and spectators arriving steadily. On the day of the event, the plaza before the main peak of the Danding sect was fully prepared. Amidst a chorus of cheers, the 4 contestants ascended the alchemy platform. This fellow has truly made it to the top 4. On one of the stands, Zhou Lu and Master Zhentaihe seethed, their faces contorted with anger. Especially Zhentaihe, who, while incensed, felt a twinge of embarrassment. In his representation of Baiyang City, he had ended up at the bottom, while Yi Kaishan had soared directly into the top 4, a clear testament to their disparities. No worries, Master Guli will teach him a lesson, Zhou Lu said calmly, brimming with confidence, likening his gap with Guli to that between Zhentaihe and himself. As the competition was about to commence, a beautiful woman clad in white entered quietly, assuming the role of host. With her arrival, a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, emanating from her very being. She seemed to be an embodiment of spiritual medicine, known as the Medicine Fairy of the Danding sect. Reputed to possess a unique constitution that made her inherently attuned to medicinal herbs, and she was being groomed as the next sect leader. The spectators in the stands were visibly awestruck. Not only was she of noble lineage, but she was also hailed as the future sage of alchemy, a paragon of both beauty and intellect. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan on the alchemy platform was also captivated by her distinctive aura. Unable to resist utilizing the system's features to investigate her discreetly. In an instant, a blue radiance surged skyward. What the blue? Yi Kaishan's heart raced. She was the first woman of blue quality he had ever encountered. The medicine fairy, Yao Xiao, age 38, possessed a low-grade earth-level spiritual root and had perfected her foundation. More importantly, she had a special physique known as the medicine spirit body, which rendered her immune to toxins and allowed her to maximize the efficacy of medicinal herbs during alchemy, marking her as a natural-born alchemist. Following Yao Xiao's entrance, she began to elucidate the competition's rules. The first round focused on the mastery and refinement of medicinal materials, an arena where Yi Kaishan was poised to showcase his skills. He not only possessed over a century's worth of alchemical experience thanks to system rewards, but also decades of experience in cultivating spiritual plants. Most alchemists seldom delve deeply into this area, dedicating their efforts primarily to alchemy itself. Thus, Yi Kaishan answered with remarkable fluency, his knowledge seemingly boundless. This left Yao Xiao astonished, softening her gaze towards him considerably. Medicine Fairy, I have always harbored a profound affection for flora and herbs. Should time permit, we could discuss the cultivation and care of spiritual plants together, Yi Kaishan remarked with a charming smile after passing the initial test. Yao Xiao nodded gently, her smile blossoming further, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy peak. The audience outside could hardly contain their exclamations, as men, fully aware of Yi Kaishan's intentions, murmured amongst themselves, was he genuinely here to learn? Is he nurturing spiritual plants, or is he cultivating a relationship? After a flurry of examinations, only Gu Li and Yi Kaishan remained on the alchemy platform. The final showdown was to concoct the coveted Gathering Yuan pill, a dream for all foundation-building cultivators. Upon hearing this requirement, Gu Li smiled slightly, for as the foremost alchemist of the capital, he was no stranger to the Gathering Yuan pill. Master Yi, please, Gu Li gestured, addressing Yi Kaishan with deference. Having reached this stage, he had internally acknowledged his opponent and offered him due respect. Master Gu, please, Yi Kaishan replied with a smile, reciprocating the gesture. Subsequently, both entered their respective zones to commence the alchemical process, and the audience tensed, refraining from uttering a single sound. The Prime Minister's daughter, Shun Miao, sat calmly in the VIP section, her demeanor unwavering as she trusted in her master's prowess. Time elapsed, second by second, until Yi Kaishan finally halted his actions, completing the concoction. This swift pace elicited astonishment from the crowd, who wondered how he had suddenly accelerated. After finishing, Yi Kaishan produced a small tea set and leisurely sipped, awaiting Master Gu Li's conclusion. After a stick of incense had burned, Gu Li also ceased his work. The Gathering Yuan pill was considered a high-tier spiritual pill, with a certain level of difficulty in its creation, unlike lower-tier pills that could be crafted with ease. Upon seeing both men finish, Yao Xiao approached to assess the quality of the pills. Following Yi Kaishan's indication, she first examined Gu Li's creation. After a brief inspection, she set it down. Master Gu Li, the Gathering Yuan pill is of 80 quality. At this announcement, many cultivators from the capital erupted in laughter. An 80 quality Gathering Yuan pill was a feat comparable to a 99 quality foundation pill. For most alchemists, merely achieving success was a luxury. Impressive, Master Gu Li. Yi Kaishan is sure to lose, Zhou Lu remarked, a smile creeping onto his face as he spoke to his apprentice, recalling his experiences battling Yi Kaishan. Convinced that he could never surpass the 80 quality threshold, let alone achieve such efficacy. At that moment, Yao Xiao approached Yi Kaishan, lifting the Gathering Yuan pill for inspection. The next instant, astonishment graced her tranquil features. Yi Kaishan, the Gathering Yuan pill is of 90 quality. As her words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Shun Miao, Zhou Lu, Jin Taihe, and all the cultivators and aristocrats present wore expressions of disbelief. Even Gu Li was taken aback, but upon examining the pill himself, his face transformed into one of pure admiration. He ultimately placed the pill down and bowed respectfully to Yi Kaishan, his countenance filled with reverence. Thus, the competition came to a close, with Yi Kaishan crowned the champion. Below, Qin Shan's cheeks flushed with excitement, her gaze towards Yi Kaishan infused with newfound affection. Following this, the first-place prize was announced, a top-tier Xin-level alchemy furnace. This reward made Yi Kaishan's eyes sparkle, for it was precisely what he currently lacked. The value of a top-tier Xin-level alchemy furnace was akin to that of any supreme spiritual artifact. In addition to the furnace, several alchemical formulas and a selection of valuable spiritual pills and herbs were awarded. As the event concluded, spectators flocked to congratulate him, eager to establish connections. Some even discreetly sought to inquire about Yi Kaishan's situation, hoping to curry favor. Even the Grand Prince of the Yin Kingdom extended an olive branch. Master Yi, should you wish to develop in the capital, do not hesitate to reach out for assistance. The Grand Prince appeared to be a formidable man in his 30s, exuding authority, having reached the core formation stage and appointed as the designated heir by the reigning monarch. Beside him stood a dignified lady with elegantly styled hair and delicately arched brows. The long princess of the Yin Kingdom. Following her was a mischievous young girl, curiously observing Yi Kaishan. She was the 9th princess of the Yin Kingdom. After hearing the Grand Prince's words, Yi Kaishan nodded slightly, responding with unpretentious courtesy, "I will certainly consider it." His words carried the same weight as a mere polite dismissal. After bidding farewell to the Grand Prince, Yi Kaishan casually engaged with others in stark contrast. Gu Li stood alone with only his apprentice Shun Miao by his side, appearing rather desolate. He shook his head slightly and turned to leave when Yi Kaishan's voice called from behind. "Master Gu Li, would you care to visit Baiyang City sometime?" He extended the invitation with a sense of urgency. Jiuli turned, nodding earnestly. I will certainly make an effort. His words were devoid of pretense. Carrying a firm conviction, Yi Kaishan waved goodbye, watching as the master and apprentice departed. At that moment, he caught sight of Zhou Lu and his apprentice quietly preparing to leave the venue. Master Zhou. Master Zhen, long time no see. The two men jumped slightly, slowly turning to reveal smiles that were more painful than sorrow. Congratulations, Master Yi, for claiming the crown, Zhou Lu said with a forced grin, discreetly patting his apprentice. Zhen Taihe quickly caught on, clasping his hands in respect. Congratulations, Master Yi, congratulations. Throughout the encounter, Yi Kaishan refrained from uttering any words of mockery, leaving the duo utterly humiliated. As the grand event concluded, Yi Kaishan and Qin Shan boarded a silver lightning vehicle and departed from the Danding sect. On the main peak, the medicine fairy waved them off. Qin fairy, shall we choose a date? Yi Kaishan inquired, grasping Qin Shan's delicate hand with a smile. This woman, who had once evaded his grasp, could not ultimately escape his hold. I shall not choose. You may decide, Qin Shan retorted, casting him a playful glare, her demeanor momentarily revealing a rare girlish charm. Very well, as per tradition, let us say a month hence. Yi Kaishan made a decisive decision. Chapter 42. The Identity of Qin Shan, Foundation Establishment achieved. A month later, the Yi family was adorned with colorful decorations, and the entire Qingyun town became bustling with activity. The wedding procession, accompanied by the resounding beat of drums, arrived at Baiyang City to escort the bride home. Oh my! Master Yi is taking a concubine again. The townspeople became exhilarated at the sight of Yi Kaishan. News of the alchemy competition among the 28 cities had spread far and wide. Yi Kaishan's victory sent shockwaves throughout Baiyang City, and his fame quickly escalated, making the city more vibrant than usual. Numerous cultivators flocked to Baiyang City's Baodan Pavilion to purchase elixirs. In truth, the elixirs sold at Baodan Pavilion were largely the same, with the genuine spiritual pills personally refined by Yi Kaishan being extremely rare. Master Yi is to wed Manager Qin, a formidable alliance. Truly a match made in heaven. Oh, my heart aches. My dream goddess is to be married. Given Master Yi's current status, it would be no exaggeration to say that marrying Manager Qin, or even a princess, is well within reach. The cultivators lining the streets spoke with envy and admiration. Before long, the wedding procession returned to Qingyun town with the bride. This event caused quite a stir. Not a single prominent figure in Baiyang City was absent, all coming to extend their congratulations. Even the city lord, Duan Xiefeng, personally brought lavish gifts to convey his best wishes, humbling himself in the process. There are many city lords like him who could easily be substituted. Yet alchemists of Yi Kaishan's caliber are exceedingly rare and irreplaceable. The lively wedding banquet continued late into the night. After attending to the guests, Yi Kaishan finally pushed open the door to the bridal chamber. Qin Shan, adorned with a red veil, sat gracefully within. My dear, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Yi Kaishan said as he approached, lifting the veil to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful face. He gently cradled Qin Shan and laid her on the bed. The moment of excitement was at hand. As the candlelight flickered out, Yi Kaishan, well practiced, made his way to the heart of the matter. Suddenly, the woman raised a hand to gently halt his advance, whispering in his ear, "Husband, there is something I haven't had the chance to tell you. I am already betrothed." "Betrothed? You are already married to me. Why mention this now?" Yi Kaishan chuckled lightly, casually inquiring, "Who is this person? You have met him?" Qin Shan's voice was soft. "Who?" Yi Kaishan's curiosity was piqued. The crown prince of the Yin kingdom. A jolt ran through Yi Kaishan, rendering him speechless. Qin Shan had a betrothal with the crown prince of Yin kingdom? Not long ago, he had been sharing laughter with the crown prince. How had it come to this? Noticing Yi Kaishan's silence, Qin Shan hesitantly asked, "Are you afraid to marry me? Having already married, what is there to fear?" Yi Kaishan snapped back to reality, resolutely stating, "The arrow is on the string, and it must be released," before he pressed down fervently. Yet another sleepless night ensued, a day where celestial beings would not exchange places. In the days that followed, Yi Kaishan spent nearly all his time with Qin Shan, diligently working for the prosperity of the family and its future. During his occasional free moments, he would meet with guests who came to visit. During this time, Yi Kaishan's reputation soared, echoing throughout the Yin kingdom. Many traveled great distances bearing generous gifts, some seeking friendship while others requested alchemical services. Some enterprising individuals discreetly inquired about Yi Kaishan's preferences. Discovering his penchant for taking concubines, they promptly brought their daughters or granddaughters to pay him a visit. Given Yi Kaishan's nature, he naturally would not refuse. As long as they met his criteria, he would immediately arrange a meeting and set a date. The esteemed young women of Baiyang City were no longer sufficient. The search extended to several neighboring cities. Moreover, most candidates hailed from esteemed cultivation families. Possessing both spiritual roots and striking appearances, in the ensuing months, Yi Kaishan, at an average pace of one new concubine per month, took in 6 young women from cultivation families. Most of these women were in the qi refinement stage and quite youthful. Akin to ordinary 18-year-old maidens, Yi Kaishan began to appreciate the vivacity and exuberance of these young women. One day, 6 months later, Qin Shan's belly finally began to swell. "Husband, I am with child," Qin Shan announced with a sense of relief, having felt overwhelmed these past 6 months. "Finally, heaven rewards the diligent." "Wonderful," Yi Kaishan exclaimed joyously upon hearing the news. For female cultivators, pregnancy was not easily achieved, especially as their cultivation levels increased. Often, it depended on a bit of luck. After Qin Shan became pregnant, Yi Kaishan found time to attend to his other concubines, gradually planting the seeds of life within the 6 newlywed female cultivators. They were quite accommodating and easily conceived. Following that, Yi Kaishan devoted himself to caring for his other concubines. After several years of nurturing, his first concubine, Su Mei, finally achieved perfection in qi refinement, her spiritual roots reaching the pinnacle of the yellow grade. Yi Kaishan concocted a batch of foundation establishment pills to assist her in this endeavor. Apart from Su Mei, Wu Nanchun, Wang Shifeng, Zhao Fian, and Su Yueru also gradually advanced to the later stages of qi refinement. Though all were over 50, the effects of rejuvenation pills made them appear as vibrant women in their 20s. Meanwhile, Shui Binger, Xie Yue, and Zhou Shui also began their foundation establishment in succession. "Husband, I have successfully established my foundation," Su Mei exclaimed with delight after awakening from her meditation in the cultivation chamber. Achieving foundation establishment allowed her to shed the mortal coil and enhance her life essence, prolonging her lifespan. This transformation made her radiate vitality and freshness. "That's wonderful," Yi Kaishan replied with a smile, genuinely pleased for Su Mei. "Husband, I wish to bear more children for you." Su Mei rushed into his embrace. Having not given birth for quite some time due to her cultivation efforts, "Of course, as long as you wish, you may have as many as you desire," Yi Kaishan gently whispered in her ear. Holding her tightly. In the fervor of their affections, after a considerable time, Yi Kaishan left the cultivation chamber and arrived at Yin Shui Tian's side. Their second child was a daughter, and the third was just conceived. Still nestled within her womb, they shared affectionate moments, discussing matters of cultivation. "Husband, I foresee that your foundation is nearing completion. It is time to refine your elixir, is it not?" Yin Shui Tian remarked astutely, perceiving Yi Kaishan's state. "Indeed, I am on the verge of perfection. I shall prepare and commence the elixir refinement shortly." He was currently at the 9th stage of foundation establishment, and with a few elixirs, he could easily reach the 10th stage. "Given your talents, you may even refine a purple elixir," Yin Shui Tian envisioned, believing that with Yi Kaishan's astonishing cultivation speed, producing a purple elixir was not merely a dream. "Purple elixir? Let us see," Yi Kaishan chuckled, for his aspirations soared far beyond a mere purple elixir. He aimed to refine the finest elixirs available. Chapter 43. Entering Elixir Refinement, Family Ratings. Yi Kaishan left Yin Shui Tian and swiftly made his way to Lingqiaoer. Since giving birth to her first child, this young lady had yet to conceive again. Yi Kaishan, with his penchant for order, could not bear to witness such a situation. Thus, he toiled diligently, and finally, 3 months later, Lingqiaoer announced her pregnancy, curling up in Yi Kaishan's embrace, sweetly sharing the news. Yi Kaishan nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he proceeded to the cultivation chamber to prepare for elixir refinement. He sat cross-legged, taking a pill and swallowing it. Before long, the 10th Dao platform stood erect within his dantian. At that moment, he achieved complete foundation establishment. After stabilizing his realm, Yi Kaishan consumed a gathering yuan pill. Instantly, a powerful energy surged within him, causing the Dao platform in his dantian to melt and coalesce. Behind Yi Kaishan, numerous swirling orbs appeared as the 36 celestial cycles spun furiously. In the next moment, he took out various spiritual herbs and elixirs. Swallowing them, elixir refinement necessitated immense spiritual energy. Otherwise, it could compromise the quality or, in severe cases, lead to failure with irreversible consequences. Once the spiritual foundation had melted, recovery would be nearly impossible, as the overwhelming power flowed in. A radiant elixir gradually formed in Yi Kaishan's dantian. The elixir spun rapidly, and as it did, its purity intensified. After a few moments, a purple-golden elixir emerged. Not enough. It needs to be pured. Yi Kaishan thought fervently. Cycling through the Jade Purity Qi refinement technique, the 36 celestial cycles, and the supreme yin-yang primordial technique. The interplay of multiple techniques illuminated the chamber, and shortly thereafter, the elixir transformed into a golden elixir. I did it, golden elixir ancestor! Yi Kaishan shouted in exhilaration. The moment he achieved his elixir, the sky over Qingyun town suddenly darkened, transitioning from day to night as fierce winds howled and thunder echoed. The tribulation had arrived. What is happening? Looks like it's going to rain. Time to collect the laundry. A storm is coming. Let us pack up. The townsfolk of Qingyun were oblivious to the unfolding events, hastily retreating home. Only the women of the Yi family seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. This is a lightning tribulation. How curious. Could it be that a prodigy has emerged from the Yi family? Sume gazed at the sky, her expression grave as she spoke. The manifestation of the thunder tribulation may not necessarily be due to the presence of a demon. That moment, Yin Shui Tian's eyes suddenly flickered with realization. Meanwhile, in the cultivation chamber, Yi Kaishan sensed the impending celestial tribulation from outside. Just as he prepared to rush out to confront the tribulation, the golden core within him abruptly darkened, followed by the emergence of a brilliant white light. The two forces intertwined, transforming the original golden core into a dual-colored black and white yin-yang core. At first glance, it resembled a Taiji symbol. What kind of core is this? Yi Kaishan was momentarily bewildered, uncertain of the quality of this yin-yang core. Could it be a mutated core? He recalled ancient texts that mentioned, aside from the usual mixed cores, white cores, blue cores, red cores, purple cores, and golden cores, there existed a type of mutated core. Mutated cores could possess varying strengths and weaknesses. Some were even more potent than golden cores, while others fell short. It all depended on one's ability to develop them. Nevertheless, he believed that his core must be extraordinary, as the yin-yang Taiji representation surely surpassed a golden core. Right? With a confident smile, Yi Kaishan shifted his form and dashed out of the cultivation chamber. At that moment, the skies above the Yi family were entirely enveloped in a sea of lightning. Husband, have you birthed your golden core? Yin Shui Tian inquired loudly. Yes. Yi Kaishan paused briefly and nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, the numerous women present instantly became excited. Their husband had actually birthed a golden core, the legendary ancestor of golden cores. A once-in-a-century occurrence. Thunder rumbled as the tribulation, having gathered its strength, finally descended. Yi Kaishan gazed defiantly at it, prepared to withstand it, believing that tempering his body with thunder was a fundamental skill of protagonists. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded as a bolt of lightning struck him squarely in an instant. His body convulsed violently, flesh tearing and blood splattering. A faint scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. Ling Xiao'er inhaled deeply inside. Husband, you smell delightful. Yi Kaishan. What on earth are you doing? Yin Shui Tian cried out anxiously, desperate to rush in and assist him against the lightning. I'm fine. Just testing the intensity of the tribulation. Yi Kaishan snapped back to reality, stubbornly shouting. From that moment on, he dared not underestimate the situation any further. He swallowed a handful of medicinal pills and summoned his spirit weapon, bracing himself with all his might. The thunder was the most violent force in the world, and withstanding it with one's flesh was no trivial matter. Fortunately, with a plethora of treasures at his disposal, The threat of the tribulation diminished significantly after he exerted his full strength. Thus, Yi Kaishan contemplated utilizing the power of thunder to practice the 24 forms of the Golden Body technique. Within this technique lay a form that represented the natural lightning of heaven and earth. Oh, could this work? Feeling a spark of electricity strike him, transforming into strength, Yi Kaishan's eyes brightened. Come on, let the thunder strike with even greater ferocity. Soon after, Yi Kaishan surged forward, practicing until he reached the 18th form. He was just 6 forms away from mastering the technique. Yet, the thunder tribulation had come to an end. Why Yi Kaishan wore a look of regret. Feeling unfulfilled at that moment, a monumental transformation was occurring within him. Surrounding the Taiji core were strands of lightning arcs. Why Yi Kaishan felt a stirring within, as his consciousness expanded like a tidal wave. 10 miles, 12 miles, 15 miles, until it finally halted at 20 miles. Typically, a cultivator at the initial stage of forming a core would possess a consciousness range of merely 10 miles. Yet Yi Kaishan, having just entered the core formation stage, had achieved the mid-stage range. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully forming a core, achieving the status of a golden core ancestor, and elevating the family to a 9th-rank cultivation family. Note: as a cultivation family, possessing a core-forming head is the fundamental requirement. Achievement reward: Puppet refining technique, 1 mid-stage core puppet. Hearing the series of notifications from the system, Yi Kaishan, who had been lost in reverie, jolted in surprise. He realized that the Yi family had now truly become a bona fide cultivation family. Ranks 1 to 9. Only upon reaching the 9th rank could one be considered to have entered the realm of cultivation families. Those families with only Qi refining and foundation establishment ancestors could only be seen as subpar. By this standard, 99% of the cultivation families in the Yin Kingdom had not met the criteria. In an instant, Yi Kaishan's goals became clearer. The requirements for a 9th-rank cultivation family were for the head of the family to reach the core formation stage, while for an 8th-rank family, the entire clan needed to have 10 individuals at the core formation stage. The standard for a 7th-rank family was for the head to reach the nascent soul stage, and so forth. Having understood the promotion criteria, Yi Kaishan began to examine his rewards. The puppet refining technique was akin to mechanization, a branch of weapon refining, yet more challenging to master. Its rarity surpassed that of alchemists, weapon refiners, and formation masters. Aside from the puppet refining technique, he also received a ready-made puppet with mid-stage core strength. Excellent. This can be concealed in the shadows as protection. Yi Kaishan nodded inwardly at that moment. His 100 concubines all gathered around him, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. Husband, only by forming a golden core can one attract the thunder tribulation. You did form a golden core, didn't you? Need you even ask? It must undoubtedly be a golden core. I've heard that across the entire Yin Kingdom, it has been centuries since a golden core has been born. Truly, my husband is a celestial being descended to earth. The women chimed in, their gazes towards Yi Kaishan brimming with admiration. Even Yin Shuetian was no exception, as she understood the true worth of a golden core. Even her more accomplished senior sister, Yang Minghua, had only achieved a red core. Not even a purple core. A golden core not only possessed the strongest power within the same realm but also held immense potential, leading to a boundless future. In the entirety of the Yin Kingdom, those at the core formation stage were already considered elite cultivators, the cream of the crop among various sections even within the Yin Kingdom's royal family. Those at the core formation stage were exceedingly rare in the eyes of mortals. Those at the core formation stage were akin to omnipotent immortals. The women were filled with pride and joy, while the descendants of the Yi family felt an overwhelming sense of glory. The people of Qingyun Town had long since begun bowing towards the Yi family direction, praying for blessings. To them, Yi Kaishan's tribulation was akin to a sign of impending ascension. The skies over Qingyun Town cleared, returning to their former tranquility. Yi Kaishan returned to the cultivation chamber to solidify his cultivation. He discovered that the Taiji core within him had grown considerably larger. This indicated that his power had increased once more. The progression of cultivation at the core formation stage was marked by size, until one broke through to form an infant and enter the nascent soul stage. Yi Kaishan felt a twinge of concern. If this trend continued, would his nascent soul eventually become a yin-yang entity? That would be rather unsightly. With a wry smile at this thought, he retrieved the puppet rewarded by the system. After refining it, he instructed the puppet to find a place to conceal itself. Safeguarding the safety of the Yi family, days later, after consolidating his cultivation, Yi Kaishan emerged from the cultivation chamber. Yin Shuetian had long awaited him. "Husband, due to your advancement to core formation, many people have come seeking to congratulate you. Should we not host a banquet and extend invitations?" she suggested. Yi Kaishan hesitated for a moment before nodding. As the head of the family, it was indeed necessary to do so. Only recluses would secretly break through. A head of a cultivation family should act openly and proudly. This would not only showcase the family's might but also foster friendships with those from afar. Such gatherings were essential for the development of a family, unless in special circumstances requiring concealment. Moreover, since Yi Kaishan's breakthrough had attracted the Thunder Tribulation, there was no way to remain low-key about it. The news spread swiftly. For cultivators, the mention of Thunder Tribulation would immediately reveal the truth. The head of the Yi family has birthed a golden core ancestor, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Wasn't he an alchemist? How did he manage to form a golden core? In Baiyang City, the various cultivation families were left dumbfounded, filled with astonishment. However, the predominant sentiment among most cultivation families was joy. Their daughters had long since married into the Yi family, and the stronger Yi Kaishan became, the better it was for them, clinging to a strong ally for support. Thus, when the Yi family sent out invitations, the notable figures of Baiyang City immediately prepared lavish gifts and headed towards Qingyun town. Even the city lord hurried over eagerly. The news spread rapidly, not only in Baiyang City but throughout the Yin Kingdom, across 28 cities and the 4 major sects. Everyone learned that a golden core ancestor had emerged from the small Qingyun town. In the royal palace of the Yin Kingdom, within a grand hall, the current ruler, Li Fengtian, received a confidential report from his secret guards. It detailed the situation of the Yi family, including Yi Kaishan's personal information. After reading it, Li Fengtian exclaimed in surprise, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with a resolute countenance that still bore traces of his youthful charm. In truth, he had lived for several centuries. Standing below him was the eldest prince, Li Xian, who, noticing his father's sigh, respectfully urged, "Father, we must make a decision swiftly. If we allow the Yi family to grow too powerful, it will inevitably threaten our royal family's rule. By then, it will be too late to take action." The countenance of the Grand Prince was far from pleasant, for he had recently received distressing news. His betrothed, Qin Shan, had just married Yi Kaishan. In an instant, the prince felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if something were about to sprout from his head. As the esteemed Grand Prince of the Yin Kingdom, the future sovereign, to endure such humiliation was intolerable for any man. "Allow me to ponder." Li Fengtian wore a grave expression. The occurrence was far too abrupt. He had never anticipated that Yi Kaishan could ascend to the core formation stage and produce a golden core in such a short time. It was as if an insignificant ant had transformed into a mighty dragon in the blink of an eye. Moreover, upon further investigation, he was even more astonished. Yi Kaishan not only possessed formidable strength, but also had obscure connections with the Yunlan sect and the Baihua sect. Among his concubines were an elder from the Yunlan sect and a beauty from the Baihua sect. Upon realizing this, Li Fengtian could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. This man could take in more women than even a king like himself. Not only could he take them in, but he also had the means to bear offspring, with the Yi family already boasting several hundred descendants. In contrast, the sovereign of the Yin Kingdom had but 100 heirs. After all, as an emperor of cultivation, Li Fengtian devoted most of his energy to his own practice. Otherwise, should his cultivation lag, his status would be jeopardized. At present, it appeared that Yi Kaishan's connections with both the Yunlan sect and the Baihua sect were substantial. Any rash actions could lead to dire consequences. The 4 great sects in the Yin Kingdom did not exist in a hierarchical relationship, but rather a collaborative one. The Yin Kingdom primarily maintained order among the mundane world, managing vast territories and supplying talent to the 4 great sects. Meanwhile, the sects focused on their cultivation, remaining indifferent to worldly affairs. Should they take on management roles, it would necessitate considerable human and material resources. Thus, the relationship between the Yin Kingdom and the four great sects was one of cooperation. They lacked the capability to command the sects, and at times even had to consider the sect's sentiments. Otherwise, should they offend their counterparts, the four great sects could easily replace Li Fengtian as the sovereign. After careful deliberation, Li Fengtian finally reached a decision. Xiener, the Yi family must not act recklessly. You shall represent me and visit the Yi family. Upon hearing his father's arrangement, the Grand Prince's complexion grew even more pallid. A month later, the Golden Core celebration of the Yi family's ancestor commenced in earnest. The modest Qinyun town became a gathering place for individuals from all directions. Within the Yi family's south expansive estate, spanning over 1,000 acres, decorations adorned every corner, exuding an air of festivity. The sounds of guests presenting gifts and congratulations echoed continuously, while the Yi family servants busily accepted offerings from the guests. Overwhelmed by the activity, the level of excitement surpassed any of Yi Kaishan's previous matrimonial ceremonies. Chapter 45. Various parties sending daughters, Lord of Yi City from Baiyang City, the Qian family congratulated Master Yi on achieving his golden core, wishing him eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. The Yin family from Ao City expressed their hopes for the ancestor to soon break through to the nascent soul stage. The Wang family from Jinbei City extended their congratulations to the ancestor for achieving the golden core, earning a reputation that spread far and wide. Yi Kaishan sat at the head of the table, graciously accepting the well wishes from all quarters. Most of the attendees were from prominent cultivation families, either heads of families or significant figures within their clans. Yi Kaishan keenly observed that many guests were accompanied by young, beautiful women, some with one companion, others with two, who gazed at him with unmistakable affection. Additionally, Yi Kaishan's offspring had already received the news and hurried back from all corners of the realm. His eldest son, Yi Fan, was now a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Despite his slow progress, he had a solid foundation. Other descendants with good spiritual roots had slightly higher cultivation levels, while those without spiritual roots had made notable achievements in commerce or politics. Some individuals in their 30s or 40s appeared significantly older than Yi Kaishan, highlighting the stark contrast between mortals and cultivators. The Qin family from the capital of the Yin Kingdom presented a top-tier yellow-grade spiritual artifact. A sonorous voice announced the arrival of the Qin family. The maternal family of Qin Shan, the head of the Qin family, was the vice master of the Baodan Pavilion, a position of high esteem and great favor with Li Fengtian. Initially, upon learning of Qin Chan's secret marriage to Yi Kaishan, the Qin family had hastily removed her name from their genealogy. However, upon discovering Yi Kaishan's ascension to the status of Golden Core ancestor, they promptly reinstated her name, placing it prominently. Moreover, Qin Chan's father, Qin Wan, the head of the Qin family, personally came to congratulate his son and laud to this. Yi Kaishan merely shook his head and smiled, choosing to disregard the matter as if it had never occurred. The Su family from the capital of the Yin Kingdom presented a 1,000-year-old ice crystal snow lotus. Accompanied by an enchanting woman, Su Ruoyan entered with grace. Master Yi, congratulations. It seems we are still relatives. Su Yueju is a member of my Su family, making me her aunt, Su Ruoyan said with a bright smile, having only recently learned of this connection. Su Yueju's father had originally been a castaway from the Su family, which led him to become the town chief of Qinyun. However, upon learning of Su Yueju's relationship with Yi Kaishan, he was swiftly recalled to the Su family to assume an important role. Such is the nature of reality. Yi Kaishan's expression was peculiar. Suddenly finding himself with a multitude of relatives was indeed unexpected. It aptly illustrated the adage, when one is impoverished, no one pays heed. Yet when one is affluent, distant relatives come forth. Qinyun Town was merely one of many small towns beneath Baiyang City, a place that would have gone unnoticed in the past. After the Su family extended their congratulations, the Yunlan sect and the Baihua sect also sent representatives with gifts, further astonishing the attendees. To receive congratulations from the sects was a mark of great prestige. However, upon reflection, Yi Kaishan's concubines included several female cultivators from those very sects, thus lending credence to the matter. What surprised Yi Kaishan even more was the arrival of Master Gu Li and his disciple Shen Miao, who also came to extend their congratulations. Yi Kaishan promptly instructed his servants to extend warm hospitality to them. Just as the guests began to believe that no significant figures were present, the Grand Prince Li Xian finally arrived, causing a wave of astonishment to sweep through the gathering. Many attendees wore expressions of discomfort, particularly Qin Wan, the head of the Qin family. The Grand Prince was betrothed to Qin Shan. Was he here to disrupt the festivities? The atmosphere grew tense. The Grand Prince strode in with an imposing presence, exuding authority even in his calm demeanor. However, when he caught sight of the pregnant Qin Shan standing behind Yi Kaishan, he nearly lost his composure. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within. On behalf of the Yin Kingdom, I congratulate Master Yi on achieving his golden cord, Li Xiong. You are too courteous, Yi Kaishan replied with a smile, feeling a tinge of discomfort for having taken the betrothed of another. Upon hearing those words, Li Xian stiffened slightly. Indeed, he was too courteous, especially since he had relinquished his fiancée. He then produced a golden scroll. By the decree of the current sovereign, I hereby designate Qinyun Town as the 29th city of the Yin Kingdom and appoint Master Yi as the Lord of Qinyun City. As this proclamation echoed, astonishment rippled through the gathered guests. Yet, this was only the beginning, as the Grand Prince proceeded to announce Li Fengtian's subsequent decree, to betroth the 9th princess of the Yin Kingdom to Yi Kaishan. At this revelation, Yi Kaishan recalled the quirky young woman he had encountered at the Danding sect. The 9th princess possessed commendable spiritual roots and exquisite beauty, an exceptional match indeed. Therefore, Yi Kaishan nodded in agreement, unperturbed by the sovereign's intentions, as his aspirations extended far beyond the confines of the Yin Kingdom. With the congratulations concluded, it was time for the feast. Yi Kaishan participated symbolically, after which various cultivation families took turns showcasing their talents. Master Yi, my daughter has long admired you. Please take a look. Many attendees seized the opportunity to introduce their daughters during the toasts. They understood that the head of the Yi family had a penchant for such matters, and securing a familial bond would solidify their connections. Naturally, Yi Kaishan welcomed all offers. Lord Yi, this is my daughter Duan Lingshan, who has always held you in high regard, said Duan Xiefeng, the lord of Baiyang City. As he stepped forward to present his daughter, beside him stood a strikingly youthful maiden, possessing an oval face, large eyes, and a cherry-red mouth, exuding allure. Yi Kaishan discreetly assessed the girl, 19 years old, with top-tier yellow-grade spiritual roots, and at the 5th level of qi refinement. How youthful! Could she be the daughter born specifically for me? Yi Kaishan marveled at the girl's tender appearance, realizing she was genuinely young, not merely youthful in appearance. At this point, Yi Kaishan had no reason to decline. Around him, guests expressed envy and frustration, lamenting the absence of daughters or sisters of their own. What a vexation! The banquet persisted for 3 days before finally reaching its conclusion. From that moment onward, Qinyun Town ceased to exist, replaced instead by Qinyun City. Yi Kaishan immediately commanded the expansion of his residence, making it as grand as possible in preparation for the future. With the rapid increase in the Yi family's population, the populace of Qinyun Town had already multiplied several times over. Merchants selling children's goods in the vicinity of the Yi family had begun to amass wealth. The marriage to the princess was set to take place in 3 months. Yi Kaishan set off ahead of time, accompanied by a few individuals aboard the Silver Lightning, heading towards the capital. The journey was long, so they kept everything simple. Half a month later, Yi Kaishan arrived in the capital. With his arrival, the prominent families of the Yin Kingdom's capital immediately sprang into action, each vying to invite Yi Kaishan to various grand gatherings. It must be said that the variety of events in the capital was unparalleled by any other city. With some time still remaining before the betrothal, Yi Kaishan, upon the invitations of several esteemed heads of families, did not refuse. Master Yi, allow me to show you something wonderful tonight. I believe you will be quite fond of it, the head of the Su family said mysteriously, his expression somewhat ambiguous. Oh? Then I shall certainly take a look. Yi Kaishan replied, intrigued. Subsequently, the group arrived at a vast venue. This was the largest auction house in the capital, renowned for gathering extraordinary items from across the land. I received word in advance that there would be treasures from the Tianlang Kingdom today. Su Zhan eagerly led the way, speaking tirelessly. The mention of the Tianlang Kingdom stirred something within Yi Kaishan. It was a nation bordering the Yin Kingdom, inhabited by orc-like beings possessing the bloodlines of ferocious beasts. Known for their savage and combative nature, the two nations had a history of constant skirmishes, engaging in countless battles over the years. What treasures could the Tianlang Kingdom possibly offer? While contemplating this, Yi Kaishan followed the heads of the prominent families into an upscale VIP room, overlooking the entire auction hall. Before long, the venue was filled with the gentry and cultivators from the Yin Kingdom. The auction commenced shortly thereafter. Initially, items such as demon pills, magical artifacts, and talismans were presented, followed by peculiar and exotic beasts. Some appeared bizarre yet charming, featuring special abilities that were particularly favored by female cultivators. During this time, several heads of families could not resist purchasing a few items. However, Yi Kaishan remained motionless, finding nothing that piqued his interest. Just then, the host of the auction suddenly raised his voice, tinged with an undertone of excitement. Next, we present treasures from the Tianlang Kingdom, which I'm sure everyone has been eagerly anticipating. Let us begin. With a booming announcement, the staff wheeled out a massive iron cage. Inside was an orc, roaring and banging against the bars, revealing sharp fangs and crimson pupils, topped with a pair of pointed beast ears. She wore tattered furs that barely concealed her wild form. Upon witnessing this, the male cultivators present swallowed hard in silence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a member of the Rabbit clan from the Tianlang Kingdom. If you wish to experience the exotic charm, she will fulfill all your fantasies. The host began his enticing explanation. Yi Kaishan observed the orc within the cage, his expression peculiar. He finally comprehended what Su Zhan had meant by treasures. It seemed that cultivators also harbored an affinity for such two-dimensional attributes. Delighting in these oddities. What do you think, City Lord Yi? Are you satisfied? Su Zhan inquired, leaning closer with an expression that begged for praise. It was widely known that Master Yi had an inclination towards concubines and beauty, leading him to deduce that Yi Kaishan would surely appreciate this point. One could not deny his keen insight into people's preferences. For the first time since entering the auction hall, Yi Kaishan felt a flicker of interest. He nodded slightly, revealing his thoughts. Shall I assist you in acquiring her? Su Zhan asked eagerly, tentatively probing. Yi Kaishan did not rush to respond, instead covertly assessing the rabbit woman's qualities. Red quality, cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yellow grade spirit root. Aside from her mediocre cultivation, she was lacking in every other regard, especially in intelligence, exhibiting a predominantly beastly nature. In no hurry, let us observe a bit longer. Yi Kaishan replied nonchalantly, as he held high standards and was not without criteria. One by one, various orcs were brought forth, each with their unique traits. Yi Kaishan watched as a cultivator eagerly purchased a minotaur, its imposing girth and barrel-like waist leaving onlookers breathless. Yet, the buyer appeared thoroughly satisfied, wearing a look of contentment. Throughout this process, Yi Kaishan continued to discreetly examine the qualities of the orcs, finding none that met his standards. The final orc was announced as the last, purportedly a princess from a tribe. Captured after considerable effort, the host declared loudly as soon as his words fell. A massive iron cage was wheeled out. In one corner, curled up, was a silver-haired orc, dirty yet unable to conceal her exquisite features. Adorned with a pair of fluffy beast ears, appearing utterly adorable. Upon sighting her, a wave of murmurs erupted in the venue, as the attendees were captivated by this orc. Many gazes were already tinged with desire, laden with unspoken implications, as had been noted. This was a young woman of the catfolk, her body supple and seemingly boneless, with a docile disposition. Furthermore, her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, capable of assisting one in their training. The host spoke somewhat indirectly, but his smile conveyed everything. The catgirl stirred Yi Kaishan's thoughts, prompting him to examine her qualities. Suddenly, a green light burst forth from her being. Green quality, low-grade Xian-level spirit root, and perfected foundation establishment. This catgirl had concealed her cultivation. Yi Kaishan's expression turned strange as he scrutinized the curled-up catgirl. She appeared frightened, exuding an air of vulnerability. Yet, through her lowered eyelids, her gemstone-like eyes revealed no hint of panic, only calmness and composure. Is there a story behind this catgirl? Yi Kaishan mused, chuckling softly. She was likely captured deliberately. Thus, as the crowd began fervently bidding, Yi Kaishan slowly spoke 500 low-grade spirit stones. The starting bid was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, and it had risen to 3,000 before he declared 5,000. In Yi Kaishan's view, a captivating catgirl at the perfected foundation establishment level was worth acquiring, even if merely as a capable aid. As soon as he announced 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, many bidders withdrew. Yet, competition remained. 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. A voice emerged from a VIP room belonging to the third prince of the Yin Kingdom. 7,000. Yi Kaishan calmly countered. At this moment, the heads of the prominent families grew anxious. Su Zhen cleared his throat, speaking loudly. This is the price set by City Lord Yi. I urge everyone to remain calm and not misjudge the situation. He wielded his authority without regard for who opposed him. After all the effort taken to invite Yi Kaishan, he could not allow any foolish individuals to provoke trouble. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the auction hall fell into a brief silence. City Lord Yi? Isn't that the ancestral figure of the Yi family? The only golden core ancestor of the Yin Kingdom. The crowd dared not compete any longer, wishing they could bid on Yi Kaishan's behalf. The third prince's face turned pale, but recognizing Yi Kaishan's status, he had no choice but to endure. There were many princes, but only one golden core ancestor. Not even he, nor his father, could afford to offend such a figure. Witnessing the silence from further bids, the host reluctantly dropped the gavel, declaring the transaction complete. Su family head. You've gone a bit too far. Yi Kaishan chuckled, realizing he had inadvertently become a figure who used his influence to suppress others. Not at all. I merely wish to prevent these inexperienced youths from crossing paths with the ancestral figure. Su Zhen laughed in response, while the other heads of families nodded in agreement, stating, it is only right for the younger generation to show respect to their elders. Subsequently, under the escort of the auction house, Yi Kaishan returned to his residence with the catgirl in a secluded space. Yi Kaishan regarded the catgirl in the cage and directly inquired, why did you conceal your cultivation? Were you aiming to assassinate the prince of the Yin Kingdom? Upon hearing this, the catgirl, who had been curled up, immediately lifted her head, astonished as she gazed at Yi Kaishan. How did you know I was hiding my cultivation? She asked, her voice enchanting, infused with a languid charm. With a snap, Yi Kaishan opened the cage and casually replied, that is of no concern to you. Answer my question. Did the ruler of the Tianlang Kingdom send you? The catgirl hesitated for a moment before her figure darted like a specter, lunging towards Yi Kaishan. Foolish human, how dare you release me? Prepare to experience my might, she declared in an instant. Yi Kaishan's reaction was lightning quick as he seized the catgirl by the throat, locking eyes with her as he smiled and asked, what might is that? The catgirl's pupils contracted, and she soon felt an overwhelming force invade her being, sealing away her power. You are at the core formation stage? She queried, struggling as she expended nearly all her strength, of course. Otherwise, do you think those people would treat me with such deference? Yi Kaishan chuckled softly, raising his hand to flick her ear playfully. It was his first encounter with a living beast-eared maiden, and naturally, his mischievous spirit was ignited. The catgirl gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with indignation and embarrassment. Yi Kaishan sensed a tremor in her body, as if a switch had been triggered. Surely, she wouldn't lose control of herself, would she? Since you are unwilling to speak, it matters not. In truth, I have little interest in your motives. Just obediently return with me to warm my bed. As he spoke, Yi Kaishan produced a pill, pried open the catgirl's mouth, and forcefully inserted it. Behave yourself, or your life may be forfeit. What did you make me swallow? The catgirl exclaimed in a panic. Yi Kaishan remained silent, tossing her back into the iron cage before turning away. Reflect and ponder well here. Days later, amidst the gaze of numerous royal relatives, Yi Kaishan embarked on his return journey with the 9th princess. Accompanying them was a catgirl who, under Yi Kaishan's tutelage in recent days, had become considerably more docile. Even outside of her cage, she dared not act out of turn. Soon, the group arrived at Qingyun City, where the Yi family was already adorned with red lanterns. Guests who had traveled from afar awaited eagerly to partake in this grand wedding. Given that he was marrying a princess, the occasion was particularly grand, as the royal family had to maintain their dignity on the wedding night. Yi Kaishan gently lifted the royal princess and laid her down upon the bed. Was yet another night unlike any other. A month after marrying the princess, Yi Kaishan donned his red robe once more and set off with a wedding procession to Baiyang City. This time, he sought to wed the city lord's daughter, Duan Lingshan. Despite being a venerable golden core ancestor, holding a lofty status with countless followers at his command, the act of marriage required his personal involvement. It could not be delegated to another. The elders of the Yi family were once again astounded, as this time he was to wed the daughter of the city lord. Yi Kaishan truly remained steadfast to his original intentions. Even upon achieving the golden core, he was still tireless in his pursuit of taking concubines. The people of Baiyang City were left in awe, having anticipated that after attaining the golden core, Yi Kaishan would adopt a more ascetic lifestyle, pursuing the path of immortality. To their surprise, he had only intensified his endeavors. Having just married a princess, he was now set to claim the city lord's cherished daughter. The enchanting Duan Lingshan, merely 19 years of age, was as fresh as the morning dew on their wedding night. Yi Kaishan once again experienced the preciousness of youth in the days that followed. He energetically married several female cultivators from various prominent families in Ao City and Jinbei City, tying the knot with 4 in swift succession. These 4 families were formidable, holding significant renown throughout the Yin nation. Their daughters were undoubtedly beauties, each a rare gem. After marrying these 4, Yi Kaishan finally decided to pause and reorganize his affairs. One must not only focus on marrying but also on sowing the seeds of the future. Thus, Yi Kaishan transformed into a diligent gardener, tilling the soil, watering, and planting seeds. On this day, Qin Chan, who had been pregnant for nearly a year, was finally ready to give birth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for branching out and giving birth to a descendant with a low-grade spiritual root. As a reward, you receive a low-grade spiritual artifact, a medium-grade spiritual field, and 500 medium-grade spiritual stones. Yi Kaishan, waiting outside, felt a smile spread across his face upon hearing the system's notification. The woman from Dabi Valley did not disappoint, indeed bearing a child with a spiritual root. As for Yin Shui Tian, Bai Kai Wei, and Ling Xiao Er, while not every birth resulted in a spiritual root, the odds were significantly higher than that of ordinary female cultivators on this day. Yi Kaishan had just exited a concubine's chamber when he encountered Yin Shui Tian. "Husband, I must return to Yunlan's sect for a while. Would you accompany me? Is there something amiss?" Yi Kaishan casually inquired. "Some of the children have grown, and I intend to send them to Yunlan's sect for training, while also visiting my senior sister," Yin Shui Tian replied. Previously, she had been quite opposed to such a notion. Yet now she found herself complicit. "Very well, I shall accompany you to see the children and also visit your senior sister." Yi Kaishan nodded slightly, acquiescing. He had almost forgotten that he was still an honorary elder of Yunlan's sect. Afterward, they gathered their belongings, took 5 or 6 children, and boarded the Silver Lightning, making their way to Yunlan's sect. Shortly thereafter, the Silver Lightning landed before the mountain gate of Yunlan's sect. The disciples gazed in astonishment. "Elder Yin, Elder Yi have returned. I heard that Elder Yi has achieved the golden core. Is it truly so? Elder Yi is so handsome, now a golden core ancestor. I wish to bear his children." A female disciple sighed dreamily, captivated by the tall figure. Yi Kaishan now appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, strikingly handsome with an ethereal presence. He resembled a graceful young gentleman, full of vigor, a rarity even across the entire Yin nation. Yi Kaishan dismounted from the bird's back and, as per tradition, produced a gourd to begin distributing pills, as casually as one might share smoke with acquaintances. However, this treatment was reserved solely for female cultivators. Thus, he continued all the way to the main peak, where he encountered the sect leader, Yang Minghua. "Senior sister, we have returned to see you," Yin Shui Tian beamed, followed by a gaggle of children. Upon witnessing this, Yang Minghua's expression twitched, her face darkening. "Here we go again. These two have returned to Yunlan's sect to deliver more people." Over the years, many female disciples had departed, nearly all whisked away by Yi Kaishan. Then, after a decade or so, those who had left began to return, but not to rejoin Yunlan's sect. Rather, they came to deliver their children for admission. Regrettably, these children all possessed commendable spiritual roots. And despite Yang Minghua's dissatisfaction, she could only accept them out of necessity to replenish the dwindling disciples. Nowadays, Yi family disciples were ubiquitous within Yunlan's sect, almost transforming it into a subsidiary sect of the Yi family. Chapter 48. The sect leader's defeat. Interrogating the catgirl Yang Minghua was quite vexed but felt powerless. Yi Kaishan was now a golden core ancestor. Even if she was disgruntled, there was little she could do. Who could have anticipated that this fellow would reach such heights in such a short time? Could it be true that, as Yin Shui Tian suggested, only by following one's heart and being true to oneself can one achieve rapid progress? Sect leader, it has been a while. Yi Kaishan waved, greeting her with a smile. Yang Minghua snapped back to reality, nodding slightly, but quickly resumed her authoritative demeanor, admonishing him. Yi Kaishan, although you have achieved the golden core, do not become complacent. The golden core stage is not solely about contesting magical power. The use of spiritual consciousness is equally crucial. I have some experience to share with you. Her expression was impassive. Steady as a seasoned driver, as the sect leader, she had to assert some authority to maintain her dignity. Purely relying on strength lacked substance. One must possess knowledge as well. The mastery of spiritual consciousness was paramount at the golden core stage. So Yang Minghua intended to impart some wisdom to Yi Kaishan, lest others assume she was completely ignorant of the matter. Sect leader, you speak of spiritual consciousness. I am well versed in that, Yi Kaishan replied. Extending his spiritual consciousness, which suddenly expanded outward at it stretched 10, 20, and finally 30 miles before ceasing. Your spiritual consciousness extends 30 miles. Yang Minghua's expression shifted dramatically. For a newly ascended golden core cultivator, possessing a spiritual consciousness comparable to that of a late-stage golden core cultivator was astonishing. Even she, having achieved a perfected golden core, only reached a range of 40 miles. After breaking through to the golden core, Yi Kaishan's spiritual consciousness had already reached 20 miles. Following some practice with a technique to cultivate spiritual awareness, it had increased threefold. Thus, although he was merely at the initial stage of the golden core, his spiritual consciousness matched that of an average late-stage cultivator. Husband, you are truly formidable. Not only have you achieved the golden core, but your spiritual consciousness is also incredibly powerful, Yin Shui Tian exclaimed, her pride swelling alongside his accomplishments. You flatter me, my dear. I still have much to learn from the sect leader regarding spiritual consciousness, Yi Kaishan humbly responded. Yang Minghua felt a wave of frustration. What was there to learn? Having a 30-mile range of spiritual consciousness at the initial stage of the golden core was unprecedented. Upon reaching perfection, would it not soar to 120 miles? Such breadth of spiritual consciousness was typically seen only in the Yuanying stage. She had initially intended to impress Yi Kaishan with her own knowledge. Yet before she even began, she was outdone. With such expansive spiritual consciousness, there was no doubt he would master its application effortlessly. Indeed, with such a formidable spiritual consciousness, I can rest easy, Yang Minghua coughed lightly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Realizing that she could not match Yi Kaishan at the golden core stage, she resolved to expedite her own breakthrough to the Yuanying stage. Sect leader, I have noticed a significant absence of disciples within the sect, and even the elders are missing. Have they gone on missions? Yin Shui Tian suddenly inquired. She had observed this en route. Upon hearing this, Yang Minghua's expression grew serious. You are correct, they have all departed. Recently, the people from the Emo Sha sect have been exceptionally rampant, and the Great Elephant sect in the northern region has come under attack. Naturally, we at Yunlan sect must provide support. The Great Elephant sect, located at the northernmost edge of the Yin nation, specialized in beast taming. The region was fraught with peril, teeming with demons. Recent unrest had prompted the Tianlang kingdom to stir, and Yang Minghua suspected they had allied with the Emo Sha sect. Plotting against the Yin nation, she continued to elaborate on the current situation. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan recalled the catgirl. Perhaps she was a catalyst in this matter, fortuitously acquired by him. I shall return and thoroughly interrogate that catgirl. The Emo Sha sect has searched the Blackwater cold pool. What are they seeking? Suddenly, Yi Kaishan, puzzled, inquired after overhearing the conversation between the two women. I am not entirely sure, but I suspect it to be an exceptionally important treasure, replied young Minghua. Why? Yi Kaishan fell silent, a thought striking him. Could it be the small black cauldron that his son Yi Fan had shown him? What purpose could this small black cauldron serve? Why would the Emo Sha sect be in pursuit of it? Yi Kaishan excused himself and ventured to the back mountain in search of Yi Fan, only to be informed by the female cultivators that Yi Fan had gone out to train. His son seems to have an insatiable fondness for adventures, does he not? After returning from the Golden Core Grand Assembly, he vanished once more. One can only hope he remains safe. Every child has their own fortune. Yi Kaishan decided not to pry further. He resolved to wait until Yi Fan's next return to examine the extraordinary qualities of the small black cauldron. Thus, Yi Kaishan, in gratitude to the female cultivators, disclosed Yi Fan's whereabouts. Each of them bestowed upon him 2 elixirs. Soon after, he returned to Qingyun City, accompanied by 2 beautiful female cultivators. These were the new disciples who had later joined the Yunlan sect, fresh and radiant, embarking on their cultivation journey. Although their cultivation levels were modest, their spiritual roots and appearances were commendable. With just a few words, Yi Kaishan won them over, shortly after bringing them home. A ceremony was swiftly held. A month later, the 9th Princess Li Xian found herself with child, followed in succession by Duan Lingshan and several other female cultivators from prominent cultivation families. That evening, after dining with his concubines, Yi Kaishan, reeking of wine, pushed open the door to the cat girl's chamber. The cat girl, named Miao Cha, belonging to the feline clan, was startled. "What do you want?" she asked, her heart racing at the sudden intrusion. Having been sealed of all her powers, she was, aside from her agility, no different from a mere mortal. During her confinement in this dark place, her mental state had deteriorated over time. "Have you come to a realization?" Yi Kaishan queried, towering over the cat girl. "Realization of what?" Miao Cha feigned calmness, bewildered by the question. "What exactly am I supposed to realize? Speak of what you know." Is the Emo Sha sect clandestinely colluding with the Tianlang Kingdom for some nefarious plot? Yi Kaishan asked, pacing slowly, his tone calm. In truth, he had little interest in the conflicts between the Yin Kingdom and the Tianlang Kingdom. However, if there existed a threat to him or the entire Yi family, that would be a different matter. "I know nothing." Miao Cha hesitated, slowly shaking her head. "Nothing?" Yi Kaishan positioned himself behind the cat girl and seized her fluffy tail. In an instant, Miao Cha's pupils dilated, and her body tensed as if struck by lightning, only to gradually relax again. "I truly do not know. The Tianlang King sent me to the Yin Kingdom to assassinate the royal family and disrupt the situation here," she said weakly, her voice barely escaping her lips. "Oh, in that case, you shall remain here obediently," Yi Kaishan remarked, playfully toying with her tail. "What do you intend to do?" Miao Cha asked, panic rising within her. Yi Kaishan moved to her front, tugging at her ear, and softly uttered a single word, "Desire." "You?" Miao Cha was thoroughly alarmed, her eyes wide with fear, like a startled rabbit, though she was wild and untamed. She had never encountered such a situation before. The mere thought sent her into a frenzy. Just as Yi Kaishan was about to make his next move, he suddenly halted and gazed out the window. The protective formation of the family had been triggered. Someone had stealthily intruded. Chapter 49. You have been deceived. Yuaning, old monster. Yi Kaishan released the cat girl, expanding his consciousness to explore the surroundings. The Yi family had established formations he had personally arranged, and there was more than one. The moment someone triggered them, he would be alerted. Upon extending his consciousness, he quickly detected a shadow flitting through the estate. Nearly undetectable. Were it not for the formations, he would have struggled to notice it. The silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Was it her? Suddenly, Yi Kaishan realized that this figure was the undercover agent he had encountered at the Baihua sect, the demoness Jiyin, who possessed the heavenly fox charm. What business did this nefarious creature have here? Seeking revenge, perhaps? Yi Kaishan's thoughts stirred, a smile creeping onto his lips as he quietly opened the door and slipped out. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. At that moment, Ji Yin's figure flickered among various courtyards, seemingly in search of Yi Kaishan. However, to her dismay, after scouring nearly 100 concubines' chambers, she found no trace of him. She couldn't help but wonder just how many concubines this man possessed. Before her arrival, she had not anticipated the sheer size of the Yi family. As Ji-in continued her fruitless search, a voice suddenly resonated in her ear. "What are you looking for? Allow me to assist you." Yi Kaishan stood atop the courtyard wall, wearing an enigmatic smile. Startled, Ji-in nearly jumped out of her skin at his sudden appearance. "Yi Kaishan," she seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury. The strike he had dealt her previously had nearly cost her life, leaving her chest bearing lingering purple marks. In the next moment, she launched herself at him. Her full strength unleashed, now a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Yet, after a mere exchange of blows, Ji-in found herself struck once again, this time on the opposite side of her chest. Truly impressive, golden core ancestor. Ji-in wiped the blood from her lips, her expression darkening. Despite being a small realm above Yi Kaishan, she found herself outmatched in terms of raw power and spiritual perception. "Demoness, since you have arrived, you might as well surrender," Yi Kaishan declared, his smile broadening. Not only was she a golden core cultivator, but her unique constitution would surely yield remarkable offspring. He was genuinely intrigued. "Humph, in your dreams," Jean scoffed, transforming into a streak of black light as she sped away into the distance. At that moment, the commotion of battle roused the other women, who rushed out in confusion. "Husband, what is happening? You need not concern yourselves. I shall return shortly," Yi Kaishan called back, his form flickering like a shooting star as he dashed away. This was the 7-star sword shield, possessing the speed of a meteor and the sharpness of a blade. In the sky, starlight surged toward the black light, the distance closing rapidly. Soon, the two found themselves in the desolate outskirts. Yi Kaishan suddenly exerted his strength, leaving 7 flickering sword lights in the void, abruptly appearing before Ji-in. Seeing this, the demoness expression shifted, and she came to a halt as if resigning to her fate. "Why have you stopped running?" Yi Kaishan inquired, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Your speed is unmatched. I cannot escape." Ji-in pouted, then laughed, speaking each word deliberately. "You have fallen for a trick." As her voice faded, 2 shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, seemingly teleporting in an instant. Appearing right before her, they resembled 2 vengeful phantoms from the depths of hell. Yi Kaishan's pupils constricted. Instantaneous movement, a skill only mastered by those in the Yuan-ing stage. One of the figures was familiar to him, the Yin Soul, the guardian of the Yin Ming sect, who had previously escaped from the Baihua sect. Beside him stood a gaunt elder, his dark eyes resembling ghostly flames in the night, exuding an aura of malevolence. Chilliness and enigma. "Master," Ji-in greeted with utmost reverence. The newcomers were none other than the master of the Yin Ming sect, Li Huayuan, a formidable Yuan-ing cultivator. Yi Kaishan's heart raced. Upon reaching the Yuan-ing stage, one could begin to grasp certain celestial principles. "Heh, boy, do you still recognize me?" The Yin Soul bellowed, a savage grin spreading across his face, reveling in the thrill of vengeance. Because of Yi Kaishan's interference, he had not only failed his mission but had nearly lost his life. "Just a stray dog," Yi Kaishan replied coolly, maintaining his composure. "You schemed to lure me here, intending to kill me without anyone being the wiser?" The Yin Soul fumed, but before he could act, the master of the Yin Ming sect interjected. "It seems we share a connection. You killed my servant, Tian Wenjing, and I have never forgotten it. Now that you have attained the golden core, it is time for you to make amends." His sinister smile fixed upon Yi Kaishan, his gaze filled with unbridled greed. Over the years, Li Huayuan had covertly nurtured certain individuals to serve him in seeking medicinal ingredients. One such individual was the head of the Tian family, Tian Wenjing. The Shui family had met a tragic end after uncovering this secret. Li Huayuan had lingered too long in the mid-stage of Yuan-ing. Unable to advance further, time was running out, and he desperately needed a suitable body to possess. If he could seize Yi Kaishan's body, not only would he gain a new life, but he could also transcend the Yuan-ing stage. Thus, after learning of Yi Kaishan's breakthrough to Golden Core, Li Huayuan began plotting in the shadows. "You intend to possess me?" Yi Kaishan discerned Li Huayuan's intentions. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he possessed the capability to seize another's body. Some nascent soul cultivators, when their lifespans dwindle, seek a suitable vessel to inhabit. Upon success, they can be reborn anew. If the body they take over is of superior quality, they may even surpass their previous selves. However, this is a last resort, fraught with uncertainties. For Li Huayuan, not seizing a body meant waiting for death. Although Yi Kaishan was merely a gold core cultivator, he felt compelled to attempt it, despite the inherent risks. Cooperate with me honestly, and I shall grant you a swift end. Li Huayuan smirked, excitement coursing through him at the thought of Yi Kaishan's gold core. Soon, everything would belong to him. Fear not, after your demise. I shall live in your stead, caring for your wife and children, tending to all that you leave behind, he said amiably, attempting to assuage his prey's emotions to prevent a fierce resistance or self-destruction. If his opponent did not resist, the possession would be significantly easier. In response, Yi Kaishan scoffed, "Old ghost, you are deluding yourself. Do you truly believe you can seize me?" With a derisive huff, Li Huayuan growled. "Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness." He unleashed his nascent soul's oppressive force, momentarily immobilizing Yi Kaishan. Then, his nascent soul surged forth, accompanied by his consciousness, racing towards Yi Kaishan's form. In that critical moment, Yi Kaishan instantaneously burned 100 years of his lifespan to break free from the constraints. He swiftly summoned the Four Spirits Demon Suppression Tower. "Old fool, I have awaited you for a long time. Be suppressed." With a resounding hum, the Four Spirits Demon Suppression Tower erupted with brilliant spiritual light, expanding and swirling in the void until it reached 100 feet in height. An overwhelming pressure emanated from it, rendering Li Huayuan's nascent soul nearly immobile. "How could you possess a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact?" Li Huayuan exclaimed in shock, terror evident in the eyes of his nascent soul. "I have always had it." "Prepared specifically for you," Yi Kaishan retorted coldly, having withheld the tower as a trump card to mislead his adversary. At this pivotal moment, he struck when Li Huayuan least expected it. "Ah!" Li Huayuan howled, struggling against the power of the Four Spirits Demon Suppression Tower. However, as a mere nascent soul, he was no match for a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact, particularly one adept at suppressing the soul. "What are you two still dawdling for? Quickly save me!" As escape became futile, Li Huayuan called out to Yin Hun and Jiyin. The two jolted, snapping back to reality, yet instead of aiding him, they began to flee without a hint of reluctance. Realizing the dire situation, they opted for the best plan among the 36 stratagems: retreat. The safety of their leader paled in comparison to their own lives, with a nascent soul leader already vanquished. Remaining here would be tantamount to handing themselves over. Li Huayuan stood in stunned silence, his expression twisting in despair as he let out a wretched scream. "Stop screaming. Rest easy. I will inherit all that you possess and manage them well for you." Yi Kaishan sneered, drawing his flying sword to cleave Li Huayuan's nascent soul in two. Even if a nascent soul's physical form is destroyed, as long as the nascent soul itself remains intact, there is still a chance of survival for a time. If, during that interval, they find a new body to inhabit, they might yet live again. But should the nascent soul itself be obliterated, there would be no hope left. To ensure safety, Yi Kaishan further destroyed Li Huayuan's physical body, fortuitously discovering a storage ring in the process. He stowed away the Four Spirits Demon Suppression Tower and, empowered by the energy of his burned lifespan, turned to pursue Yin Hun and Jiyin once more. Chapter 50. Please command me. My master Yi Kaishan searched for the two, his consciousness enveloping the surrounding expanse. Yin Hun and Jiyin were clever, fleeing in opposite directions. This way, each had at least a 50% chance of escape. Yi Kaishan retracted the Four Spirits Demon Suppression Tower, hesitating for a moment before pursuing Jiyin. While Yin Hun, a perfected gold core cultivator, was desperately evading. Overtaking him would be no simple feat. In contrast, Jiyin, being a mid-gold core cultivator, was far easier to catch. He moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of starlight as he sped after her. Before long, sensing the imminent approach of the starlight, her expression turned grave. Between her and Yin Hun, Yi Kaishan ultimately chose her. "You cannot escape my grasp. I offer you a chance. Do you wish to live or die?" Yi Kaishan's voice rang out as he summoned the tin-colored demon suppression tower to bear down upon Jiyin. Wait. Jiyin halted immediately, finally conceding, I wish to live. As long as you do not kill me, I will do anything you ask. Her demeanor was one of utter humility, her eyes pleading for survival. Open your mouth, Yi Kaishan commanded coldly as he stood before her. Huh? Jiyin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively opening her mouth, only to have a large medicinal pill thrust inside. Caught off guard, she began to cough violently, nearly retching. Yi Kaishan lifted her chin, noting the glimmer of tears in her eyes. She possessed fox-like, bewitching eyes, elongated and enchanting, yet her face appeared somewhat ordinary, creating a stark contrast. This is not your true form. Reveal your authentic self, Yi Kaishan stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Jiyin gritted her teeth, peeling away a layer of human skin from her face to reveal her true visage. It was a breathtaking countenance, one that no man could overlook, the instant Yi Kaishan laid eyes upon her. A name flashed in his mind, the infamous Daji, who brought ruin to nations. Very well, from this moment forth, I am your master. Obey me without question, or I shall send you to meet Li Huayuan. Yi Kaishan threatened, gripping her chin with a fierce demeanor. Although Jiyin harbored 100 objections, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Yes, master. Whatever you command, Jiyin shall comply. Excellent. First, accompany me back to bear a few hundred children. Yi Kaishan declared with unadulterated candor. Jiyin, a mid-gold core cultivator with a supreme-grade spiritual root and the alluring body of a celestial fox, was the epitome of potential destined to bear extraordinary offspring. Those with unique constitutions often had a likelihood of producing progeny with special traits, much like those with twin genes might have twins of their own. Upon hearing this, Jiyin was momentarily stunned, her heart racing with dread. A few hundred children? Wouldn't he that spell my demise? The gravity of his words struck her deeply, especially knowing that Yi Kaishan had a history of fathering hundreds of children. Clearly, he harbored an obsession with procreation. The very thought of bearing hundreds of children filled her with terror. You cannot do this, Jiyin summoned her courage to protest. What? Have you forgotten my earlier words? Yi Kaishan's expression hardened. No, I pledge to obey you, but I truly cannot bear that many children, Jiyin replied. Her head hung low, her strong instinct for survival still intact. She genuinely wished to live, but not at the cost of such an overwhelming burden. Too many? Then let us start with 10, Yi Kaishan chuckled, unyielding as he seized Jiyin and returned to the Yi family. At that moment, the concubines at home anxiously awaited his return. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan, they immediately surrounded him. Husband, are you all right? What just transpired? The women chattered, their concern evident. Yi Kaishan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Someone attempted to seize my body, but I have dealt with them. He briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuetian and the others displayed expressions of shock. Husband, you killed the leader of the Yinming sect? Yin Shuetian exclaimed. As an elder of the Yulan sect, she was well acquainted with the Yinming sect, a sinister faction on par with the demon sect. To think that Li Huayuan, a formidable nascent soul cultivator, had been slain by her husband was astonishing. Yin Shuetian marveled, recalling how the major sects had once besieged the Yinming sect, severely wounding Li Huayuan. They had believed him dead, only to discover he had survived until now. Pure luck. Had he not sought to seize my body, I would not have found it so easy to slay him. Yi Kaishan remarked that Li Huayuan was a practitioner at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm in a direct confrontation. Even with the 4 spirits suppressing demon tower at his disposal, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to be slain. Moreover, the act of burning one's lifespan has its limits. The disparity in cultivation levels is too vast to be bridged by mere enhancement of strength. Should Yi Kaishan's adversary be an immortal, even if he were to sacrifice 1,000,000 years of his lifespan, it would be futile, for the fundamental essence of life and the mastery of power between the two would be insurmountably disparate. Fortunately, Li Huayuan chose the easiest method of demise, allowing Yi Kaishan to effortlessly slay him. Regardless, in the eyes of the women, Yi Kaishan appeared as a godlike figure. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan led Ji In to a secret chamber, sealing away all her magical power, rendering her akin to a wooden post before him. He then began to explore her body, not in an inappropriate manner, but rather as a researcher. He attempted to employ formations and puppet refining techniques to impose restraints upon Ji In, aimed at controlling her movements. Not long after, through numerous trials, he succeeded. With a mere thought, he could effortlessly command Ji In to assume various poses, thereby restricting her actions. After all, a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner must take precautions. Otherwise, it would be all too easy for their opponent to escape. Yi Kaishan reveled in the experience, manipulating Ji In to strike an array of peculiar poses before him. One moment, she resembled the Statue of Liberty. Another, she stood like a golden rooster, and yet again she mimicked Lin Dayu's lament over the weeping willow, exuding an artistic beauty. Ji Yin's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing desperately to bury herself in the ground. How could someone of her stature, a Golden Core cultivator, be so easily toyed with like a mere puppet? Excellent. The initial results are promising. Yi Kaishan paused, clapping his hands in satisfaction, while Ji In remained frozen in a high-knee pose. Unable to move, it was not that she wished to remain still. Rather, without her magical power, she was utterly feeble, and maintaining such a challenging posture was no simple feat overall. It was a torturous ordeal. Her entire body threatening to cramp. Practice with me for 3 months, and I shall grant you a devilishly perfect figure. Yi Kaishan chuckled before turning to leave. In truth, Ji Yin's figure was already quite exquisite, her slender form bearing fruit that could only be deemed enchanting. Chapter 51. The Yi clan's commerce. Mid-stage Golden Core Yi Kaishan entered another training room, extracting Li Huayan's ring to refine the restrictions upon it. A treasure trove from the nascent soul stage surely held some valuable items. After emptying its contents, he found a motley assortment, including several hundred medium-grade spirit stones and a few low-grade ones. There were also 2 profound-grade spirit artifacts and several yellow-grade artifacts, along with various scattered bottles of elixirs. Yi Kaishan found himself at a loss. How could a nascent soul practitioner be so impoverished? This meager wealth was even inferior to his own as a Golden Core cultivator. Aside from the spirit stones, there were some refining materials, mystical iron, copper essence, and a millennium-old ironwood, which were indeed commendable for crafting puppets. Yi Kaishan stored the materials and spirit stones in the ring, then retrieved a manual from the heap. Blood Shadow Escape, a technique that entails sacrificing one's blood essence for the sake of speed and escape. Somewhat disheartened, Yi Kaishan had hoped to stumble upon a fragment of a legendary technique, only to find nothing of the sort. However, it was reasonable to assume that if such a transcendent technique existed, its possessor would have long since mastered and destroyed it. Who would be foolish enough to carry it around? Next, Yi Kaishan decided to utilize the available materials to attempt crafting a puppet. After a considerable duration, he finally succeeded in creating a puppet, albeit of low power. Nonetheless, success is success. Yi Kaishan rubbed his temples, having expended much mental energy, resulting in a mild headache. He resolved to halt his research for the moment, prioritizing procreation. While puppetry was intriguing, it could not distract him from his primary objectives. Alchemy, formations, and puppetry were but side endeavors and should not consume too much of his focus. Thus, Yi Kaishan conceived a plan to impart some of these techniques to his wives and children, establishing a dedicated department within the family to oversee these matters. After all, it is said that every talent has its purpose. Some may struggle in cultivation, yet excel in alchemy, formations, or puppet crafting. Should a considerable number of individuals within the family master these skills, both wealth and combat prowess would experience substantial growth. Consequently, Yi Kaishan called upon his wives, Yin Shuetian, Qin Shan, Su Mei, and Bai Kai Wei, to communicate this idea. My husband, your idea is commendable. However, this will inevitably place us in competition with the Yin Kingdom and the Danding sect in business. Qin Shan analyzed calmly, demonstrating her keen insight into this matter. That is of no consequence. Fair competition is the way forward, Yi Kaishan replied nonchalantly. He could not allow the fear of displeasing others to deter him from his pursuits. With 2,000 to 3,000 people to support, his family was large and required immense resources. Therefore, establishing a commercial enterprise belonging to the Yi family was essential. Yi Kaishan and the women deliberated, finalizing the details, and subsequently tested their aptitude in alchemy, formations, and puppetry. By delegating some of his burdens, he would gain more energy to take concubines and bear children. The pursuit of concubines and progeny would always remain Yi family's primary strategic goal. Unchanging. A month later, Yi Kaishan identified individuals among his 100-plus concubines who possessed potential in these areas. He first imparted the relevant techniques to them, instructing them to pass the knowledge down to their offspring, thus establishing 3 key departments: alchemy, formations, and puppetry. In the interest of rapid advancement, Yi Kaishan personally journeyed to the capital to invite Master Gu Li, intending for him to serve as the chief alchemist in his stead. Since his previous defeat in a competition, Gu Li's status had plummeted, losing favor among the noble elite. Yi Kaishan's personal invitation deeply moved him, and given his admiration for Yi Kaishan's alchemical prowess, he accepted without hesitation, promptly bringing his apprentice, Shen Miao, to Qingyun City. With Gu Li's inclusion, Yi Kaishan had no need to intervene. Soon, the Yi clan's first alchemy workshop was established in Qingyun City. News gradually spread, and business at the workshop officially commenced. During this time, Yi Kaishan devoted himself to caring for his idle concubines. Ding, congratulations, host. The number of descendants has reached 600, expanding the family scale. Reward: 20 years of cultivation experience, 20 years of alchemy experience, 20 years of crafting experience, 1 medium-grade spirit field, and 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. One day, Yi Kaishan suddenly received a system notification, revealing that his children had surpassed the 600 mark. This number was sufficient to establish a small school. After absorbing all the experience, Yi Kaishan's cultivation surged, reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. The yin-yang dan within him nearly doubled in size, and his divine sense expanded to 60 miles, surpassing that of an average Golden Core perfected cultivator. Yi Kaishan felt that now, without the need to burn his lifespan, he could contend with typical perfected Golden Core practitioners purely based on raw strength. This was still a conservative estimate. After solidifying his cultivation, Yi Kaishan left the training chamber and, as per habit, surveyed the operations of the family's commerce. Upon entering the alchemy workshop, he found Gu Li and his apprentice engaged in a discussion on alchemical knowledge. Yi Kaishan joined in, casually offering insights that left Gu Li momentarily stunned. Inwardly, he marveled at Yi Kaishan's enhanced alchemical skills. Even Shen Miao, standing nearby, appeared astonished, taken aback by Yi Kaishan's vast knowledge. She had initially believed that Yi Kaishan's alchemical prowess was only marginally superior to her master Gu Li's. However, it was evident that the difference was far greater than she had anticipated. The primary reason for this was that Yi Kaishan had just absorbed 20 years of alchemical experience, and thus his skills had undergone a significant transformation. Miss Shin, should you encounter any problems that even your master cannot resolve, do not hesitate to ask me, Yi Kaishan said with a smile, his interest in taking her as a concubine rekindled. Shen Miao's talent in alchemy was exceptional, and she possessed an alluring appearance and physique that were of the highest caliber. With a naturally beautiful visage, unadorned by makeup, she would stand out among all his concubines. Shen Miao smiled softly and nodded, naturally feeling a fondness for Yi Kaishan due to his remarkable alchemical skills. She did not hold back and immediately began to inquire why Yi Kaishan was forthcoming with his knowledge. Leaving no stone unturned, for several consecutive days, the two engaged in discussions at the alchemy workshop, their relationship deepening rapidly. It was only when someone informed Yi Kaishan that guests had arrived at his home that he finally took his leave. Upon returning home, he discovered that the visitors were Jiang Hongdou and Long Aoshue. After inquiring, he learned that Long Aoshue intended to break through to the Golden Core stage and sought his assistance in refining gathering yuan pills. The two fairies would stay at the estate for a while, and Yi Kaishan readily agreed. In the days that followed, Zhu Man, Ling Qiaoer, and other female cultivators from the 100 Flowers sect warmly welcomed the two women. Particularly, Ling Qiaoer, who had a close relationship with Jiang Hongdou, constantly whispered in her ear, attempting to persuade her to remain with the Yi family by extolling numerous benefits. Here, you will have access to boundless cultivation resources. Far superior to the exhausting tasks in the sect, Ling Qiaoer boasted with pride, then slyly shifted the topic, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Did you not wish to marry Yi Kaishan last time? Alas, the sect leader chose me instead. This series of aggressive advances shook the heart of Jiang Hongdou, who already held a great affection for Yi Kaishan. Chapter 52. The Wedding of Jiang Hongdou. Half of the daughter-in-law buried. Subsequently, under the matchmaking of Ling Qiao'er, everything fell into place, and Jiang Hongdou agreed. Yi Kaishan was overjoyed upon hearing the news, hugging Ling Qiao'er tightly and showering her with kisses, leaving the latter entwined around him like a lifeless snake. The wedding date was set for a month later. Long Aoshue was rendered speechless. She had arrived with others, but was now returning alone. With no other choice, she could only take the Jiyuan Dan back by herself. A month later, the Yi family was ablaze with celebration, bustling from top to bottom. The Yi family's reputation had skyrocketed, no longer remaining obscured. As the venerable ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Kaishan's marriage, a significant life event, naturally attracted congratulations from all corners. Especially those immortal families with marital ties to the Yi family had prepared lavish gifts early on. Waiting in Qingyun City. Although this ancestor frequently took concubines, the required congratulatory gifts were never taken lightly. Many family heads could not help but lament that ever since they became relatives with the Yi family, their household expenses had risen dramatically. Simply purchasing a few congratulatory gifts would entail significant expenditures. It was simply too much to bear. After a grand banquet concluded, the newlyweds were sent to their bridal chamber. Yi Kaishan lifted the bride's red veil, and Jiang Hongdou shyly lowered her head, the petal mark on her forehead appearing even more vibrant, as though it had blossomed. The hour was late. Let us take our rest. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the enhancement of their root bone. Now reaching the peak of the Xian level. Yi Kaishan's heart trembled. He had finally achieved the peak, just one step away from reaching the earth level root bone. Each significant level up represents a qualitative transformation. The limit of Xian level root bone is roughly equivalent to the Yuan Ying stage, and to break through Yuan Ying requires considerable effort and time. However, breaking through to earth level spirit root would be as simple as drinking water. As long as one does not court disaster, even breaking through to the transformation god stage would not be a difficult task. In his excitement, Yi Kaishan leaned down and gently kissed Jiang Hongdou, then sent her soaring to the clouds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to a child with a low-grade Xian level spirit root, rewarded with a low-grade Xian level spirit weapon, the Jingyun sword technique, and 500 medium-grade spirit stones. On this day, Ren Tinglan gave birth to a child with a spirit root. After following Yi Kaishan for so many years, her spirit root had greatly improved, now reaching the Xian level, resulting in a higher quality spirit root. The Jingyun sword technique is quite excellent. Yi Kaishan examined the rewards and nodded in satisfaction. This was a high-grade Xian level sword technique, emphasizing continuity, with each strike stronger than the last, unlike sword techniques that determine victory with a single blow. Husband, let us name our child. Ren Tinglan sat on the bed as if unbothered. Her eyes filled with affection. Now that she had reached the 5th stage of foundation establishment, giving birth was certainly not a challenge. Yi Kaishan nodded and announced the child's name. Yi Jingyun. What a splendid name! Ren Tinglan exclaimed joyfully, utterly satisfied. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan presented her with a high-grade Xian level spirit weapon as a reward for childbirth. He did not show favoritism. Each concubine with sufficient cultivation received a high-grade Xian level spirit weapon. Before long, Ling Qiao'er finally completed her foundation establishment and began to break through to the core formation stage. Ultimately, under Yi Kaishan's protection, she successfully did so. Thus, the Yi family welcomed their 4th core formation ancestor. Yi Kaishan, Yan Shuetian, Jiang Hongdou, and Ling Qiao'er, along with the puppet, comprised 5 core formation ancestors. Additionally, there were 2 to 3 dozen in the foundation establishment stage and over 100 in the Qi training stage. Such a lineup of an immortal family is unparalleled throughout the Yin Kingdom, surpassed only by the 4 great immortal sections looking back. Yi Kaishan had journeyed from being a half-buried, dying man to this point today. A transformation that could not be separated from the act of procreation. One must not forget their original intention to achieve their end goal. He must bear more children. Yi Kaishan resolutely affirmed his thoughts and suddenly recalled the enchantress Ji Yin, who was confined in the secret chamber, posing, He hurried to the secret chamber and found Ji-in in a painful stance, standing on one leg with the other draped over her shoulder. "Release!" Yi Kaishan uttered a word, lifting the restraints. With a loud thud, Ji-in collapsed onto the ground, her body spasming uncontrollably. Maintaining such a position for so long was unbearable, even for a deity. "How do you feel?" Yi Kaishan felt a twinge of guilt, yet outwardly maintained a fierce demeanor. Ji-in cast a fearful glance at him, genuinely intimidated. "Master, I swear, I will obey your every command from now on and will never dare to plot against you again. Is it just about having children? Compared to this torment, childbirth is like paradise." "Very well." Yi Kaishan nodded in satisfaction. Once Ji-in was subdued, the Yi family would gain another core formation ancestor. He lifted Ji-yin's chin and kissed her, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you ready?" "Everything will be as you command, mastered." Ji-in nodded earnestly. Suddenly, she seemed to adapt to this sensation, offering no resistance and even finding a hint of enjoyment. "What is happening?" She felt a wave of panic and desperately tried to evoke feelings of disgust, yet her heart remained honest. Not long after, the Yi family once again illuminated the night with celebrations, as the Golden Core ancestor welcomed another joyous occasion of taking a concubine. Upon receiving this news, many family heads from immortal clans fell into silence. Just recently, they had contributed a hefty sum. And now again, could they not allow us to recuperate? It dawned on some that the Yi family's ancestor had built his fortune upon this practice. Someone suddenly realized, with each concubine taken, Yi Kaishan received congratulatory gifts. Over time, these small contributions accumulated into great wealth for the family. However, it was challenging for ordinary people to learn this, as he was not only handsome but also the only Golden Core ancestor in the Yin Kingdom. Qingyun City became lively, with guests arriving with generous gifts to attend the wedding. As night fell. On the wedding night, Yi Kaishan, reeking of alcohol, returned to his chamber. "Master, allow me to serve you." Ji-in took the initiative and approached him. A night without words ensued. Another night devoid of change. Several days later, Yi Kaishan reluctantly left the room. On this day, a maid approached him. "Ancestor, you should quickly see the young mistress. She seems to be on the verge of." Failing that, Yi Kaishan's heart jolted. Could it be that his daughter-in-law was about to? He hurriedly set off to a separate courtyard. Upon entering the room, he found Mu Wanqing weakly lying on the bed. Yi Kaishan's gaze shifted as he discerned her physical condition. She was on the brink of the end of her lifespan. Life was drawing to a close. Mu Wanqing was already in her 80s or 90s. Yet due to the effects of the beauty-retaining pill, she appeared to be a youthful beauty in her 30s. However, her bodily functions had deteriorated. Although she had also consumed longevity pills to extend her life a bit, the lifespan of 8 or 9 decades was essentially the limit for mortals. Chapter 53. Come to my room tonight, and I will help you form your core. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan arrive, Mu Wanqing immediately struggled to sit up. "Oh, not move. Just lie down." Yi Kaishan prevented her actions. Having been preoccupied with taking concubines lately, he had neglected his daughter-in-law's care. The effects of the beauty-retaining pill had made her appear perpetually youthful. Masking her internal decay, Mu Wanqing let out a bitter smile and obediently lay back down. She never dared to defy Yi Kaishan's words. Gazing at his youthful face, straight posture, and the undeniable aura of otherworldliness, the woman couldn't help but sigh. "Father, I have grown old, yet you seem younger than before. In the future, I may not be able to serve by your side." She spoke with deep regret, her eyes reflecting an indescribable melancholy. "Do not speak foolishly. I will not allow you to die. Yi Kaishan immediately produced numerous longevity elixirs and fed them to Mu Wanqing. Ordinary pills and herbs would be ineffective, but as long as they reached a certain quality, many spiritual herbs could bring the dead back to life. They could extend the lives of mortals. Yi Kaishan fed Mu Wanqing all the high-grade spiritual herbs he had that could prolong life. Gradually, her body began to regain vitality, exuding life from within. Her lifespan was extended and renewed. Mu Wanqing was overjoyed. She would not die and could continue to stay by her father's side. However, Yi Kaishan remained troubled. Although Mu Wanqing's lifespan had increased, it was still finite. Without a spirit root, she could not cultivate, and one day, she would inevitably reach the end of her life, at which point no spiritual herb would hold any effect. Therefore, to ensure Mu Wanqing's longevity, he needed to provide her with a cultivating spirit root. Yi Kaishan was at a loss, pondering for a solution. Fortunately, with his daughter-in-law's lifespan extended by several decades, the urgency was somewhat alleviated. After sitting for a while, Yi Kaishan stood up and left, heading to the cat girl Miao Cha. "What brings you here?" Miao Cha lazily lounged in the sun, her tail swaying like a serpent. Upon noticing Yi Kaishan's arrival, she sat up abruptly. "This is my home. Why can't I come?" Yi Kaishan chuckled lightly, then, following the same method, imposed restraints on the cat girl, manipulating her at will. "You have now completed your foundation establishment. Tell me, do you wish to form your core?" He spoke seductively, gesturing casually, causing Catwoman to uncontrollably strike a pose reminiscent of the graceful white crane. "Of course I want to," Catwoman replied with unvarnished honesty, her expression a captivating blend of humiliation and anticipation. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan subjected her to further interrogation, extracting valuable intelligence from her. In essence, the Lord of the Celestial Wolf had long been scheming in the shadows, forming an alliance with the Martial Kingdom and the demonic sect, preparing to launch an assault on the Flame Nation. Under the banner of the Celestial Wolf, there were 13 tribes, with the Cat Demon tribe being one among them. As the most distinguished warrior of her tribe, Catwoman had been the first to infiltrate the Flame Nation for an assassination mission, only to be fortuitously intercepted by Yi Kaishan. Unexpectedly, the Martial Kingdom had also become involved. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan gradually grasped the intricacies of the situation, realizing it had grown more convoluted. As one of the 7 nations, the Martial Kingdom possessed strength rivaling that of the Flame Nation and was predominantly human. Historically, relations between the Martial Kingdom and the Flame Nation had been amicable, even featuring a marriage alliance in earlier years. It was astonishing that the seemingly amicable Martial Kingdom was now conspiring with the wild Celestial Wolf to confront the Flame Nation. There must be some hidden agenda or an irresistible condition imposed upon the Martial Kingdom. "I've said all I needed to say. Can you let me go now?" Catwoman inquired tentatively, appearing pitifully weak and helpless. Yi Kaishan snapped his fingers, releasing her while leaving her with a parting remark. "Come to my room tonight. I shall assist you in your cultivation." That evening, Catwoman indeed mustered her courage to visit. With Yi Kaishan's guidance, she broke through to the Golden Core stage. However, Yi Kaishan refrained from taking advantage of her, merely offering some instruction. Should anything occur, it would only be after he had taken her as a concubine. Yi Kaishan was not in a hurry. He was diligently nurturing his other concubines. Heaven rewards the diligent. Under his efforts, Zhang Hongdo's belly finally began to swell. A few days later, Jean discovered she was also pregnant, leaving her astounded. She had not anticipated becoming pregnant so effortlessly, especially as a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator. "Could it be that I possess a fertile constitution?" Jean mused, somewhat speechless, as her grand plan for 100 children commenced. After this one, there would be 99 more. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan received news from Yunlan sect. The Celestial Wolf had launched an attack on North Town, and the Giant Elephant sect had suffered a brutal ambush by disciples of the demonic sect, resulting in heavy casualties, including the loss of a Golden Core Elder and a 3rd-tier spirit beast. The Flame Nation instantly entered a state of emergency, with Danding sect, Baihua sect, and Yunlan sect summoning disciples to rush northward to support the Giant Elephant sect. Many of Yi Kaishan's concubines were from Baihua sect, and they too received the news simultaneously. Yan Shuetian, as an elder of Yunlan sect, was no exception. "Husband, if the Giant Elephant sect and North Town fall, the entire Flame Nation will suffer immensely. I have decided to return and assist," Yan Shuetian declared earnestly. "That is permissible, but you are heavily pregnant," Yi Kaishan remarked, glancing at her belly with a sense of helplessness. Coincidentally, Yan Shuetian had only recently become pregnant, yet found herself entangled in such dire circumstances. Not just her, Zhang Hongdo was also in a similar state. Ultimately, for the safety of the women, Yi Kaishan resolved to accompany them. As Yan Shuetian had rightly pointed out, if the northern region of the Flame Nation fell, the forces of the Celestial Wolf would surely surge forth. At that juncture, the Yi family would inevitably be embroiled in the conflict. For the safety of his wife and children, he must keep danger at bay. Thus, Yi Kaishan made arrangements for his household and set off with Yin Shui Tian towards Yunlan sect, while Jiang Hongdou and the other female cultivators departed for Baihua sect. At the main peak of Yunlan sect, the demonic sect's aggression was palpable, with casualties already including Golden Core fighters. You must exercise extreme caution while providing assistance, especially you, junior sister. Take good care of the child within. Yang Menghua admonished solemnly. Aside from Yi Kaishan and Yin Shui Tian, there were 9 other elders of Yunlan sect present, 8 of whom were at the Golden Core stage, their cultivation levels ranging from early to late stages, most being female cultivators. After considerable deliberation, they decided to split their forces. Yi Kaishan, Yin Shui Tian, and 5 elders would head to support the giant elephant sect, while the remainder would reinforce North Town, leaving Yang Menghua to guard the sect against potential infiltration by the demonic sect. Before departing, the sect leader earnestly cautioned Yi Kaishan to exercise utmost care. Although you are a Golden Core ancestor, your cultivation level is still relatively weak. If you encounter danger, ensure you flee and do not act recklessly, Yang Menghua advised. She feared that Yi Kaishan might act impulsively, making unnecessary sacrifices. Unbeknownst to her, Li Huayuan had already met his demise at Yi Kaishan's hands. For the happiness of her junior sister, Yin Shui Tian, she could only impart such counsel. Rest assured, sect leader, should danger arise, I will be the first to flee. Yi Kaishan replied with a smile. Chapter 54, The Giant Elephant Sect. The Yuan Ingdemonist Yi Kaishan and his companions departed from Yunlan sect, making their way towards the giant elephant sect. Among the 5 accompanying elders, 4 were female, slightly older than Yin Shui Tian, yet they appeared no different from 30-year-old beauties. The most formidable among them was an elder named Elxian, at the late Golden Core stage. She possessed an enchanting countenance, rivaling even Yin Shui Tian, clad in a plain light blue Taoist robe, her long hair casually tied back, exuding an air of elegance. Armed with a flying sword, she resembled a celestial swordmistress traversing the heavens. From Yin Shui Tian, Yi Kaishan learned that this elder was a master of swordplay, reputed to be the finest swordswoman in Yunlan sect. The giant elephant sect was located in the far north of the Flame Nation. And after several days, the group finally arrived. From afar, they beheld the imposing mountain gate shrouded in mist, with various spirit beasts dwelling in the realm. First- and second-tier spirit beasts were ubiquitous, and even the presence of third-tier spirit beasts could be felt. The giant elephant sect was primarily a beast-taming sect and was the mightiest among the 4 great sects. Engaging in combat with the practitioners of the giant elephant sect often meant contending with an equally formidable spirit beast, making it exceedingly difficult for most to prevail against 2 adversaries. Upon learning of Yi Kaishan's arrival, the senior members of the giant elephant sect promptly came forth to greet them. Thank you, friends from Yunlan sect, for your assistance. We are immensely grateful. A middle-aged man with a square face and a righteous demeanor named Tu Gang, the current sect leader of the giant elephant sect, expressed with heartfelt appreciation. You are too kind. As fellow immortals of the Flame Nation, we ought to support one another, Elder Elxian replied courteously. Among the 4 great sects, there existed a long-standing agreement that whenever one sect faced adversity, the other 3 would provide unconditional support. Endless gratitude, Tu Gang nodded repeatedly, his gaze suddenly falling upon Yi Kaishan standing nearby. And this esteemed friend is? He inquired hesitantly, unaware of Yi Kaishan's identity. This is our newly appointed elder Yi Kaishan from Yunlan sect, Elxian explained. At her words, Tu Gang's expression shifted, surprise evident in his eyes. So this is the renowned Golden Core ancestor of the Flame Nation. I have long heard tales of your illustrious name, he exclaimed, for Yi Kaishan's reputation had spread throughout the Flame Nation, though many had yet to see his true visage. You are too kind? Sect leader, it is merely a matter of reputation, not worth mentioning, Yi Kaishan replied with a smile. He was a Golden Core ancestor, not a mere curiosity. He felt as though they were gazing at him as if he were an alien. Tu sect leader, what is the current situation? Has the demonic sect retreated? Yin Shui Tian interjected. As she spoke, all eyes turned to her, and a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the gathering. It was indeed unusual for a heavily pregnant woman to come to the aid of others. The demonic sect has not reappeared since the last encounter. However, I suspect they are plotting something more significant, Tu Gang explained, detailing the recent developments. These fiends are elusive and exceedingly cunning. Please, come inside and rest for a while. Once our comrades from the other two sects arrive, we shall collectively devise a strategy to eliminate the demons, Tu Gang invited promptly. Thanks to the speed of Yi Kaishan's horse, they arrived early, while the other two sects were still en route. After 2 days, the disciples from Danding sect and Baihua sect finally began to arrive in succession. Yi Kaishan observed the group from Baihua sect, which included not only the sect leader but also the 4 prominent beauties, Ling Qiaoer, Zhang Hongdou, Long Aoxue, and Yin Youyun, all present along with 2 elders and several disciples. Baihua sect had dispatched 6 golden core cultivators, nearly half of their total strength. From Danding sect, 5 golden core cultivators also arrived, including a fully realized golden core elder known as Dan Yangzi Da. Yi Kaishan scanned the gathering, feeling a twinge of regret that the medicinal fairy, Yao Xiao, was not among them. Husband, Ling Qiaoer and Zhang Hongdou exclaimed, rushing over as soon as they landed. Yi Kaishan embraced them both, planting a kiss on each cheek. The remaining concubines from Baihua sect stood in line behind, eagerly awaiting their turn. Good heavens! Are all of these his partners? The members of the giant elephant sect were left utterly flabbergasted, mentally exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer audacity. It was already remarkable for a female cultivator from Baihua sect to have even one partner. This man had an entire harem. Such a display was simply outrageous. Some individuals, consumed by envy and jealousy, felt their scalps tingle and their eyes redden. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all fellow cultivators for your assistance. I am deeply appreciative. Please, do come in, Tu Gang warmly addressed the assembly. The group made their way to the grand hall atop the main peak of the giant elephant sect, taking their seats in preparation to discuss strategies against the demonic cult. Tu sect leader, have you discovered the stronghold of the demonic cult? With our combined presence, we shall undoubtedly capture them all. Dan Yangzi spoke first. He appeared to be in his 40s, impeccably dressed and brimming with vitality. Patience, patience, Tu Gang waved his hand, smiling. Before we proceed, I wish to discuss another matter with you all. Oh, what is it? The crowd displayed expressions of curiosity. Tu Gang paused, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. As if a mysterious light danced within, I believe it would be best if a friend of mine articulated it with that. He turned towards the entrance and called out robustly, young Master Chaoong. Perhaps you could elaborate? At this pronouncement, all eyes turned towards the door. A man with an alluringly sinister appearance appeared, casually toying with a folding fan adorned with an image of a beautiful woman. As he sauntered into the hall, esteemed guests, I sincerely invite you all to join us. The man spoke with a wicked smile, a cadre of formidable cultivators following behind him, with over a dozen at the core formation stage. Among them, a woman clad in black emitted an even more enigmatic aura, almost transcending space as she instantaneously appeared. Yuaning stage. The crowd's countenance shifted dramatically, and they all rose, summoning their magical artifacts in preparation for battle. Demonic cult. How dare you appear here? Dan Yangzi bellowed, his expression grimmed. Tu sect leader, could it be that, at this moment, even a fool would grasp the reality? The giant elephant sect had betrayed them. Without prior collusion, how could the members of the demonic cult have appeared so stealthily beneath their very noses? Clearly, this was a premeditated trap. Good heavens, they have ensnared us like fish in a barrel. Yi Kaishan mused inwardly, realizing the earlier reports were nothing but fabrications. This entire scenario was orchestrated by the demonic cult and the giant elephant sect, deliberately luring the powerful from the other 3 sects into a trap to eliminate them all at once. Tu Gang, I curse your ancestors. Have you intentionally conspired against us? An irate elder from the Danding sect shouted, rage blazing in his eyes. Humph! Utterly foolish. I am merely offering you a pathway to enlightenment. Tu Gang retorted with a cold snort, as if transformed into a different person. Chapter 55. The fleeting Chaoong, astonishingly powerful ye master. I offer you a chance to join us, otherwise, death awaits you all. Chaoong sneered, surveying the assembled crowd. His gaze lingered momentarily on Yin Shuetian and Zhang Hongdou, but when he noticed their prominent bellies, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. "Join you? In your dreams?" Elxian shouted, brandishing her flying sword. "Ready for combat, it. Seems you are unaware of my prowess. To be frank, my father's injuries have healed, and he will soon emerge from seclusion. At that time, the entire Yin kingdom shall bow before the demonic cult," Chaoang boasted with arrogant pride, turning to the black-clad woman beside him. "Sister Yaoxing, show them what you're capable of." The black-clad woman nodded with an indifferent expression, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. In the next moment, she unleashed her yuaning stage pressure, enveloping the entire hall. The onlookers felt a tremor in their spirits. Sinking deeper into despair, this was the overwhelming force of the yuaning stage, and even a mere early-stage practitioner was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary core formation cultivator to withstand. "Let us fight them!" Elxian shouted furiously, her flying sword cleaving through the air, its dazzling sword energy aimed at the demonic cult's young master. Chaoang, however, before the sword energy could land, it was effortlessly caught by the black-clad woman. "How dare you attempt to harm me? Just wait. I shall make you regret it." Chaoang sneered derisively, sending Elxian flying with a single palm strike. After all, he was a consummate core formation expert, not merely a showpiece. "The witch is ferocious. Fellow cultivators, if you can escape, do so at once and report that the giant elephant sect has betrayed us," Din Yangzi shouted, brandishing a crimson alchemical furnace. A treasure of mid-grade mysterious class, boom. The furnace erupted with a torrent of flames, resembling a vast river, surging towards the members of the demonic cult. "Attack! Slay anyone who dares to defy us," Chaoang bellowed. In an instant, both sides clashed fiercely. Yin Shuetian and Zhang Hongdou were about to assist when they were held back by Yi Kaishan. "Madams, please remain seated and do not exert yourselves. I shall handle this from here," Yi Kaishan firmly urged, ensuring their safety, for it had been months, and they were nearing childbirth. He would not allow even the slightest harm to befall them. Turning away, the gentleness on his face vanished. Without a second thought, Yi Kaishan burned a century of his lifespan, summoning his flying sword and striking out. Buzz! Those engaged in battle remained oblivious to the unfolding events, only sensing a flash of sword light pass by. The boom. The hall of the giant elephant sect cracked open, blinding sunlight pouring in. "What? The young master is dead." Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted from the demonic cult disciples as they beheld Chaoang. Motionless, a crimson line of blood running from his brow downwards, with the aid of one of his disciples, he split in half, collapsing to the ground. The swiftness of this event left even the witch Yaoxing unable to intervene in time. Who could have anticipated that Yi Kaishan would unleash such formidable strength? "You dare to kill Chaoang?" Yaoxing's expression turned icy, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Kaishan. The demise of the demonic cult's young master right before her eyes left her with an insurmountable burden to explain upon her return. Dan Yangzi, Tu Gang, and the other powerful figures from the four sects stood in stunned silence. Could it be that a fully realized core formation cultivator had been slain by Yi Kaishan in a single stroke? Was this the true potential of a golden core ancestor? No, surely, a golden core ancestor could not possess such strength. "You have killed him, and what can you do about it?" Yi Kaishan stared directly at Yaoxing, covertly utilizing his system to gauge her depth. "Early yuaning stage, inferior grade earthroot, around the same age as me, both over 100 years old. A promising candidate," he mused internally, completely unfazed. "She would be suitable for bearing children. Then prepare to pay with your life," Yaoxing shouted coldly, raising her hand and pointing decisively at Yi Kaishan. This gesture seemed to embody the power of space, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Yi Kaishan promptly summoned the Four Spirits Demon Suppression Tower, positioning it in front of him. Clang! Her fingers struck the tower, causing it to tremble violently, akin to a great bell being rung. Yaoxing's expression shifted. She had not anticipated that her attack would be thwarted. "Suppress them," Yi Kaishan commanded, as the Four Spirits Demon Suppression Tower soared upward, aiming to crush the witch. "Humph! You believe a mere spirit artifact can suppress me?" Yaoxing sneered contemptuously. However, Yi Kaishan's tactics clearly extended beyond that. Minor Zhou Tian sword formation. In an instant, numerous spirit swords erupted forth, relentlessly piercing towards the witch. The 13 sword techniques of the surging clouds. The flying swords in his hand shifted in style, at times fierce, at others gentle, striking from every conceivable angle. Yao Xing's complexion paled as she finally recognized the tenacity of her opponent. The incessant shifts in technique left her struggling to keep up. Having burned a century of his lifespan, Yi Kaishan's power now matched that of an early Yuaning practitioner, perhaps even surpassing it in explosive strength. Yao Xing's garments were now torn and tattered. Riddled with wounds from the relentless barrage of flying swords, is this truly the extent of Yi Master's power? The alchemists of the Danding sect watched in rapt fascination. As fellow alchemists, how could they not be enamored by his combat prowess? The women of the 100 Flowers sect gazed in awe, spellbound. Even the typically aloof Long Aoshue regarded Yi Kaishan with a different glint in her eye. Similarly, the enchanting Yin Yun felt drawn to this remarkable man, whose alchemical skills were impressive, whose cultivation was formidable, and who possessed vast wealth. Tu Gang, you traitor, do you now regret your decision? An elder bellowed. Tu Gang's expression darkened, a torrent of curses swirling through his mind. What manner of monster is this? To overpower even a Yuaning practitioner? Surely, even a Golden Core ancestor would not exhibit such prowess. At this moment, Yao Xing recognized the perilous situation, blasting open a gap and making a hasty retreat. Where do you think you're going? Yi Kaishan shouted, pursuing her relentlessly. You scoundrel! I shall remember you. Next time, this which will make you pay. Yao Xing spat in indignation, fleeing at full speed, desperate to avoid losing her garments. Yi Kaishan did not pursue for long. His ability to capture was lacking, and the power he had burned was nearing its limit. Should he be counterattacked by the witch, it would be a disastrous turn of events. He returned to the giant elephant sect, beginning to organize matters with Tu Gang and the others. Soon, under Yi Kaishan's imposing presence, the giant elephant sect capitulated. Thus, their fate became a matter of contention. While many viewed these individuals as guilty, extermination seemed excessive. After much deliberation, Yi Kaishan ultimately decided to administer poison pills to the elders of the giant elephant sect, allowing them to atone for their sins through service. Having resolved all matters, Yi Kaishan proceeded to the treasure vault of the giant elephant sect. After all, it was a sect, and its storeroom held numerous valuable items. These are all filthy possessions. I shall take them with me. Yi Kaishan spoke with utmost seriousness, subsequently collecting 90% of the spoils and leaving a mere 10% for the other witnesses to share. Chapter 56, Special Physique, a temporary use of the sword. Next, the 3 major sects each retained a portion of their members to guard the Great Elephant Sect, while the rest, under Yi Kaishan's leadership, hastened towards North Town, which was currently under siege from the forces of the Celestial Wolf Kingdom and was in a precarious state. Moreover, the Immortal Sect of the Martial Kingdom had also dispatched powerful individuals to intervene covertly. In North Town resided the families of Yi Kaishan's 2 relatives, and for this reason, he felt compelled to pay a visit. Half a day later, the group arrived at North Town. The town's ruler, Li Fengxian, who was the younger brother of the Emperor of the Yin Kingdom and had achieved the consummation of the Golden Core stage, welcomed them from afar upon learning of their arrival. Additionally, disciples from various major sects, as well as princes and princesses of the Yin Kingdom, had already arrived in North Town to lend their assistance. Their motivations were twofold: to protect their homeland and to seek personal merit. Mayor Yi, why have all of you come here? What is the situation at the Great Elephant Sect? Li Fengxian inquired impatiently upon their first meeting. The Great Elephant Sect is under the watchful eye of the Demon Sect. Their circumstances are likely more dire than those of North Town. If we do not aid the Great Elephant Sect, we will instead provide support to them, Yi Kaishan replied. The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd realized the implications. Had the Great Elephant Sect already fallen? Their expressions darkened. If that were the case, the situation would be even more grim. The Great Elephant Sect has betrayed us and submitted to the Demon Sect, but we have managed to suppress them. Yi Kaishan continued, lifting Tu Gang into view. Only then did the crowd notice the unusual demeanor of the members of the Great Elephant Sect, who stood shamefaced and awkward, like children caught in wrongdoing. Traitors! You dare betray us at such a critical juncture. Upon learning the full story, the crowd erupted in righteous indignation, hurling insults that nearly drowned Tu Gang in their vitriol, as the leader of the Great Elephant Sect. He had brought this upon himself, thanks to Master Yi this time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, Dan Yangzi interjected, his admiration for Yi Kaishan evident. Just as he was about to recount Yi Kaishan's magnificent battle against the Enchantress, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Not good. The beast army of the Celestial Wolf Kingdom is attacking. A soldier's roar echoed from the distant gates. Gather, defend the town, Li Fengxian commanded, and the resting soldiers sprang into action. Clearly accustomed to such emergencies, upon reaching the towering Tinzhong High City wall, Yi Kaishan spotted an ominous tide of beasts rolling in from the distance, dark and relentless like a tsunami. The thunderous roars of the beasts grew nearer and louder. Most of these were first- and second-tier magical beasts, but their sheer numbers resembled an unrelenting war machine. Additionally, 7 or 8 golden core cultivators sat atop the backs of these beasts, forming seals. "Soldiers, charge!" shouted the 13th princess of the Yin Kingdom, brandishing a flying sword. She was the most gifted princess of the Yin Kingdom, renowned for her valor and combat prowess, having honed her skills on the battlefield for years. This commanding shout caught Yi Kaishan's attention, and he focused on the princess Li Xingying, 38 years old, with a high-grade Xin-level spirit root and at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Suddenly, Yi Kaishan's gaze sharpened. This princess possessed a hidden physique, the fire spirit body, which naturally resonated with the fire attribute. He recalled that the Yin Kingdom had once produced a formidable monarch capable of commanding flames from all directions. A single individual who could rival 1,000,000 troops seemed this extraordinary ability had now manifested in the 13th princess. What a promising talent! Yi Kaishan mused inwardly, unable to resist paying closer attention to her. Meanwhile, the golden core cultivators atop the city gates had engaged, launching their attacks to repel the beast tide. Some raised earth barriers, while others unleashed fire dragons. The battlefield descended into chaos in an instant. "It is time for you to prove your worth," Yi Kaishan addressed Tu Gang and the others, his tone calm yet firm. "Perform admirably. Should you attempt any tricks, I shall detonate the restraints upon you, transforming you into living bombs. Nay, we shall surely sacrifice our lives for the Yin Kingdom," Tu Gang fervently assured, a newfound zeal emanating from him as he led his subordinates towards the battlefield. "My lord, shall we join as well?" Yin Shui Tian and Jiang Hongdou, among other women, inquired eagerly. "Patience. We must conserve our strength. If the enemy possesses only this level of power, our intervention may not be necessary." Yi Kaishan replied calmly. "My lord implies that the main forces of the Celestial Wolf Kingdom have yet to make their appearance." Yin Shui Tian discerned the underlying message in his words. As Yi Kaishan had anticipated, a portion of the Celestial Wolf Kingdom's forces began to mobilize. The previously tranquil North Town suddenly erupted with powerful auras. "Ha! You have been ambushed," a man with tiger stripes on his face charged out from within the town. Laughing maniacally, he was a beastman of the Tiger Demon Clan under the command of the Celestial Wolf King. As his words fell, all the hidden beastmen surged forth from the town. The Snake Demon Clan, the Cat Demon Clan, and the Deer Demon Clan. Nearly 10 were at the Golden Core stage, including 3 who had achieved complete mastery of it. The Yin Kingdom's experts were taken aback. Li Fengxian's complexion turned ashen, realizing that these beastmen had infiltrated North Town unbeknownst to him. This was his failure. Today, North Town would cease to exist. The leader of the Snake Clan laughed heartily, her face a perfect oval. With elongated eyes and cherry-red lips, her waist was as slender as a willow, but below, she bore a thick snake tail. Upon seeing her, Yi Kaishan couldn't help but lament, such a beautiful figure, yet marred by that tail. The leader of the Cat Clan resembled Miao Cha, embodying the archetype of a beast-eared maiden, yet her cultivation was formidable. Having reached the late Golden Core stage, in an instant, the forces of the Yin Kingdom found themselves besieged from all sides, quickly losing their composure. However, it was often in such critical moments that chaos intensified. The Enchantress Yao Xing appeared on the battlefield, this time well prepared, eager to redeem herself. The death of the demon sect's young master had occurred before her eyes, and failure to achieve results would spell trouble when her master returned from seclusion. The emergence of a nascent soul cultivator instantly cast a pall over the morale of those present. The already unfavorable situation was further exacerbated by the appearance of a powerful nascent soul expert. How could they possibly fight back? "So, you are Yi Kaishan," Yao Xing proclaimed, a wicked smile gracing her lips as her long black hair danced around her. "Let's see how you intend to defeat me this time." With that, she brandished a black flag, shaking it vigorously. The demon sect's treasure, a low-grade Earth-level magical artifact, the demon summoning banner. As she waved it, a wave of disorientation washed over the crowd, awakening a primal bloodlust and an unprecedented desire for slaughter within them. "Go." Yi Kaishan summoned the Four Spirits Demon Suppression Tower and commanded, "Everyone, lend me your swords." Chapter 57, containing the Enchantress. Men must die, women must live. Yi Kaishan's voice resonated with the essence of thunder, vibrating in everyone's ears. In that fleeting moment of clarity, the experts from the Yin Kingdom snapped back to their senses and, without hesitation, summoned their flying swords. "Humph! Another sword formation, is it? Futile." Yao Xing scoffed coldly, shaking the demon summoning banner. Instantly, phantoms of demons surged forth, rampaging through the air and launching attacks against all. Yi Kaishan disregarded the chaos, chanting incantations as he swiftly formed a seal, then pointed skyward. "Swords, arise!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of flying swords soared through the air in perfect order. The Little Zhou Tian sword formation, based on the principle that the more swords, the stronger the formation, was enhanced by Yi Kaishan. The convergence of thousands of flying swords formed a formidable Great Zhou Tian sword formation, enveloping an area of 10 li. The skies darkened, and fierce winds howled. What a terrifying formation! Master Yi is also a master of formations. Some were so startled they nearly lost control of their bladders upon witnessing Yi Kaishan's skill. Yao Xing's gaze faltered. The same formation, yet significantly more powerful than before. Who could withstand the onslaught of thousands of spiritual swords? Even the indomitable might of the strongest would likely shed a layer of skin. Yi Kaishan waved his sleeve, unleashing a multitude of flying swords that surged forth, enveloping the adversaries in a torrential wave of lethal intent. Remarkably, even amidst this deadly onslaught, his allies remained unscathed. With a sickening squelch, blood sprayed forth as the warriors of the Tianlang Kingdom fell, one after another, beneath the blades of his swords. Even formidable cultivators of the Golden Core stage found themselves forced to evade the flying swords with all their might, for a moment's lapse could result in decapitation. The pressure on the cultivators of the Yin Kingdom diminished drastically, as the swords seemed to possess an uncanny ability to discern friend from foe. This phenomenon left them in awe of Master Ye's extraordinary skills, which appeared almost supernatural. Such precise control stemmed from Yi Kaishan's formidable spiritual power. However, this method was profoundly taxing on his spirit and could not be sustained for long. Yi Kaishan understood that he needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Thus, he began to expend his life force, burning a century of his lifespan. His physique swelled, and an overwhelming force surged forth. With a pointed finger, he directed the Four Spirits Demon Suppression Tower once more towards the witch. Yao Xing had long been prepared, wielding the summoning banner to counter the Four Spirits Demon Tower. The clash of Earth-level spiritual artifacts erupted in a violent display of magical energy, scattering those within the sword formation in disarray. The descent of the demon star. Yao Xing raised her hand, and the sky darkened ominously as a celestial body, imbued with unparalleled pressure, plummeted downwards. Annihilation, let all be annihilated. The witch cackled maniacally, revealing her sharp fangs. Her face twisted in madness. Thunderous lightning fist. Yi Kaishan clenched his fist, crackling with lightning and arcs of electricity. Channeling all his strength, he unleashed a singular punch that manifested as a colossal lightning dragon. Stretching for miles in that moment, he seemed like a god of thunder. Boom! The massive celestial body shattered into fragments under the force of his strike. Good heavens, how blinding! Master Yi has shattered the meteorite. Someone gasped in astonishment, their heart trembling. The instinctual fear of thunder gripped the cultivators. All were left speechless, gazing at the figure illuminated by lightning, resembling a deity. They internally exclaimed, "A freak of nature." After obliterating the meteorite, Yi Kaishan swung his thunderous fist towards the witch, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Yao Xing soon realized that this adversary was adorned in treasures. Even his boots were earth-level spiritual artifacts. Before the battle, Yi Kaishan had meticulously prepared everything, valuing his life highly. After a considerable time, Yao Xing grew anxious and resorted to secret techniques. Observing this, Yi Kaishan expended another 20 years of his lifespan, greedily swallowing a spiritual pill. This individual is peculiar. I must retreat quickly and summon the sect leader to eliminate him. Sensing the tide turning, Yao Xing began to withdraw, but Yi Kaishan had anticipated this. Learning from past experiences, he swiftly cast a binding spell, forming a hexagram seal that struck the witch's palm as they clashed. As Yao Xing attempted to flee, she realized something was amiss. Her arm was no longer under her control. Refusing to follow her will die in that fleeting moment, she found herself unable to command her entire body, though she could still control one arm due to the binding. "Feel my punch." Yi Kaishan seized the opportunity, launching 2 successive punches that struck the witch squarely in the chest. Pfft. Yao Xing suffered a grievous blow, spitting out blood, her gaze a mixture of shock and fury fixed upon Yi Kaishan. How unprincipled! Wasn't it supposed to be one punch? Yi Kaishan paid little mind to such concerns, darting behind the witch for another strike, landing a palm on her back, seizing the moment as she gasped. He produced his prized possession, a poison pill, and forced it into her mouth. "Surrender obediently, or your life is forfeit. Your cultivation has not been easy. Do you wish to perish like this?" The witch seethed with rage, preparing to resist with all her might, yet Yi Kaishan's voice echoed in her ears. "Let me go!" Yao Xing cried out, her pain and humiliation clouding her mind. Never had she imagined she would be defeated by a mere golden core cultivator. "Isn't that a given? After all, I've gone to such lengths to capture you. Why would I let you go?" Yi Kaishan scoffed, continuing to place several binding spells upon her, restricting her magical power. "If you cooperate with me, I may consider sparing your life." He had no intention of killing the witch. Her potential for usefulness was far too great to waste. The sudden assault on the Yin Kingdom by the Amo Sha sect and the Tianlang Kingdom must harbor hidden motives, possibly related to his son Yi Fan's small cauldron. Thus, Yi Kaishan aimed to uncover the truth. Yao Xing continued to struggle, and Yi Kaishan responded with a swift slap, knocking her unconscious. "It's over. Yao Xing has been captured." Below, the fighting Tianlang Kingdom cultivators gasped in shock upon witnessing Yao Xing collapse in Yi Kaishan's arms. "If even the golden core which has fallen, what use are we?" Soon, the morale of the Tianlang Kingdom troops shattered, and they began to flee. "Kill them all, the men, slay them. The women, capture a few. I require interrogation," Yi Kaishan commanded, directing the battlefield. The battle with the witch had drained him significantly, particularly his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly fatigued. He had no choice but to withdraw the formation. Continuing any longer would jeopardize his spirit. "Kill!" The cultivators of the Yin Kingdom surged forth, invigorated as if fueled by a stimulant. Whoosh! Yi Kaishan suddenly struck, killing an orc who had intended to drag Princess 13 down with him. Li Shengying, realizing what had transpired, glanced up at Yi Kaishan in the sky, her face flushing with gratitude as she quietly said, "Thank you, brother-in-law." The defeat was catastrophic. With the leaders of the Snake Women and Cat Women captured, this battle was declared over. Next came the time for cleanup. Li Fengxian dutifully gathered all the spoils of war, presenting them to Yi Kaishan for his decision. He understood well who had brought about this victory. Yi Kaishan accepted 90%, allowing the remainder for Li Fengxian to distribute. Chapter 58. Master Yi's ingenious scheme. The Great Elephant Gate shall bear the Yi surname. The spoils consisted of various rings and spiritual artifacts. Although of low grade, they were not without value to Yi Kaishan. His family had grown significantly, with hundreds of children, and these items could serve the younger generation. "Master Yi, what shall we do with these 2 captives?" At that moment, Li Fengxian approached with the captured leaders of the snake and cat people. Bound and stripped of their powers, They appeared utterly diminished from their former grandeur. Yi Kaishan scrutinized them, noticing the snake woman's tail, as thick as a barrel, and could not help but inquire, "Can your tail transform into legs?" In that moment, he was a biologist, filled with curiosity about life. The snake woman paused, huffed disdainfully, and replied, "No, it cannot." "Then let us execute you." Yi Kaishan beckoned Li Fengxian to take action. Li Fengxian drew her great sword, poised to strike. "Wait." The snake woman panicked, her instinct for survival kicking in as she quickly explained. "The snake tail is merely a combat form. In everyday life, I can transform it into legs. Intriguing. Yi Kaishan chuckled, proceeding with a simple interrogation. The snake woman leader was named Shiqian Rao, and the cat woman leader was Miao Huan. "I have a cat at home named Miao Cha. You must know her." Yi Kaishan said with a smile to the cat woman leader. "At this." Miao Huan's eyes widened in shock. No wonder the mission failed. There was a traitor among them. "Li Changzhu, please escort them to my residence. I wish to interrogate them thoroughly to uncover the next moves of the Tianlang kingdom." Yi Kaishan's expression turned serious as he addressed Li Fengxian, adding, "Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle." "Very well, I will arrange for this promptly." Li Fengxian understood perfectly. He was well aware of Yi Kaishan's reputation, which was no secret. He relished such matters. Who in the entire Yin kingdom is unaware of the golden core ancestor of the Yi family, who delights in taking concubines, tirelessly and with unwavering dedication? Aside from the cat and snake people, the men of the tiger tribe had been thoroughly defeated, even losing their tiger whips. Yi Kaishan lamented the wastefulness, secretly thinking it a travesty. However, these creatures were not true tigers. They merely possessed a trace of beastly blood and did not even have a beast core. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan prepared to depart with his concubines. He felt a longing for home, where his little concubines awaited. "Master Yi, what will we do if you leave? If the Tianlang kingdom strikes again, won't that be?" Realizing Yi Kaishan was about to leave, Li Fengxian grew anxious, feeling as though they had lost their anchor. "Fear not. After I depart, spread the word to the Amo Sha sect that if they wish for Yao Xing to remain unharmed, they must present the head of the Tianlang kingdom leader in exchange. At that time, we need not lift a finger. They will descend into chaos themselves." Yi Kaishan replied with a calm smile, exuding an air of strategic foresight. Besides Yao Xing, the leaders of the snake and cat people also served as bargaining chips. These two were top-tier combatants under the Tianlang kingdom leader and could not be disregarded. Upon hearing this, Li Fengxian's eyes lit up. "Master Yi, brilliant." Yi Kaishan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such brilliance was nothing extraordinary. It merely required a functioning mind. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge of Sun Tzu's art of war could conceive of such a strategy. "I shall take my leave now. The rest is in your capable hands." Yi Kaishan did not linger, packing his belongings and leading the members of Yunlan sect and Baihua sect back to their respective abodes. The crowd atop the city walls watched him depart, while the common folk within the city fervently called out Yi Kaishan's name. The crown prince and the third prince gazed at their uncle. Li Fengxian, waving their hands vigorously like starstruck admirers, momentarily falling into a profound silence. Following this battle, Yi Kaishan's reputation was undoubtedly on the rise. Several princesses, entranced, etched the image of Yi Kaishan's retreating figure deeply into their memories. After Yi Kaishan and his companions departed from Zenbaking, they returned to the great elephant sect with elders like Tu Gang in tow, leaving behind a few golden core cultivators to guard and await further instructions. "You bear my restrictions and possess poison pills within you. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it challenging to extricate themselves. Should I detect any abnormalities, I will detonate the restrictions, reducing you to mere ashes." Yi Kaishan warned Tu Gang and the others. "Rest assured, my lord, we would never dare to act recklessly. From this day forth, our great elephant sect shall follow your every command," Tu Gang promptly declared. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, with even a nascent soul demoness unable to contend with Yi Kaishan, who in the realm of Yin could stand against him, this was indeed the optimal moment for such a declaration. Henceforth, there would be no four great sects, only the subordinate great elephant sect under the Yi family. Yi Kaishan nodded slightly, pleased with Tu Gang's perceptiveness. Though he appeared rough around the edges, he was far from foolish and possessed a keen intellect. Meanwhile, El Xian and In Niyun, the female cultivators from Baihua sect, feigned nonchalance, glancing around to eye in their presence. Yi Kaishan had seamlessly integrated the Great Elephant sect, seemingly dismissing the other three great sects and the Yin kingdom itself. Yet, what did it matter? Nearly half of them were concubines of Yi Kaishan. The other female cultivators, having benefited from Yi Kaishan's grace, could only turn a blind eye, pretending as though nothing had transpired. They saw nothing, heard nothing. With all arrangements in place, Yi Kaishan and his companions departed from the Great Elephant sect. Upon discovering that his treasury had vanished, Tu Gang collapsed in despair onto his seat. After leaving the Great Elephant sect, they parted ways. When Yi Kaishan returned to Yunlan's sect with Yao Xing, Yang Menghua was immediately taken aback. The battle had concluded so swiftly that news had yet to fully circulate, and Yang Menghua was unaware of the developments. "How did you capture her?" she inquired, scrutinizing the demoness. A powerful nascent soul cultivator would likely find themselves kneeling before her, since the demise of the previous sect master. No nascent soul cultivators had emerged from Yunlan's sect. Only the Danding sect and the royal family of Yin possessed such formidable beings. Hemph! Pure luck, the demoness retorted, gritting her teeth defiantly. "Still holding on to your bravado?" Yi Kaishan seized her delicate face, questioning her fiercely before explaining the situation to Yang Menghua. After listening, Yang Menghua fell silent, grappling with her existential doubts. How little time had passed since her first encounter with Yi Kaishan. And now he could contend with nascent soul cultivators. With this demoness in his grasp, the threat from the Amo Sha sect should remain dormant for the time being, thus temporarily alleviating the crisis. Yi Kaishan continued, "We must not let our guard down. Having captured the demoness, the old demon of the Amo Sha sect will certainly not rest easy." Yang Menghua's expression turned grave. No one understood the old demon's might better than she did. As her own master had perished at his hands. What level of cultivation does that old demon possess? Yi Kaishan inquired. At the very least, he is in the late nascent soul stage, perhaps even at full completion. Yang Menghua replied. Chapter 59. Quickly summon the 13th princess, Tian Gang Battle Chi, full completion of the nascent soul stage. Yi Kaishan's expression shifted. This was indeed formidable. However, he had learned from the demoness that the old demon had yet to emerge from his seclusion, possibly remaining in isolation for decades. By the time the old demon re-emerged, he would likely have broken through to the transformation stage, at which point he could be easily dealt with, and no need for panic. Not yet. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan took Yao Xing back to Qingyun City. He sealed Yao Xing's cultivation, placing restrictions upon her, and presented her in an intricate pose within a secret chamber, leaving her unattended for the time being. "Stand here and see when you choose to explain," he instructed, departing the chamber and leaving Yao Xing bewildered. "Explain what? Did you even ask?" she pondered, immobilized and questioning her existence. In truth, Yi Kaishan had not posed any inquiries. Punishment would come first. He proceeded to two other secret chambers, treating Shi Qiandao, sent by Li Fengxian. With the same approach as Yao Xing, he refrained from rushing to ask questions, instead indulging in his artistic expression. The poses he crafted were more extravagant than any sculpture destined for immortality, especially with the two enchanting women, the snake and the cat. Their forms were renowned for their remarkable flexibility, as if devoid of bones. Leg positions upon shoulders were merely the basics. Having completed all of this, Yi Kaishan likewise refrained from asking any questions. He merely demanded an explanation. The two bewildered women found themselves at a loss for words. After returning, Yi Kaishan remained true to his original intentions, watering, sowing, and tending to his responsibilities. He was busily absorbed in his work, marveling at the daily growth of his efforts. The impending joy of harvest left him entranced. Simultaneously, the news of the battle at Zinbaking spread like wildfire. The army of Tianlang Kingdom faced a crushing defeat, with high-ranking leaders either killed or captured. Even the nascent soul cultivators of the Amo Sha sect were not spared, falling into Yi Kaishan's hands. When this news reached the capital, the ruler of Yin, Li Fengtian, was immediately struck with alarm. Has this person's combat prowess already rivaled that of the nascent soul stage? He murmured, his eyes betraying profound astonishment. He found it difficult to accept that this individual, who had taken concubines and fathered children, was also so formidable in battle. How did he manage to balance child-rearing and cultivation? At that moment, Li Fengtian could not help but feel a desire to seek Yi Kaishan's guidance. Teach me, I want to learn. However, now was not the time for learning. He was more concerned that, if things continued this way, Yin would soon have a new ruler. Ordinarily, when captives were taken, one would consult the ruler's opinion, seeking approval. Yet, from beginning to end, Yi Kaishan had ignored him, directly bringing the captives back. This clearly indicated that he was not only obsessed with taking concubines, but also disregarded Li Fengtian's authority. Unacceptable. I must find a way to stabilize him. Li Fengtian gritted his teeth, realizing that the only way to keep Yi Kaishan in check was to show him the benefits of the Yin Kingdom. He instructed the messenger to relay the details of the events without omission. Upon hearing about the 13th princess, Li Fengtian's expression shifted, and a plan formed in his mind. Yi Kaishan's preferences were well known. By catering to them, he could secure his loyalty. Summon the 13th princess at once, Li Fengtian commanded. Realizing that having promised the 9th princess was insufficient, he would offer another in doing so, even if Yi Kaishan harbored ambitions in the future. He would have to consider this relationship. After the major families of the Yin Kingdom learned about the battle at Zenbaking, they were left utterly stunned. Is this truly the fearsome Golden Core ancestor? Capturing a nascent soul cultivator as a Golden Core? The Yi family's ancestor is indeed extraordinary. They foresaw the unstoppable rise of the Yi family. The various powerful factions remarked that a Golden Core cultivator was already among the elite in Yin. While a nascent soul was a rarity beyond compare. Quickly, summon all the unmarried women in the family. Several families immediately began to take action, recognizing the opportunity to align with the Yi family and soar alongside them in the future. They scrambled to prepare. Not only one, but many families began their journey toward Qingyun City, fearing that they might arrive too late and miss the opportunity to attract the Yi family's ancestor. Meanwhile, those without daughters were left frustrated, lamenting their mischances. At Baihua sect, Miao similarly realized the importance of establishing a good relationship with Yi Kaishan. From the very beginning, she had this intention, which was why she had arranged for Ling Qiaoer to wed him and later sought to connect him with Zhang Hongdou. It seemed that 2 prized flowers were no longer sufficient, and she began to contemplate further solidifying her ties with the Yi family. Thus, she summoned Long Aoshue and Yi Niyun. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your spiritual root offspring have surpassed 100 individuals, elevating the family scale and rewarding you with Tiangang Battle Qi. Soul Refining Technique, 20 years of cultivation experience, 20 years of refining experience, and 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones on this day. With the arrival of a progeny possessing a spiritual root, Yi Kaishan finally surpassed the remarkable milestone of 100 children endowed with such gifts. Yet, he deemed this number still insufficient. He remarked that many of the initially born offspring lacked spiritual roots, only gradually catching up later on. However, as the cultivation level of his concubines improved, the likelihood of producing children with spiritual roots would significantly increase. While he considered 100 to be rather few, it was an astronomical figure compared to other cultivation families. The majority of the cultivation families in the Yin nation could barely count a handful possessing spiritual roots. Even within the imperial family, many princes and princesses lacked this trait. Such is the nature of life. Perfection is a rare find. Yi Kaishan examined his rewards and recognized the Tiangang Battle Qi. In the past, he had chosen the heavenly sword technique from among the 3 martial arts. Overlooking this particular technique, to his surprise, it had returned to him in a roundabout way. This was an upper-grade mysterious technique. Although not exceptionally high in rank, its efficacy dazzled Yi Kaishan. After cultivating the Tiangang Battle Qi, once unleashed, it would create an invincible force around him during combat. Not only was its destructive power astonishing, but it could also withstand attacks. Most importantly, this technique could in the reception hall. Yi Kaishan jested, eliciting an awkward smile from Li Xian, who dared not overstep, his demeanor even more humble than before. As for the matter of the hat upon his head, it had long since been buried in silence. Lord Yi, I come bearing joyous news today. The sovereign has decreed that the 13th princess is to be betrothed to you. How does Lord Yi feel about this? The crown prince inquired tentatively, seeking Yi Kaishan's approval, fearful of dissent. Evidently, his understanding of Master Yi was still rather superficial. How could Yi Kaishan refuse such an offer? No problem, let us set a date, he declared with a grand gesture, devoid of any hesitation. Regarding the sovereign's intentions, he chose to disregard them, knowing full well that it stemmed from a fear of the Yi family's potential threat to the imperial lineage of the Yan kingdom. Yet, some matters unfold naturally, following the tide of destiny, and cannot be obstructed, as long as he continuously takes concubines and bears children. All issues can be resolved. Moreover, the 13th princess possessed a unique constitution. Even if the sovereign remained silent, he would find a way to marry this woman. Yi Kaishan had never concealed his preferences. How about a month from now? The crown prince exclaimed with delight. Astonished at Yi Kaishan's prompt acquiescence, this allowed him to report back with ease. A month is a bit tight, but with diligence, it can be managed, Yi Kaishan mused, as he was already preparing to wed Xia Qingyu. Nevertheless, with a bit of effort, it was hardly an insurmountable issue. Once everything was settled, both parties felt content, having attained their desires. As soon as the crown prince departed, the Yi family busied themselves immediately. Everyone rallied their spirits, for the recent tasks were somewhat weighty. The elder's joyous occasion could not be taken lightly. The head of the Yi family's wedding procession shouted commands to his subordinates. Soon, the Yi family was bustling with activity once more, a flurry of excitement. Invitations fluttered like snowflakes, dispatched to all corners. Many guests, having just returned home from the previous celebration, were met with invitations from the Yi family. A wave of shock coursed through them. They had never anticipated that such social obligations could plunge their family finances into a dire crisis. Upon learning that after this event, there would be 7 or 8 more to follow, many chose to find lodgings in Qingyun City, determined to endure. They did nothing but indulge in feasting and revelry. Some even seized the opportunity to relocate their families to Qingyun City, especially those closely related to the Yi family, thinking it would be more convenient to live nearby, eliminating the need for long journeys. In light of the proximity, drink to your heart's content. From that day forth, the family's primary focus would be on this pursuit. Days later, all was in readiness. Yi Kaishan set forth with his entourage to welcome Xia Qingyu. This woman, who seldom parted with her sword, today donned a bright red robe. Xia Qingyu resembled a solitary, blooming dark lotus, aloof, proud, revealing a hint of shyness only in the presence of her beloved. She had heard tales of Yi Kaishan commanding thousands of flying swords during the battle in Jinbei City, slaying foes with ease, coupled with the mythical rumors surrounding him. In her eyes, Yi Kaishan was akin to a celestial swordsman. On the wedding night, this adept swordswoman set aside her flying swords and wielded a long spear until dawn broke. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan reveled in a realm of tenderness. Yet, far beyond the borders of the Yin kingdom, in the Tianlang kingdom, a tremor shook the earth. One anticipated that their elite forces, along with the demonic sect, would fail to breach the gates of the Yin kingdom, repelled by a formidable newcomer. Even leaders from the Yaoxing, Catfolk, and Serpentfolk were captured. The news of Li Fengxian's release sent shockwaves. To reclaim Yaoxing, the head of the Tianlang monarch was demanded as ransom. This revelation sent the Tianlang monarch into a frenzy, unable to eat or sleep, teetering on the brink of madness, terrified that the demonic sect's leader would come for his own head. Investigate. Who exactly is this Yi Kaishan? He bellowed, his composure unraveling. Not only the Tianlang kingdom but also several neighboring nations began scrutinizing Yi Kaishan. After all, a warrior at the nascent soul stage could sway many affairs, potentially threatening their stability, thus necessitating caution. The monarch of the Wu kingdom immediately ordered a halt to any covert actions against the Yin kingdom, advising to wait until the investigation was complete before making further plans. In a moment, the already tumultuous 7 great nations grew even more turbulent due to Yi Kaishan's influence. Meanwhile, Yi Kaishan remained blissfully unaware, focused solely on his singular goal. The time to wed the 13th princess had arrived. This occasion was even more grandiose, given her royal status. The elder of the Yi family was marrying yet another princess, and this one was the most talented of them all. The sovereign had truly invested heavily. How could he not? The elder of the Yi family could overpower even those at the nascent soul stage, and if this continued, the Yin Kingdom might soon have to change its surname. It's too difficult. If I were the monarch, I would be at my wits' end, murmured some onlookers among the cultivators. The elder of the Yi family not only possessed formidable strength, but also had descendants spread far and wide. The roots of this ancient tree had deeply entwined themselves in the soil. Even if the royal family of the Yin Kingdom wished to take action against the Yi family, one could not only consider whether they could succeed in battle. The subsequent ramifications would be a headache in itself. They could understand the sovereign's approach, as there was no option for confrontation or reprimand. Only through marriage could the situation be stabilized. If one princess was not enough, then another would suffice. After much ado, Yi Kaishan finally welcomed the 13th princess to Qingyun City. The process went exceedingly smoothly. Upon learning she was to marry Yi Kaishan, Li Shengying was so exhilarated that she nearly ran over herself. Her straightforward nature made her akin to a valiant female general. Guests had long been awaiting, not only from prominent families but also emissaries from the 4 great immortal sects, who had sent representatives to attend. The respect shown was ample. On the wedding night, Yi Kaishan once again experienced a different kind of allure. It was an encounter that could tempt even a deity. After marrying the princess, Yi Kaishan, fueled by enthusiasm, proceeded to take on several female cultivators from other immortal families one after another. In this matter of taking concubines, he was never hesitant or weary. Finally, on the night he welcomed his 5th concubine, he heard the long-awaited voice of the system. His spiritual root had achieved a significant breakthrough. Congratulations, host. Your root bone has been upgraded to Earth-level low-grade. At that moment, Yi Kaishan felt a surge of inexplicable power blossom within him. This invigorating sensation left him feeling rejuvenated and ethereal. The transition from mystic level to Earth level represented a qualitative leap, enhancing him in every conceivable way. His capacity to absorb the world's spiritual energy dramatically increased. Within the entire Yin Kingdom, while many possessed yellow-level spiritual roots, mystic-level roots were not uncommon among certain immortal families and sections. However, Earth-level roots were a different story altogether. Thus far, Yi Kaishan had encountered only a handful of individuals with Earth-level roots. Of course, his son, Yi Han, born of Yin Shui Tian, also possessed an Earth-level root. This concubine was certainly worth the investment. The spiritual roots had indeed risen. Yi Kaishan was overjoyed and promptly rewarded his bedside companion. In the following days, he devoted his energy to his newly married concubines, with particular focus on the 13th princess, Li Shengying, who was given special care. She possessed the Yin spirit body, which carried a certain probability of giving birth to offspring with unique constitutions. Through Yi Kaishan's relentless efforts, the 13th princess finally conceived. Although it was challenging for cultivators to bear children, Yi Kaishan shattered this norm through sheer persistence. As soon as the 13th princess became pregnant, Jiyin was about to give birth. Yi Kaishan carved out time amidst his busy schedule to be present for the moment. Awaiting outside, he felt a mix of anticipation and excitement. After an indeterminate period, suddenly, the sound of an infant's cry pierced the air. She has given birth. Congratulations, host, on expanding your lineage with an Earth-level mid-grade spiritual root offspring. Rewards: 10 years of lifespan, an Earth-level mid-grade spiritual tool, a high-grade spiritual field, an Earth-level spiritual plant, and 500 high-grade spiritual stones. Wow! Yi Kaishan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. He had not anticipated that Jiyin would deliver a child with an Earth-level spiritual root right off the bat. Could it be that the firstborn child had an increased critical hit rate? He hurriedly pushed the door open. Jiyin was sitting on the bed, cradling the child and examining her. Without hesitation, Yi Kaishan embraced her tightly and planted a fervent kiss on her lips, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. You've worked so hard. You're amazing, my wife. Yi Kaishan exclaimed excitedly. Wife? Jiyin was taken aback, pondering what this meant. Did he think she was old, referring to her as wife? Wife simply means spouse, Yi Kaishan casually explained. He then examined the child, a girl without any unique constitution. After some thought, Yi Kaishan decided to name her Yi Xiling. Our child is actually an Earth-level spiritual root. Upon discovering the child's spiritual root, Jiyin was utterly astonished. It was hard to believe that she had given birth to a descendant with a spiritual root, and a terrestrial one at that. With diligent cultivation, Achieving the status of a Yuan-ing practitioner would be as effortless as eating a meal. Could this child with a terrestrial spiritual root be worth 10 others? After her moment of surprise, Ji-in raised her head and tentatively inquired, her mind still preoccupied with the notion of 100 children. No, there must be a limit. Yi Kaishan shook his head, emphasizing that one must adhere to principles. If Master Yi stated that 10 was the count, then 10 it would be. If he said 100, then 100 it must be. Ji-in's face contorted into a pained expression. Exuding an air of poignant helplessness, she resorted to both the tactics of feigned suffering and charm, attempting to break through the man's steely resolve. Yet, her efforts bore no fruit. Here, this is your reward. Yi Kaishan promptly produced 200 high-grade spiritual stones, a recent reward from the system. The spiritual energy contained in even a single stone was sufficient for extended cultivation. For a practitioner like Ji-in, who was at the core formation stage, it was nothing short of perfect. She usually cultivated with low-grade stones, and the opportunity to use high-grade ones was a luxury. Ji-in accepted the spiritual stones with delight, suddenly contemplating that bearing 100 children might not be so unfeasible after all. One child would yield 200 high-grade spiritual stones. 100 children would net a staggering 20,000. Observing the joy radiating from Ji-in's face, Yi Kaishan mused that this might be what it meant to borrow flowers to offer to Buddha, if not for her giving birth to a descendant with a terrestrial spiritual root. There would be no reward of high-grade spiritual stones. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan departed from the delivery room, eager to return to his cultivation chamber to examine the rewards for parenthood, a mid-grade terrestrial spiritual artifact. The Fire Dragon Shield awaited him. When activated, it could unleash 9 colossal fire dragons, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. It could also envelop a person and reduce them to ashes. What a treasure! Yi Kaishan exclaimed in admiration, and with the addition of the Fire Dragon Shield, he now possessed 3 terrestrial magical treasures: the 4 Spirits Demon Suppression Tower, the Fire Dragon Shield, and the Demon Summoning Banner he had seized from the witch. He then turned his attention to the terrestrial spiritual plants, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Among them was a plant that could potentially extend one's lifespan, known as the longevity fruit tree. It bore flowers after 3 years, yielded fruit after another 3, and matured after a total of 9 years, producing 18 fruits. Consuming one could extend life by 50 years, but it could not be consumed repeatedly. Furthermore, it could be used to concoct a low-grade terrestrial elixir, the longevity pill, which could add 100 years to one's life. This was a super-enhanced version of the longevity pill, while the latter could only extend life by a few years. The longevity pill could add a century. For mortals, that equated to living another lifetime. For practitioners, 100 years could yield countless achievements. Oftentimes, a mere sliver of lifespan would prevent one from breaking through a realm. Yi Kaishan was overjoyed. With the longevity fruit tree, he could assist some descendants in prolonging their lives. Even if immortality were unattainable, adding 100 years to one's life was an invaluable gift. As a terrestrial spiritual root, the longevity fruit tree required particularly fertile spiritual soil. However, Yi Kaishan was unfazed, as he possessed high-grade spiritual fields as a reward. The current Yi family boasted several acres of such fields. To this end, Yi Kaishan had established a dedicated department for cultivating spiritual plants, with specialized personnel tasked with planting, nurturing, and guarding the spiritual flora. Upon arriving in the backyard, Yi Kaishan instructed the guarding family members to disperse before releasing the spiritual field and planting the longevity fruit tree. The tree stood a modest height of 10 feet. Though small, it pulsed with remarkable vitality. After securing the tree, Yi Kaishan reinforced several layers of formations and instructed his kin to tend to it diligently before leaving the backyard. He finally recalled that 3 women were awaiting him in the secret chamber for interrogation. With that thought in mind, Yi Kaishan quickened his pace and made his way to the chamber. During this period, Miao Cha had been attending to the 3 women, working on their mindset. Progress had been quite promising, yielding significant results. My lord, please ask whatever you wish. We assure you that we will speak without reservation. From now on, whatever you command, we shall obey. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan's arrival, the snake woman Shi Qianrao immediately surrendered. I will confess everything. Having maintained a fixed posture for months, she felt like a specimen. Who could withstand such treatment? From now on, you shall be the leader of the catfolk. Please, command us." The leader of the catfolk wore an expression of utter devotion. Shi Qianrao and the catwoman Miao Huan had completely submitted. Resistance was futile, their lives hung in the balance, and any displeasure from Yi Kaishan could lead to their demise. "Very well, you are perceptive," Yi Kaishan nodded in satisfaction. He favored straightforward individuals, just as in his approach to taking concubines. He never indulged in romantic notions. Such matters were reserved for after marriage. He then raised his hand, releasing the restraints binding the two women. With a heavy thud, they collapsed onto the ground, their magical powers sealed. Relying solely on their physical strength, after standing for so long, they were utterly drained, with not a drop of energy remaining. Yi Kaishan proceeded to another secret chamber. There, he beheld Yao Xing striking an astonishing pose. Resembling a statue at so, "Have you come to a decision?" Yi Kaishan approached her with a smile. The witch was on the verge of tears. Not again. Without uttering a word, he was already asking if she had made up her mind. "What concerns do you have? Speak up." Slap. Yi Kaishan delivered a resounding smack to her curvaceous form, causing ripples to cascade across her body. "Tell me, why did your demon sect conspire with the Wolf King to attack the Flame Kingdom? What ulterior motives lay behind it?" Yi Kaishan inquired. Based on previous clues, this matter likely involved his son Yi Fan's small cauldron, and he needed clarity. "I do not know the particulars." "Really?" Yi Kaishan narrowed his eyes, raising his hand for another slap. The sensation was delightful, almost addictive. "I only know that the demon sect's master had contacted a mysterious individual, seemingly in search of something." Yao Xing quickly shifted her tone, fearful of further punishment. Searching for something? Yi Kaishan's heart stirred. He could perhaps ascertain that this object was the small black cauldron belonging to Yi Fan. "Do you know the identity of this mysterious person?" Yi Kaishan continued to probe. "I do not know. I already said he was mysterious. How could I possibly know his identity?" Yao Xing replied bitterly. "Did you need to say that? I was merely inquiring." Yi Kaishan exclaimed, his eyes wide and voice raised. The fact that the mysterious individual had not revealed their identity suggested that this matter was clandestine, intended to remain undisclosed. The one who could command the master of the demon sect was likely someone beyond the reach of the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, the identity of this mysterious person was probably from a realm outside the Seven Kingdoms. Their discretion indicated caution. In light of this, the scope for action had greatly expanded. "It seems you are still somewhat unconvinced. Then perhaps you should stand for another 2.5 years." Yi Kaishan was beginning to piece things together. He needed to summon Yi Fan back at the right time to thoroughly examine that small black cauldron. The answers would inevitably come to light. "Please, no." Yao Xing panicked. Merely enduring these past few months had nearly driven her insane. Another 2.5 years would surely lead to her explosion. Maintaining a humiliating pose not only imposed a significant physical burden but also inflicted profound psychological harm. "That I yield. I am willing to submit to you. As long as you release me, I will agree to any condition you set," she hastily declared, fearing that Yi Kaishan might leave without offering her another chance. "Any condition?" Yi Kaishan replied with an enigmatic smile. Yao Xing felt a twinge of fear, but steeled herself to nod. "Very well, my condition is simple. Marry me and bear my children." Yi Kaishan stated plainly, never one to beat around the bush, focusing on the essence of authenticity. Yao Xing's complexion turned a sickly green. Although she was a witch, she possessed no experience in this regard. She was as untouched as a blank slate. "I fear I cannot accept this condition. Please propose another." She shook her head, unwilling to comply. "It seems you are still enamored with the arts. Continue standing here then." Yi Kaishan chuckled, casually uttering a remark before departing. After all, he was in no rush. There were still many concubines yet to be taken. The sorceress was seething with fury, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. Upon leaving the secret chamber, Yi Kaishan instructed someone to fetch Yi Fan. Simultaneously, preparations were underway for the next round of concubine selection. At this juncture, yet another batch of concubines had given birth one after another, resulting in several offspring with spiritual roots. Notably, Zhang Hongdou had birthed a child with an extraordinary Xuanji spiritual root. For each offspring with a spiritual root, a corresponding spiritual artifact would be awarded. Yi Kaishan had already accumulated over 100 such artifacts. He distributed a portion of these to the more accomplished concubines as a reward for their childbirth. However, one must not solely focus on procreation. Maintenance was also essential. Presently, Yi Kaishan had around 200 concubines, and under the influence of the Yin-Yang supreme innate skill, nearly all had acquired spiritual roots, with the numbers expected to increase gradually over time. Some of these concubines were in seclusion, while others were giving birth, and under the immense resources of the Yi family, their cultivation speed surpassed that of their time in the immortal sect by several folds. After all, the immortal sect did not allow them to consume elixirs as if they were meals, with spiritual stones flowing continuously on this day. Run Tinglan finally completed her foundation establishment and began the process of forming her core. She was among the earliest female cultivators to follow Yi Kaishan, possessing commendable spiritual roots. Through diligent nurturing over time, she had reached the mid-level of the Xian grade. Coupled with the ample resources at her disposal, her cultivation progressed rapidly. Under Yi Kaishan's guidance, Run Tinglan swallowed a gathering yuan pill and commenced her core formation. After a considerable duration, a powerful aura erupted, signaling her success. "Husband, I have formed my core," Ren Tinglan exclaimed excitedly, throwing herself into Yi Kaishan's embrace. She had never imagined that one day she would be capable of such a feat, especially considering that she had previously struggled even to establish her foundation. Forming the core is merely the beginning. Now we must focus on the next stage of conception, Yi Kaishan remarked, gently caressing her abdomen with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, Run Tinglan's face flushed crimson. During her recent seclusion aimed at forming her core, it had indeed been quite some time since she had conceived. Thus, Yi Kaishan generously imparted his knowledge, beginning to teach Ren Tinglan the art of conception. An hour later, they concluded their session, leaving Yi Kaishan with a lingering sense of satisfaction, reminiscent of earlier times. It must be said that cultivators who had formed their cores were indeed exceptional. With Ren Tinglan's advancement to the core formation stage, the Yi family now boasted 5 core-forming members: Yi Kaishan, Yan Shuetian, Ling Qiaoer, Jiang Hongdou, and Ji Yinda, if one were to include Miao Cha and others. The number approached 10. Some of the lesser concubines, such as Qin Chan, Bai Kaiwei, and Zhu Man, had also reached the late stages of foundation establishment, poised to break through to core formation at any moment. Once that occurred, the Yi family would boast 10 core formation cultivators, elevating them to an 8th-grade cultivation family. Yi Kaishan began to anticipate what rewards might accompany such a rise. He then turned his attention to nurturing Qin Chan, preparing to assist her in advancing to core formation, all while not neglecting the acquisition of new concubines. To Yi Kaishan's surprise, Long Aoshue from the 100-Flower sect arrived unexpectedly, stating that she had come to marry him on the orders of her sect leader. Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. Long Aoshue was a core formation cultivator. Regarding the proposal from Long Aoshue, Yi Kaishan naturally did not refuse. He immediately ordered preparations to commence. With drums and gongs resounding, the ceremony was completed, leading to their wedding night. This ice-like woman gradually melted under Yi Kaishan's attentive care. Thus far, he had secured 3 of the 5 renowned beauties of the 100-Flower sect. Only the alluring Yin and Yun and the formidable Mi de Zhengzhu remained. Both were tough nuts to crack. After marrying Long Aoshue, Yi Kaishan took another step closer to the goal of 10 core formation cultivators. 2 months later, Long Aoshue's belly began to swell. After another 6 months, the 13th princess, Li Shengying, was finally about to give birth. Yi Kaishan had already set aside his affairs, waiting at the door of the delivery room. Before long, the child was born. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the birth of an offspring with an extraordinary Xian-grade spiritual root. Rewards: Lifespan 5, Extraordinary Xian-grade spiritual artifact, Red Lotus Demon Fire, and 500 mid-grade spiritual stones. Note: this child possesses a hidden physique. Please check carefully. Hidden physique. Yi Kaishan's heart stirred, and he hurriedly entered to examine the child closely. The infant, swaddled in blankets, lay adorably in its mother's arms. Deep within its soul, it seemed as if a flame was slowly growing. This flame resembled a divine bird, radiating a scorching heat capable of incinerating heaven and earth. The undying divine phoenix physique. My son possesses a divine physique. Yi Kaishan's pupils constricted, his heart trembling with astonishment. In the vast expanse of the world, numerous unique physiques existed, broadly categorized into spiritual, divine, and immortal bodies. The overwhelming majority of these special physiques fell under the spiritual category, including the medicinal fairy of the Danding sect. Li Shengying's flame spirit body also belonged to this category. Above spiritual bodies lay the unparalleled divine bodies, of which the undying divine phoenix physique was one. This physique carried the legendary phoenix bloodline. Once fully cultivated, it could become immortal as long as even a flicker of flame remained. However, this child's undying divine phoenix physique was in a dormant state. Only awakening would reveal its true nature. Otherwise, it would merely be an illusion. In this vast cultivation world, amidst countless beings, many hidden divine and even immortal physiques existed. Yet, a significant portion never awakened before meeting their demise. A tragic reality. The energy of a divine physique is immense. The hidden special physique must be due to the current physical body being unable to bear such energy. The shackles of one's self remain unbroken, thus remaining dormant in an unactivated state. Once awakened, a complete transformation would ensue, heralding a true rebirth. Yi Kaishan cradled the child, scrutinizing it as though it were a rare treasure. "Husband, it's a boy. Shall we name him?" Li Shengying gently inquired, rarely displaying such emotions. "Let us call him Yi Kai." Yi Kaishan paused briefly before naming the child. With so many offspring, naming had become a daunting task, but fortunately, his knowledge was still sufficient. A month later, under Li Shengying's insistence, a celebration for the child's full moon was held. Initially, Yi Kaishan was reluctant, considering the multitude of tasks at hand, particularly the acquisition of new concubines. However, Li Shengying expressed her desire to have her family contribute. Naturally, the royal family of the Yin Kingdom would attend the full moon celebration. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan could only exclaim in disbelief, "What an audacious request! This is more ambitious than Zhao Fian." Since Li Shengying was so determined, Yi Kaishan acquiesced. However, this celebration would not only burden the royal family of the Yin Kingdom. Various prominent cultivation families connected to the Yi family would also be affected. What? Yi Laozu's offspring is holding a full moon celebration? Some family heads nearly leapt up upon hearing this news. With Yi Laozu's prolificacy, they feared that within 3 years, they might face bankruptcy. While they were supposed to be a serene and ascetic cultivation family, they now found themselves entangled in worldly affairs, either attending banquets or en route to them, leaving little time for cultivation. The royal family of the Yin Kingdom placed great importance on this full moon celebration. Investing heavily to strengthen their ties with the Yi family, Li Feng spent lavishly, bringing forth treasures long hidden in the national treasury. Unbeknownst to him, this very act caught the eye of the 9th princess, who began contemplating hosting a full moon celebration for her next child as well. After the festivities subsided, on that day, Yi Fan, the eldest son of the Yi family, finally returned from his external training. Upon receiving this news, Yi Kaishan's face radiated a smile only a proud father could possess. With his child home, he was naturally elated. Soon after, the father and son reunited in the secret chamber. The mysterious atmosphere left Yi Fan perplexed. "Father, what is the serious matter at hand?" Yi Fan inquired, his skin tanned from years of training outside, appearing to be in his 20s. His cultivation had reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Although his progress was not rapid, it was steady and reliable. Yi Kaishan revealed the matter regarding the Imo Sha sect and the mysterious individuals. "I suspect they are after your little black cauldron." "Show it to me. Could it be such a coincidence?" Yi Fan replied with a wry smile, retrieving the small black cauldron. He held no wariness towards his father. "This is merely my preliminary conjecture. I cannot be certain why Yi Kaishan accepted the small cauldron and examined it closely, but after a long while, he could discern nothing substantial. Before his son, he felt compelled to say something to save face. "System, do you know the origin of this small black cauldron?" Yi Kaishan silently mused, as a system should not merely be capable of branching out. The system could only detect the quality of treasures. "Then let us proceed. Help me examine this small cauldron." Yi Kaishan nodded inwardly, satisfied that such a function was available. As the detection commenced, the result came through. This cauldron is a flawed, immortal artifact. It has been sealed by an unknown force, losing its original power, an immortal artifact. Yi Kaishan was taken aback, for he did not expect that this unassuming little black cauldron was, in fact, a celestial artifact. Although it was flawed, the mere mention of it being a celestial object was sufficient to instill awe. The only regret was that the power of this item was sealed, leaving it with nothing but a name. Otherwise, just a whiff of its celestial might could render the 7 great nations barren. Yi Kaishan returned the small cauldron to Yi Fan, his expression grave as he admonished, "My son, remember, unless absolutely necessary. Do not reveal it, father. Is there something amiss?" Yi Fan inquired, puzzled. Is it truly the item sought by the demon sect? 9 times out of 10, Yi Kaishan affirmed, continuing, "From my observations, this cauldron is likely a damaged celestial artifact that has been struck by some form of power, resulting in its current state." A celestial artifact, Yi Fan gasped, his eyes widening as he gazed at the cauldron in his hands. The very vessel he had used to stew meat turned out to be a celestial object? Chapter 65. Marrying the Nascent Soul. The sorceress has arrived, father. Perhaps I should give the cauldron to you? Yi Fan suddenly suggested, feeling inadequate to wield such an object. Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan paused for a moment before smiling with satisfaction. Since it has chosen you, there must be a reason for it. Why would I take your possession? You should keep it well and never show it to outsiders. Yi Fan nodded solemnly, etching his father's words into his memory. By the way, you're no longer young. It is time for you to marry and start a family. Yi Kaishan shifted the topic with a smile. Many of his offspring had already married and had children. Yet a few stubborn ones remained single, among them Yi Fan. Feeling awkward, Yi Fan scratched his head, realizing that wherever he went, he was bound to encounter relatives from the Yi family. This was especially true at Yunlan sect, where he frequently ran into his stepmother. It could be said that he was constantly in the spotlight, receiving warm welcomes wherever he mentioned his name. This left him with little sense of the dangers and thrills of true experience. Father, I prioritize my cultivation and do not wish to settle down just yet. Very well, my child has grown and has his own plans. I respect your thoughts, Yi Kaishan replied, quite open-minded and saying little more. He then imparted to Yi Fan the techniques for nurturing one's spirit and some lower-tier martial arts, as his current cultivation level was insufficient to grasp higher ones. As for the burning blood technique, which consumed one's lifespan, he had no intention of pursuing it. Yi Kaishan's lifespan was nearly limitless, spanning thousands of years, yet his descendants did not share such longevity. A careless mistake could lead to fatal consequences. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan established a martial arts department, which would provide basic techniques for the clan's members to practice. This repository included not only his own methods but also some acquired from other sources. A month later, as Yi Fan ventured out for training, Yi Kaishan entered the secret chamber and encountered the great artist. Yao Xing, sorceress, have you given it any thought? If 100 seems excessive, we can start with 10. To be frank, Ji Yin, who has faced similar circumstances, requires not a single less than 100. Upon hearing this enticing proposition, Yao Xing, already agitated, suddenly felt it might be quite a bargain. While others needed to bear 100, she only needed 10. Wasn't that a profitable deal? Hence, she tentatively asked, if I bear 10, will you let me go? Of course. Yi Kaishan nodded emphatically. Yao Xing fell silent. Under Yi Kaishan's relentless persuasion, she finally began to relent. Upon reflection, it was indeed challenging to find a man as exceptional as Yi Kaishan across the entire 7 nations. A golden core ancestor, a master alchemist, and equally adept in formations, he could suppress a nascent soul with his golden core cultivation. Setting aside all else, Yao Xing genuinely felt he was a remarkably charismatic man. Particularly after spending time together, he seemed less daunting than she had initially thought. Yi Kaishan lifted a hand to release her restrictions, though the magical seals upon her power remained intact. Otherwise, should a nascent soul become enraged, the entire Yi family would suffer the consequences. Yao Xing collapsed to the ground, taking some time to recover. Half a month later, the Yi family was adorned in festive decorations as the ancestor prepared to take a concubine once again. When the public learned that the chosen one was a nascent soul cultivator, astonishment spread like wildfire. Did this mean the Yi family would have a nascent soul ancestor overseeing them? 1. 2. Let us not forget that the Yi family's ancestor could suppress those of the nascent soul stage. The ancestor is formidable. He has even captured a nascent soul from the demon sect. Those who received the news gasped in awe, exclaiming it was a brilliant strategy to convert enemies into allies. Such a level of cunning was unprecedented. How did he manage this? I wish to learn. An elder from a prestigious cultivation family lamented, yearning for advancement. If he could also marry a concubine of a higher realm, how could his family not thrive? Even Li Fengtian, upon hearing the news, contemplated bringing gifts to seek apprenticeship. If he could marry a few nascent soul female cultivators, the Yin nation would have already soared to greatness. Father, what shall we do if this continues? The eldest prince also desired to seek apprenticeship but feared the Yi family's growing threat to the imperial status of the Yin nation. He was already the appointed successor. He could not allow the dynasty to be usurped before he even took the throne. Li Fengtian pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, commanding, "Bring forth the grand princess." Father, this is not a sustainable course. The eldest prince urged. What good is merely betrothing the princess when you cannot marry as swiftly? What do you suggest we do? Do you have a better plan? Li Fengtian glared at him. The eldest prince was momentarily speechless, realizing he had no alternative. The Yi family's power had already solidified, even surpassing that of the celestial sections. Moreover, their network of relationships was exceptionally tight-knit, with at least 2 of the 4 great celestial sects having significant ties to the Yi family. Within the borders of the Yin nation, many renowned cultivation families were also linked to the Yi family through marriage. If conflicts arose, he did not believe these families would truly side with the imperial family. Upon further contemplation, the eldest prince gasped in horror. Unbeknownst to him, the Yi family's influence had grown so vast. Without any military action, they had forged close ties with various cultivation families merely through the act of taking concubines. Could this be the true scheme of the Yi family's ancestor? The eldest prince suddenly realized that this was indeed the genuine objective of Yi Kaishan. From start to finish, he had avoided direct confrontation, instead expanding his influence through marriage, leaving the prince surrounded by his people before he could even react. First, stabilize the current situation. When time allows, I shall visit the Pill Cauldron sect, Li Fengtian declared with a serious expression. At that moment, the Yi family's celebratory feast was drawing to a close. That night, Yi Kaishan, having seen off the guests, pushed open the door to the bride's chamber. Yao Xing, sitting on the edge of the bed, trembled slightly, apprehensive of the impending moment, yet she also felt a hint of anticipation. She sensed a strange affliction within herself, experiencing emotions she thought she should not possess. "My dear, it is time to rest," Yi Kaishan said, extinguishing the candlelight as he walked slowly to the bedside. What followed was a series of unforgettable moments. For many days, Yi Kaishan devoted himself to caring for Yao Xing, the higher one's cultivation. The more challenging it was to conceive offspring. Therefore, he had to work diligently and could not afford to be lazy. Every drop of sweat poured into the seeds of hope would not be in vain. Heaven does not forsake those with determination. One day, 6 months later, Yao Xing suddenly felt a faint pulse of life within her womb. At that moment, a miraculous glow of maternal affection illuminated her face. "Yi Kaishan, I am with child," Yao Xing announced, her expression a blend of complexity as she shared the news with Yi Kaishan. Over the course of their 6-month interaction, she had unknowingly begun to accept this man. Chapter 66, 1,000 Offspring. Hostages? Concubines. Yao Xing also noticed a peculiar change in her condition. Since conversing with Yi Kaishan, her physique seemed to have elevated, becoming even better. Thus, she transitioned from initial resistance to gradual acceptance. Everything transformed subtly and unnoticeably. Upon learning of Yao Xing's pregnancy, Yi Kaishan was overjoyed. "Your belly is quite remarkable. It has taken me half a year's effort," he teased, gently caressing Yao Xing's abdomen. "Humph," the sorceress replied, proudly turning her head away, revealing her pointed silver teeth. During this half-year, Yi Kaishan's lineage had already surpassed 300 descendants, and he had rewarded them with various elixirs, materials, and more. Before long, the number of offspring broke through the 1,000 mark. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing 1,000 descendants. Family scale has increased. Rewards: Divine Consciousness Communication, 1/4 tier Spirit Beast Cub, 20 years of cultivation experience, 20 years of artifact refinement experience, and 500 high-grade spirit stones. Goodness! The rewards for my own offspring are indeed substantial. Upon witnessing the reward, Yi Kaishan's face instantly radiated with joy. In comparison to the accolades bestowed upon his descendants, this was a stark contrast. The mystical art of spiritual resonance is an esoteric technique that allows one's consciousness to be affixed to objects or spiritual beasts, permitting effortless manipulation, akin to an external avatar. The magnitude of this control is intrinsically linked to the strength of one's soul, a domain in which Yi Kaishan excels remarkably. Although he is merely at the elixir-forming stage, his spiritual perception rivals that of the nascent soul stage. The 4th-tier spiritual beast, the heavy-eyed spirit fox, is adept in illusion, exhibiting astonishing talent in ocular techniques. With a mere thought, Yi Kaishan summoned the heavy-eyed spirit fox. A radiant orb of pure white light descended before him, revealing a diminutive white fox no larger than the palm of his hand. "How small!" Yi Kaishan exclaimed, somewhat astonished. In stark contrast to the silver lightning, it represented two extremes, one colossal, the other minuscule. Nonetheless, the worth of a spiritual beast is not measured by its size. Once the heavy-eyed spirit fox reaches maturity, a mere glance from it could subdue a 3rd-tier spiritual beast. As soon as the fox appeared, it recognized Yi Kaishan as its master, leaping into his palm and affectionately nuzzling his thumb. Such amusement, Yi Kaishan chuckled, finding the creature reminiscent of a toy dog. After toying with it for a while, he noticed the little one was hungry, so he presented some spiritual fruits for the heavy-eyed spirit fox to enjoy. With Yi Kaishan's progeny surpassing 1,000, alongside 300 grandchildren and several concubines, the Yi family's population had exceeded 1,500. When including servants, miscellaneous roles, guards, and others, the total exceeded 5,000, though the grandchildren were few. His offspring were diligently striving. As they grew, a surge in numbers was anticipated. Otherwise, having 1,000 descendants yielding no more than himself would be deemed a lack of ambition. A push was necessary. Yi Kaishan retreated to his secret chamber, endeavoring to cultivate the art of spiritual resonance. While this secret technique might sound unimpressive, it undoubtedly possesses the potential for extraordinary results and warranted thorough cultivation. He first absorbed the cultivation experience from his reward. Having done so, he was but a step away from achieving the peak of the elixir-forming stage. Subsequently, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering spiritual resonance. This dedication persisted for half a year. However, Yi Kaishan was not confined to the chamber. He understood the importance of remaining active. After 6 months, he finally grasped the rudiments of the spiritual resonance technique. Sensing that it was time to prioritize procreation, he proceeded to refine the system's reward of Red Lotus Demon Fire, and after several attempts, successfully forged a yellow-grade spiritual sword. Then, he sought out individuals within the family with talent for crafting artifacts, assigning them the task of forging and establishing a shop. Mastery of artifact crafting not only generates immense wealth, but also significantly enhances the overall strength of the family, in situations of equal power. The grade of spiritual artifacts often plays a decisive role. He aimed to ensure that the Yi family utilized the finest spiritual instruments. Having organized the artifact crafting endeavors, Yi Kaishan began to take concubines once more. The addition of a nascent soul ancestor elevated the Yi family's prestige to new heights. Many immortal clans perceived the rise of the Yi family as seemingly unstoppable, making alliances increasingly urgent. The individual Yi Kaishan sought to take as a concubine was not unfamiliar to him, Su Ruoyan of the Su family in the capital. This woman had previously appeared at the Golden Elixir banquet, possessing a voluptuous figure and captivating, expressive eyes. Although she was somewhat older, Yi Kaishan was unconcerned. After all, she was not older than him. What he valued most was her business acumen. Her appearance and age were of lesser significance. Thus commenced another round of taking concubines, with invitations flying like petals across the land. Prominent families, recently rejuvenated, promptly prepared congratulatory gifts and hurried to attend. On the night of the wedding, Yi Kaishan experienced firsthand the fervor of passion. Su Ruoyan's allure was truly incomparable to that of an 18-year-old maiden. Just after marrying Su Ruoyan, Yi Kaishan was unexpectedly approached by the Grand Prince once again. This time, it was regarding a proposal for a princess, specifically, the eldest princess of the Yin Kingdom. This princess bore a tale of her own. She had once been the betrothed of a valiant general who had perished in battle, devoured by beasts, deeply devoted. The eldest princess often adorned herself in a manner befitting a grieving widow, her hair elegantly styled. In truth, she had never married and remained untouched. Grand Prince, why not return and inquire how many princesses are available for my hand all at once? Yi Kaishan jested, having encountered the elegant eldest princess before. She was a graceful beauty, and her spiritual roots were not lacking. In short, she was a suitable match. Upon hearing Yi Kaishan's words, the Grand Prince awkwardly chuckled. While there were many princesses, those with spiritual roots were few, and with the addition of the eldest princess, Yi Kaishan had already married 3. The royal family of the Yin Kingdom was not particularly affluent. The lord of that city wishes for me to report back to the emperor, the Grand Prince managed to say. A month later, Yi Kaishan wed the eldest princess. In fact, during the previous alchemy conference, the eldest princess had developed a fondness for Yi Kaishan, as his reputation soared. Her affection deepened. On the wedding night, the elegantly coiffed eldest princess finally received her rightful place. Following this, Yi Kaishan devoted himself to caring for his 2 new brides. Just as he was about to take a 3rd concubine, a startling news that shook the 7 nations suddenly spread. The ruler of the Heavenly Wolf Kingdom had been beheaded. The nation was thrown into chaos as various tribes vied for the throne. Upon hearing this news, Yi Kaishan was momentarily stunned. Could it be? He had previously declared that if one wished to redeem Yao Xing, they must exchange the head of the Heavenly Wolf's ruler. Soon after, another piece of news arrived, confirming Yi Kaishan's suspicions. The demon sect had issued a statement, demanding the exchange of a hostage for Yao Xing. Upon learning this, Yi Kaishan could scarcely contain his frustration. Is this a joke? This fool thinks he can trade a dead wolf's head for my concubine? Chapter 67. Peak of Elixir Formation. Perfect Golden Elixir. Master Yang has reached the nascent soul stage. As time passed, the former captive had long since become Yi Kaishan's concubine, now several months pregnant. At this juncture, it was evidently impossible for the demon sect to demand Yao Xing's surrender. Yi Kaishan had not anticipated that his earlier words, spoken lightly to sow discord, would lead to such dire consequences. He had not taken them seriously. Brother, I was merely jesting. After receiving the news, Yao Xing hurried over, her pregnant belly prominent, her expression graved. Yi Kaishan, what are you planning to do? The master of the demon sect has likely emerged from seclusion. At that moment, her heart was tumultuous. If that old demon were to see her in such a state, bearing the child of an enemy, she could very well perish from rage. Originally, Yao Xing had been the direct disciple of the demon sect's master, groomed to be the daughter-in-law, destined to marry Chao Ong. However, Chao Ong had met his demise at Yi Kaishan's hands, and Yi Kaishan had subsequently married his fiancée. The surname Chao had never envisioned such a day would come. Yao Xing could already foresee the wrath the master of the demon sect would unleash upon learning of these events. The old demon is emerging quite early. However, it is utterly impossible for me to hand you over, Yi Kaishan asserted firmly. Upon hearing this resolute declaration, a surge of emotion washed over Yao Xing. Yet, this sentiment was swiftly undermined by Yi Kaishan's subsequent words. You promised to bear 10 children, yet none have arrived thus far, scoundrel. Yao Xing ground her teeth, nearly driven to bite him. Even at this juncture, he remained preoccupied with procreation. By the way, what are your feelings towards that old demon? You wouldn't be considering betrayal, would you? Yi Kaishan inquired abruptly, scrutinizing the demoness. The thoughts of a practitioner of demonic arts are notoriously inscrutable. He remained cautious. His words, a flicker of hatred flashed in Yao Xing's eyes, quickly replaced by calm. When I was young, my family was exterminated. It was Chao Wanjie who saved me. Only later did I learn the truth. He was the one who slaughtered my entire family. Nearly 100 souls. She spoke with an unsettling tranquility, as if recounting an event unrelated to her own life. Yet, Yi Kaishan still felt a chilling sense of sorrow. To have one's family annihilated by an enemy, only to mistakenly view that enemy as a savior for so long. Anyone would find their mental state shattered by such a betrayal. Fear not, I will assist you in avenging this wrong. But after the vengeance is exacted, you must bear me 100 children in gratitude. Yi Kaishan quipped, his jest centered around procreation once more. Yao Xing's teeth ground together in frustration. Why could he not say something truly moving? Why must he always add a remark about having children? Chao Wanjia has long since reached the nascent soul stage. Upon emerging, he is bound to be at his peak. You may have narrowly defeated me, but you are no match for him, Yao Xing cautioned, still believing Yi Kaishan's victory over her was merely a stroke of luck. In response to her words, Yi Kaishan chuckled softly. You make a valid point. However, I am no longer the person I once was. As he spoke, he subtly revealed a sliver of his aura. Yao Xing's expression shifted, her gaze fixed on Yi Kaishan in astonishment. You have achieved the peak of elixir formation? Incorrect. It is the perfect golden elixir. Yi Kaishan affirmed. Just recently, he had finally attained perfection in his cultivation. Upon hearing his confident response, a tempest of emotions surged within Yao Xing. The last time she had battled Yi Kaishan, he was merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Yet, in the span of just 2 to 3 years, he had remarkably broken through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. What an absurd rate of advancement! Even during the Qi refining stage, such rapid progression was unheard of. Moreover, and most importantly, as far as she knew, during these past few years, Yi Kaishan had either taken a concubine or was preparing to do so, or simply waiting for his concubine to give birth. The majority of his time had seemingly been squandered on such pursuits. With such a lackadaisical attitude, how could he achieve such astonishing speed? Was he perhaps a reincarnated celestial being? If it weren't for the profound exchanges she had shared with Yi Kaishan, she might genuinely suspect that he was secretly practicing some nefarious arts of yin and yang cultivation. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Even though you have reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core, there remains a significant gap in realms between you two. Yao Xing steadied her agitated heart and stubbornly remarked, unable to tolerate Yi Kaishan's smug demeanor. Are you expressing concern for me? Yi Kaishan chuckled. Hmph. The demoness turned her head away, acting all proud and aloof. Yet, she was swiftly pulled into Yi Kaishan's embrace. Who are you two? Despite his light-hearted banter, Yi Kaishan did not let his guard down. As Yao Xing had pointed out, the old demon was indeed a whole realm above him, not an opponent to be taken lightly. Minor realms are easier to surpass, but major realms are not. If he were currently at the initial stage of the nascent soul, the situation would be markedly different. However, with Yi Kaishan just having perfected his cultivation, a breakthrough in the short term would be challenging, and forcing it would be unwise. Naturally, he would not comply with the demands of the demon sect, but he could not afford to ignore them either. If he simply sat idly by, and the old demon were to suddenly attack, the entire Yi family would be in peril. A hidden nascent soul master was akin to a ticking time bomb. Once detonated, it would spell disaster. Thus, he needed to devise a way to eliminate this looming threat. Meanwhile, the outside world was abuzz with the news of the execution of the Lord of the Tianlang Kingdom. This was quite intriguing. The nascent soul demoness had been wed to the esteemed Yi ancestor, and it was likely they had already conceived a child. How could she possibly return now? It was a buy one get one free deal. A tremendous gain for the demon sect. The old demon, who had once stirred up a tempest of bloodshed in the Yin Kingdom, was poised to make a comeback. Alas, the former adversaries were no longer present. Some lamented, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Back then, to suppress Chao Wanxia, the old sect master of the Yunlan sect had perished. The nascent soul master of the 100 Flowers sect had also been grievously wounded in that battle, ultimately succumbing shortly thereafter. Now, not only had the old demon survived, but it was rumored he had grown even stronger. Was this not catastrophic? In the royal city of Yin, Li Fengtian sat upon the throne with a grim expression, filled with trepidation, fearing that the old demon might come for him next. Originally, the death of his arch-nemesis, the lord of the Tianlang Kingdom, was a cause for celebration, yet he found no joy in it. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping him. Unfortunately, the old demon did not favor taking concubines, rendering the princess inadequate for appeasement. However, in this moment of crisis, the Yunlan sect began to stir. Brilliant rays of dawn obscured the sky above the Yunlan sect, and terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. This was an omen only a breakthrough to the nascent soul could produce. That moment, Yang Minghua, after years of effort and exploration, had finally taken a momentous step forward. She had successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. This was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for the cultivators of the Yin Kingdom, who felt a glimmer of hope upon receiving the news. Within the Yi family, upon learning of Yang Minghua's breakthrough, Yi Kaishan was taken aback. This woman was quite formidable. She would reach the nascent soul stage without requiring my intervention. Yi Kaishan marveled, noting that although Yang Minghua and Yin Shui Tian hailed from the same lineage, their differences in cultivation were quite pronounced. Without delay, Yi Kaishan and Yin Shui Tian set forth for the Yunlan sect. Yang Minghua's advancement to the nascent soul stage was akin to a timely reign for Songjiang. Upon arriving at the Yunlan sect, Yi Kaishan soon encountered Yang Minghua. The woman still donned her loose Taoist robe, yet her aura had become even more transcendent. At this moment, the Yunlan sect was bustling with activity, as representatives from the other three great sects, as well as the royal family of the Yin Kingdom, had all come to offer their congratulations to Yang Minghua for her achievement. Master Yi, it has been a while, came a crisp and melodious voice from behind Yi Kaishan. The medicine fairy, Yao Xiao, had arrived and instantly recognized him, greeting him warmly. She knew few people, and Yi Kaishan was among them. During the last alchemy conference, Yi Kaishan's outstanding performance, exquisite skills, and graceful demeanor had left a favorable impression on Yao Xiao. To her, Yi Kaishan felt like a kindred spirit. Yao Fairy, you are here as well, Yi Kaishan replied with a smile, glancing at Yao Xiao, who was accompanied by Elder Danyang. The woman resembled a celestial herbalist, pure and untainted, exuding an extraordinary aura. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Kaishan warmly invited her to visit the Yi family, to which Yao Xiao gladly accepted. Master Yi, do not mind if this old man joins as well? Elder Danyang interjected shamelessly, taking the liberty of inviting himself since Yi Kaishan had not extended an invitation. You are always welcome, as the saying goes. One does not strike a smiling face. Yi Kaishan did not refuse. The old man had already been charmed by his charisma and was unable to resist. Soon after, the congratulatory festivities concluded, and the guests began to depart, leaving only the core elders of the Yunlan sect. Sister Sect Master, have you heard? The old demon of the demon sect has resurfaced. Yin Shui Tian was the first to speak. For the old demon was also their enemy, I am already aware. Yang Minghua replied with a solemn nod, then turned her gaze to Yi Kaishan. Elder Yi, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, Yi Kaishan spoke without a hint of hesitation. Rather than waiting passively, we should take the initiative. Take the initiative? Just us? Yang Minghua paused, surprised by Yi Kaishan's decisiveness. Her master had perished at the hands of the old demon. How much less could she, being newly entered into the nascent soul stage, hope to contend? Even if Yi Kaishan possessed the combat prowess of a nascent soul, he would likely not be a match for the old demon. Just then, a disciple sought an audience, bringing the latest news. The demon sect had already seized control of the Tianlang kingdom, renaming it the Demon Sect Kingdom, and had commenced attacks on other nations. Upon hearing this, the assembly in the Great Hall fell silent. What did the demon sect intend to do? Did they aim to swallow the seven kingdoms? Elder Elxian expressed his astonishment. The old demon's ambitions are too grand. Yang Minghua's expression was grave. There is likely someone behind them providing support, Yi Kaishan remarked, recalling the enigmatic figure. The seven kingdoms were situated in a corner of the Thunder Continent, flanked by the sea on three sides. With the endless ocean at its back, beyond the seven kingdoms lay the Tianluo wasteland. This wasteland was exceedingly vast, filled with deserts, swamps, and all manner of demons and monsters. It would be a formidable challenge for even Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators to traverse it. Beyond the wasteland lay the true land of the Thunder Continent. Due to the barrier created by the Tianluo wasteland, along with the desolate nature of the seven kingdoms, outsiders rarely intruded, allowing for a modicum of peace. The seven kingdoms included the Yin Kingdom, Tianlang Kingdom, Wu Kingdom, Tianshui Kingdom, Baisho Kingdom, Linyuan Kingdom, and the Baiyue Kingdom. Among them, the Baiyue Kingdom, also known as the Kingdom of Daughters, was the strongest of the seven. this nation held considerable significance. Being a vassal state of the Inua dynasty located on the opposite side of the Tianluo wasteland, the ruler of this kingdom was a member of the royal family of the Inua dynasty. However, as time passed, the distance from the Inua dynasty had grown too great for effective governance. Gradually, the Baiyu kingdom began to languish, adopting a laissez-faire attitude. Yet, should the demon sect aim to annex the Seven Kingdoms, it would be tantamount to provoking the Inua dynasty. Even the demon sect would appear insignificant before the dynasty. Thus, the implication was clear. The mysterious figure behind the demon sect wielded substantial influence and harbored no fear of the dynasty. If the demon sect dared to undertake such actions, it would simplify matters significantly. Yin Shuetian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she remarked, "The Kingdom of Daughters has more than one nascent soul expert. Dealing with an old demon should not pose a challenge. Are you suggesting that the demon sect is courting disaster?" The elders in the great hall chuckled, feeling considerably relieved. "Regardless, we must keep a close watch on the movements of the demon sect," Yang Menghua said in a serious tone, then waved her hand, signaling the other elders to leave, leaving only Yi Kaishan and Yin Shuetian behind. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke, fixing her gaze on Yi Kaishan. "Elder Yi, I have heard that you have recently taken many concubines. With such a busy schedule, your cultivation must have suffered, no?" Even during her seclusion, it had not hindered her awareness of the significant events transpiring recently. Yi Kaishan had taken concubine after concubine, hardly pausing. It was no exaggeration to say he had become completely immersed in a world of gentle comforts. As such, it was inevitable that he had little time for cultivation. With Yi Kaishan possessing the singular golden core of the Yin Kingdom and indeed the Seven Kingdoms, such a remarkable talent should not be squandered. Thus, Yang Menghua felt it necessary to urge Yi Kaishan to dedicate more of his energy to his cultivation. "Sect Master, in truth, I have not neglected my cultivation." Yi Kaishan once again revealed his profound cultivation, emanating the formidable aura of a perfected golden core. Sensing this overwhelming presence, Yang Menghua's pupils constricted slightly. "Have you truly reached the pinnacle of the golden core?" she exclaimed, her voice laden with incredulity. The rapidity of his advancement was astonishing. How could he be so formidable despite spending his days indulging in concubines and fathering children? Could it be that, as Yin Shuetian suggested, only by following one's desires can one progress unhindered and with great speed? In that moment, Yang Menghua found herself questioning her existence. She deeply understood the swiftness of Yi Kaishan's cultivation, which shattered her previous perceptions. It was utterly beyond human comprehension. Considering this, and mindful of her pride, Yang Menghua feigned calmness as she advised, "If you could dedicate more energy to your cultivation, you might have already stepped into the nascent soul stage. The future of the Seven Kingdoms is fraught with instability. You all should return and diligently cultivate to enhance your abilities." With that, Yi Kaishan took Yin Shuetian by the hand and waved goodbye as they departed. Upon exiting the grand hall, they encountered Elder Elxian, who appeared unperturbed while standing at the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Kaishan emerge, she promptly approached him. "Elder Yi, I must thank you for your assistance at the giant elephant sect last time. I have yet to express my gratitude. It was merely a trifling matter, nothing to mention." Yi Kaishan replied with a smile, readily extending an invitation. "We were just about to return. If Elder L has no prior engagements, would you care to accompany us to Qingyun City?" Chapter 69. "Elder L, please join us. I would be delighted," El Xian responded without hesitation. "I have recently encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. Perhaps a change of scenery will provide me with some insights." "Then let us be on our way," Yi Kaishan declared, leading the two women as they departed from Yunlan's sect. He now held higher standards and was no longer interested in ordinary female cultivators. El Xian, being a golden core cultivator, would add another member to the Yi family's ranks, bringing them closer to the status of an 8th-tier cultivating family. Witnessing El Xian accompany Yi Kaishan, Yang Menghua could only sigh in resignation. It seemed her earlier admonitions had been in vain. This fellow remained unchanged, and worse still, he had set his sights on an elder, dismissing ordinary disciples altogether. However, Yang Menghua felt somewhat reassured about El Xian's resolve. She was a fervent devotee of cultivation, second only to herself, and would undoubtedly not be swayed by Yi Kaishan. Upon their return to Qingyun City, Yi Kaishan instructed Yin Shuetian to accompany El Xian in exploring the splendor of the Yi family. Meanwhile, he summoned Yao Xiao and Dan Yangzi to discuss the intricacies of alchemy. Fair Yao Xinzi, might I inquire if you have ever concocted a cultivating infant pill? Yi Kaishan suddenly posed this question during their discussion. Following the completion of the Golden Core stage, one must consider the cultivating infant pill necessary for breaking through. This pill, like the Foundation Establishment pill and Gathering Yuan pill, is a spiritual medicine used to transcend major realms. Yi Kaishan was preparing to refine it and thought that conversing with Yao Xiao could save him considerable effort. It wasn't that he was incapable of refining it himself, but this approach seemed far simpler. I have not personally refined the cultivating infant pill, but I have witnessed the sect master do so and possess some knowledge of it, Yao Xiao replied earnestly. The cultivating infant pill is specifically for breaking into the nascent soul stage. There are hardly any nascent soul cultivators in the entire Yin kingdom, so it is not typically refined. However, even if one has never tasted pork, they have seen a pig run. Yao Xiao shared all she knew without any reservation. After listening, Yi Kaishan felt greatly enlightened, gaining a clearer understanding. If you require a cultivating infant pill, I can ask the sect master to assist you in the refining process, Yao Xiao suggested thoughtfully. Recognizing that although Yi Kaishan's alchemical skills were formidable, refining the cultivating infant pill might still be a stretch. Moreover, the spiritual herbs required for this pill were quite expensive. Should he fail, it would all go to waste. No need to trouble yourself. I shall give it a try first, Yi Kaishan replied with a smile. In the past, he indeed would have struggled to refine the cultivating infant pill, but with the recent rewards of extensive alchemical experience, he felt confident. In the following days, Yi Kaishan took Yao Xiao to tour his family's spiritual fields. The four great sects all maintained their own spiritual fields, a fact that was hardly a secret. Yao Xiao, being fond of spiritual plants, immediately set to work repairing the poorly cultivated spiritual flora upon noticing their suboptimal condition. Yi Kaishan stood by, marveling at her diligence, thinking how fortunate it would be to have a supportive partner like Yao Xinzi. Upon hearing this, Yao Xiao, who was kneeling to tend to the spiritual plants, felt her fair cheeks flush slightly. Soon after, she discovered a longevity fruit tree, her face immediately lighting up with astonishment. This is a ground-level spiritual plant. As a body of medicinal spirit, powerful spiritual herbs would allow her to grow more rapidly and provide numerous benefits. Likewise, under her care, the spiritual herbs would thrive even better. The two complemented each other perfectly. If you enjoy this place, you are welcome to come often and consider it your second home, Yi Kaishan proposed, fully aware of the advantages of a medicinal spirit body. After all, this could either be a home for all female cultivators or a second home for Yao Xiao. Depending on the circumstances, Yao Xiao nodded, a radiant smile gracing her features. Thus, in the following extended period, the Yi family's spiritual fields gained an additional free laborer. Simultaneously, accompanied by Yin Shuetian, Elder El Xian broadened her horizons. She discovered that in the Yi family, medicinal pills could be consumed like meals, and spirit stones could serve as beds. Almost all the former female disciples of Yunlan's sect had stepped into the Foundation Establishment stage, each boasting increasingly impressive cultivation levels, especially Ren Tinglan, who had already attained the Golden Core. It was worth noting that she had once struggled to establish her foundation. In that moment, Elder El Xian felt a profound shock within her heart. As though she had glimpsed the opening of a new world, if she remained here, would she still experience any bottlenecks? Cultivation fanatics possess an obsessive fervor for their practice, allowing them to relinquish many attachments. She felt tempted. Days later, El Xian sensed that lingering any longer might be somewhat shameless. She feigned an intention to leave, feeling a twinge of reluctance. This subtle emotion was immediately discerned by Yi Kaishan. Just as El Xian was about to turn away, he called out to her. There are many ways to cultivate. If possible, I hope you will join this family. His words were a veiled confession, albeit expressed rather subtly. One cannot simply offer someone a home outright. Sometimes, a more delicate approach is required. El Xian's delicate frame trembled, yet she ultimately did not step away. However, the necessary formalities could not be overlooked. Yi Kaishan instructed her to return first, promising to come for her later. El Xian left, elated. However, just as Yi Kaishan was preparing to embark on a new round of taking concubines, news arrived that the north town of Yin Kingdom had fallen. forcing him to temporarily set aside his plans. The fall of Northtown was abrupt. Without a hint of warning, it was only through subsequent reports that it became known that the Demon Slaughter sect had not only captured Northtown, but had also wreaked havoc in the Beast Kingdom, which bordered the Tianlang Kingdom. The Beast King was decapitated overnight, leading to rampant chaos among the ferocious beasts. In an instant, several surrounding nations fell into a state of peril. Consequently, the major nations decided to dispatch teams to besiege the Demon Slaughter sect. Led by the Daughter Nation, with Yin Kingdom, Linyuan Kingdom, and Tianshui Kingdom joining forces. In this coalition, the Yin Kingdom was represented by the four great sects, alongside the royal family. Yang Minghua, having just broken through to the nascent soul stage, took the lead in this expedition, while the rest were all Golden Core cultivators. In order to protect his concubines, Master Yi would certainly not remain behind. He swiftly gathered his belongings, bringing along the heavy-eyed spirit fox, and headed to Yunlan's sect for assembly. The little fox, being a fourth-tier spirit beast cub, would undoubtedly prove useful against the chaotic beasts. Before long, they arrived at Yunlan's sect, where Yang Minghua and others awaited them at the mountain gate. Esteemed friends, I apologize for my tardiness. To expedite our journey, might I suggest we utilize my bird? Yi Kaishan proclaimed, gesturing with his hand. The silver lightning bird was now significantly larger than before, easily accommodating a dozen or so individuals. As his words fell, Elder El Xian was the first to leap onto the bird's back, standing beside Yi Kaishan. Witnessing this scene, Yang Minghua raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Elder El Xian? No, that was impossible. El Xian was direct in nature, singularly focused. She consoled herself with this thought. Master, don't just stand there. You should join us. Yi Kaishan enthusiastically waved his hand, leaving only Yang Minghua still on the ground. Chapter 70, A Stratagem. The Valkyrie Jin Rui Yi Kaishan and his party first arrived at the giant elephant sect, awaiting the arrival of others from different sections. With Northtown now fallen, occupied by the Demon Slaughter sect, it was overrun by beasts. Reports indicated that even Li Fengxian and members of certain cultivating families had been captured. If Yi Kaishan's suspicions were correct, there were relatives of the Yi family among them, as he distinctly recalled that two of his concubines hailed from the cultivating families of Northtown. Upon the arrival of the Yunlan sect members, Tu Gang greeted them with exceptional warmth, though it was clear that his enthusiasm was directed solely towards Yi Kaishan, as his life was still in the latter's hands. Lord Yi, please, come inside. I have prepared the finest immortal tea for you. Tu Gang said, leading the way and treating the other cultivators as mere shadows. The other female cultivators were unfazed by this, except for Yang Minghua, who appeared utterly bewildered, pondering, who, exactly, is the sect master here? As the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, I, Yi Kaishan, comfortably settled into the grand throne of the Great Elephant Gate, sipping tea while awaiting the arrival of my fellow Taoists. 2 days later, the contingents from the Hundred Flowers sect, the Danding sect, and the royal family arrived in succession, each dispatching a significant number of their formidable practitioners. To my astonishment, amidst the assembly from the Hundred Flowers sect, I spotted the graceful figure of Miao. Standing there, she exuded an air of nobility and elegance, her poise strikingly remarkable. Me sect master, is it truly you? I greeted with a smile, pleasantly surprised that Miao had chosen to attend this gathering. Master Yi, it has been far too long. Given the gravity of the situation, how could I possibly refrain from coming? Miao approached, engaging in familiar conversation. However, upon noticing the heavy-eyed spirit fox nestled in my arms, her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the adorable creature. Ali, go and give sect master me a hug, I said, affectionately patting the little fox's head. Miao beamed with joy, a captivating smile gracing her face as the female cultivators from the Hundred Flowers sect gathered around, playfully teasing the heavy-eyed spirit fox. Just as they were reveling in their merriment, I, unable to resist, snatched the fox back, eliciting playful protests from the women. The lively scene of one man surrounded by many women was indeed a spectacle. The male cultivators present were left in awe, pondering the reason behind my ability to attract so many companions. The royal heirs, including the crown prince and the third prince, looked on with admiration, as if ready to take notes. Miao, the noble sect master of the 100 Flowers, typically aloof even in the presence of their father, now wore a constant smile since her encounter with me. Such a scene was a rarity throughout the entirety of the Yin Kingdom. Once everyone had gathered, we promptly set off towards Zhenbei City. The 5 great nations united in a siege, intent on eradicating the Imo Sha sect. Upon our arrival outside Zhenbei City, I extended my consciousness, taking in the devastation within. The scene was one of ruin, with smoke rising and collapsed buildings, stained with patches of blood that resembled the aftermath of a catastrophic earthquake. Within the city, remnants of demon cultivators and beasts scoured for surviving human practitioners. What was once a thriving town had been transformed into a hellscape, revealing the brutal reality of the cultivation world. A pack of beasts. Yang Minghua seethed, her face contorted with murderous intent. Let us charge in. At that moment, Mi Yao, equally incensed by the sight, coldly echoed her sentiment. In the next instant, we took to our swords and soared into the city, engaging in fierce combat with the demon cultivators. However, it quickly became apparent that the opposition was not particularly formidable. Consisting mostly of Qi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators, with no one at the core formation stage. Evidently, the elite forces of the Imo Sha sect had already retreated, having fled at the first sign of conflict. Within the city, there was no sign of Li Fengxian or his companions. I apprehended a demon cultivator for interrogation, and it was revealed that they had been captured and taken to the capital of the Tianlang Kingdom. Good heavens, they are luring us into a trap, I remarked slowly, the intentions of our foes becoming increasingly clear. What should we do then? Should we deliberate further? Dan Yangzi inquired, looking to me for guidance. Yang Minghua and Mi Yao also turned their gazes towards me, seeking my opinion. The Crown Prince had intended to voice his thoughts, but swallowed his words upon witnessing the situation. Then let us turn their scheme against them. I replied with a slight smile. Regardless of the circumstances, I was resolute in my mission to eliminate the old demon of the Imo Sha sect. Otherwise, I would find no peace. Isn't that overly perilous? What if we fall into an ambush? Mi Yao pressed. Not to worry. We shall coordinate with the other 4 nations and march together towards the capital of Tianlang. With so many powerful allies, what do we have to fear from the Imo Sha sect? I stated calmly, uncertain if the other 4 nations had also been ensnared by the Imo Sha sect's ploys. Nonetheless, it was prudent to unite our forces for greater efficacy. Let it be so. Until Chao Wanxia is dealt with, the Yin Kingdom shall know no peace. Even if there are traps, we must confront them head-on, Yang Minghua declared coldly, in agreement with my proposal. Her desire for vengeance against the old demon for her master's death was palpable. With the consensus of Yang Minghua and myself, others refrained from further debate. Thus, we departed the borders of the Yin Kingdom, venturing deep into Tianlang territory. Meanwhile, Yang Minghua reached out to formidable practitioners from other nations along the way. Although we hailed from different realms, her position as the sect master of Yunlan granted her an extensive network. Within the 7 nations, most sects were familiar with one another. Half a month later, we finally arrived at the heart of the Tianlang Kingdom. Concurrently, the contingents from the other 4 nations, having received Yang Minghua's message, hastened their approach. They concealed themselves in a nearby mountain range, awaiting the arrival of all parties before launching a coordinated assault. A few days later, the forces of the Wu Kingdom were the first to arrive. Historically, the Wu Kingdom maintained an ambiguous relationship with the Imo Sha sect, but after I captured the Demoness, they suddenly recognized the peril and distanced themselves. The matter eventually faded into obscurity, for one could not easily impose upon an entire nation unless they committed an unforgivable sin. Provoking the collective wrath of the other 6 kingdoms, fellow Taoists, I apologize for our tardiness, announced a group of over 10 practitioners from the Wu Kingdom, each at least at the core formation stage. The leader of this assembly was a striking woman, Jean Rui, who had achieved the nascent soul stage and was the younger sister of the current ruler, having fought countless battles and earned great accolades for the Wu Kingdom. She held a higher reputation than the sovereign himself. Jian Daoist, your timing is impeccable, Yang Minghua responded. Clad in gleaming golden armor, Jean Rui and Yang Minghua, draped in a flowing robe, exuded distinct styles that radiated their unique charms. As core formation cultivators, they were well acquainted with one another, for those of such caliber were prominent figures in any nation. That moment, Jean Rui's gaze fell upon me, her curiosity piqued. "May I inquire who this unfamiliar figure is?" "I am Yi Kaishan," I replied, meeting her gaze with a sense of awe. This woman towered over me, almost a head taller. Yet, despite her height, she possessed an enviable figure that all women would covet. It was evident that she was physically formidable, likely due to rigorous training and perhaps a unique constitution. As I discreetly assessed her, a radiant blue light erupted from the top of her head. Mid-nascent soul, earth-grade spiritual root, and a special physique. True martial battle body. I was taken aback. No wonder she was extraordinary. The true martial battle body was a natural combatant's physique, granting those who possessed it unparalleled physical prowess. Growing ever stronger in battle. What a splendid prospect for bearing children, I mused inwardly, my gaze towards Jean Rui filled with admiration. Upon hearing my introduction, Jean Rui expressed surprise. "You are Yi Kaishan, the one who captured the demoness Yao Xing?" Although she had heard of my reputation, she had never met me in person. "Indeed, that is correct," I affirmed with a nod. "And where is the demoness?" Jean Rui inquired. "She is unable to join us." "She is at home preparing for childbirth," I replied. The practitioners from the Wu Kingdom exchanged bewildered glances, for the demoness was already at the nascent soul stage. What kind of childbirth was this? The only conclusion they could draw was rather scandalous. Rumors had spread of my penchant for gathering concubines to the point of obsession, and it seemed the tales were not exaggerated. The demoness, once a captive, was now to bear children. It was no wonder I had refrained from bringing her along. The old demon would surely be enraged to see the heavily pregnant demoness. During our conversation, the teams from Tianshui Kingdom and Linyuan Kingdom arrived in succession, led by nascent soul practitioners, showcasing their nation's mightiest forces. The nascent soul practitioner from Tianshui Kingdom was named Yin Xiu, a scholarly-looking man appearing to be in his 30s. The representative from Linyuan Kingdom was an elderly man named Shou Guangyao, who, despite his age, had reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Amidst mutual introductions and polite exchanges, Yin Xiu expressed his admiration. "So, you are the venerable ancestor of the Yin Kingdom's golden core. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Although Yin Xiu was a nascent soul practitioner, he was courteous and devoid of any airs, actively seeking to befriend me. After all, it was only a matter of time before the golden core ancestor achieved the nascent soul stage. "Yin Daoist, you are too kind," I replied. Yi Kaishan clasped his hands and took the opportunity to become acquainted with the golden core cultivators of the Tianshui Kingdom. In the realm of cultivation, it is not merely the art of combat that holds significance. Connections and relationships are equally paramount. After half a day, the entourage from the Kingdom of Women finally arrived. A striking assembly of over a dozen women radiated an ethereal aura. Each possessed extraordinary beauty, showcasing their unique charms in a dazzling display. The leader among them was a woman of exceptional grace, her beauty rivaling that of Yang Menghua, seemingly in her late 20s. Exuding a perfect balance of maturity, her cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Following a round of introductions, Yi Kaishan learned the origin of this woman. Her name was Chu Shiwei, the grand elder of the only sect in the Kingdom of Women, the Yunu Palace. Upon her arrival, she promptly began orchestrating strategies. We were prepared to act together. Even if Chao Wanxia was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, we felt no fear. With 5 nascent soul cultivators and dozens of golden core practitioners, this assembly was indeed formidable, although some questioned whether it was sufficient to contend with the old demon. If Chao Wanxia truly was at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, victory could not merely be attained through numbers. Shou Guangyao, a nascent soul cultivator from the Linyuan Kingdom, remarked on his cunning and caution. "No matter," Chu Shiwei declared confidently, "I have brought a treasure of our sect. Even if he is at the peak of the nascent soul realm, he shall still be no cause for concern." Upon hearing her words, the others ceased their doubts and began to mobilize. The group dispersed, stealthily making their way towards the palace of the Tianlang Kingdom. I sensed the aura of the peak nascent soul. Chao Wanxia is within, Chu Shiwei informed the group. Just as they were nearing the palace, a shadow silently appeared atop its roof. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed intently at the approaching crowd. His physique appeared frail and aged, as though a mere gust of wind could topple him. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, to the extent that even a mosquito would falter upon landing. This was Chao Wanxia. Although granted a second lease on life, he remained aged at that moment. His gaze was fixed on Ye Kaishan, glimmering with a fierce hatred, for it was this man who had slain his son. Through various sources of information, Chao Wanxia was already well acquainted with Ye Kaishan's appearance. Had it not been for the mysterious individual's plan, he would have long since obliterated the Yi family at that juncture. Ye Kaishan and the others spotted Chao Wanxia atop the palace. They immediately soared towards him, encircling the palace. Chao Wanxia, you have disrupted the order of the 7 nations, causing untold suffering. Today shall be your day of reckoning. Chu Shiwei proclaimed, ready to strike. Humph! You think this meager number can kill me? Chao Wanxia scoffed derisively, his face contorting into a sneer as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Ye Kaishan. This is what you desired. Where is the person I seek? He then hurled a severed head to the ground, which rolled and revealed itself to be that of the Tianlang Kingdom's lord. Ye Kaishan cast a glance. Mourning the sudden demise of the Tianlang lord, he turned to Chao Wanxia and remarked, the times have changed. Yao Xing is now my concubine, with child. Resting at home is not that I refuse, but rather that she has no desire to see you. Upon hearing this, Chao Wanxia's fists clenched with fury. This was originally intended for his son. He had planned to wait until his son broke through to the nascent soul realm before arranging their marriage. Yet now, his son was dead, and his daughter-in-law was with another man's child. The thought sent Chao Wanxia into a rage, and he bellowed, Beast! Come here and face your death. He unleashed a palm strike, conjuring a massive hand of magical energy that reached towards Ye Kaishan. Only by crushing him into a mist of blood could his hatred be assuaged. Attack! Chu Shiwei commanded, and without her urging. The others had already summoned their treasures. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Ye Kaishan summoned the 4 spirits demon-suppressing tower, colliding with the magical hand to deflect the blow. However, the tremendous residual force sent his blood surging. Is this the power of the peak nascent soul? Ye Kaishan pondered. Shaken, he directly burned 100 years of his lifespan to enhance his strength. With all his might unleashed, the Tiangang battle chi surged around him, his aura rising steadily. At this moment, the 5 nascent soul experts had already begun their assault on Chao Wanxia, yet they were utterly outmatched. The strongest among them was still 2 minor realms beneath the old demon. Chu Shiwei unleashed the Sex Treasure, a mid-grade Earth-ranked bell, a magical artifact designed for soul attacks, capable of influencing the opponent's spirit and rendering them unable to wield magical power. The bell chimed, enveloping Chao Wanxia in a strange force. Chapter 72. Suppressing the old demon, the mysterious individual appears. Chao Wanxia's vision blurred, and his body swayed, nearly collapsing. Yet in the next moment, he roared, spewing forth the pearl. As the pearl appeared, it blocked the bell's power, stabilizing his disoriented spirit. Die for me. Chao Wanxia's body moved, vanishing into thin air. A unique ability of nascent soul cultivators, the technique of teleportation. Before anyone could comprehend his action, Chu Shiwei was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth. The 5 national cultivators were aghast, not expecting the Yunu Palace's treasure to falter. That black pearl was a supreme treasure for safeguarding the soul. The old demon's ferocity surged, darting among the crowd, causing golden core cultivators to burst apart. Even Jin Rui and Shou Guangyao suffered severe injuries from his onslaught. He reached out, drawing in the fallen cultivators' nascent pills. Swallowing them whole, to him, golden core practitioners were as easy to dispatch as chopping vegetables. After accomplishing this, Chao Wanxia's next target surged towards a graceful figure. Yang Menghua, sensing the impending doom, realized that as a nascent cultivator, she was no match for Chao Wanxia. Just then, a surge of sword intent erupted, a 1,000-foot-long beam of sword light cascading down like a river of stars. Ye Kaishan had made his move, intercepting the old demon's path. You vile creature, dare to thwart my plans? I had intended to save you for last, to let you experience the cruelest death imaginable. Since you are so eager, I shall send you on your way first. Chao Wanxia sneered, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. He raised his hand, causing the air to ripple. why Kaishan found himself uncontrollably drawn toward him. "You mere golden core perfection?" he scoffed. "Even if you are a golden core, you will still die." With a swift motion, he reached for Kaishan's dantian, eager to taste the flavor of a golden cord. That moment, a powerful gust erupted from Kaishan, threads of energy swirling as if sword chi sliced through the air. Centered around him, a storm formed, pulling Chao Wanxia within. This was the unique domain created by the Tiangang battle chi. Not a true domain, yet at such close quarters, any opponent would face a tempest of attacks. In an instant, Chao Wanxia's flesh bore countless lacerations. Had it not been for his resilient body, he would have been reduced to fragments. He was taken aback, channeling his energy to quickly form a protective barrier around himself. Kaishan unleashed his array of treasures, his flying swords accompanying him, managing to suppress Chao Wanxia. By heavens! Daoist Yi is incredibly strong. Is this truly a golden core ancestor? So terrifying. The cultivators from the 5 nations were astonished, witnessing a battle that transcended a major realm. However, they also noted that Kaishan's arsenal was astonishingly vast. As Kaishan pressed the attack against Chao Wanxia, the others hastened to join the fray. Yet, due to the overwhelming force of the Tiangang battle chi, they could only engage from a distance. Fueled by excitement, Kaishan continued to draw upon his lifespan, nearly 10,000 years worth, sufficient for him to expend freely. Lifespan-1. Combat Power 1. He pushed his limits, growing bolder with each encounter, his spirit soaring. Chao Wanxia was astounded, deeply questioning his life choices. Was his opponent truly a golden core perfection? Such ferocity was incomprehensible. Unbeknownst to him, Kaishan was not merely a golden core perfection. He was at the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang Pill realm. Daoist Yi is too powerful. No wonder he has so many concubines. "If I were a woman, I would want to marry him too," exclaimed a male cultivator in awe. Jian Rui's eyes sparkled, captivated by Kaishan's demeanor. Such charisma was precisely to her taste. A true man must confront challenges head-on. Amidst the continuous clashes and the onslaught from others, Chao Wanxia found himself in an unprecedented position of passivity. Seizing a moment of respite, he flickered and attempted to escape into the distance. "Where do you think you're going? Do you not wish to avenge your son?" Kaishan bellowed, reminding him of past grievances. Hearing this, Chao Wanxia's movement faltered, a momentary hesitation crossing his face. That instant, Kaishan formed a seal and pointed skyward that a fiery dragon shield spiraled forth, expanding above Chao Wanxia's head. A powerful surge of flame erupted, the fire dragon's length stretching to 1,000 feet. Earth-ranked artifact, Chao Wanxia's pupils constricted. This damned man had concealed yet another ace. The grade and might of this treasure surpassed even that of the summoning demon flag. "Watch as I reduce you to ashes," Kaishan declared, channeling all his strength into the fiery dragon shield. The other cultivators, witnessing this, joined forces to assist in the suppression. United, along with the inherent power of the fiery dragon shield, Chao Wanxia found himself unable to withstand the assault. Panic beginning to set in as he howled, "My lord, quickly save me." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, confusion etched upon their faces. "Who is this lord he speaks of? A dog barking? Calling for your father at death's door is futile." A monk scoffed, believing that Chao Wanxia had lost his sanity. Suddenly, a melodious flute sound echoed from afar, followed by a subtle tremor beneath the earth. The crowd hastily released their spiritual senses to investigate. To their astonishment, a vast, dark wave was rolling toward them from all directions, centered around the royal city. It was a horde of monstrous beasts, some moving on the ground, others soaring through the sky. Countless, nearly endless in number. Among them, there were 20 to 30 third-tier beasts and 3 fourth-tier beasts. What struck terror into the hearts of the onlookers was the sight of a figure in a black robe standing atop one of the fourth-tier beasts. His features obscured, he played the flute with an air of nonchalance, the strange sounds emanating from it. This was a magical artifact capable of commanding all the beasts. It seemed as though this individual had summoned the beasts of all 7 nations. "It's over, it's over. We are ambushed," lamented a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. With so many beasts, even those at the nascent soul stage might not escape. even if these beasts stood idle while attacking. They could exhaust a person to death. Cultivators are not deities. Their powers are finite. Moreover, the opponent commanded 3 fourth-tier beasts. In an instant, the atmosphere turned tense, and despair began to creep in. The man in the black robe, perched upon a crimson 4th-tier beast, gazed ahead with indifference. The corners of his mouth, hidden beneath the robe, curled into a proud arc, and he murmured, "This desolate land is truly dull. Let my army of beasts turn this place into a hell on earth." His tone was utterly apathetic, as if he were engaged in a game devoid of interest. As the beast tide approached, Yi Kaishan freed his hands, beckoning the inn to his embrace. He gently stroked the little fox's back. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the beast beneath the black-robed man. The next moment, he activated a mind-communicating technique to control the beast. Simultaneously, the little fox sensed its master's intent. It blossomed like flowers. Releasing a powerful soul force, boom! Suddenly, the crimson 4th-tier beast erupted in fury, catapulting the black-robed man into the air, its jaws snapping open to bite. What the hell? What is happening? The flung black-robed man was bewildered. Chapter 73. The Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Master Yi divides the spoils. The fiery 4th-tier beast opened its massive maw, aiming to devour the black-robed man. "You wretched creature! What madness is this?" At that moment, the black-robed man reacted. Skillfully evading the attack, however, the flute in his hand was bitten off. Yi Kaishan's intention was not to consume the black-robed man, knowing that would be no easy feat, but rather to seize the flute that controlled the beasts. The black-robed man, named Wu Zhan, was of modest cultivation, merely at the mid-nascent soul stage, which was why Chao Wanxia treated him with such deference, entirely because of the power behind him. "Everyone, now is the time to strike and eliminate this man," Yi Kaishan declared, forming a hand seal to continue commanding the beasts to assault Wu Zhan. The crowd was taken aback, gazing at Yi Kaishan in disbelief, their minds filled with one question. How did he manage this? How could he control a 4th-tier beast? Although Yi Kaishan was merely at the perfected golden core stage, his spiritual strength rivaled that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator, especially with the assistance. Thus, controlling a 4th-tier beast was not overly difficult at that moment. Wu Zhan realized that the 4th-tier beast beneath him had been commandeered. His expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not expected to encounter such talent in such a barren place. Who exactly is this person? His gaze swept over, landing on Yi Kaishan, who was cooking to its him, a mere golden core cultivator. Wu Zhan was further shocked, yet before he could ponder more, Chu Shiwei, Yang Menghua, Jin Rui, and others rushed in to attack. "If we cannot defeat Chao Wanxia, can we not handle you?" he exclaimed, seeking death. Wu Zhan's voice thundered as a powerful aura erupted from him, significantly stronger than the average mid-nascent soul cultivator, yet still inferior to the perfected Chao Wanxia. With the combined assault of the 5 nations' nascent soul cultivators and the beast controlled by Yi Kaishan, Wu Zhan quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his extraordinary background, he could not contend with so many adversaries simultaneously. The battlefield descended into chaos, with thousands of beasts colliding, fighting, and roaring. Ultimately, with the collective effort of the crowd, Wu Zhan gritted his teeth, his eyes shimmering with an incredible light as he cast a deep glance at Yi Kaishan. A roar resounded, shaking the battlefield. "You will all pay. The 7 nations shall fall because of you. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, boom." As his words faded, his body erupted, sending several streams of light shooting in all directions. "Quickly, stop him." Chu Shiwei's pupils constricted as she prepared to intercept the streams of light, but her speed was insufficient, forcing her to abandon the chase. "Elder Chu, didn't he just self-destruct? Why should we stop him?" a cultivator questioned, bewildered. The response was met with Chu Shiwei's furious glare. "Foolish, if it were a self-detonation. You and I would not survive unscathed. This is a secret escape technique known as Heavenly Demon Disintegration. It is a terrifying method from the demonic sect, the Heavenly Demon Palace, in the Land of Thunder continent." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions grew strange. The implication was that this individual was associated with the Heavenly Demon Palace. Yi Kaishan flew forward, curious, and inquired, "Indeed, it is highly likely. Aside from the Heavenly Demon Palace, no one else could master the Heavenly Demon Disintegration technique." Chu Shiwei replied solemnly, "After the Heavenly Demon Disintegration, he will surely enter a period of weakness. We must send someone to pursue him. He cannot be allowed to leave here alive." Yi Kaishan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "I do not care for the frivolities. I only wish to eliminate him after making an enemy. Revenge should not be delayed. It must be done. Otherwise, should he alert the Heavenly Demon Palace, a great trouble awaits us." Chu Shiwei nodded, then managed a faint smile. "Thanks to you this time. Had it not been for you, we would likely have suffered a complete loss." The woman looked at Yi Kaishan with gratitude, and even she, who typically had little interest in men, found herself admiring him. "You are too kind. As cultivators, it is our duty to eradicate evil and uphold the righteous path." Yi Kaishan replied humbly, standing tall and gesturing dismissively. In truth, the eradication of evil was secondary. His primary aim was to kill Chao Wanxia. For without doing so, he could not enjoy his meals or sleep well. Now that he had dealt with the old demon, he felt much more at ease. If it were only him, eliminating Chao Wanxia would be no simple task. However, with the 5 nations' powerhouses as allies, the situation was different. "Yi Dao friend, I see your physical form is quite impressive. Shall we have a contest another day?" At that moment, Jin Rui approached, speaking boldly. "Absolutely, I share the same sentiment." Yi Kaishan's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. He had nearly perfected the 24 symbols golden body technique, making his physique far superior to an average golden core cultivator. Due to Jin Rui possessing the true martial body, she was particularly passionate about physical strength. "Very well, it is settled then." Jin Rui laughed heartily, her figure swaying gracefully, her slim waist not exceeding the girth of a thigh, yet the curve of her waist and hips was exquisite, exuding an alluring charm. "When shall we meet?" Jin Rui leaned slightly forward, inquiring. Yi Kaishan gazed at her alluring face, her tempting lips, and swore that had it not been for the crowd, he would have kissed her without hesitation. He was taken aback by her eagerness, which made him feel somewhat anxious. "How about after we finish tidying up the battlefield? I am also quite looking forward to your physical prowess, Dao friend Jin." Yi Kaishan replied with utmost seriousness. "Good." Jin Rui nodded and then stood tall, declaring, "This time, we achieved a great victory, and Yi Dao friend contributed significantly. The spoils shall be divided by him. Does anyone have any objections?" The crowd remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. "That seems reasonable. Let us settle it this way." Chu Shiwei chimed in affirmatively. "Well then, I shall graciously accept." Yi Kaishan nodded earnestly before beginning to allocate the spoils. He summoned the Fire Dragon Shield, revealing that Chao Wanxia had been reduced to a pile of ashes. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the remnants everywhere. In addition, there was a pearl and a ring. "I find this pearl rather intriguing. Would anyone be willing to part with it?" Yi Kaishan asked with a smile as he picked up the pearl. Of course. Without Yi Dao friend, we would not have been able to slay Chao Wanxia. It is only right that we give it all to you." Yin Shoka responded politely. "Then I shall accept it." Yi Kaishan promptly tucked the ring and pearl into his robes. He then produced several pills as compensation for the others, which alleviated their discomfort. Aside from Chao Wanxia's belongings, there were also the inner cores of over a dozen third-tier beasts. The royal treasury of the Wolf King Nation contained a wealth of items. All in all, there were quite a few treasures. Following this, Yi Kaishan joyfully began to distribute the spoils. "1 for Dao friend Chu, 1 for me. 1 for Dao friend Jin, 1 for me. 1 for Dao friend Shou, 1 for me." Soon, the spoils were divided, and Yi Kaishan returned home laden with treasures. Although there were some discrepancies in the distribution, the crowd voiced no objections. Indeed, they dared not. Chapter 74. Sparring with the Valkyrie. Renowned across nations, the only regret among the crowd was that 2 fourth-tier demon beasts had escaped amidst the chaos. The one controlled by Yi Kaishan had been left severely injured in battle. In the end, with a heavy heart, Yi Kaishan had no choice but to open its belly and retrieve the enchanted flute. He attempted to play it, but it produced no response. Silently, he utilized the system to assess the flute's quality and discovered it was crafted from the bones of a divine beast. It required a secret technique to summon and control demon beasts. He could only stow it away, intending to study it further upon his return home, as for the carcasses of the fourth-tier demon beasts. They were naturally packed to take back. He even gathered a substantial amount of blood and flesh from third-tier demon beasts, intending to bring them back for his clan to enjoy. Such items were invaluable and greatly beneficial to the body. Moreover, they could also be used to feed spirit beasts. Indeed, the lightning breakthrough eagle feasted heartily on the spot, its belly swollen round, only stopping when it spewed forth radiant light. Meanwhile, the dual-pupiled spirit fox swallowed a demon core and fell into a deep slumber for cultivation. Once the battlefield was cleared, the cultivators from the 5 nations parted ways, preparing to return and dispatch more personnel to issue a bounty for the capture of Wu Zan from the Demon Palace. Yi Kaishan kept his promise, agreeing to engage in a contest of strength with Jin Rui before departing. The two selected a wide, secluded valley for their bout, agreeing to refrain from using any magical powers and rely solely on physical strength. Yi Daoyu, unleash your full power. Do not let me down, Jin Rui proclaimed, standing proudly with her hands on her hips, her alabaster neck arched like a peacock displaying its plumage. Fear not, I have never disappointed in this regard. Yi Kaishan replied, stretching his limbs, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He was eager to test his physical prowess against that of the Valkyrie. I hope you can satisfy me. Come, Jin Rui called out, her voice clear as she launched herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Moving with astonishing speed, bang, 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 in the blink of an eye, their fists collided in the air, each movement imbued with the power to move mountains and fill seas, causing the entire valley to tremble. They resembled frenzied beasts, demolishing everything in their path as if they were bulldozers, leaving flattened ground in their wake. Amidst the chaos, faint sounds could be heard. Humph! A weakling, you little firecracker, lacking in strength, I have yet to exert myself. Spiraling to the heavens? Utterly chaotic? Give it to me. Half an hour later, Yi Kaishan had completely subdued Jin Rui, unable to maintain his bravado any longer. You have lost, he declared. Despite his efforts, he could not shake the Valkyrie from his body, ultimately surrendering with a defeated posture. You have triumphed. My physical strength indeed pales in comparison to yours. Truly, you are the embodiment of the true martial body, growing stronger with each battle, a remarkable physique. Yi Kaishan marveled sincerely, feeling a deep admiration for the most formidable woman he had ever encountered. To exaggerate, it felt as if she could not be moved even during their wedding night. The disparity in strength was vast. Yi Daoyu, you have somewhat disappointed me, Jin Rui said, rising to stand beside Yi Kaishan, looking down at him with a hint of unfulfilled desire in her gaze. Yi Kaishan sat up abruptly, startled. What is that look in your eyes? Ah, do you find me lacking, Jin Daoyu? I am not at my best today. I have just gone through a fierce battle and am quite drained. Should you possess the capability, await my recovery, for when I am revitalized, it shall be you who is pressed to the ground. Yi Kaishan retorted, his voice booming. Is that so? Jin Rui replied, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Seeming somewhat incredulous, very well, let us set a time. I shall ensure you are thoroughly convinced, and no problem, 1 year from now, come find me in Yin country, and I guarantee you will not be disappointed. Yi Kaishan seized the moment, swiftly determining the time and place. Then we shall meet in a year. Jin Rui turned to leave, her laughter echoing with a hint of mischief. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Kaishan clenched his fist tightly, vowing silently, just you wait. In a year, I shall make you submit. Upon returning to the group, the women looked at him with curiosity, one asking, what was the result, a draw? Difficult to discern who is superior, Yi Kaishan replied after a brief pause. The women exchanged glances, and one could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter. Yet we clearly saw you being pinned down by the Valkyrie. Unable to move. At this remark, Yi Kaishan fell silent, his expression stiffening as he shot a fierce glare at the women. So, this group had been secretly watching. How scandalous. If I cannot subdue Jin Rui, do you think I cannot handle you? Just you wait. A month later, Yi Kaishan and the others returned to Yin country, parting ways immediately. Soon after, news spread. igniting a fervor throughout Yin country. The Demon Slayer sect has been annihilated. Ancestor Yi battled the old demon, joining forces with several powerful cultivators to slay Chao Wanxia, a golden core perfected fighting a nascent soul perfected. How is that even possible? Regardless, it was said that Lord Yi played a crucial role in this battle. The entire Yin country erupted in excitement, all cultivators shaken by the news. The golden core stage was already in existence they looked up to, yet Ancestor Yi had directly engaged a nascent soul perfected. This was even more shocking than the previous capture of the Demoness. The news of Ancestor Yi spread like wildfire through the other nations. Good heavens, I heard this Ancestor Yi is known for taking concubines. With over 1,000 children, my word, being powerful is one thing, but to be so prolific, how does he manage? How does he cultivate? Once the cultivators from other nations learned of Yi Kaishan's exploits, they were utterly astounded. To take concubines and father children so frequently and still be this strong. This shattered their worldview. Such an impressive figure should be one who cultivates diligently, free from worldly desires. Yet they could not comprehend it at all. Soon, several cultivation families began sending their most outstanding female cultivators to Yin country. Typically, it would be challenging for ordinary cultivators to curry favor with a nascent soul-level ancestor. However, since this ancestor was fond of taking concubines, it was said he would not refuse any suitors. This presented an opportunity for several cultivation families. Marrying off a family member could foster goodwill and connections, potentially allowing them to rise in status in the future. A sturdy tree provides good shade. Meanwhile, in the royal family of Yin country, Li Fengtian was growing increasingly anxious. Princess, are there no other princesses available? He began to ponder whether there were any outstanding princesses left to marry into the Yi family. If only I had worked harder. Now, I regret not having enough daughters. Yi Kaishan returned home, disregarding the ripples caused by his actions. His first priority was to visit Yao Xing to see if the child was about to be born. Considering the timeline, it was indeed time. However, Yao Xing showed no signs of labor. Could it be that she is carrying Neza? Yi Kaishan mused. Chapter 75. Marrying the Elder, forming a nascent soul. Mortal women carry their pregnancies for 10 months, but for cultivators, especially when the fetus is unique, the duration may vary significantly. Yi Kaishan was increasingly convinced that the child Yao Xing was expecting was far from ordinary. During this time, his other concubines had also begun to give birth to offspring with spiritual roots, a significantly higher ratio than before. The newly married concubine, Su Ruoyan, the eldest princess, had a belly swollen like a sphere, ready to deliver at any moment. Yin Ruyu unexpectedly gave birth to a pair of twins. Though unfortunately, they lacked spiritual roots. Xia Qingyu bore a child with a mysterious level spiritual root, earning considerable rewards. Yi Kaishan was astonished to discover that the probability of his later concubines giving birth to offspring with spiritual roots had reached a staggering 20%. If this trend continues, the number of cultivators in the Yi family would reach an alarming figure. The reason for this was that the recent concubines Yi Kaishan married all had high spiritual root cultivation, nearly all starting from the mysterious spiritual root. Furthermore, his own spiritual root had also improved significantly, having reached the earth-level spiritual root, thus enhancing the likelihood of producing offspring with spiritual roots. If both partners possess spiritual roots, the chances of having offspring with spiritual roots are nearly 100%. However, nothing is absolute. There will always be some discrepancies. The next day, the Yi family bustled with activity, adorned with lights and decorations, as Yi Kaishan prepared to fulfill his promise and marry Elder El Xian. Had it not been for the delay caused by the old demon, he would have married this woman long ago. Invitations flew far and wide, and the prominent families knew it was time to open their wallets. When Yang Minghua learned of the news, her eyes widened in disbelief. It was all so sudden. She had not even sensed any indications of their relationship, and now they were getting married. Wasn't this a bit hasty? She attempted to persuade Elder El Xian, but the elder had already departed in the wedding sedan of the Yi family. Everything was proceeding with such rapidity. Master Yi is marrying the elder of Yunlan's sect. It seems that ordinary female cultivators no longer capture Master S' attention. Pray tell, how many core formation cultivators does the Yi family possess now? Should this trend continue, it could lead to extraordinary consequences. remarked a guest at the wedding feast. As the ceremony concluded, the newlyweds stepped into their bridal chamber. Since joining the Yunlan sect at the tender age of 12, El Xian had scarcely ventured beyond its confines, dedicating herself wholly to cultivation. Now, at approximately 200 years of age, she exhibited a rare blush of shyness in this moment of intimacy. Yi Kaishan, an experienced hand, knew precisely how to diffuse such awkwardness. Eventually, as dawn broke, everything fell into place. Following a night of union, Elder El Xian emerged from the chamber feeling as if embraced by spring. Her radiant countenance imbued with newfound allure. She had experienced a sensation previously unknown to her, nourished by the essence of love, elevating her entire being. My beloved, thank you for showing me that life encompasses more than mere cultivation. She expressed affectionately to Yi Kaishan. Ina family, we speak as one. It is my duty to care for you, Yi Kaishan asserted possessively, pulling her close for a passionate kiss. After marrying El Xian, Yi Kaishan, with unyielding resolve, also took the catgirls Miao Cha and Miao Huan, along with Shi Qianrao, as his brides. Compared to other female cultivators, these three were of considerable significance. The wedding night brought forth sensations previously unfathomable to him, and Yi Kaishan declared he would not exchange this for the title of a celestial king. Concurrently, his foundational essence ascended to the mid-tier of the earth grade. With these three by his side, the number of core formation cultivators in the Yi family had already surpassed 10. Congratulations, host. The family status has elevated to an 8th-tier cultivation family. Reward: the art of transforming qi into infants. The art of transforming qi into infants. Yi Kaishan mused, momentarily taken aback by the name alone, sensing its extraordinary nature. He eagerly delved into the details of this reward. Upon discovering its implications, he gasped in astonishment. This secret technique could bestow upon a person 3 nascent souls. Yi Kaishan was stunned. Typically, a nascent soul serves as the vessel for a cultivator's primordial spirit, with 3 souls corresponding to heaven, earth, and humanity. As long as one remains intact, one cannot perish. Furthermore, the power conferred by possessing 3 nascent souls is immense. While others possess 1, you possess 3, akin to having 3 kidneys instead of 1. One can only imagine the combat prowess. However, this secret technique can only be wielded upon entering the nascent soul stage. It seems I must expedite my journey to the nascent soul realm, Yi Kaishan resolved, promptly making his way to the cultivation chamber to concoct infant cultivation pills. Given the unpredictable nature of conventional cultivation, which could span years, a contract was necessary. However, utilizing the infant cultivation pills would significantly shorten this timeline. After considerable effort, he successfully refined 3 pills. To be prudent, he crafted 3 additional ones. With everything prepared, Yi Kaishan journeyed to a desolate area outside the Yi family estate, intending to break through there. The tribulation accompanying such a breakthrough would conjure a thunderstorm, and the wrath of the nascent soul's tribulation was no trifling matter. It could raze the Yi family to the ground. Hence, choosing to break through in a remote location was far safer. Yi Kaishan diligently set up a formation to deter any disturbances during his breakthrough, while his beloved wives stood guard from a distance. Yao Xing, with her round belly, reclined in a chair crafted from the pelts of 3rd-tier demon beasts. Attended by maids. I wonder what grade of nascent soul my husband will produce from his golden core, Ling Qiaoer mused curiously, igniting a lively discussion. In my estimation, with my husband's exquisite golden core, there is a high probability he will produce a 7-colored nascent soul, Yin Shui Tian commented. The grading of nascent souls differs from that of golden cores, lacking precise demarcations. The quality of a nascent soul is determined by the radiance it emits. For instance, her sex senior sister radiated 5-colored light upon formation, which was considered quite commendable. In their view, it was entirely reasonable for Yi Kaishan, as a golden core ancestor, to produce a 7-colored nascent soul. At that moment, Yi Kaishan sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, regulating his breath before swallowing an infant cultivation pill. Once ingested, the pill transformed into a potent force, relentlessly surging against the Yin-Yang Taiji core within him. The infant cultivation pill acted as a catalyst, accelerating the fragmentation of his core to yield a nascent soul. However, The energy from a single pill was evidently insufficient to shatter the Taiji core. Yi Kaishan promptly consumed another pill, following with the third, fourth, and fifth. It was only after the fifth pill was ingested that fissures began to form within the Yin-Yang Taiji core, gradually melting away. As the exterior dissolved, a nascent soul began to manifest. This nascent soul resembled a miniature version of Yi Kaishan, appearing aged and meditative, with eyes firmly shut. Suddenly, the sky above him blazed with light, streaks of radiance illuminating the heavens and earth. Chapter 76, Ascension Once More, Godly Reward. In the sky, colorful rays of light appeared, enveloping the entire Qingyun city. Yi Kaishan's concubines all looked up, murmuring in awe. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, 7 colors. My husband has birthed a 7-colored nascent soul. Indeed, as I predicted, a top-tier golden core yields a top-tier nascent soul. This is most reasonable. The women rejoiced, celebrating Yi Kaishan's triumph as a shared victory. Naturally, the more formidable their husband, the better. The entire Qingyun city was abuzz, with onlookers gazing at the radiant sky, bewildered by the phenomenon. Only cultivators understood the significance of such an event. The aura of a nascent soul ancestor was as undeniable as the blazing sun. Impossible to overlook. Some recently arrived cultivation families, witnessing the spectacle above, were left speechless. 7-colored radiance. Does this signify the Yi family ancestors' ascension to the nascent soul stage? They could think of no one else. At this moment, Yi Kaishan's aura surged and transformed, elevating his existence. Upon achieving the nascent soul stage, his lifespan increased dramatically, beginning at 1,000 years and potentially extending to 3,000. Yet, Yi Kaishan's lifespan had already surpassed 10,000 years. At this juncture, the miniature nascent soul within his dantian gradually opened its eyes. Its pupils were a striking black and white, resembling a Taiji diagram. It appeared that the mutated core had not vanished but had instead transformed into the soul's eyes. As the nascent soul opened its eyes, the sky abruptly divided into 2 hues. One half plunged into night, while the other basked in daylight. This phenomenon spread across vast distances. All the radiant light was eclipsed. What is happening? The spectators wondered, puzzled as to why the vibrant rays had vanished, leaving the world divided in color. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed as lightning descended. The heavenly tribulation had arrived, its overwhelming force suffocating all life within the Qingyun city region. The crowd had little time to ponder, believing the peculiar phenomenon was merely a result of the tribulation. Only Yi Kaishan understood that the dichotomy of colors stemmed from his own nascent soul. Thus, his nascent soul was not merely a 7-colored entity but a 9-colored one. Come forth, heavenly thunder, Yi Kaishan declared, rising to confront the tribulation. Drawing from his prior experience with the Golden Core tribulation, he approached this encounter with greater caution. Yet, he could not entirely suppress his hubris. Yi Kaishan attempted to attract the lightning to temper his body, enhancing his physical form. He nearly became incapacitated by the strikes. Nevertheless, this endeavor allowed him to perfect his 24 forms of the golden body, culminating in the completion of the final form, significantly augmenting his physical strength. The tribulation for a nascent soul was exponentially more formidable than that of the Golden Core. It even manifested as 5 elements lightning, astounding all cultivators present. Typically, such tribulations were not encountered by ordinary nascent soul cultivators. This underscored the formidable prowess of the Yi family ancestor. Thunder rumbled as the lightning continued to descend, with Yi Kaishan steadfastly defending himself with his treasures, retaliating relentlessly. After what felt like an eternity, as the final bolt of lightning was vanquished, the tribulation finally subsided. The sky cleared, revealing the sun once more. However, the tumult of the tribulation had been sensed by powerful cultivators within 1,000, even 10,000 miles. The news soon spread. The Yi family ancestor had ascended to the nascent soul stage. It was said that the Yi family ancestor was not yet 150 years old, an extraordinarily youthful nascent soul. Incredible, exclaimed one onlooker, while they all referred to him as the Yi family ancestor. In reality, Yi Kaishan's age was remarkably young among nascent soul cultivators. Even young Menghua was over 200 years old at the time of her ascent. Across the 7 nations, none could surpass Yi Kaishan's rapid progression. The Golden Core ancestor's ascension to a nascent soul ancestor undoubtedly sent many female cultivators into a frenzy. The Yi family ancestor has never ceased to take concubines even during his Golden Core stage. Now that he has ascended to the nascent soul, his power has significantly increased. Who knows how many he will take now? Someone remarked wistfully. Ding, congratulations, host. You have ascended to the nascent soul ancestor stage, and the family's strength has risen once more, advancing to a 7th-tier cultivation family. Reward: Divine Grade Spirit Herb, the Reverse Spirit Lotus. Just as Yi Kaishan solidified his cultivation, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Not long ago, the family had reached the 8th tier. Now, they had ascended yet another level. The criteria for a 7th-tier cultivation family require the family head to achieve nascent soul status and possess no fewer than 10 core formation cultivators. The Yi family had met all these requirements. Divine Grade Spirit Herb. Yi Kaishan's heart was stirred. He had not anticipated that the reward from a 7th-tier cultivation family would be so extraordinary. He hastily examined the properties of the Divine Lotus and, upon understanding its capabilities, a remarkable light ignited in his eyes. Once the Reverse Spirit Divine Lotus matures, it produces lotus seed pods. The seeds possess the ability to reshape a person's spiritual root quality, and an individual may only consume them once in a lifetime. After consumption, there exists a chance to reform a higher quality spiritual root. However, there is also the possibility of manifesting a lower one. Yet, the minimum outcome is guaranteed to be a yellow-tier spiritual root. This implies that if a mortal consumes the seeds of the Reverse Spirit Divine Lotus, even with the worst luck, they will still be endowed with at least the most basic cultivation spiritual root, thus granting them the qualification to embark on the path of immortality. Truly, it is a divine medicine. Yi Kaishan marveled within, recognizing that only a divine-grade spiritual plant could possess such life-altering effects. Whether for mortals or cultivators with yellow-tier roots, consuming the lotus seeds is undeniably a boon, as the worst outcome is still a yellow-tier root. It cannot be inferior. With good fortune, one might even reform a heavenly spiritual root or, at its pinnacle, a divine spiritual root. However, the Reverse Spirit Divine Lotus cannot produce roots that surpass its own divine nature. For Yi Kaishan, this was more than sufficient. Securing a ticket to the immortal sect opened up infinite possibilities. With the Divine Lotus, he could grant a portion of his descendants the qualification to cultivate. Immediately, Yi Kaishan set to work constructing a pond to nurture the Divine Lotus. Although it was divine, its youth rendered it indistinguishable from ordinary spiritual plants. Even experienced cultivators would find it challenging to recognize its true quality. After all, who could have imagined that within the small 7 nations, a divine-grade spiritual herb would exist? Nevertheless, to ensure absolute safety, Yi Kaishan deployed various formations and measures around the pond. The maturation speed of the Divine Lotus is contingent upon the nutrients it absorbs. Provided with sufficient nourishment, it could yield lotus seeds in a mere century. Accordingly, he entrusted Su Mei and Yin Shui Tian with its care. Once the Reverse Spirit Divine Lotus was settled, preparations for Yi Kaishan's nascent soul celebration were nearly complete. This occasion was particularly grand, with almost all the cultivation families within the Yin nation attending. Even cultivators from other nations learned of the event and came to offer their congratulations. A nascent soul ancestor is a figure of immense prominence across the 7 nations, capable of commanding the tides of fate. Experts from the Tian Shui Nation, Lin Yuan Nation, and Wu Nation successively arrived in Qingyun City, leaving the guests in awe. They gasped in astonishment. Had the reputation of the Yi family ancestor become so formidable? Chapter 77. 3 Nascent Souls, Top-Tier Spiritual Bodies. The Situ family from Lin Yuan Nation came to congratulate the ancestor on his ascension to the nascent soul stage. The Xing family from Tian Shui Nation extended their wishes for the ancestor's longevity. Experts from the Wu Nation and other nations also offered their congratulations and presented grand gifts. Even the Kingdom of Women dispatched envoys, under the decree of the Moon Queen, to congratulate the Yi family ancestor. A pair of formidable women, not yielding to their male counterparts, arrived at the Yi residence. The Moon Queen they mentioned was none other than the ruler of the Kingdom of Women. The crowd was once again astonished. Realizing the Yi family ancestor's influence was so vast that even the Moon Queen had sent envoys to pay their respects, as they knew. The Moon Queen was exceedingly proud, dismissing all men. Throughout the 7 nations, no man had ever captured her attention. Please convey my thanks to the Queen, Yi Kaishan said, seated at the head of the hall, receiving the accolades of the assembled Yi Daoyu. I have arrived late. Congratulations on your child of the nascent soul, a resounding voice announced as a scholarly-looking man entered. The audience was perplexed, wondering who had the audacity to address the Yi ancestor as Daoyu. Was he qualified to do so? Yin Daoyu, your timing is impeccable, Yi Kaishan responded with a smile. The arrival of Yin Qiu took him by surprise. After some inquiries, the guests soon discovered Yin Qiu's identity, leading to another wave of astonishment. The personal visit of a nascent soul powerhouse from Tian Shui Nation carried more weight than that of the national sovereign. This celebration continued for 3 days. Following the festivities, cultivators who had traveled from afar began promoting their daughters to Yi Xianbei. To be candid, my daughter has long admired you. Might you grant her the opportunity to remain by your side? Ancestor, my daughter possesses a profound yellow-tier spiritual root and is charmingly beautiful. If you would not mind, in the grand hall of the Yi family, cultivators from all directions were fervently recommending their daughters. Each was accompanied by 1 or 2 young female cultivators, all radiant and enchanting, with cultivation levels nearing the foundation establishment stage. Their spiritual roots, at the very least, were of superior yellow-tier quality. Yi Kaishan nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand grandly, declaring, no problem, I shall take them all. He would never refuse such offers, and indeed, he felt it was still insufficient. Among all things in this world, the only matter Yi Kaishan would not decline was the taking of concubines. The cultivators rejoiced. As the rumors suggested, the Yi family ancestor was indeed unyielding in this regard. To facilitate Yi Kaishan's acquisition, they decided to leave their daughters in Qingyun City, thus saving considerable time in the marriage process. Consequently, after the conclusion of the nascent soul celebration, the Yi family became busy once more. A new wave of concubine taking was upon them. The cultivators receiving invitations were astonished to learn that the Yi family ancestor was even acquiring concubines from abroad. This time, the speed of acquiring concubines was unprecedented, averaging 1 every 3 days, culminating in 2 months' worth of marriages, bringing home an entire batch of foreign female cultivators. Yi Kaishan was overwhelmed yet delighted, experiencing the joy of being a groom almost daily, a feeling beyond compare. After securing foreign brides, he turned his attention to those within the Yin nation. However, he chose to take his time, first ensuring that his existing concubines were blessed with the seeds of life. He would then assist those who were on the verge of breakthroughs, nurturing them until they reached their full potential. Yi Kaishan was exceedingly busy. With his support, Qin Chan, Bai Kaiwei, and Zhu Man all successfully broke through to the core formation stage. Furthermore, there remained a group of concubines who had reached the late foundation establishment stage and were on the cusp of completion. The number of core formation cultivators within the Yi family surged to over a dozen, surpassing any sect in the realm. Subsequently, Yi Kaishan carved out time to prepare for the cultivation of the Qinkuan transformation method. 3 months later, in the cultivation chamber, Yi Kaishan sat motionless in meditation. Within his dantian, 3 identical nascent souls quietly sat, enveloped in a spectrum of radiant colors, their eyes reflecting the Yin-Yang Taiji. With these 3 nascent souls, his magical power had tripled compared to before. Likewise, the energy required for his breakthroughs had significantly increased.